Tasseltop Park is considered our enterprise account. So it kind of operates as a business, but the town is running it. Any questions on that fund structure?
Yeah, when you talked about special revenue funds, you're really talking about the ones you do with recreation, or did in recreation, where you charge a fee.
Correct.
And then you spend it all.
Correct. Yeah.
Nothing comes back to the town.
It stays in the town. It stays into that fund structure. So whereas general fund, when if you have a surplus, it falls down to the fund balance and then goes into the fund balance. Special revenues stay within that account. So when you bring in money, you can expense it, obviously, during that time period, but you also have that build its own surplus. So that's what a special revenue fund is. It kind of acts like an enterprise fund, but the special revenue fund is still within that governmental structure.
That's the second time you've said that to me, that when we're done, they all fall into surplus and then you balance it out. We have a warrant that says we move it between departments. And then if it has to go to the unfunded, the surplus, we have to come to the town.
That's for the general fund. The general fund account. So special revenue is separate from that, even within that governmental structure.
Yeah, I know
it's
it's separate.
Right.
That doesn't, but you're saying it goes into the surplus?
No, it carries its balance over.
Right.
So it's not going to the fund fund balance surplus.
Much like Tasseltop, the funds stay
Correct.
within recreation.
It stays within that, yes.
And it doesn't
Yep.
go to benefit anything besides those special programs.
Correct. And there's other special revenue funds like library donation. They received a donation. Obviously, you don't want that to go into the general fund and then be into undesignated fund balance. So that will be in a special revenue fund. So that if it's not, scholarships is another one, stuff like that. So if you don't want it to fall to fund balance, you put it into a special revenue fund to keep it there. Because say you get something in June, by June 30th, you would have to spend that, or else it would go to undesignated fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
So really quick, I kind of took what the audit had. We also ran some TRIO reports in this as well. If there's any specific questions, please ask, but I can go through this. This is the general fund budgetary basis. So you're comparing kind of what the original budgeted amounts versus the actual amounts. And then you're going through and kind of looking at how you came out at the end of the year. So the difference between the original and final budget for the general fund was due to the use of assigned fund balance, the amount of $75,000, and warrant Article 8, referendum question F. So when you voted on the warrant, you had allocated $75,000 for, and if you kind of go over anything like that.
That's the select board you're talking about?
At the warrant article.
Okay.
The warrant article.
Yeah, so the $75,000 you're referring to is the select board has a right to move that.
It actually, this one is just appropriated to the fund balance. So there's a separate warrant article for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So when you go, kind of what it's saying here is when you go in your budget, you're expending your committed, which is what everybody voted on for departments. If that gets overspent, you go in assigned fund balance, which is that $75,000, and then after that, you're going to an unassigned fund balance if you need to cover that expense. So here you see we have in the inflows, you have all the kinds of revenues coming in, 296, and you have the outflows, which is all of our expenses, and we came out to that bottom budgetary fund balance number. So we had, with all those adjustments and everything like that, we came out to $128,000 at the end of this fiscal year, 23-24.
128?
Yeah. Sorry, this is small print.
So we overspent by 167,477, but our revenues offset that to 128?
Yes.
To the positive?
That's with the utilization of the fund balance.
Yeah, you used.
So you have the unassigned fund balance of $175,000, and then the $75,000, which was assigned fund balance.
So $250,000 of,
That's the part I don't understand. The $170,000 was in a warrant?
It's part of, I believe, when looking at this, you have the unassigned, you have allocated a amount of unassigned fund balance that can be used. That's to offset taxes or
and they had
this.
used both.
So I think that's, again, I haven't reviewed those meetings, I think it was a couple of
Well,
years ago.
we vote for $300,000 to offset taxes,
Correct.
not the budget.
Right, and I believe there's a warrant article in there as well that says, sorry, this might be a special meeting. So I don't know. I haven't looked that far into the warrant articles, how they're written for this, this piece.
Can I ask a clarifying
Sure,
question?
can.
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
just trying to understand it. So what we're saying is that essentially we raised, I'm rounding here, about
Yeah.
$300,000 more than what was expected, correct? That would be the inflow. So we raised
Right.
that through various means. But then we spent $170,000 more than we should have? Or we actually spent $250 plus $167,000 more than we should have?
Yes, it's the second one.
Yeah.
So I'm a little ahead of this, but with, same thing Kayla's talking about, under, I think, the fourth page, it says here, and I quote for the public, we basically, to cover the difference, the $175,000 from the unassigned fund balance was voted on by the select board. I can't find that.
Or it could be a special meeting, so it could have been voted on as well. So if you're appropriate in this.
Right, but
Right.
we wouldn't know it was shortfall until after the audit,
Correct.
which happened after I got on the select board.
Wait, sorry, the audit or the,
Till we, well, it's
so
23,
June, so
24.
FY 23, 24.
So the next budget is 24, 25,
So
which we
yes,
just
it
finished, that
falls
we
at
haven't
24, 25.
got the audit from. We would have to have voted that $175,000 on, and that's where I'm
Right.
struggling. I went through some of the meetings, and I can't find that. And I know that we have a warrant. I mean, in our warrants, we say that if one department spends in excess and another one doesn't, we have a right to move, and the citizens, we ask them to move the money from one account to the other to balance it out. And what I'm reading is the same thing Kayla just said, that we overspent. Well, actually, I did the math here. We had revenues that came in.
You can move all the funds you want, but it's still over. You still spent more than.
Correct, but there's a process to do it. Did you remember voting on $175,000 at a select board meeting
But there's-
for an overrun?
But what I'm saying is, it's still going to be, that amount that it's over doesn't balance. So even if you use everybody else that didn't overspend, if you use all
That's
their
right.
money, it's still.
That's right.
That's what we're
exactly
talking
right.
about.
That's exactly what I just said.
Yes.
And in order to do that, we have 75,000 only. The select board can use that, as we see.
That's a
This is
state
a-
statute.
This is this is
250.
This says that the select board voted $175,000 to balance out 23 and 24, which is why I wanted the finance director here.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I know, she wanted to zoom in. All the other ones are here most of the time.
I guess, and again, because then when I look at the next bullet point, it says that to cover the shortfall of $167,000, that we used $175,000 from unassigned fund balance. So then that doesn't mean we actually overspent by $417,000.
No,
No.
Okay.
because 300 of it was revenues we got above and
Okay,
beyond.
because
Yeah,
that's
we were-
what I had asked, and you said second option. That's okay, I may not have said it clearly.
Yeah,
Okay.
The problem I have is this is a document that says that we voted. to
I might have misspoke, sorry.
No, that's what
I
it
might have
says.
miswrote it, so that might be on me. Again, I'm digging through about, a year's worth and 2 maybe administrations ago of details here, so.
Did you do this whole report?
Brenda and I both did this, yes, yeah. So I can move on to the general fund actual revenues. So When the projected amounts
We ready to
exceeded
move on?
296, so I'm on the budgetary basis for the general fund revenues. So this kind of details exactly where we were projecting the original budget and then what actually came in. So we were actually projected 19,746,345 and brought in 20,042,390. So that's where that positive 296,000 came in.
Right.
And then we go down to the expenses, and we brought in $20,163,822 of expense. So that's where that positive, negative, that's where that in the original fund balance, where we got that, and then what was allocated for assigned fund balance and unassigned fund balance to bring that to positive. So that is the generalized report, and also in here, we put in kind of the trio, what our accounting software does, and you can look at individual departments, kind of where we've overspent, where we underspent, and then we also ran the trial balance as well. So I don't want to get, there's a lot of information in there, so I don't want to get too much detail, but if there's any questions, please let me know.
I have a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I have a comment, Joe.
Yes.
So, being on the Budget Finance Committee for a short period of time before I got elected to this, we were asking for these numbers for the reason that how can anybody monitor their budget, whether it's general administration that went over by $129,000? How can we monitor that? We need a monthly report
Yep.
in the future going forward so that my department, Jason's department, Bruce's department all know. I see a lot of overages, but how would anybody know if they didn't know what the numbers actually were? This is what's been so frustrating, and I don't know why it's taken so long to get these numbers, but I'm still frustrated. And
I was
know
actually
that-
one of those department head members too,
Yeah, I know.
so I get it.
So it's just, I just want the public to realize that I don't think that anybody intentionally went over their budget, but they wouldn't have known unless they internally keep track of everything they spend, and which is a very difficult task for big departments.
So that,
So, but a lot of these expenses, if you look at
But-
the detail, are one in a, one instance. So if you dig into these
so department heads
administration
don't do that?
lines, balance their own expenses,
Yeah.
keep track. I mean,
I mean, you can't tell me that
yeah.
the department heads don't have an idea that they're going over or under their budget until they send it out into Magic Land and it gets on a spreadsheet and comes back to them. They have to, each department head has to know.
Yeah.
It's
I
a
mean-
pretty simple spread, I mean,
Well, there's some things that are in their control and some things that aren't.
I'm not saying the control of it, they still should
What
know.
I mean
whether
by
it's
that
like
is-
something breaks down, it's not in their control, but they
Right.
still know how much it's costing. They have to.
I agree with you.
Because we
But
sign
then-
warrants
But
for
you've got
it.
salaries, you've got administrative costs, the general department heads don't know what those numbers are. That's taken care of by the finance director.
Right.
So in my budget, for instance, I could only control what we spend on software. Salaries and health insurance, dental, all that stuff is figured out by finance directors. And that's where generally the overages
I
have
think
been.
that's why we were trying to move those out.
Yeah,
correct?
we did, we tried,
Right.
but now it's back in.
Well, let me just read this. I think this is important to read. It talks about the select board having the authority for the 75,000, just so you know, on Article 8, because you mentioned it in this
Yeah, the
nicely
warrant
written thing.
article.
It says, "To see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate for undesignated fund balance," we call surplus, "to meet unanticipated needs of community that occurred during the fiscal year, and to adjust the tax rate as the select board deems advisable in the amount of 75." I don't remember authorizing that. So you said it was something that was already approved here by 8, and I think it had to come back to us at the time that we reviewed this in order to do that. And now what I'm hearing is it's already been used, and I can't find the 175,000 that says here that we voted on in this warrant anywhere. So I brought the warrants just in case.
That's great.
So
I wasn't town manager back then,
No,
just
I
so you
agree.
know.
But
Okay.
you were interim, and you were there at the end of the budget process when we requested this stuff.
This is FY 23-24,
Right, when we started requesting it September of this past year.
24-25.
Right. Joe, I'm just saying,
Okay.
if you've done this, and it says that the select board voted to give 175,000, and I asked you if you wrote this,
Yeah.
and you said you did, with with Brenda.
Well, I was digging through backlogs of this stuff, so I'm trying to figure out also
What
you
they,
know,
But
how this.
let me do it this way. Did you use $175,000 to balance out 23 and 24?
I didn't use it. You guys did. You guys had to vote on this. It's
You
a
said you
hundred,
didn't vote on it.
Yeah.
or special town meeting. There's $175,000 of unassigned fund balance that was used to cover this.
Okay, I'm disagreeing. And the next meeting, I'd like the finance director here, so we can talk to her in person, not on Zoom, and get these answered. Quite frankly, the select board has $75,000 to use for an engine that goes out in an emergency situation. That's what we have used it for in the past. And we can use it to balance the budget, and there's no doubt about it. But we weren't asked.
Okay.
I think the,
Yeah.
Really what it comes down
I
to.
realize,
Derek,
but I
is
think the whole
process.
point of this process is to maybe ask a bunch of questions and go back and find it, because it's hard to pin someone. Deborah and him both weren't authorizing or coming up with these funds to pay out.
It's the first time we've read this.
I realize, that's the whole point.
Okay.
We should read it, discuss it, see what questions we have, see if we can find the answers. It's more of, hey, looks wrong, and it's like, great, let's,
I just read it, what they said they used it for. I'm saying this is what they gave us and said they used this. And so if we don't have their documentation to be able to
who's
use.
that? Who are you talking about?
Brenda and Joe gave us this after the audit was done.
Right, they're trying to collect information from something they didn't do and explain it to us where we have questions. What I'm saying is we should come up with a bunch of questions. This is a very big document to come
A
up
lot
with
that
in a
goes into
month to compile all of this. So we should fine tune this, figure out what we have for questions.
I just said that, we'll have her back at the next meeting
Right.
to explain what meetings the 75 was voted on and what meetings the 175 was voted on.
Exactly. I think we should go through and we're gonna find more questions that we have, and then we
Okay.
can bring it down. It's 30 pages worth of stuff, and by the end, we'll probably have,
Yep.
I don't know, a dozen questions, 20 questions, and we can pinpoint it instead of.
Yeah. I will make a note on the 75,000. For my.
170, first page would be 175 and 75.
Yeah, so the
And we move on to second
75,000,
page.
my understanding is you have that assigned fund balance already designated. So if you do go over, it will kick in.
Actually, under revenue, it says 175,000. I went through this thing and read it. It says, right on the page 1, it says under revenue, 4103 fund balance, 175,000.
Right, so it says here too. You're asking where it's coming from. We can see where it got
It
applied.
came from surplus, that's fund balance.
It came from, yes, undesignated assigned fund balance.
Okay. I've asked my questions, and now I want the finance director here to answer the questions and give her another month to come up with where the money came from and what meetings we voted on it.
So,
Well, it
So
came
we-
from the unassigned fund balance. That's what we know.
That's-
It's maybe, are you asking where, how
Yeah.
it got appropriated?
Yeah.
Okay, I can look at that.
It'd be easy to look at the meeting that we voted on it and
Yep.
how it ended up in revenues as opposed to an adjustment. It
Well, you
says
have to
revenue.
put in revenue.
have to put it
You
in.
have to, because if you can't put it as an adjustment.
I'm saying that we don't have a right, I don't believe, as a select board, to allocate $175,000 of taxpayers' funds without bringing it back to a special town meeting. That's my impression.
Okay.
I could be wrong, I'm still new.
Right, I can look at that. So you're looking at the process of the $175,000 of how that got appropriated to that fund balance
Pretty much.
offset. Okay.
Can I make one more suggestion? That for the next meeting, that these questions that we're asking, Brenda provide, or you provide us the answers a week before the meeting, so we have time to digest it. getting this packet the day before.
I got this packet.
Well,
I got this
I know
August
when you
1st,
got it, and I know when
right?
I got it.
So I
And
would
it
love
wasn't
a
enough
detailed
time
list.
for us to sit here and have a good
I
discussion.
agree. I spent all weekend pulling this report
And
together.
I appreciate that.
So do I. Joe, this isn't really about when, August 1st. It was September when we said, let us know as soon as it was done. We're almost a
As soon as
year
what-
later.
As soon as what was done?
September 10th, we asked if there was enough money in the 23-24 budget that we wouldn't have to get in undesignated fund or surplus. Can we use, you can watch this. I mean, this is from my minutes of the meeting. Of course, you'd have to watch it because it
Of
doesn't.
September of that year?
Yes.
Okay.
It was last,
Is that-
it was the end of 23-24. We didn't have the
Yeah.
audit.
Right.
So the chair, Olson, said, do you know if we have enough funds between the departments that we won't have to go to unfunded, surplus?
Okay.
And she said we had plenty of money in surplus. So I'm telling you that
Okay.
this is the first chance we've got to look at this.
Right.
Timeliness, I know it was a mess, because believe me, we
Yeah.
heard about it. But this is important, that the citizens know that we're doing things appropriately, and if we have to spend a couple $100,000, they know about it before a meeting in August.
Sure. Yeah.
No?
And I honestly, I mean, I'm looking forward. So going forward, we are, a month away from bank reconciling last year. That will get us to be able to do this monthly. We've changed the way we are inputting our post on the general ledger. We're not making adjustments. We're going through AP and cash receipting. So when you attach that to general ledger, you're not damaging those control accounts. When you damage those control accounts, that's when you have these reporting issues. So going forward, it will be fixed and will be addressed with just our accounting principles. So that stuff's being addressed, and it will be better going forward. I'm also looking at other ERP software that might be better suited for the town of Raymond. So we talked about the website. I was going to leave that for my town manager notes, but there's a website and agenda management that has a financial component. This has a much simpler user interface, so you're not have to finagle it like Trio. Trio is kind of built on an older platform. So we're looking at better ways to account for this stuff, and again, the reporting will be much faster with those type of softwares. So
Would it be fair to at least wrap this up by simply saying that we used $75,000 which the selectmen had a right to do, and another $175,000 to balance out the 23-24 budget?
No,
Which
but
makes it $250,000. That's what's in this report.
I think what we should do is try to figure it out.
This is right from the finance director.
Well, right, but I think like what we're trying to do is just say, okay, this is where we ended
This is,
up.
we have a
Right,
question
and
here,
then-
let's move on, and then have
how-
another question, get some answers, figure it out, so we
And
don't
then
make the same mistakes.
How, like just where did the funds come from? And then, and I think it's important for us to just look and see where, things were over and where things were under, because it will help inform for the following years.
We can read those
yeah,
off.
and I can go into those details if you want, why the over expenditures happen, but up to you
I mean, I'm seeing them.
yeah,
Yeah.
right?
I think
So,
that's okay.
I don't, it's pretty transparent and it's,
Okay.
and it's clear. So I personally don't need that, but.
Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Now, I'm just looking at the warrant for this last cycle. And, yeah, it is on Article 8. It says, as the chair read, not to exceed 75,000 from the surplus.
That's a select.
That's the unassigned fund balance.
Unassigned fund.
And there's a difference.
Sorry, there's assigned fund balance, and then there's unassigned fund
Yeah,
balance.
so this is unassigned fund balance.
It's unassigned? Okay.
Yeah. And then Article 11 says to see if the town will vote to authorize the select
Yep.
board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance to reduce the property tax commitment at the select board, as the select board deems advisable, in it not to exceed $700,000. So those are the only two that
Tax rate.
discussed undesignated fund balance.
Correct.
And I don't know if this is germane or not to this discussion, but what was asked, I asked it several times at the last select board about having some account as to where we are exactly as far as our undesignated fund balance.
Right.
And I understand that generally accepted accounting principles actually set tolerances based on the municipality's budget on how much should be kept, and that affects your bond ratings, and that's one of the reasons.
15%, right?
Yeah.
It's 15%.
So 15%. So that, I guess this is just germane in understanding, for me anyway, where we are and getting, because I was getting all kinds of numbers as far as where we were with what our undesignated fund balance was. I guess what I'd ask, along with asking these questions for the next meeting or whatever, is there some way we can get an accounting of where we stand now?
They did answer that meeting,
Well,
what we had, but it's probably changed from that meeting to this meeting.
well, yes,
Right.
they did. And I believe, if I recall, Derek, that explanation was we were in something in excess of $500,000 to $250,000 more than what we really needed, which I think generated some of the comments as far as we've got more than enough. But the bottom line, I guess, is as one individual at the pre-meeting to the secret ballot, there was an individual, a citizen, that came and asked those questions as well and didn't get a clear description, understanding why it is the town is holding on to so much more of the taxpayers' money than is really necessary for basically being able to meet the generally accounting principles, and that money should either be used rather than going out to bonding, or it should be, rather than saying just that it's going to be returned to the taxpayer in the form of reducing the tax rate. So I guess those are just some of the questions that I've had over time as far as where are we exactly with our undesignated fund balance? What are the totals? How much over that 15% that we should have is actually there? Because my contention is, rather than necessarily going out to bonding and paying interest on bonds, might it be better to take some of that money and, rather than tax relief, buy an ambulance? That's my
So
comment.
noted, thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
So do we need a motion to table it?
I think we just,
Just a discussion.
yeah, I think,
We're not voting
yeah.
on
right, I think that what we've done is request
Okay,
the presence of the person who we pay to be a finance director
that's fine.
at the next meeting.
Also, if you have the specific questions,
Recording in
please email them.
progress.
There, she's up there right now.
There's Brenda.
In the interest of time.
Um,
We're going to rehash.
I think we just move on.
Yeah. I think we beat this as much as we want to at this stage. So we're going to move on to the next thing.
We have Brenda here if you want to ask these
I
questions.
think we've decided, in the interest of time, just to
Okay.
move on to the next one.
Thanks for an argument to be present.
What's
Unless
that?
you have a question.
No, I mean, she's here now. I don't know, I guess. We just argued it for a while without. We have what, how many questions on it? We want to know where the 175 and the 75 are?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if she's here and she wants to answer, did we or did we not use
Sound check, 1, 2, 1, 2. One more audio check.
Welcome to the Wednesday, October 8th, 2025 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call with Jackie,
Jackie Sawyer.
Stephen Clark.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Mark Childs.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda that will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the minutes from the September 10th, 2025 meeting. We have old business, the review of the short-term rental ordinance, and a review of the marijuana regulation ordinance. I'm going to move that the marijuana regulation ordinance to follow the new business, which is a presentation by Vernon Malik from the state concerning the marijuana ordinances, followed by staff communications and updates, and then adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversation must be held in advance until after the board has formally adjourned. I don't anticipate any votings on any projects this evening, so I'll do away with the final couple of paragraphs there. So we could start with the minutes for the September 10th meeting.
I move to approve the September 10th meeting minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
And any discussion? Everybody happy? All those in favor? All right, it's all passed.
Bob, Kevin is on.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, Kevin. Just
Kevin is on.
Oh. How can you be late to Zoom, Kevin? What, you traffic?
I was having, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, the link on the website wasn't working correctly, so I had to look it up somewhere else. I had to actually look up the one that you sent us, Sandy, from, it wasn't a link, it was an image, not a PDF. It was like an image of a PDF. I don't know, I mean, it just had an issue. So I was fooling around with that, trying to get that to work, so I finally went to the, what you had sent us in the email. And that worked.
Gotcha. All right. So for the record, Kevin Woodbury has joined us as president. Kevin, you okay with the minutes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, next up is the draft of the short-term rental ordinance. Just a timeline type thing. I thought that it might be appropriate, since the selectmen gave us this tasking, to go take where we are right now back to the selectmen. But their schedule is pretty tight, and in thinking about it again, it really is only going to delay the process by a couple of months, and it probably really isn't all that necessary to do that. They're going to get it anyway, one way or the other. So I would propose that we kind of move along with this. I think we need to figure out some verbiage for the effective date to put in here.
Mm-hmm.
But does anybody have any really concerns at this point with the short-term rental as how we stand? It came back from Phil. We incorporated the changes that Phil suggested, and I think we're okay. Is that?
I had one question about the $1 million coverage for the insurance. Is that a pretty standard thing? I don't know if Jason can attest to that or not, or is that just something we kind of came up with? I'm just wondering what kind of expense that's going to do on the person that's got to get $1 million coverage but is only renting the house out X amount of weeks out of the year.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know how that would compare to other towns or how that would work.
Okay, I just didn't know where we pulled that from.
Yeah, that was pulled from a couple. There was, I think, 3 ordinances that had that $1 million kind of thing. I think it's a fairly standard amount for this type of use. It seems like pulled from other ordinances and stuff. But I think like Cape Elizabeth was one.
Is that a standard thing with renting in general when you have your insurance? Is like when they go get renter's insurance, is that in your water frontage, is that part of their insurance anyway, the septic coverage, or?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think for my renter's insurance, but I wasn't on a lake front
Well,
or
that's,
like that
yeah,
kind of thing
exactly,
either.
that's the whole thing, is how it affects the
Right.
shorefront. I didn't realize there would be a special insurance just for renters, for shorefront renters. Or
Yeah,
owners that are renting.
Yeah. I want to say, like, back when I was renting, just like the stuff was around that $1 million mark, but it was just for any kind of damages.
And that's for the
Yeah.
actual renter themselves, right? I'm talking about the owner themselves requiring this rental, or this $1 million coverage as the owner to rent out.
You're thinking it should be less?
No, I just didn't know if it's an
Just-
added expense to somebody who's, renting 4 or 5 weeks out of the year,
Right.
opposed to the person that's renting the whole summer.
Or whether or not it's lakefront or not lakefront.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, my cousin is in the insurance business, and I sent him a message and asked him about this. And I asked him if an incidental owner just had his regular homeowner's insurance, would that cover any of this? He said it would cover water backup, which includes septic, but it would only, he said it's a small amount, it would only repair the septic system. It had nothing to do with polluting anybody's neighbor's property. And he said the only way that he sees that it could be covered, depends on who writes the product, would be to have a whole separate insurance just to cover that specific item.
A policy just for polluting
Just-
the lake.
Just
Yes.
including
Interesting.
All right.
Because I think one of the legal's comments was, yeah, it's not necessarily like, there was a previous statement in there that was in there about covering specifically for the short-term rental use.
Gotcha.
But I think legal's comment was that's not necessarily something that's super common from their understanding, I guess, for the evidence of insurability piece of it. So that piece of it was taken out. But yeah, that $1 million amount is still in there.
Okay.
Well, in the beginning, we were talking about our concern for people that just incidentally rented their property like that, and it seems this is not going to be very good for them. Having to buy extra insurance. And I don't know what we're going to charge for fees. We talked about tiered, but
Mhm.
were those are specific to fees, correct?
Correct.
But we don't have those in there.
Well, we would not put those in there, those selectmen. We'll put that.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
And to touch on the fees and inspections, we were gonna do inspections prior to any of these being issued occupancy permits for renting, right? So we would do a septic test or hire out someone to do a septic test to know what the capabilities are, ask for the proof of the septic system if they have it.
I think they'll be involved in the application. They'd
Yeah.
have that when they apply for the permit. I don't think they would apply and then we'd say, you have to go get the septic.
Right, yes. No, I'm saying we would, but that's part of our inspection as well, is the septic, in order to give that occupancy permit for renting.
Right, but we really can't inspect the septic. That's something that's generally done by a third party. We don't have the equipment to go in and scope somebody's septic system and look at it, and nor the expertise to see exactly what we're looking at through that. So I think that's why we said, have a third party, they inspect it, and then once they sign off on it, I think would be part of the application.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess my holdup is just the added, like Greg said, the added expense for get that $1 million coverage, just if you're in that shoreland zone and you have a system, but to some people's point that they have a new house, new septic system, that should all be up to snuff really, but, yeah, I guess that was my only holdup.
Well, we could leave it, and we could do a query as to what it's actually gonna cost. And
Yeah.
we can look at it then at the next time, when we get it for the public hearing, we can just look at it
Yep.
at that point.
Okay.
I mean, if you want, otherwise we could, I do agree with you, I guess it's two ways, right? If you're renting, your property, then that would be an expense that goes along with that rental, right? So you would just kinda pass that along.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that you really wouldn't be paying it, you'd be passing it
Be
along to.
part of running their, quote,
Yeah, that's
semi.
right, that non-business, you know?
Yep.
So it seems okay.
Yeah.
I also imagine most short-term rentals themselves probably have to get or show some kind of insurability through those platforms as well. They don't just kind of want like some random thing. If they're going to be responsible or host those on their actual platforms and sites, they probably want those to be taken care of as well. So I imagine it's probably something that's already required like separately for like those like Airbnb or Vrbo sites, but still including it in this ordinance captures that as well. So that way it kind of protects the town.
Okay, yeah, I guess that was my question too, is if someone like the RBO, they kind of have some type of wording about insurance and stuff like that, then.
Yeah, I imagine that they don't want the liability on themselves. So,
Okay.
So Brett, on section 1, item B, we have a blank line that says effective.
hmm I think that's something I could coordinate with the town clerk just to figure out when exactly that town vote date would be, or,
Well, why don't we
or the effective period, I guess.
Can we just
afterwards.
put in there upon adoption of the ordinance? Because I don't know when it will actually get adopted, if it's going to get adopted at all.
Well, it'd be town vote,
Well,
unless we're
depends on when
hosting
the town vote is.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So I could coordinate. Do we know when?
That-
Already, like this early in advance, like when the town vote would be next year, kind of thing, in the effective period for it.
Well, but I'd like to have it open, you know, I don't want to pin it down to a date.
Okay.
So if we can just put it in there, you know, upon, I mean, we never put effective dates on any of our other ordinances. It just is a matter of when it passes, it becomes effective.
Yeah, and I think some of our other ordinance amendments have like little brackets underneath the actual text to show like when it was amended.
Right.
That kind of
Yes.
that kind of thing. Okay.
Yep. Anything else on the short-term rental thing? Okay, so we all set, move this to a public hearing for the next meeting? We're comfortable with it? Good to go? Okay. Sandy? Public hearing, short-term rental, what are we in?
Yes, sir.
November meeting.
Yes,
you would-
sir.
If you would advertise that.
I will get that taken care of when I come back.
Thanks, Sandy.
You're welcome.
Don't we have to
That's,
notice for 30 days?
Didn't we bump our meeting next month? Is it a different day?
Mm-hmm.
Where are
Yes, Jackie, the meeting next month is November 17th. Bob, we don't have to notice a public hearing 30 days. That's only your town meeting.
Oh,
Vote
okay.
has to be 30 days.
Great. Thanks, Sandy.
You're welcome.
I don't know if we can let you go for a week.
Two, okay.
Or
Too late.
Oh. Okay, that takes care of that. Vern, I guess, we're up to you. Yes, please.
Hey, everyone. Is this on okay? Or do you not even need it to hear me?
I'm sorry?
Is this on okay, or?
It should be.
You're all set.
Yeah, it's,
Perfect. Thank you, everyone, for having me. My name is Vern Malik. I'm the Deputy Director of Operations at the Office of Cannabis Policy. I oversee compliance and licensing. And I guess I didn't come with a prepared presentation for you all. I'm happy to answer questions or give you a brief sort of review about what I read just in the last few minutes on your proposed ordinance changes. It's really entirely up to you.
that would be perfect.
Okay. So one thing that jumped out at me when reading this is that you referenced sun-grown cultivation and the 100 amperes or less per 1,500 square feet. And that was original language in the bill that was removed in an amendment. So if you want to do that, that's fine. But it seems like you were trying to be reflective of pending legislation that's on the governor's desk right now. And that language was removed entirely as being really too difficult to, from a compliance perspective, to enforce. The amperes just refers to the amount of service coming in the building, not the amount of electricity that's used. And we felt like it would be very complicated and burdensome for our office to enforce, and the legislature agreed and took it out. You can
Okay.
you do you, if you want it in there, that's fine, but I just wanted to point that out. It is an amendment that shows up on the LD search page for the legislature. I just confirmed that. The other thing I noticed is that sun-grown cannabis, for us, has a plant count and a square footage component to it, and also a calendar component to it. So it's like March to November, and it's 2,500 square feet of mature canopy or 150 plants. So we specify that as part of sun-grown cultivation.
Vern, is there any guidance as to where that can take place?
We just say outside, essentially.
Outside.
And it can be in a greenhouse, but it has to be with, sunlight as the primary energy source for the plants. And so it would, we'd be looking at like hoop houses, or, in some instances, there are some greenhouses that are solid walled with, with a clear glass roof that allows sunlight in all the time. But those are structures that are used year-round by some growers. But for this particular application, it would be only during those months, that March to November month period. And then you've put some setbacks in. Not seeing the entire ordinance, I don't know if you contemplate things like, what if it's not a medical caregiver? What if it's a person who's a resident of the town, lives at a certain plot of land, and they want to plant plants? To say they're a medical cannabis patient. So a patient is allowed 6 mature plants and 12 immature plants at any given point in time. And I have been to places where there were as many as 6 patients cultivating outdoors at a time. So that's 36 mature plants outside. And, outdoor plants get very large versus indoor plants that are cycled much faster. So I don't know if you want to factor that in or not. And the other thing is the same thing applies to adult use cannabis. So any person 21 years or older can cultivate up to 6 mature plants for their own personal use. And that can be done outside. And, you could have as many multiples as live at that home have plants outside. So you can see how that could get very large very quickly and still be outdoors and not part of this ordinance language that you've crafted. So I just wanted to flag that for you. It's not typically a problem, but I have seen it be an issue.
So, I'm sorry, I had a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
For the limit of plants, that's per person, not per land or per household or anything like that?
By statute, it's by person,
Okay.
but as a municipality, you do have the ability to limit how many you allow on a parcel.
Yeah. Okay.
And some municipalities have done that.
Yeah.
And other municipalities have just said, we're not going to allow outdoor cultivation of anything. Lewiston does that as an example. And others, a lot of other towns that I've seen have taken the approach like you're proposing here, which is property line setbacks that, that you feel that you're comfortable will control the odor. And that's the other thing to consider is that, at the point in the growing season when these are mature plants, if you have, 150 of them, and they're all taller than me and this big around, there's going to be a lot of odor coming from that cultivation. And though, even though it might be enclosed in a building, like a greenhouse or something. A lot of hoop houses, as examples, it might qualify as a building or a structure. But, once it gets really hot and you roll the sides up, you ventilate it, as everybody does that has a greenhouse, whether you're growing lettuce or marijuana. You're going to do that, especially in the warmer months. But
Does the state have any statistics on the odor per plant?
we don't do anything about odor. Odor doesn't even appear in the state statutes anyplace. We have done what a lot of states have done and left that up to municipalities to regulate or address however you see fit. And that's largely because it does vary dramatically from community to community. What's acceptable in a very rural place, maybe there's no worry about it. Maybe you can address it with setbacks and things like that. In other communities, they just say there can't be any odor noticeable from outside the building, or things like that.
How have you seen that? How have you seen that addressed in ordinances?
Well, a lot of them just say that, just that there has to be mitigation in place to ensure that there's no outdoor odor. Sometimes they'll say, a lot of places will license the caregivers or the adult use facility, and part of their local licensing requires them to submit plans about how they're going to mitigate it. A lot of that's done with carbon filtration systems, which can be very effective. Sometimes they just say, figure it out, but we don't want to smell it. So it really can run the gamut.
But if you're growing it, if you can have if I understood this correctly, if you can have 150 plants outdoors, how would you have a odor mitigation system?
You probably don't.
You don't, yeah.
You don't, other than setback.
Other than setback.
Yeah, that's really impossible to control.
Right.
I had one question.
Yeah, sure.
So Vern, the 150 plants or the 2,500 square feet, is that an either or whatever is more or whatever is less, is the grower choosing one of those two?
The grower chooses which one they want, and they'd have to make that selection with us when they get licensed. And that's what we would inspect on. I will say that, 150 plants outdoors would take up quite a lot of space. So it would be pretty big greenhouses like that. What I would expect is that if somebody was doing a greenhouse, they're probably more likely to go with the 2,500 square feet. And with that growing season from March to November, there's a possibility that they'll turn those plants as opposed to having just one crop. The idea behind this sun-grown cannabis bill was to encourage or level the playing field for outdoor cultivators. Essentially, if you're growing indoors, you can turn probably 5 crops a year, 5 harvests, versus if you're growing outdoors, a lot of times you're left with 1, maybe 2 harvests a year, because those plants aren't going to begin to bud until the length of sunlight is 12 plus hours. So you got to have really long days of sunshine to get the plants to pop, and then they have to mature, and then you harvest them. So the idea behind raising the square footage was really to put those outdoor cultivators on an even playing field with indoor cultivators. Probably more information than you wanted.
A little bit, but I mean, any other questions? Sounds like our ordinance is not quite there yet. What do you think, Brett? You have a question?
Well, so I mean, we have the whole document piece about not opting in, and then we have the separate actual like performance standards like
Right.
that, like we talked about. And I think previous discussions, when was it, not last month, maybe 2 months ago, we had talked about the carbon scrubbing, odor control
Right.
kind of thing.
Yep.
We decided to to move away from that, but rely more on our
Setbacks.
agricultural setbacks, because it kind of met more of that use type.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like an agricultural setback is going to work. Right?
No, I mean, yeah, I think like we talked about last, I mean, there's several towns, you know, that use the carbon filtration scrubbing systems for the odor control, but, again, if that's something that we're not pursuing, then it sounds like the next best tool that we have is the setbacks to use.
Mm-hmm.
Can we limit numbers more than what the state limits as far as how many mature plants they can have? And ours be more restrictive than the state is what
I don't know the answer to that. I've not seen other communities do that,
okay,
so I don't know.
okay.
I mean, if I can speak, maybe Vern, you can, I don't think I would have the authority to go in, I would need, we're generally complaint based, so, and we can't just kind of arbitrarily go in and start counting plants, I don't believe. So I think that would be something that would be almost impossible for us to enforce, without using drones or something like that, and then that's a whole other issue. I don't even think we could use drones.
But how would we
to be
enforce
honest.
the 150 plants?
We couldn't, I don't.
We couldn't.
I don't think I have the authority to just go in.
Well, 'cause that was brought up
But these
last
are
time, too.
outdoor, right? These
Yeah.
are open air.
They're supposed to be not screened though, so, I would have to essentially trespass
Oh,
to start counting plants unless I had permission from the homeowner and they invited me onto the property,
okay.
from my understanding.
Well, one thing that I will throw out there is that it's very common for municipalities to require local licensing of caregivers. So that, as a matter of fact, one of the things our office has started to do is to report out to towns when we issue a caregiver registration, because a lot of times towns do have their own ordinances, and they do require that they register with the community, with the town to do that. Same as, you might have to get a license to have a bar or, a convenience store, things like that. So I have seen people do that and then, charge a fee to administer that program, that registration or licensing program. And that gives you the ability to go in and inspect anything that you do license. So that's a very common approach that municipalities have taken.
And would that allow for someone to work with the homeowner to figure out where would be an optimal place to put the grow and what, you would be able to go ahead of time to see like, how is this going to
Set up.
affect your neighbors or whatever?
Providing a
Odors.
plot plan essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
a plan that needs to be reviewed prior to.
Yeah, I've seen municipalities do just that, where they require the licensee, the caregiver, to tell them exactly where they're gonna cultivate and give them the dimensions of the plot and, show the setbacks and where the building will be or is, and then hold them to that. It's another tool that you would have, because I don't have, through my office, we don't have any ability to enforce your ordinance or your statute. But I will say that it's very helpful when we have bad actors, if there's a community standard that's in code or in ordinance, that you all apply simultaneous to our application of state law violations. We tend to get much better results and much faster on enforcement and compliance. Last Friday I met with the city of Westbrook about this very issue, and they have some requirements. They don't require licensing, but they have some limits on caregiver retail stores, and we'll be working jointly with them to address a flagrant violator there. So.
Okay.
The other thing I might throw out you, that's a question, is just, how you define the structure. Because it just, in my head, I kind of scratch my head and I say, well, sun-grown implies outdoor. It's got to have access to sunlight all the time. But then you say it's got to be enclosed in a building, which, then I went to the large, hard-sided greenhouse kind of structures. I don't know if that's what you mean or not, but it might raise question or cause confusion.
Okay. Any other questions? Vern, can we ask you to stick around for a little bit?
I can do that, sure.
I am going to get some input from the community, and you might be maybe
Sure.
helpful.
Okay.
So I do want to take some comments on the marijuana regulations from, if anyone's here that would like to talk about it.
Good evening. My name is Raymond Richardson. I live at 84 Tenny Hill in Raymond. And I did have one question for Vern. As far as outside grow, as far as mitigation of the smell, how would they go about that?
I don't believe there is any way to do that outdoors.
Okay, so if, for instance, my lot is 225 feet wide, and my neighbor's is 190 feet. So even if you had a setback of 50 feet or 100 feet from the property line, how would that help at all?
I don't.
Yeah, well, that's not, you really need to kind of.
Okay. That was the question.
I-
That's, well, I'm asking you guys, how would that help at
Yeah,
all?
well, we're going to give you the same answer. We don't know.
You don't know.
I mean, that's.
So you're
I don't
you're
think there
gonna
is
make an
any
ordinance?
study.
Excuse me?
There's no, that's what I was asking Vern, there doesn't seem to be a study to address the odor of the, from a set of, let's say, 10 plants, or where it's gonna carry. But could you just tell us I know you have your pictures.
Yeah, okay. Well, I live right there on
give us
84
your
Tenny Hill.
concern.
You can see the picture there with my house facing Mount Washington. And you can see the greenhouses right there on the picture. So when the crops are really good, when they're flowering, all the wind blows from them crops right into my house. I can't open my back windows. I can't sit on my back porch. Matter of fact, I had my nephew up here just this last week for a moose hunt, and he come into the house and he says, "Uncle," he says, "I smell a skunk out back." And I had to explain to him there was no skunk. It was my neighbor's marijuana grow. I'm a disabled veteran. I have chemical sensitivity. I have heart problems, and all these issues with this marijuana is not helping me at all. I don't have any problem with him growing inside. He's, with a mitigation system, I don't really even smell it. But the outside grow, just 30 plants is pretty overwhelming. Imagine if you could grow 150 plants. Like Vern was saying, these aren't no small plants like the inside. These are 10-foot plants, 10 feet wide.
Yeah.
And you multiply that by 36 or 150. It's
Can we just go back to your picture a second?
Yes, sir.
The greenhouses that are shown there, are those greenhouses?
they're open.
I'm sorry?
They're open-end greenhouses.
They're open-end
Yes.
greenhouses? Okay. But that's where all the plants are?
He grows them in there, and then plus on the other side of the greenhouses, he has them as well. He has like 36 plants. I believe that's what he's allowed to grow.
Okay,
Plus, he's growing inside his garage as well, not just outside.
okay.
He got a license to grow inside. I don't think he ever got a license to grow outside or whatever you guys require.
I don't think we require a license, actually. We don't, right?
No,
No, we don't.
No.
And now he just
Not at this point.
purchased the house across the street for $700,000, and he'll probably be growing there as well. So
Okay,
that's what I got to say.
thank you. No, Jennifer, you have something to say?
I do. Imagine that. Did you see I was quoted in the paper?
Oh, you really?
I was. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I guess my question is for Vern. It's just a clarifying question, and I just want it on record because he said that there are towns that don't allow outdoor cultivation. The Lewiston was the example he
Yeah,
gave.
we've discussed that already.
Okay. So what are we talking about here? So are we not allowing outdoor grows? Are we just talking about indoor with greenhouses and the sun grow is, the sunlight through the roof?
Yes, we're talking about outdoor growth, that sunlight growing.
But
No.
not outside. They have to be in greenhouses with clear roofs?
Well, that's sunlight.
No, whether it's in a
Only
structure or not,
outside.
anything outdoors.
It needs to be enclosed with like a fence of some sort. So that's
Okay.
what the enclosure
So,
reference
but it
is,
sounds
not
like
in a
we have the
building.
power to say that they can't grow outside. And that,
Except
and
for the
that,
caregivers.
so Vern, can you clarify?
But Lewiston can.
The
can say
Lewiston
no.
thing where you said they don't allow outdoor cultivation, is that for everybody?
Yes,
Even caregivers.
yes. You can regulate caregivers, you just can't prohibit them entirely.
Can you go to the podium?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So, yeah, go ahead.
So you can regulate caregivers, you just can't prohibit them entirely or limit the number. So you couldn't say Raymond only allows 3 caregivers, and we've already got our 3. And you can't say we don't allow any caregivers in our community. But you can regulate them, so you could say there's no outdoor cultivation of cannabis, period. You could say we only allow it in certain zones. A lot of communities have addressed it that way. If you have zoning, they'll say we only allow caregiver cultivation in the light industrial zone or in the, whatever zone, pick a zone. We don't allow it in residential zones, or we only allow it in this residential zone where the lot sizes are bigger. Or, it's a myriad of different ways you can do it.
Right.
But the 2 hard stops are absolutely prohibiting them or putting a number on it. But you can, through zoning, effectively limit where they can be in your town.
Okay. Thanks, Brian.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So for point of clarification then, I would ask the planning board to say no outdoor cultivation is allowed and that we would have indoor cultivation with some sort of mitigation, because it seems that people aren't against it per se, especially if somebody needs it for medical use, but they're against the smell. And I had brought up in the past that anybody who's in recovery, anybody who's sober, who has years under their belt from alcohol or drug addiction, smelling that marijuana, much like this vet who has medical issues, that could send somebody out of recovery and into relapse, back into drug addiction. So for them, it's not life-saving, it's life-taking. So I think if we wanted to be good neighbors, we would allow people who needed it as medication to be able to grow it, but they have to grow it inside and they have to have some sort of mitigation system that combats the smell to protect the neighbors around them. Thanks.
Vernon, do you have any idea how much odor comes off of like 6 plants that are grown by caregivers?
That really just depends on the size of the plants, right?
So take 6 mature plants, just come, what'd you say, they bud, just come to bud?
Yeah, so
I know it's almost a possible question, but if you
Yeah.
had like a 25-foot setback, is that going to be sufficient to control the odor? Would 50 feet definitely do it? Is there any kind of sense?
I think it just depends on the size of the plants. I mean,
Okay.
I've gone into commercial cultivation facilities where the plants get about 2.5 feet tall and they're loaded with buds. They cycle those. It takes about 9 weeks to get a mature plant harvested and they're out. Outdoor plants, because of the way that they grow and they need that 12 hours of sunlight before the flower will bud and mature. Those plants get really large. I mean, you're talking about, you can't touch the top of them and you can't put your arms around them and they'll be loaded with bud. Those are going to be very, very smelly. And I think a lot of it just depends too on people's sensitivity to it. Some people like the smell. So it's really difficult for me to say.
Okay.
I will circle back to something else I said earlier, though, and that is just keep in mind too that if people could have their caregiver plants, and then if they're a patient, if there are other family members who are patients, and if they're growing their own adult use personal plants, it very quickly adds up to a large cultivation. I've seen that myself, so something to consider.
So how could we address that without infringing upon the caregiver's right to grow the 6 plants? By saying per lot?
Could we say per size acre, you know,
Yeah.
per so many
Minimum
acres,
acreage.
you can have this many?
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about patients?
Well, I'm talking about to control it, so that it can't grow legally under the auspices of 6 plants per patient, and how many do you say you can grow just?
Just as a adult 21 and over, you can grow 6 yourself.
So, I mean, so you could get 24, 40 plants pretty quickly out of that.
You do, yeah.
So, how do you regulate that?
Well, from a municipal perspective, I guess, it just depends on what your tolerances are. Some places don't regulate it at all. Some go to total prohibition of any outdoor cultivation and require the odor control steps.
But could we say could we say 6 plants per lot, and that's it, no matter how many caregivers you have? Or is that?
Right, so I think you can.
Okay.
But I'll just, for terminology's sake, so the 6 plant limit is for patients.
Okay.
So that's a patient. So that's anybody that's got their patient certification card. They can grow 6 mature plants themselves. Caregivers are a commercial operation that are growing 4 patients. They can grow 30 plants indoors or 500 square feet. Unless they're sun-grown, then we shift to the outdoor 150 plants and 2,500 square feet.
And then anybody can add, any 21 over can put their 6 plants in the ground.
Right.
I think somebody had made this point, but it's important to think about, like odor, again, is one of those things that's highly subjective.
Yep.
And there are other industries that produce odors that some find offensive, like cow manure or, animals, things like that. So I think we need to be careful not to put too many restrictions on one industry because of an odor. But, just something to think about, I guess.
Well, you've been awfully quiet.
Oh, I already know where I'm going to go. I'm hoping to go with this. So.
Oh, well, let's hear it.
No, it's not for now. But I wasn't aware that we could be part of prohibition of outdoor growing. And that's how I feel.
Yeah.
Outdoor growing is
out.
It's just a part of it's that I strongly feel where your liberties and your freedoms stop where mine begin, and that's just when I drive with my kids and they smell it, I'm just like, this is ridiculous. So it's something that I personally with my family feel like it just affects other people more than helps other people. Indoor,
I
sure.
agree with Mark 100%.
Indoor, fine, 100.
Who was that? Was that Kevin?
Do whatever you can.
Yeah,
Okay.
like I said, I agree. It infringes upon my rights. It's coming into my house. It's and I Jennifer, I think, is right on too. I think we need to allow them to grow as much as they want in a greenhouse with mitigation with carbon
Absolutely.
filters.
But no compliments to Jennifer. She'll be back again next week. Well, what do you guys feel about that?
I'm kind of there,
Really? You're there too?
sort of, yeah.
Kind of mixed.
Yeah.
I feel like if you have a 10 or 20 acre lot and you want to grow 6 plants out back and you don't have close neighbors, then who are you affecting? Yeah, on a windy day you probably could catch a whiff of it, but
Yep.
90% of the time you're within your realm of your own land. So that's kind of where I have a hard time with it. Again, to Mark's point, he doesn't want to drive by and smell it, and most people don't.
Yep.
But at the same time, if you have a big enough plot, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a gray area. there should be certain scenarios where I think it could be allowed, but in this particular scenario, that looks awful close to a lot line, and that's a good amount of plants.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I would hazard to guess that can't be much more than 30, 40, 50.
So let's just think for a second, right?
All right.
Well,
So-
Ray, how far is that lot line from your lot line where his greenhouses are?
Oh, it's about 25 feet from my property line.
Yeah.
Ray, you got to go to the, sorry.
I was just curious.
Ray Richardson, 84 Tenny Hill. Yeah, it's about 25 feet from the line. I agree with you as far as if someone wants to grow it, limit the acreage. If they had like 10 acres, 20 acres, it's not a big deal. But as you can see, with those lots are so skinny and narrow when the developer developed them, he's got 190-foot road frontage. I got 225 feet. You can have a 100-foot setback for him growing. It's still going to come to me.
Yeah.
Mount Washington blows the wind this direction. There's just no way around it. And I literally cannot open my windows. And I've been there for 33 years. I mean, I've lived up there longer than anybody, actually.
Yeah.
And I just, I don't have a problem with him growing in his garage, and that's his business. But when it affects me, it's my business.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
You guys listen to that part.
Yep.
I think this type of a grow scenario is going to be a lot different than a patient who's growing for themselves, who's not doing it as a income producing, grow. They may be more limited in their ability to enclose it or, pay for the lighting, the all of the filtration and everything. So in some sense, it seems like it's not like a black and white. It's not an all or nothing. It feels like, there should be with some acreage or, limiting, the number, would 6 mature plants on this lot be, would that still be, you said he had 30-something plants. So if you, cut that back to 6, would that be something that would still be triggering or offensive? Or, I'm just wondering what's that threshold between, like.
I don't think it matters because, Ray Richardson, 84 Tenny Hill, I don't think it matters because when these plants get 10 feet high, 10 feet wide, 6 plants are still going to have an overwhelming odor. It doesn't matter if you got 1 plant, 10 plants, 30 plants. But as he said, that if they can grow 150, imagine that.
Yeah.
Now, I did have one question. Now, is that if he grows inside, can he still grow outside? Both, or one or the other?
So under the sun-grown cannabis proposal that's before the governor, that isn't law yet, you would be limited. You would have to choose one or the other. I will tell you, because confidentiality requirements are largely lifted, the scenario that Mr. Richardson faces, we've inspected that caregiver this year. All of his caregiver plants are indoors. Everything outside is beyond the scope of his caregiver activities. So those are potentially patient plants or plants that belong to adults that live in that property. So if he's smelling odors from those greenhouses, it's not from medical cannabis.
Huh. It's from what? What do you?
Recreational cannabis.
Recreational
Or
or
patient.
medical patient plants. But I can't say
Same
whether
plants,
or not-
different label per se.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and that's the thing is that, cannabis is cannabis. It doesn't, but I'm just saying that what he's licensed to do is being done fully enclosed this year. Because last year, we leveled some fines on him for exceeding his plant canopy with an outdoor grow. So this year, he's not doing that. But he does have plants outside that are outside of our program.
And correct
kind
me
of
if I'm wrong, but becoming a patient is not a very difficult process, is it?
Not at all.
Okay.
So it's more or less a loophole. He can have his medical inside, and then if he has 2 renters and has personal use on the outside and maybe another patient, then those 6 go to times however many people are there on the outside.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Vern, I'll have to disagree with you on this one. He grows inside, and if he may say that he's growing plants for his friends, whatever, but,
Right, I don't really, it's not appropriate to talk about individuals, actually, so,
okay, well,
I
I'm just.
I know. I know what you're saying, and we got off of it. I don't want to go too far down that tangent.
Okay, that's fine.
But that's a good one. I'm glad you came, Vern, because we've learned a lot here.
However, Bob, there is a caveat to that opinion, of course. We can also.
What, learning a
regulate-
lot?
We can, no, just a full prohibition. It's a-
Oh,
it's a
oh.
Or regulate, per zone.
Regulate per
Vern
zone.
Mentioned that, and I
Yeah.
think that makes sense.
But-
And, you know, I think it would make sense. If it's a commercial zone, then so be it. You can grow, you know.
Oh, I see what you, and,
Sure.
yep, not in, you're not thinking rural.
That's where I'm heading.
You're
with that.
heading with commercial.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
If it's a commercial enterprise, then it's, I don't want to link the two, but we just went over a very important, short-term rental, and it's where we're
Yeah.
talking about business, not business. This is a business. This is now in a residential, zone.
Right.
So which one is it? One is a business, one's not, but this one is, so I just want to be level playing field.
Yeah,
If
it
it's a
makes
business,
sense.
you're making money, then it doesn't belong in a residential
Rental
zone.
right.
So to that point, how would we then take our recreational users that want to have 4 or 6 plants out back? How do we regulate? Like, I get the whole regulating
Yeah.
the caregivers, because it's a business. They're making money off each one of those plants. The other people that are doing 4 to 6 in their backyard, how do we, do we just put a prohibition on it, or we just say, yeah, you can grow your 6, but you got to grow them in the center of your lot, or go back to a
So that's the
zoning
hard part.
issue?
I started thinking about the acreage, because if somebody has 40 acres and somebody has 3, you can't tell the person with 3 you can't grow just because you don't have 37.
Why not?
more
Why
acres.
can't we
why
say
not?
plant
Yeah.
per acreage?
Because then you're the setback, you know, it would be less than 50 feet if you're, you know, if you have an acre. If you're on an acre lot, then you really couldn't fit the amount of plants you could if you had a 40-acre lot. And then you have to be in the back of your lot, and the back of a 1-acre lot is 110 feet.
Yeah, but I mean, just, let's say you need 2,000 square feet per plant,
Right.
right? So if you have,
Oh, it would reduce the amount of plants
Yeah,
you're allowed to
reduce-
have anyway, yeah.
yeah, but it would still allow for it growing, but it would
Right.
reduce the amount of plants legally that could be grown.
Right, the ratio.
Yeah, if
A
you're
ratio, right.
4-acre minimum, whatever the case may be, and you have to have those setbacks
Right.
all the way around, because you already have your minimum frontage for a buildable lot anyway, 90% of the time anyway. But yeah, I think that's something to consider.
That's a good idea.
One thing I thought about with commercial, and maybe Vern, you can speak to this, where we didn't opt in, if you have a caregiver, I'm not sure if we can allow that in a commercial zone. I'd have to look into it, because I think we had this situation maybe come up. So we're not an opt-in community, so I feel like that puts us in a, if we only allowed it in the commercial zones, does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't think that's an issue. I
Okay.
think you're clear in your ordinance that you are not opting in for adult use in any way, shape, or fashion.
Right.
And then after that, then there's caregiver activities, and then we do require you opt in for caregiver retail stores
But not for the growth.
or dispensaries or inherently hazardous manufacturing. But you don't have to opt in or opt out for caregivers. Matter of fact, you can't opt out for caregivers.
Gotcha.
But you can certainly zone them. A lot of places do.
What do you think about the acreage requirements? Plants per acreage, is that illegal under the system?
I've also seen that done too, where, you know, towns put minimum lot sizes on if you're gonna cultivate outdoors.
Okay.
I've even seen that for retail. I was in one in Piscataquis County this summer at a retail store, and I commented that it was off the main drag down a gravel road. The guy had a sign on the main drag, but he was quite a ways down on the gravel road. And I said, how did you come to set it so far back? And he said, town rules, minimum lot size, 10 acres. And I have to be so far off the road. And I said, that's kind of different. I hadn't heard of that being that big before for retail. And he said, well, he said, it's the way, he said, the town doesn't have zoning. He said, and they didn't want us on Main Street. So he said, this is how they came up with it. And he said, I'm fine with it. He said, I bought a 10-acre plot and I built my store. So, I mean, people work with it. And that's why I say with, you know, with home rule, you know, you all can do what suits the town of Raymond best in a lot
Okay.
of these ways.
What are we thinking?
And one thing to remember, it has to pass town vote too. So if it gets too complicated and too onerous, people might look at it and say, no, I don't like this. And then we're left back where we started.
Right.
So that's one
But that's always, I mean, it's.
Oh, yeah, it's
yeah,
always
it's
a
always
risk.
a.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like we might limit the number of outdoor, caregivers just by limiting either the, if we are doing density or square footage, if they can't use the entire 2,500 square feet or 150 plants, then they're going to be better off growing indoors anyway.
Right.
And they can't do both.
Yeah, and if they're on the smaller lot, then they're forced to grow inside anyway, if they're a caregiver, or even if they're not a caregiver, I guess.
So then do we need ordinance for indoor growing? Like when we discounted all the
I think-
scrubbers and all that stuff
Well, right,
last time?
air scrubbing, I think. It's kind
We'd have
of-
to have that all back,
Yeah.
right?
Back to air scrubbing.
Back to air scrubbing. And do we want to do, I mean, I kind of like the plants per acreage. I think that doesn't take away the rights of anybody to actually grow a plant. If they have the space to do it, they can grow up to 6 plants if they've got enough acreage to support it. Right? They can grow 12 plants if they have enough acreage to support it.
I think you limit it, well, as a, yeah.
Yeah, right,
Depending
6
on
and
how
6.
you have your licensing.
Yeah. So we just have to,
Are we talking just for the caregivers or for everybody?
everybody.
Okay.
I mean, I make it simple because you're concerned about it getting too complicated. I'll wink at you.
Would we still have in setbacks as well? Would we increase those? Because I know right now we have we reference the agricultural ones. Do we feel like there's maybe a better set of setbacks that might be more appropriate, or still sticking with the agricultural? So no, that's kind of the question. It's more agricultural aligned than probably anything else that we have. Or do we make a new standard?
We have to address the distance from
I think
the
we-
plant to a house.
The
a
house,
home.
to home.
That's,
Yeah, we would need
that's gonna be the
some
only way to
type of
address the
standard
outdoor
for that.
odor, I think, is to increase that distance.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I mean. We
certain,
have to
certain road
address the
setback and a
distance,
certain
not
property line setback.
Setback,
maybe.
yeah.
Then that way it would,
Because if you don't do a road setback, then they could have them in their front yard.
Exactly.
Right.
Kids are driving by on their bikes and they have to smell it, so.
All right.
Sure.
So let's get, so we're going with setback. We're going to change setback, specific setbacks for, I can't even spell, for the plants. We're going to go with some sort of acreage requirement per plant. Universal, applies to everybody.
Yeah, density standards or something.
And we're going back to our indoor verbiage language for scrubbers. No odor can leave the establishment, yada, 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 right?
Yeah, the property lines more or less. Their property or their structure. How
The
would,
structure.
How would that be? Jason?
We're talking about indoor now,
We're talking indoor now.
but the outdoors would, you're not gonna be able to address any outdoor grows with scrubbers.
No, just the indoor scrubbers,
indoor.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It would
if
be
there-
just
if there's
the
an,
indoor
if there's,
structure, right?
if there's an indoor grow and you can smell it from outside, I mean, that's kind of,
No, I think Steve, you're talking about the structure, right?
Yeah, does it have to be off the property line or just like going by the road and you smell it? Because if the house is close to the road and you have one air scrubber, you really need two. I guess that's my question is, where are you measuring that from?
I mean, I assume it'd be the property line.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
I think that would make the most sense.
And I guess we want an additional setback for the structure that we normally would, instead of the 25 feet, but now it has to be 50 feet
Yeah, I
setback?
think all agricultural buildings need a building.
Yeah, all the ag buildings now are 50 feet.
50 feet.
I mean,
But
we
if
may
we
need to
were-
define, oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, that's what I meant earlier. If we wanna make a new standard though, like if that structure is dedicated that use type, then if we're interested in making it larger, then we could do that as well.
Yep, and we may want to define what the greenhouse is, under like, the building codes. Those hoop houses probably wouldn't qualify since they're supposed to be temporary, they're generally temporary. They don't necessarily fall into the greenhouse category, so we may have to just kind of add a definition of what, make that, include that as a structure that needs to meet setbacks, because there may be a loophole there, because just from a building code standpoint, they don't necessarily consider those like the same type of structure as like a greenhouse that has more solid walls and a more permanent footprint.
Okay. Vern, back to you for one more quick question. A greenhouse can be considered sun-grown, right?
Yes.
How does it move from sun-grown to indoor?
I guess what it is that a greenhouse can be considered sun-grown outdoor cultivation, depending upon the type of the greenhouse, right?
Right.
So if you're looking at, your standard hoop house with, a certain mill poly over the hoops, and they, those roll up on the sides to allow ventilation and things like that. That's what I think of when I say greenhouse. But, we also have facilities that are year-round cultivations that are running greenhouses because they have polycarbonate walls and ceilings and roofs that allow sunlight all the time. And they are climate controlled. They're on a concrete slab. A lot of those are heated. They've got shades that draw to control the amount of sunlight that comes in and doesn't. I mean, so a greenhouse can be an indoor cultivation, depending upon how it's constructed and how it's heated.
Okay, so our plant limits will apply greenhouse or not greenhouse,
Or a controlled environment.
right? Because so the scrubbers are only going to be year-round cultivation.
Indoor, yeah.
Indoor year-round cultivation. Does that work?
We'll see.
We'll have to run this by Vern. What else? What are you guys thinking? Kevin, you okay with all this?
Yeah, somewhat.
But tell us the somewhat.
Well, I mean, getting the definition of indoor, outdoor,
Oh, right.
and, the greenhouse and anything that's, I think it's going to be anything that's completely enclosed, must have some mitigation. And if it's grown outdoors, then we got to go with this, the setbacks of the lot sizes and the setbacks. Because
Kevin,
if you can open it, if you can open it up, it's outdoors, and it's still going to have the same odor effect.
If we're limiting, just as for argument's sake, if we're limiting due to the acreage to 3 plants, is it going to matter if those 3 plants are in a greenhouse or not in a greenhouse?
Well, again, the definition of the greenhouse, if it can be opened up, and depends on the size of the lot.
But the size of the lot's going to determine only 3 plants.
So that's pretty small,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And now and those 3 plants, like, has been stated, could be pretty big.
Right.
And if they're within, 25 feet of the lot line, you're still going to get quite a bit of odor at certain times of the year.
So you're coming down more on no plants at all?
No, well, again, that's the lot size, and maybe we have to, even if it's only 3, maybe we got to have a bigger lot size and a larger setback, if they're going to be outdoors.
Okay.
I do have a question in terms of enforcement for Vern. I think there was a public comment a while ago about protections on who could inspect. And so I guess if the town is adopting standards that are stricter than state statute, when you're going out there for these facilities to reference whatever standards you are, is that something you would coordinate with the town code officer to try to meet up there on site? Would Jason only be reviewing the town standards and then you'd be going off of the state things? Or is he allowed to, what was it? There's like certain.
Yeah, you're right. It was a medical discrepancy between a medical caregiver allowing the town to come in and do inspections because technically they're not allowed in their medical facility, not being a caregiver.
Thank you. Yes.
I remember that conversation.
Yeah.
Very good.
Pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah, it was an interesting one. So I just want to make sure, like, if this is something where we're pursuing this, that, he still has that authority to be there on site or, at least referencing the criteria we'd come up with.
Sure. So typically what happens is that my office, our compliance inspectors, will schedule and inspect and work independently of local municipalities, mostly because we don't want to just feel like you have to come because we're going. We're going to inspect and we're going to address issues that are specific to state statute and rule. We do work cooperatively with code enforcement officers all the time, and if the code enforcement officer wants to join us, we allow that. And we've also joined them if they think that there are issues that we would need to address, then we're happy to work cooperatively. As far as access is concerned, the statute talks about the caregiver securing the cultivation facility and limiting access to it. So it doesn't mean that you couldn't make them open the door and look inside, but you may not be able to enter that cultivation area. There have been some changes in statute around that. I know it was loosened for the adult use standards, and it may have been loosened for medical. I'd have to check that and get back to you on that. But there's definitely no reason why you couldn't gain enough access to confirm compliance with municipal statutes or codes.
So I guess we will, you're a builder, what kind of size? Square footage size
For what?
for one plant?
Oh, I don't know how you calculate that. I don't know.
Well, an acre is what, 40,000?
43,560.
So,
Roughly a 200 by 200 square.
200 by 200, so you want to put 2 plants on that lot?
Well, what are our town standards? We've got
Yeah.
1 acre in the village, right?
Yep.
We've got 3 acres in the,
Rural.
or 2, I
2 and
guess,
3,
in the,
yeah.
yeah.
1, 2, and 3. Yep.
Okay.
Well, it's actually 40,000 in the village, but.
Okay, just under it,
Yeah.
1. So maybe that, if it was less than 1, we wouldn't even, if you have less than an acre, you can't
You can't do it.
do it outdoors.
Or 1 plant, I mean, 1 plant on an acre
Yeah,
with the setbacks is going to be pretty restrictive.
yeah, but if you're like on Main Street, those houses are pretty tight next to each other, you know?
Those all don't have the same road frontage either, do they?
No, there's some grandfathered lots that are.
Really skinny ones.
Yeah, I mean, and most of the really small ones would be like back lots by some of the lakes from the old subdivisions. Anything that Clifford Swan did.
Right, where you're driving through someone's backyard to get to your property in some cases. So at that point, how do you calculate that?
Vern, did you mention, sorry to keep on making you get up and back, did you mention that there were some municipalities that did restrict to acreage? Plants to acreage, did I hear that?
I'm not aware of any that restricted the number of plants per acre.
Okay.
I am aware of setting minimum lot sizes and then limiting, like the number of caregivers that can cultivate on that lot.
Okay. Thank you.
But doesn't mean it can't be done. Maybe you're just more creative than everybody else.
Yeah, no, I understand. I was looking for a
I'm
number.
just not
Yeah.
aware of any.
What do you guys think?
I was looking for the Hollis ordinance. They have an ordinance. I thought they had regulated the smell going over the line, but I don't find it on here.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they tried and then they said, we can't, the smell thing is just so subjective.
It is.
If a skunk could spray something somewhere and then all of a sudden you smell that, you confuse the two,
Yeah.
it happens.
Yeah.
So somebody could be,
They could have a finer sense of smell, and somebody could have no sense of smell.
exactly.
Can't, the smellometer.
Right. I've seen something like that, but I don't think we want to foot the bill. I don't think,
Right.
it's not cheap.
10,000 square feet, one plant per 10,000 square feet, going once.
Can we make a max limit? I mean, could we say, up to whatever,
Yeah,
max
we could-
size lot, and, let's say you have a 50-acre lot, you still can only have 6 plants.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What do you think?
10,000 square
10,000
feet?
square feet,
It's 4 per,
It's a half acre-ish,
Quarter.
quarter of an
a
acre,
quarter of
so
an
it's 4 per acre.
Yeah.
4 per acre?
I thought we said that 2 was too much for an acre.
No, we were just, do you want to do 20,000? I just threw it out there. I have no idea what
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't think there is a good way to do it.
I feel like this is just arbitrary numbers.
Oh,
we're
yeah,
throwing out.
exactly.
I don't need to
That's why I'm
It
just
is.
like, I don't want to comment. I don't know how to measure that. I don't know how I'm not sure.
Can we do a little research on it? And I feel like we
Sure.
need to
That's a
figure out
great
if there's
idea.
other towns that do this.
Yeah.
And we'll task with Brett with coming up with a number
Let's go.
in the, draft.
Yeah, no, I think that's something, it's all online and just it takes a little bit of time, but probably.
Ask ChatGPT. They'll tell us, right?
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
Could do that now.
I would be curious to, like any public surveys that had been done in other communities too. I was trying to see in here for our comprehensive plan. I didn't quite see any major themes that really popped up regarding this specific issue. But I'm sure there's other communities as well that, probably during, whether it's the adoption of their comprehensive plan or other ordinances, that there may have been some public engagement, results that said community feels strongly this way or that way, and might also give some direction as well. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Vern? Vern, thank you very much for coming.
My pleasure.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate the information. You made us a lot smarter, and
Need more help? Give me a call.
yeah, we might not do that because.
Make more work for you.
Thank you, Vern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll work with the draft. You have enough to work with the draft over there?
Yeah, I think I have plenty.
Okay.
A lot to chew on.
One thing we talked about, like a plot plan, would that be for anyone to grow?
Yes.
Okay.
Outdoors,
Yep.
right?
Yes. Yeah, outdoors.
Yeah.
Okay.
So recreational needs to get a permit with a plot plan? Is that what we're saying?
That's what it
That's what
sounds
we're
like.
Okay, I just want to be sure.
I have a feeling a lot of people aren't gonna go for that permit.
I have that same feeling.
Right, I think that will address your problem. I mean,
As long as it's not per person.
no, it's gonna be tied to the lot. Size of the lot. Yep.
Well, it sounds like, you've got this limit if you're this limit if you're this, but it seems like you can just pile them on top of each other.
Yeah.
So what is the?
It's a big
yeah.
gray area.
Yeah. So, we have someone.
Laurie Wallace, 36
Hi, Laurie.
Rock Road. Hi. Just a quick question. Would Ray's neighbor be grandfathered so that this would not impact his,
No. We're not gonna make it grandfathered.
so you have that option?
I'm pretty sure we do.
Okay.
Yeah, it said one crop a year, so it seems like it would have to, every year
reset, sure.
reset type of thing.
Be similar to the short-term rentals.
Sure, right. We license.
That's.
there we go.
Even. One doesn't weigh more than the other. It's even. The fee structure too could go up.
Peter Levitt Road, yeah, just comments because the comprehensive plan was mentioned, so I've got to say something. And basically, there was nothing in the comprehensive plan or in any of our surveys that registered any concerns regarding the town and adult grows or medical grows of marijuana. I don't recall anything like that at all. What I will tell you is that the comprehensive plan and what we heard from the community was very clear about what we need to do is look very much at commercial entities in residential areas.
All right. We're down to staff communications and updates. Are you here, sir, ma'am?
I'm Debbie Gearing. I live at 73 Jenny Hill Road, down the road from where Ray lives. I will tell you, this is all new to me, and I just found out about this a while ago, but the smell was unbelievable all summer long coming from the resident that Ray has been talking about. And I have small kids at my house. I'm not happy with this, I'll tell you that right now. And now, I guess they're purchasing the house that's next door to me that I have a concern about that they're gonna start growing a lot over there as well. So that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Ray approached me, and he's been talking to some of our neighbors too, but I will tell you the smell has been horrendous. I don't know how many plants they had. I don't know. I didn't know anything about it till like the beginning of the summer. But it was hot and humid all summer long.
Yep.
It was horrendous. You couldn't even get away from it. Like you said, you couldn't open your doors, you couldn't open your windows, you couldn't go outside. It was horrendous. So I just want to put my 2 cents worth in there, so.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm not looking forward to it continuing.
All right. Staff communications updates?
Yeah, we didn't receive any applications today, which was the deadline for the November meeting. So in terms of development review, kind of things like that,
Yep.
there's nothing on the agenda for November. So
Where are we on the banquet hall? And we did get an email concerning the banquet hall. Right, and,
we did.
and we've tacked that on a couple of times. I just wanted to make sure that we have allowed for enough input.
Okay.
I think there's some confusion as well. But, that's not really directed at you.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
looking at you, but it's not really directed at you.
Yeah, I know it wasn't put on the agenda for this evening. So,
No.
obviously
Well, I'm squeezing it in under updates.
Yeah.
Making it legal.
I think we could, I think that's something where if we wanted to review it next month as well, like just like the final, just what all the standards look like combined together with the definition, the zones in which it's permitted. We talked about last time the conditional use standards and the
Right.
additional standards on top of that with the timing of the events and things
Yep.
like that. So, and that could all be its own thing and talked about next month if you'd like.
Is that, I do feel a little uncomfortable on this one.
It seemed like it got lost a little bit.
Yeah.
Reading the letter kind of brought it back, but I also agree that that was the next step, is to put a draft together with all those, the zone conditions, and so I don't know about where it fell off from last time, but that's where we're
But
ready to.
you feel the same?
Yeah,
way,
it's
the
kind
same
of
way that-
disappeared, like,
what,
yeah.
Disappeared. Okay, good. I just thought it was just me. Okay, so let's, Sandy, let's get the banquet hall on the agenda for November, please.
Yes, that's one of the things that I sent you earlier today in the list of things that I believe should go on.
But now I've said it, so it's official.
Oh, okay, you got it.
All right. And that is it, I think. That's the only 3 things, right? That we've got working. Am I right on that?
Yeah. Any other ordinances you want to do?
Well, parking came up as a discussion item in this, but I think we just kind of,
Noise.
yeah, noise, parking and noise, but we just kind of avoided it.
For,
Oh, for STRs?
Yeah, I don't want to put it into SDRs. I'm just wondering if we want, if it's
yeah,
an
that'd be like a
ordinance.
separate ordinance amendment, I guess, technically, because we're referencing our land use ordinance within the short-term rental ordinance, and then adding in that parking standard within there.
Right.
So that'd be a separate thing, yep.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'm okay then.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a
Second.
second?
Yep.
All those in favor?
Hi.
Jennifer, thank you for letting me pick on you. It always makes the meeting go fast.
Okay, it's unanimous and the motion passes. Okay. So congratulations to Mr. Wright. Thank you for applying. I would like to thank all three of the candidates for applying
Yes, thank you.
and expressing their interest to serve the town. We appreciate that. The chair will now open up the discussion for a public comment. Is there anyone on Zoom?
No one.
Okay, thank you. Is there any Budget Finance Committee comment?
My only comment is, I guess in September, we're gonna have to buckle down and really do an analysis on what's going on in the past with money and where we're going in the future, because we're in the beginning of that budget phase.
Yes. Yes, we're going to roll up our sleeves and dig in, starting in September. So, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I really am. All right, the other thing is that tonight we have scheduled a tour of the 2 fire station buildings here in Raymond, and we were originally going to begin at the Route 302 location, but in the interest of time, instead of traveling across town to get there, we're just going to start right here at the building on Route 85, Webb's Mills Road. So I just wanted to put that out there. And our next meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, September 17th. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Make the motion to adjourn?
A second. Okay. And we stand adjourned.
Welcome to the September 10th, 2025 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. We'll start with roll call. Jackie?
Jackie Sawyer?
Stephen Clark.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Mark Childs.
And Suming.
Kevin Woodbury.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the minutes of the August 13th meeting. We have 2 tabled items, the proposed short-term rental ordinance and the proposed draft for the marijuana regulation ordinance, followed by new business of the Port Harbor Marine Holding modification to an approved project and Sebago Solar's modification to an approved project. Discussion on when we can move our November and January meetings, and if we get that far, a workshop on the banquet halls. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinance or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations must be held in advance till after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. All right, first order of business is the August 13th minutes. Is there a motion and discussion?
Move to adopt the August 13th minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Done. All right. Could I get a quick motion to remove the short-term rental ordinance from the table for discussion?
So move.
And seconded?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, my plan for the short-term rental discussion this evening is Phil Saucier, our town attorney, did I pronounce that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Has, in fact, you can take Ed's spot. Is going to join us this evening for a little bit of time this morning, this afternoon, excuse me. We're going to start off with questions from the board and discussions of a couple of the proposed ordinances that we have in the works. And I do hope to hold maybe about 15 or 20 minutes of Phil's time near the end, depending upon how long this goes, for any discussion or questions from those of you that have attended this evening or have Zoomed in. So to start with the board, questions? I know the question that's come up often has been, is a short-term rental a business?
Good question. So typically it's not defined that way in most of the ordinances, and I sort of pulled together a number of ordinances around the state that have started to regulate these. And there's probably 7 or 8 of them at this point, maybe a few more. It's typically defined, the rental of residential units generally are defined as specifically not commercial. That's in a lot of different ordinances. Raymond's doesn't say that specifically, but you'll typically see that. And the reason for that, obviously, is because people rent their houses or they rent apartments in residential districts. And so a long time ago, before we even had short-term rentals, that was clarified that way in the zoning ordinances. So typically it's not seen that way. It is regulated now as a type of use, at least, maybe not commercial. I have not seen that terminology in a lot of other ordinances, but you certainly can regulate it through either a licensing ordinance and or your zoning ordinance. You can do both. Right, so you can decide, you can define it as a use, which I think you're starting to do.
Mm-hmm.
You can decide which districts it's allowed, if any. All right, so you can say it's all districts or certain districts, so that's the zoning side of it. You can have performance standards, meaning, okay, if we're going to do it, are there rules around it? Are there sort of, distance rules from each other? You see some towns have distance rules.
Distance rules is how?
Yeah, there's actually one community that says you can't have it closer, one STR can't be closer as, distance. That's one way to do it. That's I only know one town that does that.
Okay.
But all kinds of other kind of standards. Your ordinance, I know that Brett has been helping with you, does have performance standards, where you are currently. I know it's just in draft form. So certain rules. So it's not necessarily commercial, but you're treating it as a separate use, and so you can regulate it, essentially. So that distinction doesn't necessarily matter. It matters how you're going to regulate, right, to me. This is starting to get in a place I think is a pretty good place from my perspective. I did have a chance to talk with staff and others at some point. The one thing I did notice here is that and maybe it's an earlier version, it did delete the definition of short-term rental and kept in a long-term rental. I still think you need that definition because it uses that term short-term rental throughout. I mean, that's really what you're doing here. You're potentially going to regulate short-term rental, so you should say what it is. And the typical definition is less than 30 days of rental. That's the typical. You could make it something different. But a lot of other, that's what, if you look around, I looked around South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, Falmouth, Kennebunkport, Freeport, those are the towns that have them, and they all have about 30 days or less.
30 days total for a year?
Or less.
Or less.
Per rental is considered
Per rental,
short-term
okay.
rental, right. Beyond 30 days, again, you could have your own local definition, is typically just seen as a traditional rental, right? Someone needs a house for a period of time, or they're renting an apartment to live in. But you need to have that definition, define what an STR is. So that's one comment I had. I think the rest of it is, you left a spot here for fees. You can have fees for this. Is sort of a license in some ways, akin to a license. You're allowed to have fees. Any fee you charge for a license has to be reasonably related to the cost to the town of implementing that program. So in other words, what the Maine courts and legislature have said is you can't use fees to essentially raise revenues for the town. You can't use it as a way to tax. You can use it to essentially offset the cost of the program. So the code enforcement office work, the clerk's office work, you can kind of build that in, and you can look around and see what other communities are doing. I think you would ask me, could you have different tiers of fees? I think you could. Okay. You could. In other words, you could have sort of a STR 1 license versus an STR 2 license. One is someone who wants to rent a few times a year. You may want it, that's less onerous on the town. Or someone who wants to rent all the time. That could be a different fee. Okay. I think you could do that. You just define what that means.
And can we have different restrictions or put in place for those different licenses?
You could. Okay. Within reason. What I'd want to see is, as you think about it, is I'd review it for you and give you feedback on what those kinds of things are. Just to give you an example, I pulled a couple. Some communities, South Portland being one of them, I think Portland just added this, makes a distinction between owner-occupied houses with short-term rentals versus non-owner-occupied houses, and has different rules as it relates to that. The idea being, I suppose, from a policy perspective, it's owner-occupied, the owner's there, they may take care of the property, or they're going to oversee it a little bit more than someone who's not there. So some communities do that. They either prohibit it altogether if not owner-occupied, or they just have different rules around it. Maybe it's more, more restrictive. I knew this question would come up, so I just have to say, I think that's okay. But there is one court in the country that has said it's not okay to do that. It's out of Louisiana. It's a federal court, though. They've said it would violate the due process, the reverse commerce clause, I should say. Meaning, because you're treating essentially people who may live here differently than people who don't live here, and that's potentially a constitutional issue. But that has not been raised in Maine or the First Circuit, which is the circuit we live in for the federal circuit. And I know that at least 3 or 4 towns in Maine have those kinds of restrictions.
So Phil, you mentioned zoning. That we could have it authorized in some zones and not authorized in other zones.
Yes.
If we did licensing on maybe a tier basis of something 4 weeks of less of rental, and then another tier for 12 weeks or less, and then more than 13 weeks, could those be broken up into zones so that, let's say our shoreland zone, a 4-week per year rental license would be appropriate and would not be.
You could, yeah.
But a full license of 13, 14 weeks more would not be acceptable.
Would not be allowed in that particular zone.
Right.
Yes, I do believe you could do that.
Okay.
I do believe you could do that, yep.
Because I know I mentioned this to you, we have those 3 kind of groups that we're trying to not minimally impact on some, but have it tiered up so that we have more of a control over those that are, I'm going to use the word business, but those that are running it as.
They're running it more often at a minimum, yeah.
Yeah, and that's acceptable.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. How about somebody else?
Well, speaking of zones, my question would be, could you do an overlay zone specific to STRs if we wanted to have a zone just for them?
Yeah, I assume you could. I assume you could. I mean, you could. I should say assume you could. I think you could. The difference is, so when you do an overlay zone, that's when you're trying to determine, so you would be allowing them essentially, and you want to lay it over your existing zone. So but it may not be all of those zones. Is your point? Yeah. So you could certainly do that. That's allowed under Maine law to have overlay zones. you would have to treat it, it's a new zone, and so you have to make sure that the map is adopted as part of the amendment to the land use ordinance as well. Yeah.
One of our questions that kind of comes up often is limiting or controlling the amount of individuals that are at the particular house for a rental at different times.
Yep.
So, as an example, if we were to have, let's say, the traditional main camp, let's call it Tier 1, whatever,
Yep.
and we would have a minimal restriction on how many individuals could be there during the day and that could stay overnight, and then have different sets of restrictions for a rental that's going to be
Like a single bed rental or something.
Well, no,
versus
more
like a party.
Yeah,
potential.
right,
Yeah.
yeah. So that, I mean, can we say, it's, the standard has always been 2 per bedroom, is kind of the accepted.
Yeah.
And then we'd say, well, it could be 2 per bedroom plus 2 additional adults plus family during the day, but the evening, sunrise, sunset, whatever, would only be the max occupancy of...
So an occupancy limit. Yeah,
Yeah,
you could do that too.
We could
as
do
well.
that too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the one thing to remember is, and you can do all of these things, but one of the things I always sort of caution you is the more rules you put in there, the more you have to enforce them.
Right.
And so sometimes we put rules in place, but it's very difficult it's the code officer is going to be doing the job.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind, that like it's going to be, a lot of these times, he's not going to be able to go around each of these houses, so it will be often complaint-based is how that usually gets reviewed, and that does its job too. People will report on people for sure.
Right.
But that means that the code officer's job will have to go out and look at it. That's part of why you have fees for these things, because it will cause more work.
And then those fees can be adjusted based upon how often the rentals are, right? Yep.
Yeah, you could have different classes. And then each year, as you know, your select board, typically the town meeting gives the select board the option, I'm forgetting if you do that in Raymond, to set fees. And so that could be looked at each year and what that is based on the intensity of use of your staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that was super helpful.
Good.
Yeah. Jack? No? You guys
I mean, I have
loads
more of a
questions.
question, but it's more of
Hit a
like,
lot of
how do
them.
you enforce a
Right.
limit of
And-
how often it gets rented out? How do you monitor that and police that?
I mean, that's a good question. I mean, so some of it will be complaint driven. Some of it is, there are tools out there that I know some of these towns use. You have to pay for it, but you would build it into your fee structure. There's companies that actually watch STRs. And what they do is they scrub the internet to see the listings on the various listing sites. I'm not an expert in this. I've heard people talk about it in meetings.
Yeah.
Your staff could call some of the towns that work with these companies, but it's just like a subscription service, and they actually give you a report. They know how many times it's been rented, at least if they're doing it online.
Okay.
So that's one way some towns do the enforcement.
Actually, our permitting software reached out recently and said that they had all those tools.
Is that right? They probably saw somewhere that you were talking about that.
They didn't even know.
Okay.
They were just cold calling. And
Okay.
they have a scraping tool that goes Airbnb, VRBO,
Yep.
and it pulls all that information in and
Yep.
helps with
There you go.
enforcement.
So, yeah, I knew that. Yeah.
Okay.
It's always a business is kind of figure out how to have a
Yeah.
business. Right?
Right.
So then, happy to review drafts again too. I know you guys are getting close to moving something forward, but you guys can email me and I can send red lines or comments.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
Yeah.
the last ones around.
Okay, good.
I think we'll incorporate most of the suggestions.
Good.
Yeah. All right. Mark? Come on, Mark, you had loads of questions.
Oh, I know. I want to reduce the regulations. Less questions, less regulations. So I'm good to go. I think we've reviewed quite a few options here. We've reduced some, got good answers. I think we can move forward now.
Okay. Yeah, that was a lot faster than I expected.
Well, I guess I got a specific question.
go.
Oh, sure.
It's more, the Part 5, where am I? C5A, Public Health and Safety. Who decides whether there's a public health or safety issue? And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for people to take advantage of calling a safety situation just to interrupt somebody's ability to rent their STR.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and we may want to put a little more definition around that. So typically that will be calls of service. So either the this case, the sheriff's department or the fire department, or there may have been, because you're right, you don't want it to just be someone had issued a complaint, but there wasn't a there. That's not fair to the owner of the property either. But as defined, it says public health, safety, or welfare issues which occurred on the premises during the immediately preceding year and were not satisfactorily resolved and are likely to recur. So maybe we could tweak that a little bit to suggest maybe there's a code violation, there's a public safety call for service, that kind of thing, versus just a broad.
There needs to be some type of investigation into the complaint.
It's got to be
issued as a complaint against the.
That's right.
Yep.
So that's a good point. We can do another round. Once there's another round, I can provide some comments. Yeah.
Okay. Brett, do you have a question, Hal?
No, just really, I think a general comment. I think in terms of like long-range planning efforts, currently right now there are no standards that the town has, and I think we've heard a lot from the public in terms of trying to find a middle ground. And, I think we're close, and I think what this is really is a starting point. I think it's a great place for us to build upon and really begin collecting that data like we've talked about. That way we can move forward and kind of continue to build upon this document and make it a living document to really match the needs of the town. So I'm proud of the work that we've put into it, and I've loved the passion from the community on both sides. So I'm really looking forward to continue working on this, wrapping it up.
Okay, is the board happy then? Okay, so I will open it up for a couple of questions from the community. We're not going to take up a lot of Phil's time. Yep. Be silly to say no.
You love me. Come on. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I just have a quick question. So a lot of our town is private roads that are maintained by the residents on the road, where we have private road associations. So what I've heard in other communities, especially those of us that are on private dirt roads that are on lakes, et cetera, when you have a lot of turnover of the STRs, right? A lot more people than you would normally have if they were residential, and they're doing damage to the road, and that requires more maintenance. And now the road residents are having to assume the extra cost of the STR owner who's making money on the rental, whereas the other residents aren't making money on the rental, but we're having increased costs to maintain the road because of the increased activity and damage. So how would that work? Like, I know that the town can enforce fees.
Yeah.
Like, what about, because if the town doesn't maintain your road and then the residents are picking that up, how does that work? How are the other residents on the private roads protected from excessive
there may
road
not be a good
maintenance?
answer to that. I mean, so the town's not, as you know, involved in the road maintenance there, so they wouldn't be able to collect fees or anything like that. The town, there's two different ways of doing it, I would think. One is the town could, through its ordinances, decide there's certain areas that STRs are not appropriate, maybe because of the condition of those roads, or maybe when you're doing your zoning and you're looking at where they belong, maybe they don't belong in certain places for the reasons you just articulated. Honestly, probably those are the places people want to stay because they're probably
Exactly, on the lake,
right?
with the dirt roads.
But there could be some circumstances where there's sensitive areas or the road is in such bad repair that when you're doing your zoning, you may decide that's not appropriate. In terms of the private residents, and this is where I said the answer might not be helpful, because there's if you have a road association, then you have more, the road association could create certain rules, similar like a homeowners association.
Right.
Right. Like there's a number of homeowner associations that have prohibitions on accessory dwelling units, things like that. So to the extent there's a formal road association, that association can get together and amend its documents, create rules that way.
Okay.
Some of these roads don't have formal road associations, so that's where there's less of a mechanism to do that and create private restrictions. Again, the town's not involved in that. And I get that question a lot as a town attorney, where there's like, say there are prohibitions in your subdivision association, and they'll come to the town, and we always say that is not our deal. There's two different sets of regulations. There's the public regulations and there's private regulations, and that's the private regulations are enforced by the people who are subject to that contract. which in your case would be a road association or a homeowners association.
I guess I would be afraid of the fact that we don't want to violate state law, right? So there's a lot with ADUs now because of affordable housing and stuff like that. So I guess that's where I am sort of looking to the town because, you know, if we have a road association and there's 20 houses on our road, we're not going to go out and hire an attorney to,
Right.
like, are we in compliance?
I know, well, that's why it's difficult, but
Yeah,
that's
so,
the answer.
but what you're saying is if we have a formal road association that's like, you know, with.
Jennifer, I don't want to cut you off, but there
Okay.
are other people that need.
With the documents, then we can impose.
Something you could look
on the
into at
owner
least within your own.
of the
association.
rental?
But again, that's a private
Okay.
decision, not for the town.
Okay, thank you.
Mark? Go ahead, use your time before it gets cut off.
I appreciate respectful speaking to me. You're already starting. I don't appreciate that. I'm here trying.
I know. Go ahead, Mark. Go.
I think three things here. One is, are we still talking about the same ordinance, or is there a new ordinance you're all looking at that the town no one has seen yet? Just want a quick question.
I'm looking at the one that says draft for 9/10/25 planning board meeting.
So does anyone have that? Was that published to the community?
It's been published, yeah. It's all, well, it's on the net. It's in the town.
I don't think so, but okay. Nobody has. We're all working on the August one.
Sandy?
So if there's a rewritten from a month,
It's on the town website as under planner memo, because that's where the information was.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have looked extensively. I'll go look again. But
Okay.
Nobody has been able to find that. So if there's a new memo, I'll read it. I would say three things. The continued classification of investment property, seasonal camp, I think that is a very unique thing that we're trying to do in Raymond. Every other town lives in a world of hosted and unhosted. We don't really have what I'll say is hosted in Raymond. People often do not rent bedrooms in their lake houses. They rent their properties. And so that is an unhosted rental. Whether that unhosted rental is somebody who lives here, lives
Mark, I just want to stop you for a second, and I will come back to these questions, but really what I was looking for is whether or not you had a question for Phil.
So then Phil, again, that's where, are you seeing a lot of ordinances where they're getting into investment property versus seasonal camp? I'm used to seeing hosted versus unhosted is the most common delineation across the board.
So I will say, it's a good question, and the new draft does not have that distinction. So the new draft does not, so I did see the older draft, and this is updated. So to the extent you can find that draft, I would look at that. That's been deleted out, right? From my
Mark, do you want this one?
Yeah, I think like we had talked about too, like we can't discriminate based on ownership type.
Right.
So that's the struggle really.
So instead, this draft from the most recent draft from Brett really just makes the distinction between. It's really a short-term rental registration and renewal ordinance.
Perfect. I'll read this and come back.
Certificate of
Two would be occupancy. I think great work in the occupancy. I think overall making good progress. I would question two things. One is I understand the septic element and I understand the building element, and I'd be interested in thoughts on occupancy per square foot and different boards or different associations have different recommendations. Some say 1 per 200 square feet, some say 2 per bedroom, some say this. What are you typically seeing on occupancy across these different models? Because this one is written in a septic seems to be the anchoring principle from the
again, it's not, there isn't any, the updated draft doesn't really get into that level of detail. I don't see that. I'll be honest with you, that's not something I'm an expert in. That's something I usually work with, the code officers I work with on that, or the plumbing inspectors in terms of what's appropriate for a certain number of units, for example, a number of occupants per building.
And then I'll read the last one. I think violation-wise, have you seen a lot of towns struggle with this, what will become a community violation nightmare? Everyone's filing complaints against each other, and it becomes how are you seeing that?
I haven't. I'll be honest with you. I don't get a lot of those questions. I don't know if that's not because they're not happening though. It hasn't risen to my office. Where we'll get involved. Obviously, we help with interpretation of questions that come in on violations. If there's ever a actual violation that needs to go to court, we're asked to file those. I have not seen one filed as for an SDR.
Perfect.
Personally. I mean that there isn't one out there that someone's egregiously violating an SDR ordinance, but we haven't prosecuted one.
Okay, I'd strongly say as we continue this process, that has got to be a really big consideration of how do we, and I think we just mentioned it, not have unsubstantiated mass complaints, because that will become a thing. But I'm going to read this. I would, broader topic. I think we've got to do better on document management. Nobody in the town can find documents on the website. It's a nightmare. It should just be posted in the agenda, in my opinion. So the agenda doesn't have it. So I looked all around the website. I did not see an update.
You should just give Sandy a call.
I will. I mean,
Yeah, she'll tell you right where it is.
I don't think a lot of people know where it is.
Go ahead, Peter.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Phil, just a quick question. In the current draft, does it address ADUs with respect to parking?
No, in the ordinance draft?
The only parking piece of it was under our performance standards, section 4C, where we referenced the land use ordinance. For, I think essentially that one was like the multifamily living standard for off-street parking required.
So then our current ordinance basically says for a dwelling, you have to have 2
Correct.
parking. So that would also be included if an ADU was used as a short-term rental, according to the draft you have now. And yet state statute says you cannot limit parking in an ADU. So that was a question I had. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't see that in this current draft, but it's something I can look at.
Yeah.
Because we want to get the governor upset.
I'm Todd Roma, 141 Raymond Hill Road. In your experience, can you quantify the impact of an STR on versus a standard family house? Is that anything, I mean, we've been talking about the STR initiative coming in, and they've done over 3 years of work. I really don't have a good grasp of the impact that an STR is having. Is there any experience that you have behind this? If we're talking, 1-for-1, one family, that's kind of what I've been seeing, but I wanted to get some input.
Yeah, that's not something that I can provide information on. There are people who study this, housing experts and things like that I would defer to. My job is to help write these things and then enforce them. So I'm not a policymaker, right? So the town is deciding the policy. Do you want this kind of regulation or not? What I hear, I can tell you what I hear. The rationale for it is some of the same rationale I'm seeing in yours, that there's at least a perceived impact. Whether that's measurable or not, I can't tell you that. There are a couple housing reports that the legislative committees have done through LD 2003 and 1829. They're on the website. I've read them myself. I wasn't part of those committees. But one of the things they've looked at is the potential impact on STRs and if they take away housing stock or not. That's one of the things that I know people have been studying, but I don't off the top of my head know the answers to those questions.
Okay, thank you. It feels to me as though that's one of the questions that has gone unanswered since we've started this process. And I think it's an important piece to say, if we're talking about the impact on the community, what is the impact? How much does it offset a traditional family? And that hasn't been brought to light in the years that this has been in the works.
Thank you.
All right, from the board, anything last minute questions? Kevin, you okay?
Anybody online,
Oh.
Mike?
I'm good.
All right, go ahead, ma'am. And then I'm going to cut it out, cut this off so we can.
Marilyn Westcott, 172 AI Road. I'm a resident. I just worry about getting too complicated. I think it's important to keep it very simple. My concern is enforcement, and I'd like us to get a base thing started. And I'm afraid if it's too complex and too insidious that way, it will be voted down. I think if we can simplify it to casual rental and business, and then it would require zoning appeals, zoning board appeals if it's a business in a residential area. If we can get that straightened out, I'm concerned that if we start to regulate everybody with how many exits, how many fire things, how many septic systems, I think the town can be really dragged into a lot of lawsuits if there is a problem. Say somebody does suffer injury and they sue the owner. The town, if it's mucking around in such detail, but it leaves out something, or it wasn't able to be enforced in a timely way, it leaves the town very wide open. Is that true, or am I worried over something that I shouldn't be?
I mean, if what you're saying is, yes, I mean, if you have regulations, then that does lead to enforcement of those regulations, which then can sometimes lead to litigation over that enforcement. And the litigation can come from both the town side, which is what we file. If someone really violates an ordinance and they don't, and then they don't come to compliance, the next step is you file in district court. It's a land use enforcement action. So that's a type of litigation. Or, residents could appeal certain decisions of the code officer, for example, and go up through that way too. So I guess the short answer is yes. It's hard to know, if there'll be more litigation or not. Yeah.
All right.
Can I go real quick?
Yeah, Mark, go ahead.
I'll keep it quick. I think two things. One is, candidly, I thought the prior ordinance was much more simple. So just FYI, I think it was a much cleaner version, had a couple little flaws. This is, I think, much further outside what I'm used to seeing in Casco and other towns. So that's just my 2 cents. Two is the occupancy. I still think you have to look at that. Again, a 4,600 square foot, 4-bedroom home would be limited to 10 people.
A lot of questions for Phil. We'll get to this.
So again, I would imagine that would, are you seeing that, those level of occupancies is common?
I can't tell you that I have, but again, I wouldn't. It seems like what you're asking is there's a policy question in there, right? Which is, does the town want to do those or not? That's up for you guys to decide at the town meeting. And then secondly, what is the appropriate number based on the septic system, right? Which is really a code and plumbing question. There's sort of two separate things.
And on that, I think we're going down versus up versus what's either straight septic or it's not.
Yep.
So if you have a bigger septic, you lose. You don't get the extra 2. But if you have a smaller septic, you get penalized based on the way this is written.
So that's a level of detail you guys.
And you've eliminated the waiver section. So that gives us no recourse to go ask for conditional use, which again is a challenge.
All right.
I was really going to get rid of the waivers.
Yeah, I can address that if you want me to.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so and I actually don't have it in front of me, so I can't remember exactly how it was written, but my concern with it was that it was essentially allowing, was it the, who had the authority for the waiver?
I think it was the zoning. I don't think it was the plan.
Yeah, it was the planning board, that's why.
Yeah.
So in essence, it would allow the planning board to grant waivers from these standards, which are in your land use ordinance. And under state law, and arguably they can do some waivers, but under state law, only the zoning board of appeals can grant variances from land use ordinances. And so that was one of my problems with it. The other issue is if these are really just performance standards, it's not a zoning issue. In other words, a planning board should never be allowed to allow a use in a zone that it's not allowed in your land use ordinance, for example. Sometimes the performance standard will be waived, but if you are going to allow waivers, you need to have very clear standards on what the planning board is going to apply, because you don't want planning boards, and this is not me speaking, it's the Maine Supreme Court speaking, you don't want undue discretion, because then you actually get into favoritism and potential discrimination. You want people to know how to get a waiver, what to apply for. That's what you want to know. You don't want to just because apply and then they like you, they don't like that person, right? That's what we want to avoid. So you want very clear standards. So we can maybe look at that, if Brett wants to, if you want to continue that kind of thing, we'll just have to refine that waiver. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Phil.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me. Okay. Have a good rest of your day.
You good for tomorrow?
Yeah, pretty free tomorrow. Yeah, definitely.
Yep. All right.
What do we think about this licensing thing? Take a little notes here. to be 3 tiered licenses, one for like, I think, for 5 or 6 weeks.
Registrations or
license?
For the business license, is that what?
No, what Phil said was that we could, so in order to do a short-term rental, you get a license to do that short-term rental.
That's the term that he wanted to use?
Yeah.
License? Okay.
And we can establish the parameters for that license however we want, and we can have more than one. So we would have the license that basically would encompass the traditional main camp that rents 4 or 5 weeks, during the summer. And we would have a license that would deal, let's say, with maybe a 13-week or less rentals. And then a third license that would have the 14 weeks or more. And we could then have various tiers. One of those things that, and to what Mark was thinking is one of those things that the larger license could also then would be most likely be the larger homes, which could also have more of a leniency on overnight occupancy.
Right.
Right? Yep. But we could still put those regulations in, whereas the traditional main camp that rents 4 or 5 weeks, a year, that's probably not where the parties every weekend are, or where the mass gatherings are, or if they are, they're only 1 or 2 weeks, right, out of the year, where, so because they're not rented that often, so that wouldn't, the impact wouldn't be there. That's kind of so I'm thinking, there is the standard, the 2 per bedroom based on the septic, makes a lot of sense. It also makes a lot of sense that we have an ability to go a little bit higher than that. But it also, I think, we need to make sure that we cap the total number of people that are there for any of the rentals.
Right.
And I think that's fairly easily done. And we talk about kids and the infants, whatever. But if you go with, its back occupancy is two per bedroom, and you have 2 additional or 4 additional adults, then you have 2 additional families that can come and spend that time at that rental,
Right.
during the day. And, I don't know what community feels, but personally, kid noise is kid noise, that's kind of like the most enjoyable noise,
Yeah.
as
Sure.
opposed to, I think it's enjoyable noise, but as opposed to, the rowdy party that's going through the second keg, that's a different type of party, in my opinion. So it doesn't matter to me if a lot of kids are there, but that's kind of me,
I pretty much agree with that, tiering it out to a point where, again, if you have a house that's over 3,000 or 3,500 square feet, you're on 4 or 5 acres, and you happen to have that frontage, then obviously they shouldn't be treated the same way as your 1,000 square foot camp that you're trying to put 8 or 10, 15 people in.
Right.
So maybe over a square footage, there is a bonus per 2 people, because you got to figure about pull-out couches and stuff like that. But again, there needs to be a limit because the septic is either 4 or 6 bedroom, 3 bedroom typically.
Right.
So we need to keep that in mind as well.
And some max occupancy
Right.
limit.
Yep.
Yeah, Jackie?
Yeah, I was just thinking, rather than trying to enforce how frequently a place is being rented, doing like seasonal versus year-round as a differentiation between a licensure level, that will obviously limit how many times it can be rented in a year. But size could also be a factor to consider rather than like volume of rentals, but maybe looking at either one of those 2 thresholds.
Seasonal as in the number, that's you'd still be-
Seasonal is something that, either pulls lake drawn water or
I
doesn't
see.
have a
You're
heat
talking about the
source,
property
like the
basis.
property
Oh,
itself.
gotcha.
is
Not a
Okay,
year-round
I'm sorry.
camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, not a year-round
Right.
occupied camp.
Something that might be working off of a sistered septic system with a neighbor or something.
Yeah.
I know that's pretty common.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those are typically used, differently, I would say, than,
Okay.
year-round.
So the way the license would work, if someone wanted to establish an SR, STR,
Right.
they would go to get the license, and at that time, they'd meet certain criteria, and you would assign a number of occupancy based on that household size, acreage, and any knowledge of the septic is...
No, I think we would have it, that would be like Jason's job. I mean, we would have it set up as 2 per bedroom with the 2 adults, the basic. And then if an individual comes in with a square foot home, a brand new 5,000 square foot home, then that's justification that Jason can up that limit, up the number that can stay there. But I think it should be on a one-time basis, because, I mean, you are increasing above the septic system. So no matter, I mean, it's okay to increase above the septic system maybe for a week or 2 weeks, but it might not be okay to increase the septic system for 52 weeks out of the year. Now, that's exaggeration, but I mean, that's what, I think we still have to have that cutoff for our system, and then but have the option that people can have, have more people there.
I guess my question was more like, someone can use their judgment to establish an occupancy number based on...
Yes.
Yeah, that's all.
Right.
And each individual STR unit would have a number assigned as a... Yeah.
As max.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of the process.
Yep.
Yep.
Something that actually Jennifer brought up at a previous meeting, because there is, in the septic design rules, it does say any short-term rental would be, you can't be, have more bedrooms in the design. If they were to exceed that, maybe a performance bond would be required.
No, that's a good idea.
In case if the septic fails, that way we ensure we can replace it if we need to. Obviously we want the homeowner to take care of it, but there are situations where that won't happen. They won't be able to in that way up front, some of these systems, because...
That was Jennifer's idea?
Yes, it was, Bob. That's why I love it.
So, it's just a thought. It kind of, I hate being reactive about something, especially with a septic in the shoreline zone, but at least maybe even have a replacement design on file saying if it fails, we have something ready to go and we can take care of it.
So with a bond like this, who is bonded?
It'd be the owner, I imagine.
But that gets tricky. You work with bonds a lot, construction. That's not how a bond really works, though.
This is a performance bond?
Performance bond would be for a town. If a town owned a piece of property and you have a construction site, and the performance bond is if you don't tie the septic in together properly, and it's to cover the cost.
Yep.
But who is bonded in this instance? If there's a bond for this, it's the owner's septic. If the septic fails, the owner's going to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
So who's bonded? Who holds
Are you talking
the
about,
bond?
so there would be enough money to pay for it?
Right. If they can't pay for it, if they say, my septic's failing, I can't pay for it.
The town would have the money to pay for it.
So the town's not paying for it, though. It's private property.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, good point.
So they'd have to sign an easement.
Well, another thing I've seen too in some ordinances.
I'm confused. Who's
they require like evidence of insurability to show proof that if something were to happen on the property as well,
They're insured
that they
for
would
it.
they would be insured for it as well.
Yeah.
So that's another common standard actually that quite a few.
so
of these
insurance, not
Insurance
a
would pay for it.
bond, not a
The
bond.
insurance, yeah.
Okay,
Like an insurance that your
term bond is-
septic system fails, you're within 250 feet, and you know that if you don't have the money to do it, the insurance company's going to pick up the bill for it. That doesn't leave the town responsible
Right.
for anything.
Yeah, so that could be another standard, the evidence of insurability. That could certainly
That's easily.
copy paste that from any ordinance. So.
All right.
It's not very often you pay for a bond for your own property.
No, yeah, I know.
That was kind of strange. Like I wouldn't force anybody to purchase a bond for their own property.
Could we go back? And I'd just like to kind of get see if we can put some of this stuff. The August 13th draft that actually Phil had looked through.
Are we able to ask questions before you move on?
No, but you will be able to ask questions as soon as we get something done. Switch glasses. So in section 4, those performance standards, Can we just agree that that the base occupancy limit is the 2 per bedroom, and delete out all this stuff about extra guests and +2s, and it's in there? Just leave that occupancy within short-term rentals limited to the maximum of 2 overnight guests per legally permitted bedroom, period.
Could we say that, or as many bedrooms as the septic system is designed
Sure.
for?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's like one or the other?
Right.
Whichever's
Yeah.
greater?
Whatever's greater, that's fine. And, okay, is that, all right. I'm gonna take that as a yes. And then I'm thinking we could add I, which would read something like daytime occupancy, sunrise to sunset, is limited to a maximum of 4 adults over the established occupancy limit for the property. And that allows at least 2 families, right, to join in. We're not getting into the kids mode. It's 2 adults. Is that?
Are we allowed to leave any judgment on Jason for stuff like that? Like, again, on a big home, 4
Yes.
more people?
I think we'll get to that to the license.
Gotcha.
Yep. Is that all right? Okay. So can we do this along a little bit here? Can we just say that we agree that the performance standards in section 4, adding the insurance then that Brett and Jason were just talking about is a go, is accepted?
Yeah.
Is there any objections?
The only thing I would say is, do we want to have a replacement system designed on file? Or you're just going to just say, if the septic fails?
Yeah.
They're going to be responsible for the new design and the septic.
Based on current system.
Yeah.
It's
Is that good? All right. Then, in the discussion part, I'd like to, I think that, and I'll ask you guys, I don't think we want to not rule this out for particular zones, right? Is that, we don't want to go that route, do we?
No.
No, okay. So then, can we either add to section 3 or make it a new section, our licensing tiers, and make that a 3-tier category? And just numbers off the top of my head, which I'm jotting down right now, 4 weeks or less, 8 weeks or less, or maybe make that, 8 weeks or less, so it covers almost the whole season, and then 8 weeks and more would be a 3-tier level. And those numbers,
weeks, yeah.
I mean, you guys got better numbers, that's fine with me. I'm just gonna, I just want to.
I mean, do you see what the average is on these every year, the new ones that are being built?
We have no idea.
History on it.
Because we have nothing to pull from.
Right.
Who we asked? Mark?
Well, I mean, this is just to get the license format done.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Right,
mean,
just
10
kind of
weeks
like
kind of
3-tier.
covers the
Exactly.
summer and the shoulder
Yeah.
weeks. 10 weeks is, I mean, that's
10 weeks?
essentially what your seasonal rentals are going to be, is
Yeah.
10 or under.
Available to rent?
Okay. So we got 10 weeks,
Well,
so
I
you want
guess
to do
you
4
never know,
weeks?
right?
No conversations yet, please? 4 weeks or less? Between 4 to 10 weeks is our second tier, and then over 10 weeks? Jackie, is that what you want?
Yeah, I think so.
Fair. Okay. Then, within those tiers then, we have a set of safety standards that are going to apply to all 3. Right? The code inspection, the weighing inspection, the safety inspection, right? And then to those, we have the cost is also tiered. Then the scrubbers and all that other stuff, you're renting more, you're going to pay more, right? And then in that, and this is an assumption, that those properties that are renting higher, a large number are going to be our larger homes, which could then support more than, periodically, not consistently, more than the 2 adults per bedroom that right? Our septic, and that, I think we can exceed, I know you're probably not by law, right, but you can exceed a septic's design for
Yeah, I'm not going to
2 or 3 weeks, right?
Knock on doors and do head counts.
Yeah, exactly. So, so we have the 2 weeks, but in a newer, larger septic, or a septic that's over-designed, which is very common, then maybe you've got a 10-bedroom septic, but you've got 3 bedrooms, you should be allowed to use the 10-bedroom septic, right? Because that's, because we're controlling it by septic, right? And those decisions can be made. We don't have to put that in the ordinance. We can put the ordinance that that determination is the baseline.
Yep.
And then above the baseline is determined by the code based upon square footage, based upon, right, whatever. Right? I don't, is that, I think, if we're looking at what, and all through my notes here in the community stuff, is that it's really the disturbance that is being caused by those that operate outside of the good neighbor. Right? It's not, but I think the safety stuff is important, right, to get done. But I think that those that, anybody can put up with whatever for a couple of weeks with a rental next door, right? But if it's the rental next door is every weekend, that becomes an issue. And I think that's where our ordinance should address to limit. We don't want, at least I don't think we want, right, mini hotels throughout the community. And I think that's what, eventually is what's going to happen.
Yeah. I'd say the most prevalent complaint I get is driving too fast because they're afraid that a child is going to get hit.
Yeah.
And that's,
I could guarantee.
Obviously safety in someone's house, but somebody else's kid getting hit by someone, that's what I hear more often than not, by far. That's the concern.
All right. Just one more thing too. From what I'm hearing, based on the occupancy also going up, depending on certain criteria, I'm assuming then the parking standards would also go up because it's based on the number of rooms as well. That the off-street parking standards would also get increased for homes that have larger occupancies.
No, I still think we want the parking. The parking should be on property, right? That should not be off premises. So,
right, yeah.
Right.
But is it scalable based on, if we
Oh,
are
sure, yes,
granting
yes. Yeah, I
larger
understand it.
occupancies for larger...
As long as the property can support it, yes.
Support it, right, sure.
Sure. There's no reason not to.
I'm just thinking about the weekly rentals here and thinking like, all right, there's probably not going to be that much of a difference between like the 5 to 10 week rental is what probably 90% of the rentals are. So 10 plus weeks is probably, I know for, in off season, maybe you get a week around Christmas or a week around New Year's. Like there's probably not a lot of activity happening above that 10 mark for most of the properties. So actually I'm just thinking in my head that like maybe it's up to 4 weeks is one tier and 5 or more is a separate category. So that maybe there's 2 tiers rather than 3.
I don't have been very little experience from what I've told of it, but I know that through a friend of a friend that their short-term rental is like rented almost the whole year.
All year long?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a couple of weeks here and there during the off seasons, but yeah.
Okay.
It's rented in the winter, it's rented in the summer.
Yeah.
It's just.
I know there's like niche properties, there's like specific properties that really have an appeal like for a year-round thing, but I would say probably 90% of the rentals are going to be that 5 to 10 week.
You're probably right.
Category.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think.
And that's probably the ones that are causing the most trouble. Disturbance.
But I think, yes, but I think with our max occupancy and our limited, we'll hopefully have on the books what we would need to have on the books so that if in fact that's occurring, it can get stopped, right? And we still have, Brett still got in here the renewal of the license, right? Three incidences and you don't get your license renewed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think that's fine. I forgot to ask Phil whether he had an interesting comment on you can actually limit. I think that was actually somebody's idea. You can actually limit the number of short-term rentals, space-wise. You got to have.
Yeah, per half mile, you mean distance from.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't you mention one town that did that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought that was interesting.
Bob, there's just one thing I was thinking about is 4 weeks or less, 8 weeks or less. I think it would make more sense if it was up to 5, up to 10, over 10.
Got it.
Because that leaves 9 and 5 missing.
Well, you just don't get the.
You just can't. If you want 5 weeks, you just can't. You can't get a license.
Catch that, Brett?
Did I catch it? Yeah. Yep, I got it.
All right, so from Brett's new draft, latest draft, is there anything from there that we want to pull into his older draft? Or do we want to pull this stuff we just worked on from the older draft into the new draft?
Well, we didn't, do we want to just include definitions of hosted and non-hosted? I mean, doesn't mean we have to create regulations around them at this point, but if we have a definition of what they are, then
It would help
At
collect
some
that
point.
data.
Yep.
if that
Yeah.
makes
Sure.
sense.
Yeah.
For
Just defining
future.
them.
Yep, just define them. Okay,
I will say one thing that I found from this newest September draft, towards the very end of that table on the front, I think it's on page 4, the last one. So this was taken from South Portland, and I'm glad I caught this. The last item for the locational limits was, limiting based on the zone. And actually in South Portland, the non-hosted homestays are prohibited in all residential and commercial districts. And I'm glad I caught that because that would have been a big time error for this. I think we would have had a lot more people here tonight. So that's why I put that in there, based on the discussions that we've had so far and from the board as well. It didn't sound like we were headed towards a direction yet where we are interested in limiting it based on the zone, so that's why I put that in there.
okay, so section 3 of that newer draft is pretty much, some of it is repeat, but some of it's new, and I think that can stay, right?
Yeah,
Alpha, Bravo,
yeah,
Charlie?
like all the items in blue. I don't know if yours is in color or not, but I tried to bold it and put it in blue. Those
Yep.
were the comments from legal from
Right.
August's
Mhm.
draft.
Okay, do we have a short-term, a close to final short-term proposal? Ordinance? Everybody pretty good? Pretty good? Kevin?
I'm good.
How are we doing? 8 o'clock, not too bad. Yes, sir, you're up. I'm not going to let this go too long, but I do want to hear your opinions.
My name is Robert French, and I live year-round at 166 AI Road. Whatever you come up with for rules and regulations, I followed the shoreland zoning lawsuits over on Lake Sebago, and the town was very happy to get their $500,000 back with a clause passed by the state legislature that required the contractor reimburse the town for all their legal expenses. Could you put in something similar here where the town is probably going to be reluctant to get involved in a lot of civil complaints, so that if somebody brought a case against the short-term rental and they go through $7,000 of legal expenses and the guy's found guilty, can you make it so that he's made whole for his expenses? I don't see where this is going to be a problem, having that in your ordinance.
Well, if it's a violation that the town decides is a violation, then they will pursue it legally through litigation. It wouldn't be, if it's an individual that's going to bring it up, then that individual would be responsible for the costs. It wouldn't be The town.
There's no way you can make that individual get reimbursed for the expenses that he incurred bringing the suit against the short-term rental.
Well, I think usually that's a court issue.
That's a court issue, yeah.
Would assign the penalty. They would be responsible for paying back whatever expenses were incurred to pursue the legal matter. So usually, I mean, that's kind of like a court settlement type piece, rather than something that would be more appropriate in an actual ordinance.
For what I saw in that past example was that violation after violation was never brought to court because it was just too expensive to bring in the first place. And the town of Raymond said, that's it, we're going to bring the case. And it went up to what, $500,000? And the town got their money back. But how many, the state passed that ordinance to allow small towns, especially up north, to be made whole because they just didn't have the money to bring the suits. So if my neighbor is violating whatever the rules and regulations are, how do I get some recourse through the enforcement?
You will eventually be able to go to code enforcement, and the town will enforce it if they decide it shouldn't be enforced.
So then I have to sue the town for them to do their job.
All right, sir, I got to move this along.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mark, go ahead.
I really appreciate all the work the group's doing. I just think, as I don't know if you own short-term rentals, one is, how are you going to define available to rent versus rented? And then two, if owners don't manage their settings on these platforms perfectly, they will be in violation. So
Wait, say that again, that second thing again?
So my property's listed.
Right.
Airbnb and VRBO. So if you're
Okay.
saying, if I'm an 8-week or a 10-week property,
Yeah.
is it the number of nights I'm rented or the number of nights I make it available to the public to rent?
Oh, that's a good question.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I would say that's a really good question, Mark. We have to find out how these companies that do this, that are going to give us our
It's going
report.
to be brutal.
Well,
to
it's
manage
not,
this. What if I go from 9 weeks and 6 days to I get that one extra rental? Is my license changed? Do I have to go get a rechange of license?
yeah, then the gentleman in the blue is going to sue you.
No, this is again. I don't appreciate the sarcasm. Like we have serious,
Mark, I understand what you're saying, but I don't have an answer to
This
that.
is just, we've got to, I have the same concern, okay, and that's what we're talking about. I was going to bring that up, and if we're 1 to 4, if you want to rent one more week, is that a new license? So that's the question. That's why the answer is yes.
So
1 to
available to
5.
rent.
So you have historical data, correct, on how many
We
weeks?
average between 110 and 140 nights a year.
So so
with a full summer, shoulder weekends, and a Christmas and Thanksgiving. Dead from January to March.
So your historical data can point to how many average weeks you rent a year.
Correct.
Then you'll fall into a category.
But if I exceed that,
It's
are
10
they going to
plus.
violate me?
Well, no, because you're 10 plus.
Yeah, if you get to the 10 plus, then you're covered.
I know, but this is where we could But how are you going to govern this based on available marketing data, available to rent? It is going to be a lot of. I'm talking full-time employee here to go monitor these platforms and sites, understand who's renting what, and it's also hard on the owners if we make a mistake. Like these listings are all automated. You have to manage your calendar. Like it's a lot of work. So like people who are. If not me, the other seasonal renters who rented just for the summer, if they screw up their Airbnb calendar, are they going to get violated? Because all of a sudden their property is available to rent all year. They didn't press one button. They didn't manage one thing. One of these groups is going to say, oh, that property over there, look at this data. They're available all year. Their license is only a seasonal rental. Violation 1, boom. And they're going to get whacked. It's going to become a town. We're going to be at each other's throats.
Okay, Mark. Anything else?
I think you're.
It is a good point, though.
I think you're going. You had a really good ordinance, and I think these tiering and all this leveling is going to actually. And I agree with whoever said that. Keep this way simpler. Like you're gonna because ultimately the town will vote it down. Like if it gets too complicated, that's my worry. I actually thought we made really good progress. From the meeting today, I'm nervous we're making this overly complicated.
Peter.
Yeah. So, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, I'll speak just from the perspective of the recently adopted comprehensive plan in the town of Raymond. And what that what we found out on that committee and what is included in that plan is the town needed to set up a system, much as Brett had mentioned, which is simply to get the data. We need some metrics. We got metrics from the consultants, and what they used was Verbo and what's the other one, whatever it is, Airbnb. And what we know and what the discussions here have shown is that probably the vast majority of short-term rentals aren't Verbo and Airbnb in this town. But we wanted to get a handle on what is the distribution? How many are there? And therefore, a tiered situation, whether it's tied to a license, or if you want to tie it to a registry, or however you want to call it, some way to collect the data on what's out there in Raymond as best as we can handle, because it is going to be a living document. It is going to go further. And my own personal feeling now, not speaking for the comprehensive plan, is that this isn't going to go away. This is only going to grow. From what I'm reading and what I've seen in my research, is this is only going to continue. And much as the attorney said, there's 7 or 8 communities that have adopted regulations so far in Maine. I believe it's my research tells me it's a few more than that, and there are a lot more that are in the discussion phase like this right now. So I just like to focus on the fact that however we want to craft this in order to collect data and to address life safety and environmental issues. And as far as the rest of it, let that play out. It will. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a really full agenda, but is there somebody else that would like, ma'am, you wanted to say something earlier? Sure.
Okay.
Patiently waiting there.
Nicole Richmond, Cedar Lane. My question is regarding the septic and the waivers. And again, I know nothing about anything, so it's a question. If I, as a homeowner, wanted that waiver, could I get it? Could I say I have an extra large house and I would like to expand the living to my son and his family? Could I get that waiver as well?
Probably no. There is a provision to add 25% capacity, but you need a system on file registered at the county that says, if my system fails, I have this system ready to go in. And that's kind of why I brought it up in reference earlier to exceeding the septic.
So that's like a catch-all for regular residents and any STR. It's not something specific, just to STRs, correct?
Right. That's just kind of a general guideline.
Thank you. Okay.
Hey, Mark, doesn't like the Airbnb, I mean, every place would almost, I mean, if there's a short-term rental, it would be almost being advertised for available all the time, right? But don't they show that when it's been rented and when it hasn't been rented?
They won't tell you that.
They wouldn't tell me that, no.
No, but yeah, so it just shows when it will actually just show available or unavailable. You won't actually know if I took it offline to block it. So if I wanted to be a seasonal rental, probably a lot of them here on Airbnb, they probably set it to only open.
Gotcha. So if you took it offline, it wouldn't.
I can mess with. There's a billion settings to do everything. I would recommend AirDNA being something the town maybe spends some money on for a few months. You guys could buy a lot of this data from AirDNA and download like all of Raymond, and that would give you like that is what I would say is the industry standard for data, and you could go see exactly the 203 rentals, average occupancy rate, properties. They have every listing. That's why I agree with the gentleman here. I think there's a lot of work, life safety regulatory. I don't think we should be getting into noise and ordinance. I think you should get the data and you should build this over time.
Thanks, Mark. All right. Anybody else has this burning question? Good. All right. So we are going to move on with the agenda. I think we do have
We need to motion to table this again?
No, because we're not tabling. Okay. We're just going to, it's one more draft?
Yeah, and I think still technically we need to have a public, like a formal.
Oh, we will, yeah.
So we could do, I think one more draft. I don't know if we want to tie that into October as well for the public hearing component, or if you want one more draft before then.
I don't think,
Drafts, don't you think?
too many drafts.
We need to hash out that, like, the levels or no levels.
Levels or no
Either-
levels.
Maybe to start, there's just a fee, because we don't even know which ones are gonna require more enforcement or less enforcement. Maybe, we're
So just go
guessing
with,
here.
just go with that combined ordinance.
Go back to a.
That's
Drop off the
my
levels.
confusion too, and that's why I asked about this terminology of license versus registration, because I thought we were going registration. License is a whole different
I
world.
think it's the same thing.
So
as
we should go
those.
back to registration.
Okay.
Now, just, because licenses, there's a qualification for tier, and that's just, you just thumb through here, there's no qualifications for tier.
Right, we'd have to
There's just
put it
a
all in there.
so it's a registration to me, and that's kind of
Well,
your point. I
the
don't know
qualification is that they have to, meet
the
the
septic
standards and the safety and.
Sure.
And
But
the
it's-
insurance, I suppose.
Guess it's semantics, but I just
But-
get stuck on like bonds and license it, like
Yeah.
it's not a license, it's a registration based
registered.
on, so if it's a registration, then that's for data points for the town, for their DNA to find out who owns what and how many occupants, and you have to be registered.
Yeah.
So you want to just leave that licensing stuff out for now?
I just, yeah, I
Okay, maybe.
feel that that's.
Yes?
Yeah,
Yes?
it's always something we can revisit
Yeah.
once we have more information.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, do we want to put expected number of weeks on there just to find that out? It doesn't have anything
That's
to
a
do with
great-
anything,
that-
but just to
That makes
see what's going on.
perfect sense.
Yeah.
Perfect sense.
Yep.
And I guess how would we start getting this artificial intelligence to start counting all this stuff so we can figure it out?
Your DNA is a
It's
good.
gonna count Raymond, Wisconsin, though. You never know.
Right.
Ask the owners to give the data annually.
I was going to say on our application form that we had drafted, there's certain like check boxes on there that we ask, is it owner occupied or non
Yeah.
occupied, that kind of thing. We already talked about like building in, the fee structure around the cost that would use whatever it is to use the AirDNA site, like those kind of things too. So, yeah.
Yeah, see, the fee structure was one of the reasons why licensing is that we could spread the fee structure out.
It sounded like we couldn't adjust it just because we wanted it to be more based on what the manpower it would take to process the registrations or licenses.
Right.
So it would have to be a set fee. Maybe I misunderstood.
Oh, no, it could be, I specifically,
It could be,
yeah, it could
okay.
be.
We could also look at impact fees, which doesn't have to do with, the
Yeah.
administration, just, obviously, we went to private roads, but, on public roads, if it's increasing usage of town resources, recouping that money to kind of pay for those resources through impact fees is something that could be looked at. Not right away.
I'm out on that one. I don't see if there was a single family home that housed 5 people and 3 families were in that unit at one time, that increases the frequency of the road use, and that makes sense. But if one home has 5 people in it, and every week 5 people are using the road, it's not being overused. It's being
But we're
used
allowing more
so that's what-
people. We've already allowed 4 adults, 2 extra people, so we are increasing. To me, we are increasing somewhat. I don't know what that degree is.
Yeah.
But I get the sense that it's used a little bit more intensively. I think if somebody is on the lake all year round, they're using their boat. But somebody comes up for their week, if they get a wake boat, that's putting waves onto the shore. That is
I
creating
think
impact.
my opinion is we should get assuming. I know everybody that owns a lake house has family friends over the lake probably every weekend, so that increases frequency, and then the guests don't have to pay to fix the dirt road. So I think this is just getting kind of granular at this time. I think we'll start with a good registration fee and see where it goes, collect data, and then go off the complaints.
Okay, timeline.
If there's any.
Do you want to, Brett's going to put these 2 things, not yet, you're going to put this to draft, the 2 pieces together. You're going to leave out the licensing.
Yep, I can do that.
You can do that. In the next 10 minutes, in an hour, and,
Well, I guess when do you need it by? Not to.
well, actually, so the time, if we go with a draft, and Brett puts this all together in a draft, and we tackle this draft again next week, right, next month, then we're going, if we make any changes, whatever, right? It still has to go to legal.
Right.
Right? And then we're still down another month.
Yep.
So we're down about 3 months from now before we're actually getting anything accomplished.
Right.
Right? If we are comfortable with the draft, with the combining the two, Brett can put it together. He can send it to the legal, and they can come back to us in legal. Now, if Phil can turn that around and we can all get it next week, that would be perfect, because then we could just smooth it out, and we could have the public hearing the following month. But if not, if not, the danger is it's going to drift.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of content to actually edit, there's not a ton based on the September draft, other than like the largest really being the definitions. You know, we're keeping, you know, how we separate out the hosted versus unhosted, adding in back the short-term rental definitions as well. Like we had talked about, adding the public safety calls for the renewal piece of it, and then adding in evidence of insurability, and then the occupancy, changing that to 2 overnight guests per legally permitted bedroom, or the capacity based on the septic design, whichever is greater.
So, you want to go with the legal?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm good with that.
Kevin? Yep. Kevin nods. Kevin's still awake. Kevin nods. Okay. So if you could, and if you could, whoever you're going to talk to Phil, see if you could turn that around so we could have it back.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, this won't take me very long to do, and I think, again, from, like we talked about from the Comprehensive Plans Committee, this was something, I think the timeline was hopefully, 1 to 2 years, I think was what the community had wanted. So I think, you know, starting out, this is a great place to start out. Yeah, I can certainly turn this around.
All right. Are we short the marijuana ordinance? Are we anywhere near that? We've still have.
I think Vern's coming in October. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. So
Next meeting.
So leave it on the table. Is that all right with everybody?
Yeah, I think that would make sense.
Yeah.
All right. Rob, you still awake out there? Back there?
We're still here.
Darn it! If I can stretch this out another half hour, will you leave? Will? All right, we're up. Port Harbor Holdings. Revisions.
Yeah, I don't know how many of them. I'll just put them up against the chairs here. Just give me the boards, and then we'll see what we can. Oop. Save. Okay. I'm just gonna that one. Good one. And that one. And
I'm trying to get word to you that not to show up at 7, but
Never know. He's on the payroll, right?
oh yeah, we know.
Couple hours.
But you couldn't have told me when to come.
That's true. Well, you know, I would have said 8:30. I was going to say 8:30, and that would have been wrong.
Good evening.
Went faster with Phil than I thought it was going to. All right, well,
I'm ready if you're ready.
okay. Will, would you, I guess the first thing, Will, I'd like to know before you give us your rundown, do you consider this a minor revision to the project?
Yes, it's a very small addition to the building, to the Route 302 side of the building. Very little impact or change to the prior approved plan. I think based on your ordinance under, in your land use ordinance 300-10.2C, which talks about site plan amendments and revisions, shall be classified by the town planner as follows. One is de minimis. I don't think it necessarily meets the de minimis definition. Two is staff review revisions. I think it could meet that based on the extent of the changes.
Okay.
According to that, I could read the whole paragraph, but basically at the end of that paragraph, it says no abutter notices are required. So to me, I read that this really doesn't require a public hearing. So that would be my interpretation based on what I see in the amendment application that's in front of you.
All right, so minor revision, everybody okay with that? All right, very well. Do you need to intro anything?
I mean, I can just basically say, and Rob can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's essentially adding a 63 square foot addition to the front of the building, primarily for the fire sprinkler system needs to be in a heated space. So they're, instead of heating the whole building, they're going to heat this little addition on the front of the building. They've modified the parking spaces a little bit. In our initial review, I had forgotten that there weren't ADA spaces in front of this part of the building. Those are all on the other lot. So I had made a comment about ADA spaces, and Rob corrected me on that, which I completely agree with. They're not reducing the number of parking spaces. It's literally, and you can see it in the renderings there, it's just a little shed roof structure on the front of the building. And to my knowledge, that's really the only change.
Okay, Rob.
Rob McSorley with Spagotechnics, here representing the applicant. We've been before you several times, of course, over the years on this project. The last time we were before you, we had a more major change to the building, which included roof lines and whatnot, and we presented that. And actually, the renderings that we have provided as part of this package were originally done for that, and we just updated them to show you, kind of how it would look. We originally, when we had designed this, if you remember way back, this space was going to potentially be a office/sale space in the front, and so we had fire line and water line coming straight in over to the left side of the building, and then it would have gone into a heated space at that point. We didn't change that location when we changed the type of use on the building, which is now purely boat storage. When the building contractor came back relative to the building, we come to the realization that it didn't make sense to send the fire line all the way to the back of the building or to a lower level when we have to put it back up at the ceiling of the building. And so we were looking at how we were going to do that and provide a heated space. And what we decided was, we can blend a addition into the front of the building. You can see we have in the rendering that we're matching the fascia and the texture, and the overhang will match the awnings that are adjacent to it and whatnot. And so we decided that to place it right in the middle of the building, that's where the highest point of the building, where the the fire sprinkler will need to go, and seemed like a better arrangement. I'm going to walk up there. I have the mic thing on, so just to point out briefly, this configuration here, as well as discussing, we actually had what appeared to be a parking space over here was really just an access aisle into the fire fire department connection, which was on the building at this space. So what we did was originally we were thinking to move it over here, so we didn't really need that access aisle there. We basically have created it right in front of the potential change or the change for the fire sprinkler system. And we have gone ahead and we've installed piping already in for the fire department connection. If you read the memo from Wayne, he asked that the plan be modified relative to the location of that. And this actually shows that. I had modified the plans for this meeting and whatnot. So we have the fire department connection directly opposing where the sprinkler room is. And as Wayne had asked, this was already a fire lane. What we have done is added additional signage there relative to the no parking that Wayne had suggested. We changed the landscaping a little bit. Right on that side, we only had some low-lying junipers. We've taken out a couple of them, and that's where the fire department connection will be with the proposed bollards and whatnot. Really straightforward. Can answer any questions you have. But once again, 63 square feet. The net impervious is a wash because we've taken away some pavement and bumped up the building a little bit, so there's really no change to the number of parking. And actually, you might notice on the rendering that the old buildings in the background are a different color now. They've actually been painted to match the color that this will be in the future, so trying to clean it up a little bit.
Okay. Questions?
Simple, straightforward.
Yeah. Kevin, question?
No, it looks good.
Wayne, want to say anything?
Wayne? Wait.
Yes,
You get-
Mr. Chair. Wrapping this down. Rob captured most of my memo. There was only 2 items that I wanted to bring up in addition that were in my memo. On sheet 6 of 13, it actually showed the water mains underground. And with that new fire department connection main, the plans really should reflect that main sitting in there. And then the other item was because of that fire department connection, water main, want to make sure that that gets included in the maintenance contract for the fire hydrant, basically to prevent it from freezing up and breaking and then having to be replaced.
Mm-hmm.
So adding that language to the plan, that would be included also. What we have.
To address that, the plan that is sitting on the floor there actually has that additional condition at the end of the fire department notes. We've added that, and we have added that line, and it's on that plan that shows the actual location of the 4-inch line from the sprinkler building over to the detector check or the fire department connection.
Okay.
I'll just bring that over real quick. Okay, so there's the line that we needed to add for the fire line that was put in. And this is the site plan, and we've added number 20, which is the annual maintenance contract note that Wayne wanted. So,
thanks, Rob.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I didn't see those 2 items in the updated plan, and I agree that those items have been covered.
Okay. Someone like to make a motion?
I move that we accept the
Amended site plan?
there we go. Amended site plan for Port Harbor Holdings.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Done. Passed. You're all set, Rob?
Yeah.
Come back anytime.
Yeah, and I have a couple copies for signature if we want to sign off on it and whatnot, and I'll give it to you.
Yeah, if you could leave them right over there.
Thank you very much.
Geez, you actually thought we were going to approve it, huh? Bold move. Thanks, Will.
You're welcome.
What time is it anyway? 30. I was way off my timeline for tonight.
Told you it's gonna go short.
Yeah, you're right. Sebago. Sebago Solar amended site plan.
Evening.
Good evening.
Dave Fowler, Sebago Solar. Also on the camera is Kirk Ball, my engineer. I don't know, do you want me to just...
Yep, go right in.
Run in. Okay, so just a little history. Sebago Solar actually is a project that has been approved in the town of Wyndham, but the access for the project is in Raymond. It's the old Stan Quinn pit, if you're familiar with it, off Pipeline Road. And we have an approval now that was a staff approval. I'm looking to amend that approval, and given the reasons I'm looking for that are, when I initially had this project, it was a 5-megawatt project with about 25 acres of improvements and $5 million plus of capital. It has been reduced to a 1-megawatt project at about $1 million. That's just for the project itself. The improvements that that are part of the Raymond, just the Raymond improvements to what they wanted to Pipeline Road and Macy Drive are well over $250,000. I just can't support it. It's a much smaller project. You know, I've dropped it from 5 to 1. So what we did was this initially was approved by staff review. Actually, it was amended by staff review at one point as well. And that was with Alex and Jim and Nate and Wayne. And then Jason came on board, and in the abundance of caution, he, being new and having this being a reduction to it, I think I speak for himself, but yeah, he was looking for, you know, some guidance from you guys. I still think it's a staff review, but you know, I said no problem. Let's bring it to the board. So essentially, what I'm doing is it was a paved road. You had requested pavement as well as improvements to Pipeline Road. I'm looking to not do the improvements to Pipeline Road and turn Macy Drive, which is an existing road. It's existing road to the gravel pit right now, and turn that into a private drive with a gravel path. One of the other conditions, though, just, you know, Nate and Jason and I met out there, and one of the other conditions that the problem with Pipeline Road is it never got properly turned over to the town as a public way from the Stan Quinn estate. So it's unresolved as to who owns that road. The Quinn estate says they don't own it. They haven't paid taxes on it for I don't know how many years. They don't have a deed on it. But so what I agreed to do was work through that with the legal team and get it so that whatever rights and I've worked with Phil Saucier on this. It's taken 2 years now, and I'm close because Stan passed away, in Florida. So I had to open up his estate in Florida, and we're close now. I think we're a couple of months away from getting those documents so that could be transferred. If the select board and the town vote on it, that road could get then transferred to the town so that Nate could do the proper maintenance that he wants to do there. So that to me is a great consideration. The other thing that I've offered is, and Nate really needs this, anybody needs this really to do any work in that area, is an easement across the gravel pit road, which is Macy Drive, Macy Lane. Because all that water in that pipeline intersection goes down that road. And so I also will be able to convey a maintenance easement to the town so that they can then, in the event, who knows if this town's going to vote to adopt this road, I don't know, but I know that it's a problem area, that's for sure. So that easement would also be in place so that Nate could continue to maintain that stormwater moving forward, which right now, there's none of that is there. So I'm hoping that those considerations are satisfactory for what I'm trying to do in the town of Raymond, just to get to my project in Wyndham.
I don't know where we are.
Yeah, it's the old gravel pit behind the shopping center, right?
Oh,
yeah. So go.
Okay.
Yep.
We've been there.
We've been there.
Yep.
Okay.
And you're right, that road's totally horrible.
Oh, yeah.
Going down in the gully, it probably wrecks quite a few cars every year. So, yeah, I mean, probably makes sense for the town to think about taking over some responsibility of that.
I think that was the intent, it just didn't get done properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just never got conveyed up legally.
So what is the revision that you are asking for this evening?
So it's on the plan that was approved. So I have an approval now by staff, which it's paved, and I was going to do paving. I was going to repave Pipeline intersection and then pave Macy Drive, which is the gravel pit road. I'm looking to just not do any improvements to the Pipeline intersection because Nate paving it is just a quick fix. What Nate needs to do, that whole area needs stormwater control. It's not just that intersection. It's coming all the way up from 302, to be honest, and not as fast up there because it's not that much of a grade, but then it drops down in there. And it's coming from 4 different directions. It's coming from Wyndham. It's coming from it's a 4-way intersection. So Nate's looked at it and he's agreed he needs to put stormwater in there. So to pave it is just, I mean, it would be a quick fix for a period of time, but it's not going to last.
So I'm still not confused. So what are you asking us to do?
I'm asking for an amendment to not do the paving.
Oh, not pave.
That's it.
Okay.
Since it's going to be the town's responsibility.
Yep.
Pave it.
Well, and I think on the condition of approval too, it had mentioned that the applicant was responsible for the paying. And I guess this is probably what the piece of it you're talking about. Was it responsible for paying for those improvements? But since it'll be conveyed to the town, that would be passed on to Nate for the intersection at least. You would still be doing Mazy Drive as the gravel road.
Exactly. The profile that you have is the same profile without pavement.
Correct.
And I would still be responsible for those improvements. So Nate's going to get the stormwater improvements he needs below the intersection,
right,
where all the water's going to go.
Do we have to resolve whether this is a planning board issue or whether we just let?
I'm with you. I mean, we can't make a decision if the town doesn't own the road.
Right.
To make the decision, it's almost like cart before the horse.
Yep.
We can't make that decision.
Well, I guess my question is this a staff approval? Is this still remain a staff approval that they can go back to staff for approval? What?
Well, my question is this coming up to a deadline that needs to have a decision now, or is if you're thinking in a couple months' time, there's going to be some resolution here?
Well, I don't see that. That resolution's probably next year on a town meeting, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I've definitely got deadlines here for sure. I've been at this for 2 years.
Well, my question was really, does the planning board need to take action on this, or is it just a staff review too?
I don't know how it was staff reviewed to begin with if they didn't own the road? I mean,
I don't know if anybody knew who owned the road at that time. Stan was still alive at the time. So I don't know. That was three and a half years ago. So I wasn't involved in any of that.
Yeah, so I guess this is the determination you as a board can make tonight, is if this is something you want to keep or if you want to bump it back down to staff level review and, keep it there kind of thing.
So it's essentially removing the condition of approval from the original.
Yeah, it'd be the two, one for the applicant being responsible for pay, the cost of improving the intersection, and then the condition for the pavement of Maisie Drive past, was it the second driveway extension?
Yep.
So.
Yep.
How many feet total was proposed to be paved? Do you remember?
Well, it was going, it's more square footage because it's going in four different directions. I don't know, Kirk, do you know the?
Because you were taking care of the hills and then the straight through?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's 600 feet.
Yep.
Maybe more. I don't know if Kirk's allowed to speak or not.
It was a tough one.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, I agree that, on one hand, I agree that you take away the paving and put in the gravel road for access to a solar is perfectly, acceptable, right? But on the other hand, I don't know even how it got staff approved without documented
ownership. Yeah, I know.
And I don't think we can do anything without documented ownership. I mean, that's one of the first things we always ask.
That's exactly how I feel. I can't make a decision on something that we don't know.
It seems like a logical decision to do, but I don't.
So I don't need to do anything?
It does.
Well, I mean, so personally, not from the board, it makes sense what you're asking, but the board, in my opinion, the board can't take action on something where there's no ownership of the property. So, I mean, I question how you got the staff approval to start with, but.
Well, so I've got right of way. I've got a right of way.
You have a right of way.
I have a right of way across all of that. So I have, as a landowner, because the pit used to be Stan. So when Willie's bought the pit, he retained a right of way.
Okay.
So I have a right of way. So Macy Drive. So, but to your point, neither one of us have the ability to improve Pipeline Road. I have the right to pass across it. Macy Drive, which is that is owned by Willie. So that part of it, which is what we were talking about improving. So to me, that's where I want to keep my improvements, is on the ownership part. And again, I'm happy to. I've already spent. I think I've spent almost $50,000 in legal fees trying to get that deed to the town as part of the condition of approval to get this thing moving. So I'm willing to see that through regardless, but.
So if he already has access to this land, and then you're really just asking to eliminate the pavement anyway, and the project's already been approved, you already have the right of way, I guess, what does planning board have to do with making that? And it can't be.
I would kick it back to staff.
Right.
I mean, let Phil and you deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky because you look at our town road listings and it says it's a public road, but clearly there's that section of road. It's not all of Pipeline; it's just that intersection.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
And I think in your original approval it said you would take possession of that road. So obviously they knew that somebody else had the road. Or that section, and part of his condition was getting that, and then those other improvements.
Because it was assumed that he would take ownership of that.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. Right. So,
at the same time, 3 roads come into that intersection, right? So if he was to take ownership of just that lower intersection, but all 3 roads come into it, so then he's responsible for the plowing.
No,
Yeah, I'm not taking any ownership.
No, part of that approval was you were going to get it and then transfer it to the town. That was always part of the.
Well, it was going to be provided to the town to decide, because the town needs to decide whether they want to take acceptance of it. That's a whole different ballgame. The select board. That's
right.
I said I would get at least the documents in line,
right, and
provided to you to consider it. Whether you do or don't, that was a whole different thing. But I would at least, I figured out the legal mess. It took quite a while too. And actually Jason was help on that because
My daycare.
Yeah, daycare.
Her dad was Stan.
Yeah.
So, yeah, randomly she brought it up to the point, and I was like, oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Small world.
Yep.
So,
We're putting a halt on something that we can't make a decision on anyway, and no one owns it, so I feel like we're holding up a project that isn't gonna.
There's no resolution anytime
Correct.
soon. That's the frustrating, like, there isn't a resolution to it.
Right.
Right, it's hard to get the steps, because the select board to accept the road,
right.
and everything's out of sequence.
Yes.
But there is no sequence.
Because in the beginning, there was no oversight in the assumption that the road would be taken over and then handed over to the, so that was, if this, then this, and if this never happened.
Yeah.
but how can you have a
Well,
How can you have a
right of way over a road that nobody knows, or a section of the road that nobody knows who owns it? How did you get a right of way over?
Because that easement pre-exists any conveyance. It was still in the Stanley Quinn estate when, I mean, it was still Stanley. Stanley conveyed an easement before that thing ever got abandoned or whatever happened.
Right.
I mean, I think literally the point was it was supposed to be conveyed to the town. It just, whether it was, I'd have to ask my attorney exactly what transpired to that's why that section of road wasn't part of the whole deal. I don't know.
It was probably when Stan was dividing land up at some point, there was just a mistake in a deed description type of thing.
Exactly.
It's something as simple as that. They went 50 feet not far enough, and it didn't include that part of the right of way. And
I mean, there are lots
kind
of
of a gore.
there are a lot of easements.
Have you been talking to Phil?
The whole pipeline goes right through there.
A little bit, but I got a call tomorrow, so I can maybe piggyback those two.
The thing that makes the most sense though is for the town to take over that intersection, no matter which direction he goes, right? So I mean, it sounds like that should be the play, no matter what. And either way, he has access to it, whether it's town owned or like it is now. So
I mean, Nate has plans to pave pipeline already,
right?
And he's put it off a year to hopefully get this resolved so that he doesn't have to stop paving here, then start paving here. Or when he plows the road, he has to stop here, go all the way around and stop, and then he can't plow the intersection, just the intersection.
Right.
So,
Well, since the initial plan was approved at the staff level, I would say
push it back
to staff level, and let you guys
hash
it out with Phil and who determines. And I don't think you have any objections from the board as far as keeping it paved, right? I mean, we're going. Yeah, I don't think. If it was up to us, I think we would just do the modification.
Yeah,
absolutely. Right?
I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we
that's
do.
what we talked about. I mean, I essentially supporting what Nate, and we kind of all went over it together there, and like as he said, I just the vein of transparency. I thought
no, it makes sense.
Absolutely,
I want to see you guys. And
it's a huge improvement. It really is a huge improvement. What's going to happen there? If I don't do it, it's going to stay the way it is. But this is, and I'm just trying to keep in line the consideration that I need to provide with the relative size of the project. It just went.
Yeah. So I think you need to work it out with staff.
Sounds good.
And it's fine with us, whatever staff decides.
Yep.
Right? Yep. Sorry, I know you're looking for an answer, but.
No, I think that's.
Is that
that's what I was thinking was going to happen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah, Peter. Sure.
Just as a point of clarification or information, I may not be right on this, but the process for adopting the road would be the select board would have to put it on the warrant.
Correct.
And the town would actually have to vote to accept the road, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
In the history in this town of accepting roads.
It's true.
Well, that's why it's
not up to us.
I feel like that portion of the road's been a nightmare for decades now. You can see it resolved.
All right, we need to reschedule the November's meeting and the January
They
meeting.
do X, Y, and Z,
Sandy?
but it'll be, it's irrelevant.
Who knows?
Yes, sir.
What? You gave me dates, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I have them here amongst my.
Oh, wait a minute, no, I got them.
Okay, fine.
How do you like that? All right, so our options for November are the 17th, we had lots. The 17th, the 24th, the 26th, the 20th, and the 21st.
Yeah, one of which is the day before Thanksgiving and one of which is a Friday.
Yeah, so those, we class those two off.
Can you say those dates again? This is November?
17,
Okay.
24,
Just have Thanksgiving.
or the day before Thanksgiving, so that's out. So 17 and 24.
Or the 20th.
17.
Oh, yeah, or the 20th.
Yeah.
Anybody have any preferences?
I'm fine with all of them.
Either one.
17 or 20th looks good to me, I say.
Monday, 17th, yeah, I could do 17.
17th.
You want to check with your secretary, or?
17th's great.
17th's great.
It's great.
17th, where are you? Kevin, 17th, okay?
Anytime.
Anytime, a guy. 17th, Sandy.
Okay, which means that those of us that work for the town are going to be working a night that we don't work during the day, but that's okay.
You get overtime, don't you?
Give us an option.
Oh, you're funny.
January. 5, 7, 8. 5, 7, or 8. 5, 7, or 8. I can do any one of those.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Same.
Same? We'll
The
just do the
7th would just move the meeting up a week.
Sound-
Exactly.
That works.
Sticking to a
Works?
Wednesday.
7th?
Good,
Sure.
Yeah.
7th.
Okay.
Okay.
You sure you don't want to work another Monday?
Yeah, not really, Jackie, but thank you.
Okay.
Well, I'm thinking timing for filings as well.
You are not. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandy.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Actually, we are. Good thing I didn't take that bet.
Right.
Banquet halls.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you thought you were leaving, didn't you? Banquet halls. Where are we on banquet halls?
Well,
Please.
second here.
We got a, Friday we wanted a conditional for all sections, for all zones, excuse me.
There's too many papers.
Yeah.
We need to throw parking in there, I think. That's not in there. Did I miss it?
Bill?
Um,
Hello?
Hello, Sandy.
Now, Bill just called me.
Bill,
I think she's on the phone.
oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so just real quick here, I'll give a brief overview. For the banquet halls, we still have our definition there. That hasn't changed. We added in conditional in terms of all the zoning districts, which if it is conditional, then it's subject to a very certain set of rules that's applicable to all conditional uses across any zone, any type of land use. So that I didn't edit any of the conditional uses because obviously that has a rippling effect through anything. So another thing, like I bring up solar as an example because solar, we added a section to our minimum requirements section where if we wanted additional standards specifically for solar, that was the appropriate place to put them instead of in the conditional use section. So that's something that we could add specifically for banquet halls if we wanted to add parking or timing restrictions. Like I know a common one is events must be shut off past 10 p.m. those kind of standards would be more appropriate in a separate minimum requirements section. So really, I think for reference, I put in the conditional use section within our ordinance, and then tonight, if there's any additional standards that you feel are missing or would like to place on them, I'm here to listen and then craft something up for you.
Okay. On-site parking?
That's absolutely one. I could look for some similar aligning uses within our existing ordinance to see what might be appropriate, and then also do some research as well with other ordinances to see what they have.
Okay. Hours of operation?
It's up to you guys.
What do you think, 10, 11? What quiet hours in town?
That's what I would see it align with.
Yeah.
Whatever that is. I'm not even sure what that
I'm not
is.
sure either. You know, are there any?
You know what quiet
Industrial,
hours
like-
are? Is it 11 p.m.?
When can you turn your neighbor in?
For like
I
construction.
mean, if there is, then it needs to align with that. It can't be different.
There's nothing in our ordinance about it, so.
It wouldn't be ordinance, it would be it wouldn't be one of our ordinances, but it might be, is it the state rule? I mean, when can you
state
actually?
noise
Well, I know, like Portland, they won't shoot off fireworks past 10 o'clock at the Sea Dogs games. I know it's 10 o'clock.
So 10 o'clock must be,
But I think that's in there, that's Portland's ordinance.
Yeah, and that's for obviously zoning, because you're kind of like right there on the cusp of a whole bunch of apartments and then
Right,
commercial everything.
right.
Yep.
okay, so step one is to find out if in fact the state has rules on time.
Yeah, I still think we would need to adopt something like even if we reference state statute, they don't want the liability. They're
No.
going to want you guys to actually
Right.
adopt something.
But step two would find out if
But
we in fact of a town have some sort of time restriction for
Yeah,
noise.
and would you want it to be separate from like construction related activities? Because I know sometimes those have like 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
yeah.
or that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we should be more consistent. So,
Okay.
yeah. Whatever those hours are.
I mean, commercial zones often have a little bit more leeway. I don't know if that matters, because it's a commercial zone.
That's a good point.
Would that be part of the condition in a commercial zone?
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
That would be part of, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that would be like when we add a noise or limitation on events kind of standard, we could add like a little
Right.
sub note on there too, like
I mean,
unless zoned in commercial industrial,
Right.
subject to this criteria instead.
What else?
For the resource and stream protection, that would have to go into our table of uses, I think, right?
For the shoreland zoning ones?
Yeah, these
Correct.
two. So I don't even think, that's going to be something that I guess would have to be decided in the table of uses, and whether it's a planning board approval or just not allowed. I mean, those are the most sensitive areas. So, and we don't really have there's not really a lot of development in those areas, anyways. Generally speaking, it's just the odd camp here or there that was built 50 or 60 years ago is generally what's in those zones. Yeah, I think that would have to go in the table of uses anyways, and then decide, yes, no, CEO, PB. Sorry, I didn't catch that sooner.
No, yeah, and I think the other important note too is if we're adding anything to the shoreland zoning ordinance too, the state's going to want to review that as well.
Yep.
So it does add an extra layer. So if we removed those specific zoning districts, those last four, to just say prohibited, that would be a lot less involvement.
Yeah, I have no problems with removing them from resource and stream, that's for sure. I mean, I don't think,
Aren't LLR1 and LLR2,
We have camps there.
Yeah.
they're pretty large, aren't they?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Those zones.
What's the acreage minimum in those, or?
Well, 2 or 3, depending if it's LR1 or 2.
It's good size.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Why don't we remove them, though, out of resource protection and stream protected districts?
Okay.
Anybody with problems with that? I think it makes sense. Any other changes? Not only do we get to it, but we're going to get through it?
I read, I don't know what, I know it's here somewhere. But
Yeah, I was gonna ask, I know I just put a couple examples on there in terms of like frequency of use or restroom facility types. I know like some towns don't want to see a bunch of portable restrooms hauled in over the weekend, like constantly hauled out. You know, they want like, if it's an actual banquet hall, in theory it has like, you know, functioning restroom facilities, like that kind of thing as well. I don't know if that's a standard the board would be interested in.
A lot of the ordinances, you know, it's got to be wholly contained within an accessory structure anyway.
Yeah.
But that's a good point on frequency. When does it cross over? I mean, is it an every weekend thing? Is it every other day thing? When does it cross over just from being an occasional use to?
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the actual definition, it covers a pretty wide range of things, you know,
Right.
from weddings to, you know, like individual graduation parties to, you know, in like class reunions or different types of uses within the actual structure itself. So I guess that's something for the board to consider.
You guys have any thoughts on that?
There's nothing really listed in here to address like fire and safety conditions that it would maybe meet those standards.
Yeah. I mean, anything over 50, well.
It says we're not overburdened.
Once you're over 50 people, you kind of get into the assembly use, and you're looking at, you know, now you're going from, like from a code perspective, you're going from the IRC to the IBC. So it's a whole different set of codes really once you kind of bump into that that next level.
And the conditional use takes you to there?
If you're going to have more than 50 people in the assembly, yeah.
Okay.
So less than 50 people.
I have to ask, where did was C taken from boilerplate? That's kind of
letter C for the conditions.
Yeah, will not generate noise, vibrations, fumes, odors, dust, or glare, which is detectable at the lot boundaries.
Oh yeah, that's state language right there. Isn't that awesome?
That's pretty discretionary.
Yeah.
Be detected at lot boundaries.
Yeah.
I heard something like that's okay.
Depends on the wind.
Yeah, it's pretty boilerplate language there, but yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
The other ones make sense.
Yeah, so those aren't new.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's buried in the ordinance.
It's very hard to deny air.
So somebody wants to have a function. It's a conditional use. They go to code J and get a permit. Is that how this is going to work?
They'd have to apply to the ZBA.
They have to apply to the ZBA.
Yes.
Change of use. Is that
Conditional use.
Conditional use. Yeah.
Conditional use permit. So do we want to, too bad our ZBA guy is, do we want to I'm thinking is it something that's going to be an every week type thing? Or do we address it differently if it's an every week type event? Or
I think you have
as
to
it is
assume.
an every
it
month
would be.
type of thing? You know, so it's a conditional permit, but you can only do it once a month?
Right. Is there a threshold?
Is there a threshold? Right.
What is that?
Yeah, what is that threshold?
Right.
From every day to once a year? You know? What do you, I mean?
I don't
That's
know.
the
I
thing,
mean,
like,
that's
you're
yeah.
only gonna give them so many days where they can book a certain time, or are they just gonna make them have a window?
Well, I think it's not where it's not in a district, right? Not in our commercial district, not in our industrial district, it's in a residential district. So you're gonna have neighbors.
Yeah.
Well, as long as they're abiding by these
Right.
things, then they shouldn't be,
That's the conditional use requirement.
Yeah.
It should be okay.
yeah.
Right.
Not squirting dust
Right.
over on the property line. Everything will be fine. They won't have a complaint to go after.
You don't know what's going on?
Don't squirt dust and everything's fine.
No standing.
Okay.
Or
Make
impacting
a
any
sound.
deer wintering
If
areas.
it's detectable. Yeah, no, I don't know. That's,
Yeah, I mean, like the most common ones, like I said, are the timing restrictions.
Yeah.
Because it gets away from adding in too restrictive of language based on like the
Yeah,
frequency.
exactly.
And it's just
Right.
kind of
Yes.
it's fair for everybody.
That's right.
It's a cutoff, whether it's wedding, grad party, whatever you're doing. Like I know, like personally speaking from experience, my wife and I, we got married at a wedding barn. And they had to go before the board and agree to all these timing restrictions. And, they were very upfront and honest about it. And, because they cared about the community and they cared about their neighbors and wanted to be respectful. And, so they did it the right way. And I think that's, hopefully what we're trying to encourage through there is if there are these uses, it's a very clear set of rules that, are easily enforceable. If we do get into any issues, compliance issues, but again, it's just really offering clarity here.
I agree.
Everybody okay? Draft, send it to Phil.
You got it.
Send it to Phil.
Phil's gonna be busy.
All right. So let's see. Marijuana, we're still on the table. There's nothing we can really. I know you have it there, but just not really.
Yeah, I think Vern's coming, is it October that when he might be available?
That's right, yep.
Okay.
So we'll just hold
I
that.
have one question about that, though.
Yeah.
It mentions, there seems to be conflicting things. We say that we want the sun cultivated stuff to be inside. of-
Enclosed, yep.
Enclosed.
Just an enclosure. It's more,
Inside,
it has to be
yeah.
screened, it has to be kind of secured.
Okay, it doesn't have
So
to be a covered
more like an
building.
animal enclosure.
That's a state law, I believe, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because the woman
Yeah,
in
you're
the
thinking
top-
like a full blown
Yeah.
nursery.
Yeah.
enclosed,
Okay. No, okay.
Yeah, no, it has to be
There's two
locked and
options.
contained.
Okay.
The state provides two options. One is enclosed with sunlight. Yeah. Being able to grow with natural sunlight.
Yep.
It's not indoors.
Not
with
fully
a-
enclosed.
Right.
like-
Not a greenhouse.
Okay.
Right, yep.
Thank you.
So there's nothing really we can do on the marijuana, right? We're in hold until we get to
Correct.
burn. Is that pretty much?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in a good spot now, but I think just, it'll be a good educational opportunity for everybody.
He'll be able to answer questions that no one else can. Gotta give us that state level guidance, what they look at and what we're allowed to do.
But that's just it. That's gonna drive everything. It's
Right,
the state's
because like if
allowing.
you put a number on plants, well, it's like, I don't have the right to just go and
Can't
count
do it.
plants.
That's right.
Only they do.
That's right.
So it's, putting a number on there, it's moving.
Yep.
Okay.
Good stuff.
It's 9 o'clock. I thought we'd be bumping up at 10, easy.
Do you want to just sit here for another?
Stay awake. Coffee or something? All right.
Some jokes?
Anybody else?
It's not even quiet time yet.
I know, right?
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second?
All those in favor? We're done.
Good evening. We're here to call, I'd like to call the Building Oversight Committee to order. And this is September 15th, 2025. The committee members, we're missing some committee members, but those who are here, let's go, can we do a brief introduction again, since it's been 2 months since we met each other? Do you want to start, Mr. White?
Nathan White, Raymond Public Works Director.
Owens McCullough, Civil Engineer, Sebago Technics.
Joseph Crocker, Town Manager.
Greg Messenger, resident.
Sean McKillop, Budget Finance Committee Representative.
David Mattson, resident.
Okay, very good. I'd like to approve vote to approve the minutes from the previous meeting, July 23rd. Do I have a motion to approve?
Yep, I'll make the motion to approve the meeting minutes from July 23rd.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting notes from the July meeting will be approved. In the agenda, we have a old business listed. We shouldn't have any old business unless somebody else wants to bring something up that we have neglected. So if that's the case, we'll move right on to new business. We can recap the last meeting, but I think primarily we're going to be discussing all these issues tonight. So I think unless anyone has a strong opinion otherwise, I think we're going to move right along to discussion with Owens and Sebago Technics. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I feel good about that.
Okay. So, Mr. Owens, would you like to
Sure.
start? I know you gave a presentation at the first meeting, and I'm not really sure what else you had to add for this meeting.
So this meeting, I think, at the last meeting, just to recap, and Joe captured it very accurately. We had a board up and we wrote down some goals and things we'd like to accomplish as a committee, which is all outlined in the notes. The other thing that happened after the meeting is I believe we posted on a share file all the prior planning documents. And I think what we wanted the committee to do was to look through those documents, which included an existing conditions programming study and needs assessment by Mike Hayes, the architect that was involved. Allied Engineering, now Salis O'Brien, went through 387 Main Street, that building, and did an existing conditions assessment, looked at the Main Street site, and then went over to the Plains Road site and went through the building over there. And they put together a report of their findings, basically an assessment of the condition of the buildings and where they're at. Mike Hayes, the architect, spent a fair amount of time with Nathan and went through the buildings to look at what he has, how they operate, what sort of needs they have to operate efficiently. Mike Hayes has done a number of these. He did Wyndham's Public Services building. He's done Westbrook with me, South Portland with me, Kennebunk with me, that's under construction right now. So Mike has a fair amount of experience in looking at programming and what goes into a public works building. So sit down with Nathan, went through his crew, his operations, where they're sort of situated at the 3 different sites, with the goal of sort of bringing them all together in one location, so that it was a little more efficient in how they operate, which is not unusual. Most of the public works we've been involved with tend to want to be in one location, have the mechanics, the crews, the muster area, where all the equipment is. So it's one location, easier to manage, to oversee, and work with. So that's where we're at with it. I can go through, I don't want to read through all this to everybody, but we can do it a couple ways. If I can go through each report, or if you've looked at it and you have questions, we can start there and just sort of see where it goes.
I think, thank you for that. I think most of us have read the Allied Engineering overview and Mike Hayes' report. It's pretty comprehensive. Those of us on the committee should certainly have seen it. The general public, I'm not quite sure how we're going to give all that information to them. I have to plead ignorant on that one.
I'm going to, I just talked to him tonight, Bill, our videographer.
Yeah.
We're going to do a video. I think that's going to be the easiest way to do it.
Okay.
Where it involves 3 buildings. It'd be easier for me to go through all 3 buildings with him and just kind of just go over them and give him an idea of what we're doing. And do
Well,
a
we had
presentation.
thrown around the idea of all of us going on a, taking the group on a field trip, so to speak, to your buildings.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Shane was the only one that was deathly against that because he's seen too many of them, he said. But it may not be a bad idea to, most of us here are familiar with your buildings.
Yeah.
But, if we could possibly do that.
Yeah, we
in
can,
conjunction with a video.
we got a van, we got a van we can all pile into and take a ride around. I think that would be good for everybody. I think everybody here's been in the buildings at one point. I don't know, did you go through?
I didn't really go through Main Street, but I've been through your, I should say, one right over here.
Yeah.
And I've seen
The pit.
salt sheds and all that, and,
Yeah, I think it would be good to go, again, just,
Yeah, I mean, if somebody's, if you're busy, you're working kid, how many kids you got now?
just one.
That's enough.
more than I want right now.
But, maybe we all can't do it, but those of us who can, and videotape at the same time, that might not be a bad idea for the general public. We could put it on, so folks could see what was done. I think that was missing from a lot of the previous meetings, budget finance and BOS before. That's my opinion. I think that's why we're here now, is trying to get some of these things out in the open, be transparent about it.
Is there a way we could do like basically a real quick summary? I know we have these big reports that say, some of the inefficiencies, the way we're running now, some of the things that are wrong with each of the buildings. And just like a quick one or two paragraph, basically stating that, in order to do anything at Webb's Mills Road, it's going to be roughly this amount of money due to these factors. Main Street is, I think we all know that that's just too small. We don't have enough property there that would be nearly impossible. But a real quick 1 or 2 paragraph summary to present as well as the video. So that way, when we're talking to the board and the general public, they can look at that and be like, oh, okay, this makes sense. I understand now. They don't need to get into the weeds of, how many violations there would be and what it would cost to, bring it up to code and then expand it. But just a real quick summary of why we've kind of narrowed our,
So
which was one of our
talking
goals.
points for,
Right,
for
which
the,
was one of our goals as this committee, was to narrow it down to where should we be and why.
Yep, that's a good idea.
If we could, that's fine, we can do something like that. Of course, the Plains Road site, we've kind of already done that with a new building, and so we have a pretty good handle on that. The Webb's Mills Road site's gonna be a little more complicated because it's got kind of an odd property configuration, shallow to bedrock, and then if I do an addition and we touch the existing building, generally that has to come up to current
But
code.
that's what I'm kind of saying, is just a quick summary of, this is why we've kind of narrowed it down to Plains Road, because of
A, B, and C.
everything that has to
Okay.
happen at Webb's Mills.
Yep.
The fact that Main Street's too small, you just can't do it. So, that kind of gets a synopsis down to, hey, we've done the research here, it's been done, we saw the reports as to why we're headed towards Plain Street.
And Allied Engineering, Mike Hayes, it's pretty comprehensive in here. The 387 Webb's Mills Road building, it's not in great shape, as the chief knows too. That building's, and this study's 2 years old. I would say it's not a fine wine. It hasn't gotten any better in the last 2 years.
We've kept the building up. I mean, the maintenance on it's been kept up. The problems with 380, we call it District 2 down here, is there's no room for all the equipment to be parked there. So we'd still have to utilize the sand salt building to park most of the trucks. Even when Owens and I walked around a couple of times over the years and looked at the building and said, what could we do here for an addition? The bigger problem with the existing building right now is we can't run the dump bodies up inside there. So if there's something to be done to the truck, he's got to change the one of the lift rams underneath the truck, and we're gonna have to do that outside. When the truck's disabled, you have to come along the wing up and get it literally stuff it in the building, which is a feat by itself, and that happens a couple of times a year, regardless how well we try to maintain the equipment. You know it with your department. It's served its purpose for a long time, and it's just not there anymore.
And at that point, it becomes a safety factor as well.
Yes. And the way we operate right now, Matt's up there all by himself. So that's a huge concern of mine.
Sure.
It's definitely a odd shaped property because I think it's 7 acres, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
And it's, you know, when you think 7 acres, and I know it's being pulled up on the screen here, it's not a useful 7 acres.
No. Correct.
So I think that was one of early on. When I kept hearing 7 acres. It was like that's great, but it's looking at it on the map, which is probably very beneficial for people and anybody who's watching.
There's a fair amount of wetland. If you look to the right of the picture, where the building is right now, if you move right up in here, there's a lot of wetland up to the back side of that. There's a lot of ledge right behind the building, you've got Route 85, the building, and behind that building there's a stone wall. Well, that's up on top of a hunk of ledge. Not that ledge is not manageable, but it's another obstacle. The Egypt Road side of the building, that parking lot's all filled with crud. We paved that parking lot in 20, I think it was, or 21, and we dug a couple of test holes over there and didn't come up with anything really great. It was crap.
For what it's worth on this site, years ago, we looked at this site as a potential option for a new town office. And we mapped wetlands and found a stream on a site, and it predated vernal pools, so I have no idea if there's vernal pools up there or not, because it just predated all that. But we had one very, very small window up in here, and it just didn't lay out very well especially in this area. There's a fair amount of wetland down through here. As Nathan indicated, this plan sort of shows it. So here, we don't have this is from town GIS information. There was a partial survey, but not real accurate, but we tried to sort of merge the two. This sort of gray area is the current building, and it's actually butted right up against the setback. I don't know if it's in it or not, but it's right up against it. Here's the stone wall that Nathan was talking about, and you can see the topography and signs that are shallow to bedrock, and then there's a kind of a wetland in the back, and it does start to go up grade a little bit, a couple of feet. So it's a challenge.
And there's no easement for that on to North Raymond Hill Road, is there?
Yes. Yeah, you can.
There is?
You roll.
That's all right. I'm just curious if there was access from there.
Well, I mean, this piece of the property actually abuts Raymond Hill Road.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So you have frontage on Raymond Hill Road, but
And that's right after the fire pond.
Grange
Yeah.
Hall. You know where the Grange Hall is? That's that little cutout. Right
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
Yep.
okay.
And then right after there's a one entrance.
And that's where the river flows through as well, the dotted line there.
yeah.
So looking at this, like even if this was more usable, on that side, or I should say that no matter what, if we were to build, we would be building new, even if that stuff on Raymond Hill there is usable. The only place you could add anything on to this existing structure would be on the public safety side. So I would imagine you'd be building on the back of public safety or to the, if you're looking at the building to the left. So it really doesn't do anything for public works. You would be building something on the public safety side and then,
You'd basically be building a whole new building on this piece of property versus the 15 or 18 acre.
Right, and that doesn't cure all our problems that we have within the department
Yep.
for facilities.
Yeah, I would agree on that. So, I feel good about. It wouldn't make sense for me to say, okay, well, we should use this existing property to do anything, because I think that if we're putting do an addition on that building, it doesn't matter where you build, it won't be an addition at that point. It would be new construction anyway.
This building's still got quite a bit of use left to it. There's a lot of repurpose. The fire department, we talked to Bruce about it a week or so ago, about what he would have for interest in it. And he's could probably speak to that. So, I mean, that building does have a lot of potential. Both the buildings that we're in right now have a lot of potential for other uses other than what we're using them for.
Yeah, I can't foresee going without a station on this end of town as the town grows and expands, because it affects your ISO, and it also affects our response times as we look to. It's going to be the necessity to expand in the future as populations grow and call volumes shift, et cetera. So keeping that and you repurposing it is definitely something that we should look at.
You thinking long term, would you be doing an addition on that eventually, or do you think that the way it sits now is gonna, if you had both sides, would you?
I think the building's big enough for what we would use it for right now. Yeah, of course, 25 years down the road, I can't predict that.
Right.
We'll be in the same boat as we're at today. But I won't be here for that. But trying to project what we would need down the road and save our taxpayers some funds, et cetera, and provide the service, I'd say that we're within that footprint of the building that's there. Would need some upgrades and updates for sure.
It's more internally stuff as opposed to potentially adding on.
Right.
And I forget which side has a higher roof line. Is it public?
The right side, yeah, public works side.
Okay, so the roof side on public works is already higher, so there would be less modification that you would need to do for just the doors themselves.
I have a picture.
Correct, as far as storage of equipment, things like that, yes.
And the 4 bays on our end are 14 or 15, 16-foot high ceilings. The doors are 14.
Ours are 12.
Are down at the village or on this end, or your end?
Our end is 12, yeah. No, we're 20-foot doors and 22 ceilings down at the other building. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I was just seeing if I had any pictures of the front of the building, but
you know what?
unfortunately I don't. Doesn't look like I do. Sorry, I don't have any.
It's okay. Quick Google.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, 16-foot high. The ceilings inside are 16.
Yeah, with 14-foot doors.
Yep.
I think our side's 14 with 12s.
12s.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. It's tight.
Yeah.
When we put one of his trucks in our building down here to work on it, the custom cabs, we tilt the cab forward, we have to disable the door, because if somebody were accidentally to hit the overhead door, it'll come up and whack the top of the fire truck. And you can't walk around the front of the truck when it's in there. You gotta kind of crawl around it. It's real safe.
They'll go outside and come back in.
Right. You still can't open the door.
Correct.
I have, let's see, share. This will give you a sense of.
So we've kind of ruled that, I mean, that was one of our goals, is to rule that location out, which seems like we've kind of done here, and been able to repurpose it for the fire department.
Yeah.
47 Main Street would, it's going to serve I'm hoping to serve for Parks and Rec, and give us a location down the village to put the sidewalk machine in the wintertime. And my 302 maintenance guy, Don McClellan, that's where he's based out of. I would like to see that stay there. That building needs a little bit of work.
Parks and Rec will probably end up at Jordan's.
So more the park side of things.
Storage.
We have a lot
that's
more
right, yeah,
amenities
you have-
now, so we can have the equipment right next to Sherry Gagnon Park, Castletop, Raymond Beach,
Got it.
Veterans. So it's kind of a nice little hub to have all that park equipment. Eventually could be mowers or any type of other maintenance type stuff we could use for the parks.
Very good. That makes sense.
So Bruce, you have these 3 at this end right now?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just curious, is there like a shed or something on the far left side, or is that getting on somebody else's property?
No, that's our on the other end. No one's.
You're gonna make me drive the road, aren't you?
We built a shed there 20 years ago. So I want to say it's 10 by 8, I think, right behind the grader.
Gotta go up.
The grader and the sweeper are there.
Oh, right in front of the tree, that figures. Gotta improve my driving, I guess.
Yeah.
Come on. All right, there we go.
Yeah, right there.
That's the fuel tank for.
Yeah, it's gas.
It's kind of looking back the other way. Okay.
So I think at this point, if you don't mind, Owen, you had sent out the documents after the last meeting, all the studies
Yes.
that you had. I know I got them because I printed off the
Right.
Allied study, but I have no idea where it ended up.
Okay.
I don't know if everybody else got all the documents from the last meeting.
I did. I don't have them with me, but yes. I did.
Okay. Would you mind sending those out again? And
No,
because
not
there
at
were
all.
some people I don't know about.
You should have a share file link. I'll
Yes.
resend it to you.
Yeah, I think I
And
put that
then
in the file, so.
Okay.
It'd probably be better just to have it all come through Joe so that I
Please.
don't miss anybody.
I'll
Thank
make a
you.
note.
But I'll make sure that happens. Absolutely.
Appreciate it. So I think we obviously, we as a group need to come up with as David said, the talking points. And I think we invited, if you don't mind, Owens, can we move along? Are you?
Sure.
You good with that?
I'm fine, yeah.
Chief Tupper and Inspector Jones are here from the fire department. And Sean, you requested them. Well, we all thought it was a good idea, but would you like to begin? You had some, first of all, I'd like to apologize because we were supposed to write questions to you and send them to you, and we didn't check that box. So.
Oh, you're on the hot seat.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I could definitely start. I know that through budget finance, one of the questions that was kind of presented was due to the ordinances of sprinkler systems. And I was wondering if you guys could just kind of talk about what our current sprinkler system is, so, what our current ordinance is, and what your vision for a building like this would be. Is it the same as the ordinance, or would it differ in any way?
Well, it would have to follow the ordinance as that is the law is approved by the citizens of the town. But there is built into the ordinance some alternatives to follow. And off the top of my head, I can't quote the exacts, but I do know that there's a firewall alternative dividing each section into 4,800 square feet or less would be part of it, and then an alternate water supply would also replace the need for sprinklers. A lot of the questions come up in the past where, there's a lake right there. Well, in the winter, the lake's frozen, and I don't have people to go cut holes in ice because we have 4 people on duty. And maybe 2 or 3 others coming from somewhere else, and that's about what you have for 20 minutes. So it needs to be something quicker than that. There is a pond with a dry hydrant stem sticking out of it, which is quite a distance away.
Half a mile.
And to haul water a half a mile obviously is also, as you can imagine, manpower intensive. It takes people to operate trucks, pumpers to set up at the hydrant to pump water into those tankers, and people to do that. And again, you're taking away from the 4 immediate people when you get there. So to do all those things. Mutual aid only goes so far. So, obviously trying to protect ourselves and make ourselves more resilient to protect that investment and that equipment is paramount for all of us for safety. So there is the sprinklers, and then there is the alternatives for that, which I understand have been talked about in the past, and there is a plan with that on it. Wayne, do you want to add anything before I finish and ask what I'm going to ask for a question?
You're muted, Wayne.
You're muted.
There I go. Sorry.
Perfect.
Sorry, folks. No, I think you pretty well covered it. It's 5,000 square feet instead of the 4,800 that it used to be for a new building. So that's a little bit of a change. And then the other thing that factors into this is the building code requirements too. For like, if you go the firewall alternative, you're looking at 3-hour firewall in accordance with the building code. And that's, the firewalls are, in the ordinance, are UL listed firewall components, including penetrations, joints, head of wall, all of that is part of the review, if that's the alternative that we're looking at going at. Plus, like the Chief mentioned, the on-site water supply for fire protection.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know. You're supposed to direct. I'm not.
Sorry, I was educating myself. Who's next?
You had questions.
Okay. All right. I thought you were going to ask a question. Okay. No. But I know that we talked about it earlier, and I haven't seen a plan, but so I do know that you and Owens have been engineering fire protection measures within the building already. So maybe that's the point we need to go to next, is to see where we're headed. And is this?
So the original design, when we did this, we did it in one, two,
I'll share the
three,
screen.
4.
Perfect.
Is it colored? Is it pretty colored?
Well, no, but I can, give me a second, I'll find the colored one. Geez, you're picky, Nathan.
I have a lot of patience.
Well, I've got a photo
All right.
here. Just keep going. I'll have it here in a
You're
second.
slow.
Thank you, Nathan.
Pointing out the obvious.
It helps make them faster.
All right,
Oh, look at
fine.
that.
There, you want color? I'm going to give you color. Where's I'm trying to get the zoom. Here we go. I've got too many things open. You made me open everything up. Share. Here we go. Color. Okay. Should show up.
All right.
There we go.
So the biggest bay is the Green Bay, and that is 4,680 square feet. The walls in between these sections are 3-hour burn walls. So the middle bay, the orange bay, I guess it would be, is 3960. And obviously they go down smaller. The blue bay is is the wash bay. And the bay on the very end, the pink bay, is the office area. All these are divided up with 3-hour burn walls on them.
So Nathan, just under full disclosure, the plan, we haven't touched this plan for over a year, but Mike Hayes drew on there 2-hour, but that can be corrected to be 3-hour. That he can address that, but I just, in case somebody looks at the plan.
Oh, well, I thought, anyway.
It's fine. I mean, he'll adjust, but at the appropriate time.
The purpose of this was the 4 bays that are orange are where the trucks are going to be parked. And my fear was vehicle fire. I don't want to burn the building down or lose all my equipment. So most likely there'll be 2 plow trucks and pickups parked in that. The rest of them will be across the way in the old sand salt building. To separate them out in case there ever was a fire, we don't lose all our equipment in one shot.
So the green bays,
That's the maintenance bay.
that's the maintenance.
Yeah,
Okay.
So
There's 4 bays in there, right?
yeah, there's 2 bays that are 30 feet wide by the 90 feet deep, and then there's 2 bays that are 22 feet wide by 90, with a walk path down the left side closest to the office. And you've got the mechanic's office right at the front there, and the bathroom.
Well, unfortunately, the color one's not as readable as the floor plan, so I can blow it up, but you might have a hard time reading.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine.
So you have a mechanic space here,
That's his office.
Public Works Director here, staff room, which would serve as a muster room, a training room, break room, if they're having a weather event, crock-pot row, we joke about it, but something over here. And then there's a separated, it's a separated locker room, men's and women's locker room. There's bulk fluids and there's parts. So bulk fluids are, the transmission fluid, the motor oil, grease that would be in there. Those would be in that location over here. Usually what happens is barely see it. There's tanks that are positioned on the outside of the wall that are set up that could take bulk fluid delivery, and then it gets dispersed to where the mechanic areas are at. If we trip whatever it is, 600 and it's got, it's 1,320, Bruce. I think, I'm going by memory. I think it has to be secondary containment. Most of them we do have secondary containment anyway on them. Then there's a parts room. There would be a room for a compressor in there. Air is important in a facility like that.
That's over in the mechanics side, isn't it, over here?
Oh, yeah, thank you. So,
Where the waste oil is.
mechanical, electrical, here's waste oil, a wash bay. It'd be a traditional wash bay with floor drains inside. I think Nathan and I talked about having, sort of like what we did in Westbrook. It's an underwash. When you drive in, you can back up and remove it. It's not a fully automated system. We did one in South Portland, got an FTA grant for that, but I'm not sure that if you talk to South Portland Public Works, it works. They run their bus services, so they needed to have it. But for an operation like this, wands on a wall and a pressure washer are the way to go, with a floor drain in it. And then there's.
Could we just clarify something here?
Mm-hmm.
I think, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, if the choice was to sprinkle this building, NFPA 13 system, you, if I'm reading the ordinance correctly, you would not have to require an on-scene tank for water supply.
Just the one to supply the system.
Right.
Correct. It
You
would be
could-
an additional, right?
You could approve the down the street, the dry hydrant as a secondary water source.
That could be a
So
system.
I think that was in your meetings before, there was a lot of discussion and confusion around that.
We had, I think, Bruce and I talked, if I remember correctly, when we were talking about the new ordinance and the alternate water supply was a 20,000 gallon water tank in the ground.
Right.
With a standpipe on it.
I thought it was more than that, but it came.
I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, it's been two years.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
don't-
remember. Wayne May, I think
There were some
that
numbers
sounds
that went
right.
around,
Yeah.
but a lot of numbers went up, big numbers and small numbers.
Yeah.
We would want to, I just went through this with FedEx in Scarborough. We brought in a fire protection engineer who did the analysis, the runtime and size cistern tanks to meet NFPA 13. And
Correct.
I don't want to really guess at that. I'd rather let them bring in the person who knows and size
Yeah.
the tanks appropriately. And then there would have to be a pump size to
For the
meet the
building
demand for the building.
Right.
And
And that would be either diesel or a three-phase pump
Yep.
system for that. So depending on which one you went with, would probably dictate how much cost you'd have in that. I don't know what the cost would be.
It was three-phase power right out.
So the cost benefit here, just looking at it, brass tacks for a resident, if you go sprinkler or you do a 3-hour burn with a 20,000 or whatever that number is with a pump, which one of those is going to save us money and be better off for what you're looking to accomplish?
If I understood the ordinance correctly, and I, again, brushed through it really quick, the alternative from sprinklers is the 3-hour burn walls plus an alternative water supply on site. So that's the tank I was talking about. You got onto going on to sprinklers. If we go to a sprinkler system, you're gonna have to have a tank, pumps and all that crap.
Okay, so to just have if you're doing the alternate, to just have a tank sitting there with however many gallons, just call it 20,000 for our conversation, that doesn't need to have pumps and all that. You're
No,
gonna cover the
the
pumps. You're
pump.
gonna go in and pull it out.
Right.
So that's a big cost savings there.
So if you went to that system, the biggest expense in the sprinkler system, because we're not on city water, is the water storage, the pumps, the generator that's going to have to run all that. If you go, we've got 3-phase power right on Plains Road. So the 3-phase power is not that big of an issue. The pumps and the generators where you get into some huge money. Could you pipe the building with sprinklers and put a connection on the outside of the building? Would that satisfy? I mean, that's not that expensive. That's a lesser
Right.
cost. So when you showed up, you could hook up to it. That way nobody has to go in the building.
Right.
I mean, to be realistic here, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there that really, this isn't a regular house, and
Deluge standpipe type system.
Yeah.
So I think there's two things kind of, and I'm going to ask Wayne to jump in a little bit, but to address your question, cost effectiveness and effectiveness. So, I mean, I will always advocate that the sprinkler system is the most effective. It's 24/7. Firefighters in the building already. We don't have to get called for to go. It's being done if it's a properly installed and maintained system. I mean, so that's the number one thing there. Two, I don't know. I've been out of building services for a few years now, and I'm not sure what the cost difference between 3-hour firewalls, the underground supply, and a sprinkler system would be. So, I mean, it's something that figures flew around last year that were outrageous down to reasonable, if you will, overall. So there's something there would probably just ought to be looked at, and when no one's mentioned having I don't know the cost of having an engineer look at it either, so I'm out of touch with those figures myself. So you get that component to look at, and you can weigh both of those out. The alternative, obviously, is what we're discussing right now, and to the tank outside, it just takes somebody, people, to be able to hook up to that and then supply the fire, if you will. The firefighters, which have to apply the water and or foam, etc., to the fire. So there's that piece of it, and then there's the other piece of it. If we had a system installed that we could hook up to and supply. The problem with that is it's delayed. So a fire would get started, the alarm system, which would be needed in the building, would summon us, we would respond, and then we would be able to hook up to it and supply it. But that would require probably a bigger system. I'm not sure. We'd have to look into that. And that's where I ask Wayne, because he is so much more well-versed on that than I am. That's why I have him.
I'm not sure if, code-wise.
Yeah, I don't know.
That system is unfortunately not an approved type of system for NFPA. Because
So we're down to two choices. It's either firewalls with a secondary tank, or sprinklers, and then the secondary would be the dry hydrant that's half a mile away. Or
right, and you wouldn't necessarily.
So those are the two options, and I think it's going to come down to fiscally what the town can afford at that point, you know.
Right.
And
Well, we
as
want
long as you're meeting code and ordinance and all those things.
Right.
If I could ask both you and Wayne, and be on the record here, because this is the answer that we really want to see. I understand about costs, and I understand about all of that, but so using our two choices,
sure,
looking at the ordinances and all this stuff, what do you guys want to see in this building?
I think it goes beyond what I want to see as a personal question, if that's how we want to
less
look at
personal,
it.
more of
As
like
a professional, I would, I mean, sorry, but I have to say I'd sprinkle everything, just because I know they are effective. There's not a life lost in any properly installed or maintained sprinkled building anywhere that we have record of. So you've got that to look at. And Nate's right in looking at, you know, this isn't an occupied, if you will, there isn't 50 people working in here, so we're looking at that as well. And we do have to look at costs. That's why I kind of think we ought to, or I urge you, I guess, to look at the option of either or. The firewalls are not going to be cheap to build, so.
Well, there wasn't a huge, I thought we had this discussion, maybe it was me and Mike. There isn't a huge step from the 2 to the 3. Firewalls are expensive, so if you had nothing in there for firewalls. And this, the square footage of this building is, I have to see something before I can figure it out. So I went up to Harrison and looked at their building.
Yeah.
Their walls don't even go to they don't go to the top. There's 6 feet from the peak that you.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
Just cinder block walls.
So if you went to that, and if anybody watched this presentation when it first started, that was one of the first buildings that I had a square footage cost on that had gone up to bid.
Yeah.
These walls added quite a bit of money to that. And we did it for a purpose. But I have many more.
So I mean, I think you know, you're weighing these things out and looking at it, and from a taxpayer's perspective versus the fire chief's perspective, I'm gonna say, for me, it's you do what's right overall for the biggest bang for the buck, overall. But that is my personal side of things. I don't know what Wayne would add to it, but.
Yeah, Wayne, I would like to hear your thing, because the reason why I want to dive so deep into this right now, while I have you both here, is because this is a question that came up, and this could.
It is, yeah.
I mean, this could make or break you in a sense. Not talking about cost effectiveness, but if we educate people and say this is the reason why we're doing this, and this is as protective as this is, for example, then we need to be able to put that out there. But the general public, if they say, well, it's not sprinkled, because I don't know how many public works buildings around here are not sprinkled.
It's kind of.
It is.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Bruce.
No, I was gonna say, but this is an alternative that is allowed by the ordinance, so what we're talking on both sides of the fence is fine. It's just the choice that gets made at this point by this committee, so.
The only question I would have is, obviously, I think you guys all know I do code enforcement too, and I do not see a 3-hour wall around this whole working area. I only see the 3-hour wall around the cutting and welding area, or the repair garage, and the
green.
Yeah, the green and the, Wayne, you could correct me if you disagree, but it's incidental to the structure. The rest should be 2-hour.
These were supposed to be 3 hours, and I think in the meetings that we had back and forth with the architect, it just got lost.
Okay.
That's a firewall. That's a firewall.
Right.
That's a firewall.
But I don't think this needs to be, that's what I'm saying.
That could.
If I can chime
Yeah, go
in.
ahead, please. Go ahead.
So for anything over 5,000 square feet, by the code, for this type of a building use, requires the 3-hour firewall.
Right.
So you're talking about you're talking at least three 3-hour firewalls in
What's
this
the
building.
size of this?
Everything in the building's under.
Oh, yeah.
Are you talking about the individual or the entire building has to be under?
So any space larger than 5,000 square feet requires a 3-hour firewall separation because of the use of this building.
Right, and all those spaces are under the 5,000. They're 46, I think you said 46 and 36?
Right, 46 and 38.
The biggest one is 4680 square feet, and that's the maintenance bay.
Okay.
And the other.
So does that then bring it down to the 2-hour? I'm asking, I don't know the ordinance.
No, it's all based on the use.
Okay.
Well,
It's
but
because it's a commercial motor vehicle maintenance and storage of commercial motor vehicles facility that require for every 5,000 square feet, if you don't sprinkle, then you gotta have the 3-hour firewall. And that's not just a firewall, that's your doors, that's the whole 9 yards. You gotta be able to create compartments, 5,000 square foot or less compartments
And you make it on
to contain that fire. And that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah. Because the green one's like 48.
So
Yes, it's 48,
So that's-
38,
If you-
whatever it is. But
if you take the orange area and the blue area, that is 6,300 square feet.
Right, so you're over.
With the yellow.
But you have the firewall between those two
The
spaces.
intent was the orange spaces firewall.
Each one of those
Correct.
different colors are
One compartment.
right. They're individualized so that you have firewalls on either side of it, and then you're counting the space in those color-coded areas.
Wayne,
And
help
none
me.
of those are 5,000.
Right.
Wayne, help me out here. This is Owen. So
Yes,
where,
Owen.
where my cursor is, this
Yeah.
would be one separation wall running the entire
Yeah.
inside the building.
Yeah,
Where I've moved my this would be another separation wall here.
correct.
And then we would need to have another separation wall, I guess it ran something like this
Correct.
around. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then, the other things that come into play with the code is anytime you had bulk fluids storage. That's a 1 hour room. And you already had a 1 hour separation between, you know, like the bulk storage room. I can't read it on the screen here, but the orange spaces and the purple, you had 1 hour walls already in there to separate
The bulk and the.
occupied, you know, the occupied areas from the hazard areas.
It's a high hazard area, the occupancy areas, yeah.
Yeah, yes. And you have that at the top. Between A and B, you're showing a 1 hour, a box saying 1 hour firewall pointing to them.
Oh, yeah.
And that purple line was a 1 hour wall. Well, actually, it should be a 3 hour wall when you get down to the green, where the green, the purple, that's 3.
Geez, Wayne, you're pretty good at reading fuzzy lines.
Yeah.
I can't see those at all.
I can't see that.
Thank you.
So then, Wayne, if you could weigh in, the same question I asked Chief here is, you know, not personal, but you're professional. What would you want to see with a building this size? Would you want to see it sprinkled, or would you want to see the alternative?
The best protection you can have for this facility is sprinkled building. That's the best protection that you can have. Understand, you know, even when we create these 5,000 or less square foot compartments, you still have a fire growing in that space until we get there. And we're talking a 20-minute response time. You know, so that fire is growing. Whereas with a sprinkler system, it's putting water on the fire right away. It's keeping the fire small.
Thank you. Do we know if there are any public work buildings that are not sprinkled? Maybe there's some older ones that are.
Definitely.
The Gloucester's not sprinkled. Harrison's not sprinkled.
And just a point of interest, I believe there were 5 in the state last year, not to throw any bones in it, that 2 of them were owned by the state that burned up. Am I right, David?
I know one for sure was
Yeah.
a DOT.
State lost 2.
One last year, one the year, there was 2 turnpike garages that went down.
Yep,
And those both were not sprinkled.
not sprinkled, nor did they have.
Working on
alarm
both
systems.
those.
Oh, is he? And the,
And the one that's closest to us on the interstate hasn't been rebuilt yet. It's still just a pad sitting there.
Perfect.
And that fire was, what, early last winter?
Yeah, it was.
It's not a quick recovery from a fire incident, and they're not unheard of, as you just mentioned.
So if I could ask you the question, so that's the one side of it, and the other side of it is that right now our ordinance allows it, the way it kind of says ordinance allows it not to be sprinkled, if we were to choose it that way. So there's no ordinance question. I think last, when we were looking at it, it could be wrong. Of course, it's how rumors get started, and that's why I want to be so transparent with this. I think the question was, we had to change our ordinance to allow this building not to be sprinkled, but the truth of it is that our ordinance allows our building not to be sprinkled as it sits right now.
As it sits right now, yes. Yep.
Okay, well, that's really good clarification, because I think we were under the impression that our ordinance was going to have to change, and then I was very much against that, because it's like, well, we have these homes that are, and I understand the difference between building this type versus a home, you know, occupancy, but we're requiring people to sprinkle at that size, and then to change our ordinance back to say, well, we're trying to do this thing, and it's not the case. I thought it was going to set a pretty bad precedent. So just to clarify, the way our ordinance says right now, that we can do this without sprinkling, without changing our ordinance.
Correct. Right
It
now, we
gives
do
us
not
the
need to
option.
change it.
Now you could do a cost comparison of both.
Yeah.
Right.
And have that, you know, weigh those 2 options.
And that's gonna help you to make your case in the end.
Yep, that might be.
So
a good
what I
decision.
would need to do is, and I had Salis O'Brien do this before, is they have a fire protection engineer that we've brought in to review the plans, review the NFPA, will run the calculations for it, and come back with a recommendation of what we would need for tank sizes. We would certainly send that to Bruce, to you and Wayne, so you could see that. And then what we would do is either talk with a cost estimator or a fire company to get a cost for it. I can tell you the tanks, I got that, I can figure that out pretty easy. I can go to Grondin's or Shaw Brothers or something like that, because they've done these a lot of times. I can get a sense on what those costs were. The wild card a little bit for me is the pump. I guess I'm gonna need I gotta think my way through that a little, because those pumps, is that the one I'm doing for FedEx in Scarborough right now. I'm not designing it. Brought in a mechanical engineer, obviously, to do it. But there's basically a wet well that goes down into the ground, a suction intake that goes up to, has a jockey pump and has a fire pump that's mounted up inside of a heated building with the controls and level sensors that then pumps the water up over and into the building. That's the best way to do it, because the suction pumps, and it's accessible, and the jockey pump kind of primes it.
Right.
And that's about the extent of my fire pump design. But that would be, and there'd be some sort of small structure over the top of it that would be heated, because you have a wet system in there, right?
Right.
So you want to make sure it doesn't freeze on you.
Who
So there's some cost in that.
Who are you gonna have look at that?
I'll go to Salos O'Brien. I'll get their fire protection engineer involved. He helped me with the FedEx one.
Yes, it could be a dry system.
Inside the building?
Yep, our station's all dry.
Yeah, sure.
From the valve up.
Is there an advantage? I'm asking
Well,
you, because I don't know. Is there an advantage between a wet and a dry? Is a wet better because it...
Freezing and such, but you have to have that extra valve, which basically holds your water pressure back with the air compressor on top of it. And it's just a, I don't know, 2-horse, 3-horse compressor.
And you add a compressor.
We've got compressed air. This building would have a compressor on it
It's-
all the
Yeah,
time.
you'd have
Waste
that.
oil heat.
But we would have to be a little thoughtful in researching
Yeah.
this
Oh, yeah.
to answer that question. And then the second piece of that question could be, is if we didn't do a sprinkler system in the building, what the cost is of 3 air walls, and we can go to a cost estimator and get some help with that.
Sure.
And then, I guess tank size, I need to understand, I guess, is there a specific code around size of
there
tank
is.
for the building? So I can ask the fire protection engineer to say, okay, price this give me the volume 2 ways. One is if I have a sprinkler system in the building, because I assume that it kicks on and it discharges a certain amount, and then there's some reserve in there
Right.
for access by the fire department, right? As, I guess.
To keep feeding the system until.
And then,
yeah.
as opposed to that, if there was no sprinkler system, what would be the tank size? I can
Correct.
ask that
It
question.
would be different, and I'm not sure what we came up, I for some reason, I remember that figure, Nate, I know we.
Well, there was a lot of numbers
Around
that
like
were kicked
20,000.
around there. I mean, we went all the way up to a
I don't wanna
250,000 gallon tank.
Yeah, at one
And-
point, we
yeah,
talked about that.
Yeah, and I think that's where things got a little out of hand. And I think if we go to O'Brien to get them to look at it, they're gonna size the tank. They're gonna
Yep,
give you
that's what they do.
a cost and a pump and everything. So we don't. Then all we have to do is make sure that if that's the way we're gonna go, that meets the fire department.
You gotta get power down to it. Nate. You gotta
I think
be on
the
bicycle.
other big thing here is just you got a cost analysis of we're doing it this way and we're doing it this way, and the big thing for you is, can we do it that optional way, which it
Right.
sounds like, legally, yes, you can. We're not
Right.
cutting any deals for the public works just because it's part of the town of Raymond.
With the
So
state-
those are two viable options. Like he said, every firefighter in the world you're gonna ask is gonna say, I want a sprinkler all day long.
Right.
And, that makes sense from their standpoint.
Yep.
But then you look at, I think the big thing will be the balancing act as we present to, whether it be the board, talk to the public about it, it's like, okay, brass tacks, this building is gonna cost $2 million without a sprinkler, it's gonna cost $3 million with a sprinkler. What does the town want? And, what do we want to recommend as a committee? So I think you getting all that information for us will be great, so that way we can make an educated decision on what we're gonna recommend, say, hey, I think it's worth it to spend that extra, whether it be $1 million or 500 or whatever that number is. But that's a number we need to know in order to make a educated decision as a committee.
Yeah, exactly. The public would demand it of us for sure.
Yeah.
Can I ask one other thing? Can you find out, and I think this is probably up your alley, find out if insurance costs would be different for a sprinkled versus non-sprinkled?
Yeah, we could do that.
Nathan, is this going to be within your, I know you were concerned about your budget moving forward for this project. You had set aside a certain amount of money for this.
We budgeted $150,000 for engineering and site work. We are, I think, just under 80,000 now.
Left over?
Left over.
Okay.
He has not billed for the last meeting, and obviously this meeting.
Well, I'm not billing you $80,000.
Well, you know, I saw the new car you were driving out.
So we saw the car.
Yeah, you saw my 11-year-old Honda CR-V with 185,000 miles on it. Don't worry.
Just want people to feel bad for you. That's all.
Yeah.
I pulled the brakes on engineering design work on District 2. That was going to get into the 25-30 grand if we did that. So
Okay.
At that point, if we were going to have to do something like that, then I was going to have to go in front of the board and ask for more money.
I
by my
think we're
count-
well within this to do have the Salis O'Brien look at. I've had him do it before. It wasn't as expensive as it.
2 or 3 grand probably. Snickers bar.
Yeah, I think that's.
I'll ask him.
I think that's a big enough question where I would want to bring in some outside opinion, and if it, it seems like there's still plenty left to do. Would you have any idea of what else would be a big figure to cut into that 80,000 beside Owens?
No.
As that CRV.
At this point, I believe we had enough money to go forward. We came to a stop when we came to the town to ask for the money. We needed a positive vote from the town before we could go out to design build. There'll be, if this were to go forward, there'll be money, will be billable time in from Owens for clerk of the works and stuff like that. And I think that would probably be rolled into the cost of the building. So the quick answer to yes, I think we're all right now financially.
Yeah,
We'll let
we
you
get a
know
little
if we're not.
closer.
It clicked off from the car to here when he was asking the 155, and then you said you have, and it went, no, and then I came in here.
We budgeted 150,000.
Yeah, what you were saying what you had left?
80, a little under 80.
That's the number.
Yeah. I think it's 78 sticks in my mind right now.
For the record, most of that cost comes through between structural engineers, mechanical, electrical, architectural services. Owens isn't getting all that.
We understand. We certainly.
So the money that's been spent so far has been on the design?
We've spent on design, the
Geotechnical.
The needs
Site survey.
The needs assessment was fairly expensive.
Mhm.
The survey, we surveyed the we didn't survey the property on this one.
We
did
went
that
out,
with the
did
Sentinel
we
building.
did a topographical survey
Correct.
down there.
That's part of
So,
it.
because I know you and I had discussed this a while back, and that's kind of, we didn't want to dig back in and do
Correct.
something that had been done 2-3 years ago.
Correct.
To do another survey of the building when we
Correct.
kind of had a general idea of where we were getting kind of directed with the old survey of the building.
Yeah, the new site down there is all, right now, the geo's done, survey's done.
Okay.
So unless we change the size of the building or move it, I think we could probably wiggle it around a little bit down there.
So
'Cause he did a pretty wide range on the geo survey.
So we've got a site plan drawn up on it. We figured out what made the most sense. That's pretty far along. Geotechnical was done, which the design builder would need. I have to bring in the fire protection engineer to help with that. I think the pump system we would put on the design builder to do, but we would have to give them enough parameters to say, hey, this is our expectations on that. Just so everybody knows, in the design build, basically what we're doing is we're doing the full site and civil. We give them the geotechnical. We give them a building floor plan. We give them specifications, requirements around what we want for fit up and interior finish. Basically what the design builder's doing is going to their preferred building manufacturer and say, here's what the owner wants for a building. And then they're going to design the foundation, the big building, mechanical, electrical systems, all to comply with the owner's project requirements. We're just letting them take the efficiency of working together with their own team and see who gives us the best value for the cost. We do have to go get a planning board approval through the town, so there'll be some cost involved in that. And then the design build goes out either as you can do a pre-qualifications and pre-qualify some design build companies that you think you might want to work with. The goal is to get design through. If you do pre-qualifications, you kind of narrow it down to 3 or 4 design builders that, hey, these guys look like they've done these before, they're qualified to do it. And then you give them the plans and specs and say, okay, now give us a price to do this. And we did that in Westbrook, which worked out pretty good. I just bid Waterboro, which is a much simpler building. It's basically a Butler building with really nothing in it, not sprinkled, nothing. About the same size. It was really, and that came in still close to 2.7 million or something like that. And there's no crane, there's no air compressor, there's none of that. It's very, very basic. And it doesn't have the insulated metal panels like we were proposing on this one. It would be the bad insulation. I know the whole thing about the continuous insulation, but what their builders are doing is they're playing with ComCheck and they're putting more in more in different spaces so they don't have to do the continuous insulation. But I think the metal building panels provide a longer term value than basically it's sandwiched. It's got metal on the inside, metal on the outside, and the insulation's inside. It's got a shiplet joint. It fits all together. Very efficient thermal envelope. But that's what this building was set up around, and that all goes out to design build.
Well, I think this was one of the sticking points back with the BOS as well as there was a lot of confusion over this issue. So if we could get it straightened out, hopefully by our next meeting, is that a goal?
I will reach out to Salis O'Brien this week and see what their schedule is. The fire protection engineers are far and few in between that I've found. And so I just got to see where I can fit into their schedule and see what they can do for us. And I'll also talk to Mike Hayes about if he's got any numbers on firewalls, or maybe I can kick it out to a cost estimator or somebody and see what we can do.
Joe.
So selfishly, I'm gone the month of October. I mean, I'll get this started, but first time in 38 years I've taken a month off. So
It's not Europe, man.
no,
No, like that.
Everybody's like, he's doing what? Because I never take vacation, but
You've gone for the whole month?
I am.
No.
Chair, Mr. I was gonna say, Owens, maybe once you reach out to fire protection engineer, and you get a good timeline, and obviously with your sabbatical there, then we can put the next meeting kind of on the map there. So
absolutely.
we can kind of line it up according to
Yep.
those two schedules.
Sounds good. Yeah, because we wanted to expedite things, especially before the budget season. We'd like to move this forward if we could.
Yep.
You want to do the bus ride with Owens or without Owens?
I don't think you need me, really.
I think he's probably seen enough here. I don't know.
Well,
What I've heard.
I'm more than happy to go along, but
Well, it's
I
gonna
think
be in
between if
October.
you take this, then I won't be going along. But if you take this, the report that Salis O'Brien and Mike did, and have that in hand as you walk through, you'll kind of see the gist.
Yeah, I think most of us here are familiar, as well as, reading the study. It's pretty comprehensive.
Main Street is pretty simple to go through. It's just, it was never really an option because it's kind of a very small site. And then the IRT repurposed trailer is interesting.
Sweet.
Well, that's not the word I had for it, but that's okay.
I don't think it's up to code, is it?
We're not going to talk.
We can, what I could do is send a poll out and see what dates line up for best for everybody. So
Not in October.
not in October.
October, I think.
I'm
is
going
pretty
after
much
some
over.
some
Yeah.
furry horns somewhere up north.
Good for you.
A quick comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
when we're making the comparison between a sprinklered building or the building with the 3-hour firewalls and the external tank, just got to make sure that they factor in, you know, the dry hydrant and venting for the water supply tank that we hook to.
Absolutely.
And then the other component is on the firewalls is third-party inspection for your firewalls for any penetration or joints or head of wall joints. That needs to be factored in for a true cost. So that's a code requirement.
Yep, absolutely. Fire prevention, a fire protection engineer should be on top of
It'll
that.
be all rolled into the cost of the building.
Thank you, Wayne. Anything else from you for,
No, I think I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne.
Are we good with this subject now? The sprinkling, have we beat it?
I think we'll get professional.
Yep.
That's exactly what we need.
And you've got the answers that you're looking for.
I do, and it's out. It's not so much my desire. I want to put it out there.
Oh, absolutely.
Right, yep.
No, it's a valid point. Thank you for following up on that. So if you don't mind, or if anybody objects, does anybody else have anything to bring up? Derek, if you don't mind, you'd be part of public comment if you want to. We're going to get to that in a minute.
No, I'm good.
You good?
Just one question. This is not putting anything out there. I'm just kind of curious if we had to do a redesign for the building for anything, maybe size or something like that. What kind of cost could we expect to do something like that? Just kind of curious.
And I'm only guessing from what we've spent on what we've done. I would say somewhere in the 30 to 50,000
To do a redesign.
yeah.
And that's not so much a redesign to do everything. That's just a change.
If you were going to go bigger on this whole building, length, width, you'd probably want to sit down and start from scratch. If you wanted to add 30 feet on either end of the building, lengthways, not depth, it wouldn't be. I'm kind of speaking off the. I don't know.
Sure, that's fair.
I think if you, my recommendation would be if you're gonna go longer and deeper, you'd scrap this and start over.
I'll share this screen.
But you're gonna run out of room. The building would have to be moved if it went much longer.
And this is gonna fit everything you want there.
Correct. Yep.
So this is the this is the site plan that was a rendered plan. So here's the newer sand and salt shed, the older one, access.
Want to put that up on the,
Oh, I'm not, it says I'm sharing, but apparently I'm not.
very small.
Yeah.
I definitely can't see that.
My screen's huge. What did I do wrong here? I want to stop sharing. We'll try it again. Wow.
You can always go, to answer the question, bigger is always better.
There we go. That's better, isn't it?
I had again, going back to the part where I got to physically see stuff to understand the size and what we have for square footage and all that.
So the way this was set up, just to sort of get everybody familiar when you're walking out there, the IRT trailer is about right here.
Yep.
This is the newer sand and salt building, the older one. You come down from Plains Road down through here. This is sort of an open public works area. There's an embankment that comes back up towards Plain Road. The site is actually down lower. So we're gonna come right up against that embankment, get into it a little bit, not much, but I do have to squeeze over there. And then it would be a paved apron around all of the building. Here's the property line on this side. Over here, the property line on the other side. So we're taking pretty much all of the bottom of the area in there. And again, there's this line over here, this is where the current well is. So if we put cistern tanks or something, I don't know, I'm guessing probably over in this area somewhere. But
And
I
Nate,
don't think-
how does this compare to like New Gloucester, the size of the building they put in, or Harrison's?
This is the same square footage as Harrison. The Gloucester's building is 120, I think it is, by 100. It's big.
It's 12,000, right?
Ours is 13.
14,040, what it says.
14,040.
Well, that's what the plan says.
That's probably accurate then. That was like 1380.
Well, it depends on how you measure it.
Well, as far as question I brought up, that kind of answers my questions. But the redesign, if we need to do that.
Okay.
And it's not because I'm looking
Not a
forward to
ton of space
redesign, I
for
just
that.
want to.
Right.
See,
I understand that.
Yeah, it's available.
I said there's not a ton of space to make that any bigger.
It
With
really
that-
isn't.
With that drop off, you're gonna have to bring in a ton of fill.
Well, no, that goes up. From
On the inside?
yeah, that's all flat.
You'll be at the same level as the existing sand shed now.
Correct.
Yes.
And on the high side towards Plains Road, you'll dig in a little bit there.
This
Okay.
area here
Yep.
goes uphill to Plains Road.
Oh, okay.
This
What's
is
in
kind
there?
of dirt and trees. And
Sand.
Shit. Soil.
I don't know really to answer that.
I mean, I know it's Rocky Raymond, but
It was a
sand.
It was a
That's what I
sand.
thought, all
pit,
down
right,
there
at one
sand.
point.
Yeah, there was a geotechnical study done by S.W. Cole down there. And I think it was sands.
That's going to be that winter's
Exactly.
winter sand.
That's what I was going with.
Yeah, there you go. I'm saving.
Add a little salt and we're good to go.
Yeah, we're good to go.
Yeah.
That's where we're gonna save all the money. Yeah.
That's great. Okay. Are we all on the same page right now? Any further comments from the, we don't have to, we're an ad hoc committee, but we have chosen to open it up to the public comment. I don't see a ton of people on Zoom. And other than Mr. Ray, I don't really see anybody out there in the chairs, unless they're hiding. So, no public comment. Good job, David. We didn't annoy anybody tonight.
You all use that word though.
It's a plus. We did. So committee, anybody else in the committee have any other questions, concerns? I know we're trying to move this thing forward. I guess my only concern is if you're not available, Owens, in October, it puts us into November for the next meeting. So let's try and, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the first week in November would be great.
Yep.
If that works.
Get it
for
as early as
everybody.
possible.
Yep.
That
Yeah,
we needed a
that sounds
follow-up,
good.
we have time.
I'd tentatively schedule it and I'll get
Yeah,
Taylor
we can do
O'Brien
that.
going.
Yeah. Okay. So the first week in October.
November.
November.
Oh, November, sorry. Okay. Yeah, you're good.
I have an issue.
A little bit before.
Who's that?
That's Bill.
Oh, Bill.
Um,
I heard a voice.
Bill, I have a plan for you. So
Oh, is
Okay.
He's gonna be gone, isn't he?
yeah, it's gonna be gone. So we're gonna look for backup. We have something in the works right now. So
We could probably learn how to run that stuff.
yes, Bill.
No,
back and
no, we
forth.
can't.
Come on.
Just press buttons, right?
I think my only comment would be to make sure that we're kind of hitting all the wickets of what it is that the planning board, the finance committee, and the
Board of Selectmen.
the Board of Selectmen, that they're really looking for. I want to make sure, we are giving them all the information that they're kind of looking for to make this a successful venture. So I think we're kind of hitting it now, but, if Nate or Joe know anything that we're kind of unaware of, that they might have heard inside the office of what they're really looking for, then let's make sure we're hitting that. I think that's the important thing.
That sounds good.
We have a meeting tomorrow. I can bring it up with Board of Selectmen and tell them to email in questions.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a workshop too on budget
Yeah.
goals. So that might be a good time.
Yep.
Yeah, I think as long as, their input, make sure we're giving them a full package of what it is they're looking for, as well as what Nate needs and the residents want to see as well.
Okay. Anybody else have anything that we've missed? Chief? You good? All right, I think that's it. Motion to adjourn?
Make the motion?
Second.
Second. All in favor? Meeting's adjourned.
Good evening, and welcome to the workshop of the Select Board. I'm going to call the meeting to order, and then I'm going to ask if anyone would mind if I moved up the business we didn't finish last time with the policies and procedure of the Select Board. Any recommendations you guys might have? And we can go down through it if no one has any objection. We'll just go one thing at a time, and if there's no one that has anything to say about them, we can move right through. All right, hearing no objections, that's what we'll do. The scope, purpose and scope. Anyone had anything there that should be changed, or at least considered to be changed? Hearing none?
No.
Number 2, parliamentary authority, which is Robert's Rule of Order.
Good.
No, that's a simple one.
Loosely interpreted, right?
Right, as guidelines. 3, officers and their duties. All right, we'll move to the next one. Chairman's privileges. Hearing nothing, we'll keep moving. Seating arrangement. Number 6, attendance. And I'm sorry I didn't say this when this started. Sam has had his back operation and will not be attending. I should have mentioned that in the very beginning. I should have called for the quorum, but I just want to keep moving stuff ahead. So Sam won't be. He's going to be Zooming in to at least a board meeting, but he's not even driving after his back operation. So, and actually I put Sam's note under attendance, so I almost got it. All right, attendance. The only thing I have here is attendance shall be, under number 6, attendance shall be defined as present physically. Now, in the past, we have had I consider past practice where anyone that couldn't be here and had a legitimate excuse not to be here, either get here physically sick or whatever, we've allowed them to Zoom in and consider that in attendance. Do we want to amend that at this point so that there's no doubt about it moving forward?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris.
My feeling is that if somebody has to Zoom in, that they should clear it with the chair prior to the meeting.
They do have to do that. And
so that's my only concern. If they're doing that, if it's in the policy, I'm okay with it.
Well, they have to, it says attendance is expected except when a board member notifies the chair prior to the meeting. This is now saying they have to be here physically. And the question I would have is voting. I mean, it's important that we have the vote. And if you have a clause in here that says they have to be here, they can watch by Zoom, obviously, but I think it should say that they're allowed to vote too. It has in the past. We've watched it.
Yeah, you can vote on Zoom, just not,
so do
you
we
can't go to executive session.
Right. So I'm just
You
saying,
can't vote anything on executive session anyway, so it doesn't much matter.
Well, I think we should make it clear that we'd be striking out maybe the 2 sentences.
the whole attendance shall be defined?
As present physically, no written or electronic means will be considered attendance. I mean, they're saying Skype, telephone, text messages, emails. I mean, obviously, you're not going to be present during an email.
Right, but it doesn't address voting. And so if you're not, if it's saying, you have to be here physically to be considered attending should we just move up to the other one where it says attendance is expected when a board member notifies it, except when the board member notifies the chair prior to the meeting and shall be allowed to vote by Zoom? Just add it there and drop the rest of it? Because it's a 5-member vote.
That would be clearer.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where we put it?
Mm-hmm.
You okay with that?
Sure.
All right, and then scratch the other two?
Yep.
Meetings. This one, it says that the chair or upon request of majority of the board provided, however, that basically it's talking about special meetings to be called at the discretion of the chair or upon the request of majority of the board, provided, however, notice therein shall be given to each member at least 24 hours in advance whenever possible, and that no business may be conducted other than that notice. Derek and I missed a meeting because it was emailed to us on a Friday night, and I think we ought to add in here, including texting, because that's one thing that you have. Most people have a phone, and we've had occasions where special meetings have been called on a Monday or Tuesday, and the notice you get is on a Friday night or a Friday afternoon. And so the only thing I'd like you to do, and we don't have to do this tonight, I'm just saying, I think in another place it says that all means possible be notified. I'm just trying to simplify and say through email or texting.
Can we say confirmed contact?
I like that even better.
That works.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because, I mean, you can say, well, I'm sorry, I'm not available, but at least you've confirmed that they have been reached and they've been notified.
It's pretty easy nowadays.
Yes, I like that. I like that much better.
So confirmed contact, and we don't need to
Yes.
specify and lay that out.
No, but I do like it because if I'm calling it, or you, two people or three people want to call it, we all get notified, and you know whether people are going to show up or not. That works for me. That works good. Okay, I like this. We're moving right along. Now, the next thing that's interesting is fiscal warrants are still in this under the 7 meetings. If you were to look at it, it says call to order, minutes of previous, new business, old unfinished business, town manager's report, which I like in that order. This is a bylaw. I'm not looking to change that. Fiscal warrants. Right now, that changed. I don't know when it changed, to be honest with you, but we've been doing the warrants through the email, and sometimes it's just 2 of us for salaries, and other times it has to be 3 of us. So do we strike this? Or put in warrants if for some reason the internet goes down? Or, I mean, how do we cover that? Just scratch it out?
Well, you can go into the office and sign warrants.
Right, but right now it says it's part of our quorum. It's part of our agenda.
It's a little antiquated.
Yeah,
It's not
I'm
something
saying
we do anymore.
we stopped doing it. I didn't stop doing it, but it's been stopped a few years back. So if we're not doing it, let's take it out so the bylaws reflect it, and then worry about it if it turns into a problem, because it hasn't yet. So I'm going to just put omit.
I know we've also, Dennis talked about executive sessions sometimes occurring first, depending on if we need a lawyer or not, so they're not on standby time. So kind of having this strict, rigid.
That's exactly right. One of the things we talked about was to try to lower the lawyer fees. We've watched them sitting and watching us during a meeting, and then sometimes watching a video through Zoom, and we can put executive sessions at the end,
Well,
or separate clause for it.
I don't know if we need to address it because the chair has the option of moving it ahead
That's true.
at your discretion,
That's
which
true.
I think is fine.
Okay.
And then in your absence, it would be the vice chair.
Okay, that's a good point. We can, if we wanted to add something with flexibility of moving to accommodate.
I don't know that you need to do that.
Okay. Derek?
I don't think it needs to be changed.
Yeah, it's a good
Okay.
point.
All right. So, now, what we don't have here that we do a lot of every meeting is have public comment come in at the end and then select board comment. We probably ought to just put those 2 things in right below scratching out fiscal warrant, so it stays consistent with what we do on the agenda. That's an easy change.
Yeah.
Any objection?
I have no objections at all.
Okay. Section 8, special meetings. Yeah,
I mean, I don't really have a problem with special meetings in the way that this is laid out, but I think that there is a difference between a special meeting and an emergency meeting.
well, this one says they will be all meetings regularly scheduled, which is considered a special meeting, right?
Right. I just don't think we address emergency meetings at all in here.
Well, let's see, what's the difference when you read it? All meetings other than regularly scheduled meetings, which is our monthly meeting, shall be considered a special meeting, instead of calling it an emergency meeting.
So that encompasses any kind of meeting.
Right. I think this covers special.
And emergency.
Yeah, an emergency meeting is special, that's for sure.
I don't think you need to change that.
Well, we can put a / emergency meeting, but it's basically saying they're considered special meetings instead of emergency. I don't know. Derek?
Oh, I'm still trying to get this one up.
Okay, we can look at the next thing too while you're thinking even about that, because I'm not sure we have to change that, but every reasonable effort must be made to notify selectmen in advance of a special meeting.
I think my idea is that I just want to make sure that we are laying out some ground rules regarding emergency meetings and calling them only when really absolutely necessary.
I like that idea, that I do like.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
That I just want to make sure that we're understanding the difference between, a special meeting, saying we've planned to have a special meeting in addition, right? And there's a big difference between a special meeting, to me, and an emergency meeting. And I think that
it is.
We don't want, I just think there's very little, often in municipal business, I'm not sure that there's much need to have emergency meetings. And I think that should be clearly defined so that it's not overused when it's not necessary. Does that make sense?
Can you guys think of an example of an emergency meeting?
Well, I've been to a couple that I didn't think was an emergency, but without getting into it.
Let's find an example of what is an emergency meeting.
Well, we had an emergency meeting to appoint interim town managers twice.
Well, how about we had it,
When it could have been, with a 30-day advance notice of someone resigning, we could have done that at a regular meeting.
I think we should avoid emergency meetings
I agree.
at all costs.
I agree.
So maybe somewhat describing what an emergency is.
Wasn't there one somewhat recently where we had to appropriate funds very quickly, or we would lose? I thought for some reason that rings a bell.
I think I know what
No,
you're
I think-
talking
But that's a special town meeting.
We did one for...
No, there was an emergency meeting for something in the last year or so over the appropriation of funds, I thought.
We did one for the small building because we had...
Yes, but that was a town meeting.
Right, but we had to get that in, and the reason for the emergency, I guess, to make it is just to speed it up, to get it there faster, because it needed to get in the paper in the appropriate time frame.
Well, that's a good way to say it, too. The emergency meeting should be called only when there's not a reasonable time period, like a week notice is what they ask for. Anything that can be done within a week's notice of the public should be just a regular special meeting. If it's something like that where we had to call, but that was a special town meeting, but either way, we're just looking to clarify it, so.
Can I just ask a process question? We're going to look at this. We're going to have town staff write up our changes, and then we will
Yes.
approve this at a following
That's
meeting,
right.
correct? Can I suggest that staff list out maybe what they think would be appropriate reasons for a
I like that.
emergency meeting? Because they are more apt to understand like a situation in which
Why
we
they
truly would
Well,
need
that's
to
right.
have an emergency meeting.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. I think you would know. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so Robert, it says requiring, it's like an urgent matter requiring immediate action that couldn't have been foreseen. It's kind of how they're labeling an emergency meeting. Whereas I think a special meeting is something that,
I like that terminology.
does that make sense?
I think we should list out a few example
Yeah.
reasons though, so that we,
Well, that certainly should be one of them we put in there, because as they look at it, they're going to know. And by far, staff is going to know when there's a problem before we will.
so include that definition, but also here are examples of, I
Okay.
just trying to think of like something, happens and it needs immediate attention. It
And-
has to have it.
Pandemic.
Yeah, natural disaster, a
I was thinking
pandemic,
too.
like COVID-19, like, right? Like, we all of a sudden have to have an emergency meeting because we have to change things. I mean, I think there are reasons to necessitate a emergency meeting, but I think we should clearly define that so that those are not.
I'm
So
not
that they're
opposed
used
to putting
appropriately.
examples in there. I think it's a good idea, but, but I think Joe's reading said something that's unforeseen, and you gave two examples.
Anything is unforeseen.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, I think the point is we want to avoid
Yeah,
them.
that's right.
And if there's proper planning ahead, we won't have to have one unless, like Peter's comment of emergency, like a natural disaster.
Weather event.
Storm or COVID type thing or something where we're not prepared and you have to quickly gather yourself, that's an emergency. But I don't see having a special meeting. I think there's a difference, a big difference.
I'm all for less special meetings and even less executive sessions.
Well, I'd like to see some, proposed language around that.
Okay, I think that's fair to ask the staff to.
And that makes it more transparent, and that's what we want to do.
Again, this is just something that we're updating, and it's a time, it's come a time.
Maybe we add, a little bit to, or we create our own section for emergency meetings, because there is a clear difference between the two.
And I even said what constitutes a special meeting, that's a question I had, so.
And Kayla's point to take it to staff,
Yes.
after staff, it should go to legal before we vote on it,
Okay.
to get their thoughts as well.
Any more comments on number 8? Number 9, meeting to execute documents. I thought this was kind of confusing at the end, the way it reads. If logistics requires selectmen to execute a document, approve a warrant, or sign an order outside of the time of a regularly scheduled special meeting, another meeting does not have to be called, providing an approved order exists from a properly noticed public proceeding and record of that proceeding reflects the actual execution will occur outside the meeting. I mean, that's a lot of verbiage and I mean, it sounds like you have to get a warrant in advance so that the public knows, and because it says, providing an approved order exists. It just was confusing to me, and I don't have the answer to how to do it. Providing an approved order exists from a properly noticed public proceeding, and record of the proceeding reflects the actual execution.
I think what they're referring to is if we have the authority based on our warrants that we can execute something, then we can. Like at our town meeting, we have a certain authority to do certain things.
Well, I know we've, as a board, has authorized the town manager to sign for us and do things like that at a public meeting. Maybe that's as simple as that it has to be. Other than that, and I was confused, so if you guys don't have any recommendations.
I think we'd leave it alone.
I wouldn't touch it.
Yep, okay. Executive sessions.
I think that's pretty clear, cut and dry. You got to go by state law.
Yeah, you don't really want to mess with that one.
Yes. It's interesting. It says that the nature of the business to be discussed must be a part of the motion, not just the number, not just the state statute that allows you to go into it. But you have to be very careful because of sensitive information. So that's a tricky thing. But again, I don't want to go to, I hope we don't do a lot of executive sessions anyway. Anyway, other than that, I didn't hear anyone. All matters, let's see.
Public to address the board, 11? Is that what you're?
Yeah, no, I was looking at this other one I underlined.
Oh, back at the executive session?
Yeah, on the back side of it. No, it says no official action shall be finally approved at an executive session. That's.
Yeah, you have to come out of executive session.
Right, for anything. Public address. there may be some things that, I think this is well-written overall, but there may be things that, like a sponsor from the public comes up to speak on something they'd like us to deal with. With a town manager or whatnot. So I think I'm just going to try as chair to kind of get the handle on this so that I'm not making little mistakes by simply being ignorant of it. But there's a lot to this one.
There is a lot.
There's more verbiage to this than there is anything else.
It actually talks about our behavior.
Yes.
And how we speak to the public.
Exactly. That, I think we've been pretty good with this board. And any comment by the public shall be limited to the expression of opinions or concerns regarding the item. That means you state the topic, period.
Right, that and time frame need to be probably more addressed during the meetings, because some things will tend to fly off topic and make the meetings go longer and longer and longer and people will get up and go.
And I've watched this ever since I was fire chief, and I really haven't seen a point where the complaints or allegation from the public have really been personal towards staff, or I mean, a little bit with the select board, but So I don't see a lot of change there. I thought it was well written, just a lot of verbiage. And then the work session we're actually in, and it's really for purposes of disseminating information for the board, enlightenment and evaluation, and discuss or refine future agenda items, which is what we're going to do next after this.
Right.
So, anyone get anything on that? Here's one thing that's interesting on the back page. I should turn the page before I ask. It says members of the public are invited to attend the work session, but will not be allowed to participate in the workshop while we're doing this. That's the way I read this. But prior to adjourning any workshop session, the board will provide time for members of the public to address the session, to provide information relevant, or to ask questions for clarification, basically. So I've been at workshops. I saw one at the Public Works building where they said it's not for public comments, and yet they were zoomed in. So I'm just pointing this out because I really thought we could close it off to the public myself, as I've seen it in the past. So they're basically saying...
The workshop yesterday had public comment.
Yeah, I mean, the one I watched, I didn't watch that one yesterday, but the first one, and it's okay. I'm not pointing this figure. I just thought that we did it. I've seen workshops that were discussing it. You have to wait until afterwards.
You have to wait.
In that, if Roberts basically says that at a workshop, that there can be a motion made, and if the majority of the board says that
allow someone, yes,
allow someone to speak, that they can speak.
Good
So I was
point.
raising my hand to see if you wanted to make a motion.
Well, I think what this is going to be is this is relative to allowing conversation and not saying we're closed work sessions.
I think the intent is that we stay on task.
Yes.
We don't interact with the public until after the meeting. On occasion, if there's a simple question or answer, I don't think that's a problem. We're using Robert's rules loosely, not right to the letter of the law.
And a person can go and ask for a point of clarification at any time.
Absolutely.
If we're actually discussing something that might be wrong, or to clarify something for us. So
What do your bylaws say about Roberts?
to use those as the that was the first thing we skipped over, the parliamentary authority. So the reason I underline this is because I've seen public comments not allowed. So no formal vote will be taken. I don't think we've done
Right, but
that.
this is the bylaws of the select board.
Yes.
Right.
And this isn't all the committees. This is just us.
Exactly.
13 agenda items.
The way I read this is it gives 3 working days for the town staff to receive our requested agenda and for them to post it. Am I reading that correctly? Because you have 7 working days prior for the board members to communicate to the town manager their agenda. The town manager will draft the agenda, and then it will be posted within 1 week in advance of the meeting.
Right, but by their working days, it's a 4-day work week. So it's 4 days, Tuesday through Friday, and then you have 3 days the next week. So I consider that to be,
4 working days.
yeah. No, I'm saying that, you know, we have 7 days, working days to submit it. That gives us 2 weeks before the agenda. Well, 4, Monday, Tuesday through Friday, and then Tuesday through Wednesday.
The town manager doesn't have a 4-day work week. Has a 5-day work week.
Well, that's just, yeah, that's right, the town manager. I was thinking about the clerk and staff. Do we just say 7 days?
No.
No, because that gives them no time.
No, it's got to stay working days.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think you either decide whether it's 4 or 5. Whether you're going to consider, because the town office is not open on Mondays, whether the town manager and anybody else is working that day.
Well, this addresses the town manager, so that's 7 days, 7 work days, even if it's Monday through Friday.
You're right, the town manager, so just leave it 5.
It's 7.
That's true.
What I'm trying to say is that.
I'll repeat
All
it.
right,
I might be a little slow too.
It's got to be a week before.
It's
not-
okay.
Yeah.
Because
What I'm trying to say is there's not much difference between 7 working days and 1 week.
So you want to take out the
What I'm
working
saying
days?
is, I'm saying, well, no, because
No, just leave
7
it.
days and 7, meaning we're giving it to them and we want it posted the same day. So what I'm saying is like, it doesn't, 7 working days. So if I'm working backwards, we meet on Tuesdays. That means theoretically, if we're reading this the way it is, that means that the first draft is posted 1 week prior to our meeting. And if we're meeting the first Tuesday of every month, then that would be the 4th. We meet the second Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay, second Tuesday of every month, then we would want it posted the 1st. But then that means we need to be giving our agenda to the town manager 7 working days prior to the first Tuesday of every month.
Exactly. So 2 weeks. 7 days.
No, because it's 7 working days prior to any regular or special meeting.
Right, and then 7 days prior to that,
Right.
you have to give them the stuff.
Because, see, they have to post it 7 days, or supposed to post it 7 days. However, as we know, holidays mess that up. There's many things that enter into this, so it's not a clear-cut 7 days ever, to be fair. I mean, we have holidays that interrupt even the 4 days.
Right.
And so to be reasonable, if we look at it at your perspective, from what you were just saying, the Tuesday before our regularly scheduled select board meeting, they should be.
Wish I had a calendar. Right, the days of the week so I could point.
Well, the thing of it is that we also want it goes on to say that the public should have 7 days' notice. So the town manager and the clerk should post it 7 days before our meeting, which means that we have to get it to them 7 days before that.
Okay, then we need to state that, because we don't state that. We're saying, and I'll read this again, submitted by the board members to the town manager 7 working days prior to any regular or special meeting by 12 noon. Not,
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
You can-
Consult with the town clerk on this?
Yeah, I think she's
What
all for us getting it to her earlier than later.
well, what I'm
She
saying,
was shaking her head, so I think she has a
Yeah, go ahead, Mel.
No, I agree.
Well, the idea that we should have it a week before the week you have to have it, so you can put it in there with all the issues that the town manager's dealing with.
so it should be more like 14 working days prior to a special
No, 'cause
meeting.
The only 14 working days is like 2.5, 3 weeks.
10.
Yeah, I would put it Tuesday, 2 Tuesdays before the select board meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
That's 14 calendar days, not.
But that still only gives you a week's time. Let's stop talking about work days, okay?
Yeah.
It still it gives you a week's time to then post the agenda, which would be a week before the meeting.
I would love that.
Yeah, that's
Try
the
and
goal.
compile, and you want to
So
compile.
that's what even though that seems like it's very far,
Yeah.
it's not. And so
not.
what I'm trying to say is this is the way this is written stacks us giving them the agenda and when they're supposed to post it,
And it's-
practically
that's
on the same day.
Right.
That's impossible.
Yeah.
Which is why I'd like to change it.
Well, when I talked to Mel, she said, I would love it if you could do it so that we have it a week ahead of time, so that they could get it out a week, because putting it out Friday, and sometime it happened, we're just talking about routinely.
Yeah.
You know, if someone's on vacation and then there's a holiday and, you know, so
Maybe we just say to the town manager 2 weeks prior to any regular or special.
I like that. That's simple.
I mean, I don't know.
I think that's
hate-
simple.
So that'd be the draft agenda.
It would be the draft. Now, of course, I don't see any reason why you couldn't say, I need to add this, and you,
Yeah.
but you've got the meat.
You got
and
the- yeah.
Theoretically, you've got the meat and the potatoes,
Yeah. Now you want.
right?
But
And then if you need to add a side, you add a
And
side.
it does say, under normal circumstances, so I think that the 2 weeks before covers us. We'll change it to 2 weeks under normal circumstances. There's other things that are, you know, come up that the town manager can know about, or one of us could know about for whatever reason. But mainly, the town manager is going to know what's going on in the town between staff. So,
You know, I mean, we could even put in there like, you know, should be attempted, or like, you know, like we should try to give it
Right.
to them that early. But that's,
well, can you imagine how crazy that was? They had those bylaws and they have 2 meetings a month. Anyway, and even at the end, it says, first draft agenda will normally be posted a week in advance of the select board meeting. So, and again, it's normally, because there's going to be circumstances, as we already know, this first 4 months. Okay, are we done with that one? Moving on. 14, any session of the board may be continued or adjourned. I don't think that's an issue. Every party shall have a right to present its case. Some things I underline, just ask questions, but anyone want to change anything there?
No.
No, me either. Participating on the vote. This is interesting. On the next page, page 6 of the 10.
Hearings?
No, I'm just going to let everyone go through and get caught up before you flip the page. I made a ton of notes, so. You know, I'm the guy that asks 50 questions all the time. Some are foolish, but it says who refuses. This is all members in attendance and not qualified, talking about boards, as provided herein, shall vote in every matter to be voted upon unless excused by the chairman for good cause shown. Those in attendance in such circumstances who refuse to vote, you know, like I abstained a couple times, who refuse to vote are regarded to have voted in the affirmatively. I didn't know that. I kind of like it, but I don't know what Robert Rule of Order says, but I like it here, because then you have to vote one way or the other, unless.
I'm not sure where you are.
Page
16.
6.
I don't have that. I'm going
Fourth-
right.
He's in 16.
fourth
second
paragraph.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry. Thank you.
okay,
Thank you, Derek.
Thanks.
No,
I got it now. I got it now.
We're on phones.
Yeah, you got it down. And so when I read that, I realized that was a very interesting unknown fact for me. And for this position, you know, you will be considered to vote with a majority,
So is this stating you cannot abstain?
pretty much. Yeah. Yes, indeed. You don't get a free ride when you're elected to the town of Raymond. It's interesting, though, because I know of at least 2 of us, if not 3, have abstained. No, at least 2.
Well, you can still abstain if you have a conflict of interest,
can
but it's
still
saying that you can't.
Right.
You can't abstain because you don't want to vote yes or no.
Right.
You got to just go by state law again.
Anyway, I thought it was interesting to point out, I'm moving on, Section 17, adjourned by 9 PM, when possible. I mean, we haven't gone by for a while. Okay, we'll leave it. We may need it one night. 18. 19. And obviously, it says we can amend it by a majority of the vote, so once it's ready for print. A right of appeal? minutes. Section 22, standing committees, special committees, board of liaisons.
I don't see it needs to be changed there.
What's that?
I don't think we need to change any of that.
It says that the chairman, number 4, the chairman of the board or a selectman designee is an ex-official member of all standing committees. I don't think we do that. I don't think we've done that for years. We don't have someone at every planning board meeting or everything else, and I don't know if it's necessary to have it. I told the finance committee, I realize that, you know, I'm a non-voting member, but all you have to do is tell me you want me there, and I'll be there. You kind of have faith in your committees, and but these are our bylaws, so.
Isn't that really saying that you can participate in one of those committee meetings?
I think this is
Yeah.
fine as written, because that's all it is saying.
Yeah.
Basically, that you will be allowed to,
Yeah.
as a select board member, you will be allowed to participate in the meeting, you just
And
can't
you'll be
vote.
able to, allowed to speak. You won't be allowed to vote.
It says of all standing committees, though. Okay,
That's
if you guys don't have a
I think
problem, I
that's
move
fine.
right
I think
on.
it's all good.
23, comp,
Compensation.
yeah, is 100 too much? Anyway, public comment periods, number 24. That just says that we can't step down and have 2 shots. One is a select board member speaking, and as well as a member of the public.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I don't have a problem with that. Appointment protocol?
That's all good.
After first step down. Well,
I do have a question about
yeah,
all
July.
appointed terms of board and committee members. Can we clarify, does that mean when you're elected on the select board that you start in the meeting that occurs after July 1st?
It's when we're supposed to.
Right? That's when you're supposed
Yeah.
to start, correct?
And it's, when I raised that issue, the June meeting, 2 years in a row, the standing select board members that either stepped down or were defeated didn't show up for the June meeting. So I don't,
Because the
have-
meeting's after. The vote's after the meeting usually.
no, we had the vote at, and then we had the select board meeting where we discussed it. And it was, I know that. And even the first year I was elected the 11th of June, and the next meeting was June.
I think it's close because it's not going to be, 11th can sometimes be before or after the meeting.
I know, but I think the reason this is there is to say that whatever business in that full budget year, July 1st to June 31st, is by the select board. And so after the vote of the public, the select board that's sitting in those shoes signs for the budget, what we got voted through.
Right.
And so.
You're trying to change that?
No.
Well, we're just trying to reiterate the fact that that you serve until
July 1st.
June 30th, and any meetings that occur in between an election and June 30th, you are expected to still serve.
Yeah. And the elected people take over July 1st. I think we ought to, I mean, we can honor that.
That's how it happened with mine, so.
Yeah, well, I think that's what we'll do, and we'll just go moving forward. And it says members appointed to complete a vacated term shall serve from the date of appointment and sworn into the term expiration.
Right.
But we're actually saying till June. So
That's when it expires, though. If somebody quits tomorrow, but it would only go until that next vote.
until the term expires. The term is 3 years.
But not
So-
if it's, no, not if I quit tomorrow, my term is not 3 years. You don't get in, the appointed person only goes to the end of that.
No, I understand the last year of your term, I get that. I'm saying that if someone gets sick, terminally sick or anything else, and the member, steps down, we just had a long conversation about it's just until the June election. And yet this says is sworn in to the term expiration. Well, the term is 3 years. So Chris stepped down after 1 year. The term that he was elected for was 3. And we argued this all out and debated it.
But this is also select board. We don't have budget finance in front of us.
Okay, but if Chris got done, would it be done in June? According to this, it's when the term expires, and your term is 3 years. And I just think it should say until June, the next election.
His is.
I don't think it's out of line to say it until the next public election. Go ahead,
The
Mel.
only problem was when you do that, you have to change more than just that, because you have to if you're saying it's only gonna go, let me see if I get this straight. You're saying he quits tomorrow, and you, however you get somebody else in, the new person is gonna go to the end of his term, is what you want? But
That's how
you want it to only go until June, and then have it
Then
revoted.
the
But-
election would be, then that person would only be elected for 2 years.
Exactly. That's what you have to write in here if you do that, because you can't, you'll screw up all the.
And I think that's
cycles.
fine. So we could,
The section is about appointed terms, not elected. You're still on reappointments, section 25-1?
yes.
So that's for like.
This is for our, this is for our
That's not-
chairs and stuff like that.
Not you guys.
It says
That's
all
for-
appointed terms of board,
Right.
which is us, and
Appointed.
committees.
No.
You're when you're
appointed.
chair, you're appointed chair, you're appointed
Appointed.
vice chair.
Oh,
Not your,
cool.
not your elected. term.
Okay,
Like planning
never
board,
mind. Thank you.
planning board and all of the other non-elected positions and boards and committees. Not
That's why we had that
select
discussion last time about the,
Right.
Yeah.
about
Every,
the budget
every
finance.
June, you
I know, I
guys
think it was
appoint
I think our,
someone
it
to
was either
fill
that one
other
or planning
boards.
board.
Well, then I don't find anything in here if someone stepped down from the select board. One way or the other, I have used this as, is the next one down?
We're getting to that, we're just
Just
not there
getting
yet.
to it.
I thought that's where you skipped ahead to.
No, okay. All right, well, thank you. We don't need to change the thing that's why we have staff here to educate us. Oh, yeah, that's where we started talking about the boards. Here, I think the only thing I talked about, and I think someone else said something along the same line, is we would just add G and say the only exception being if the Budget Committee vacancy occurred in the March, it'll remain vacant, because by the time you do the 90-day process, the June's there. The election's already there, and unless we say remains vacant, and maybe a tie, if a tie occurs, the Select Board Chair may cast the deciding vote if you had a problem with the 7 people. But, I mean, we just went through the whole thing.
Well, you won't be able to have a tie on 7 anyway, so.
If one of them steps down, now you got 6.
Oh, on that vote, yeah, okay.
And so I say if it's March, by the time you do April, May, June, why even bother to have this conversation somewhere down the road if it's within that last quarter? I'll leave it up to staff to decide, but I think this would take care of it if we just added G and said the only exception to the above
90 days prior to
Yes.
a regularly scheduled election?
Well, no, because that's an elected position as well.
Right. But if you go through the process that they laid out here, you're going to
This
get...
isn't for that, though. This is for planning board and, you have planning board and zoning board of appeals, those ones. Those aren't elected.
Okay, so where are they then? Where are the...
It's probably on the...
This is where I thought the board and the...
No, because they have their own. You guys, the budget finance has their own.
I think we should have something in here that applies to us.
Are you talking about us, or are you talking about budget finance? Because right now you're talking about budget finance.
Both elected groups should be...
Well, but it's different. for
Right.
select board, because we're not budget. You're talking about budget-specific problem.
Right, I was adding that
So
on
that
there.
needs to, but that's in the budget finance bylaws, not in the
That
select
should
board
go in their
bylaws.
bylaws, not ours. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I like that better. But this is the one that outlines what
That's
we're
how it
gonna
is
do.
correct currently.
This explains all the details of how we'll handle it. It takes 90 days, and I thought that this might be appropriate to say accept. Other than that, you gotta go through it. But
You
however,
can, what I'm saying is what you're trying to solve is a budget finance problem, so it should, that in there, they have the same thing we have.
okay, let me ask this question then, make it easier to move this forward. Where is it in this bylaw that says how they handle with one of us quits midterm?
So you're talking about us now instead of,
Yep.
but,
This is the only place I thought it applied, and I think Mel.
but
you
it
could
will, but I don't
obviously-
think the time frame matters on this one. We can just do it normal. It wouldn't be if somebody resigns in March.
No, I
it wouldn't
think
be a
now
big
he's
deal.
just saying, do we address in this document anywhere how it will be handled if a select board member
Get
resigns
sick.
prior to their resignation?
Yeah, get sick or dies or anything, you know? I mean, we should have it clearly so the public knows how we're going to handle it, rather than me calling you up and say, hey, let's put Joe in there, or Peter in there, or Ralph. You know, that it doesn't say. So I'm all for it. But I had just assumed this applied to us, and when Mel looked at me and said it's coming up, you kind of said it's next, I think we all kind of assumed that applied to us.
I think this does.
I'm going back and looking at it.
It's number 2. You were talking about reappointment on number 1. Number 2 is this one.
After an announcement of resignation of board or committee
Prior,
member.
yeah, filling positions
Yeah.
vacated by resignation prior to the end of the term.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Right, well, it lays it all out.
It's already right there.
I guess I'm confused on what you're asking.
So this will be 90 days for Selectmen too?
It'll be, hold on. It says, it's all laid out already. This is, I mean, do you want me to read it, or?
No, I'm fine with this if this is the select board and we don't have to put the budget in there. But
This is
what,
select board budget has their own, yeah.
but this is what we use for the budget. This is what we end
What
up.
I'm saying is, if you have a budget specific one that needs to be changed, I would let budget finance
Okay.
change it, go to that
Okay.
meeting, bring it up and let them change it, because it doesn't apply to select board for that time frame, like a March time frame for us. So we don't need to address it. We already have ours addressed here. But I agree with that part of budget finance, but that needs to be budget finance specific, not.
And this actually says, after the announcement of resignation at the board or a committee meeting, formal accepting resignation. So we did use this process for the budget finance. That's all I'm trying to point out. Go ahead, Mel.
So, the vacancy in the select board is addressed in Title 30A state law. So it doesn't necessarily need to be in your
Wouldn't it
bylaws.
be easier if it was, though, so that we'd understand it?
Maybe we could just reference that.
Right.
Could we just reference that?
Oh, I like it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's
Like, can't we just say, have a little, 3, or put it at the top, that we would follow the,
under
I like that.
under 2B.
That's simple. and
I think
makes
it's,
it-
hold on, I think it's there under,
because I haven't seen it, that doesn't mean that I missed it, but I don't think we define it in this document at all.
No, I don't either.
So I just think we should just say it, that it would be determined by, state statute.
I mean, it,
Well, let's do it anyway.
under
This
section,
simplifies it.
the top of page 2, I mean, it references a couple times the law, because, not that specific one, though. It just brings you to that full.
I just don't think there's any harm in listing it.
Yep.
and
Yeah, you list it
saying,
again.
Yeah.
We'll list it, well, that's a good place to put it because it talks about vacant
What is it, what's the number,
positions
Mel,
of
30 what?
resignation.
30A,
Yeah.
30A, section.
2635,
2602.
2602, okay.
Okay,
Yep.
that sounds, removal of members, anything?
No.
Complaints brought by the public. See, I told you we'd get right through this. So that, and we don't take a vote on it,
No.
so that's done. The next thing would be the basic goals. The reason I asked for that to be put in is when the budget process starts, usually the select board has already decided what the goals will be for the budget process as well as what we're looking forward to. So, I mean, we don't have to get into it this particular night, but it is going to be coming up pretty quickly after the tax rate's set and the budget process starts. Plus, it kind of combines with what we think the vision is of the board, what moving forward. So, I mean, Kelly, you want to start with a little of that, and we've got 10 minutes.
Well, we also have C.
This was a lot to get through this policy because there's a lot of changes we made. Chris, you want to go?
For goals?
Yeah.
I've already made known my wishes to join MMA and get some insurance quotes on automobile insurance for employees. That was one thing that I had on my list. I would like to, at some point, meet with our owners of the camps, like Wahilo, Tamanis, Kingsley Pine, and have some discussions, because just to be brief, we've had some concerns about some of these camps selling off large parcels of land due to them having trouble paying their taxes. With the reval, I see that becoming a situation. So I would like to have some kind of a partnership with some of the with all the camp owners to see how we can work mutually to keep that land in open space and not get developed by big real estate companies and that type of thing moving into town and taking advantage of these family businesses that have been around for decades, if not a century or more. So that's important to me. I want to look at how we can keep businesses here. I'm starting to see some businesses slip away from our town, and I want to try to address how we can keep them here and attract new business. And then finally, at some point, I would like to review the fire protection ordinance and the effects that has on local residents and business owners.
Great. I agree with 2 or 3 of those, as a matter of fact.
I like
Especially
the last 2 for sure, last 3. The business one as well, I was thinking some rezoning or some reworking of that, especially up the 302 corridor, within a footage of maybe the center line, so that, you're already in that corridor of traffic and people and flowing. That way it doesn't mess with, residential, more rural parts of Raymond that we're trying to keep around the lakes and things like that. But on that main corridor, be able to have some more spots for businesses, to come in and thrive and generate more revenue for the town. And then, like we had with the Tassel Top Day the other weekend or so, that was a lot of fun. A great community event. Lots of families were there, kids were there, parents were there. Everyone got to get along. So to kind of use our amenities that we have in the town for the town people at little to no expense to them was a fun way to use those and continue that and maybe grow that. That was a good.
I agree with 90% of what both of you said. You want to go, or you want me to go?
We just did one of mine today, pretty much. I'd like to review the personnel policy again. The personnel policy. I think the vacation section really confuses me. I just think it needs another pass. I would like to make sure that we're moving forward with our Jordan Small Middle School Building Committee and the Comp Plan Committee. Just want to make sure that those things are actually going forward when we're keeping our pulse on it.
Those are all things I would have added to the list, but I wanted to keep it short.
Yeah, and I'll actually add the only thing I would add to, and I liked a lot of things that both of you said, especially the camps. I've talked to 3 of the owners and one of the trustees at Tamanis. A lot of the camps have now gone nonprofit, and that takes them out of the loop, and we lose taxes on it. And I'd rather be, the character of this town started with the ruralness, the girls' camps, the boys' camps, and all the other stuff, so I'm really high on that. And I really think that the comp plan was, I think, a masterful And the open space, and we're going to have an opportunity, the town manager and I have talked about it with the Capo property. I've known the family and worked with them since the public safety building. So if we could have one diamond in the rough and leave the open space and still turn it into recreational use, that's, I mean, I just love what we've done in the past.
That's just one example. There are
That's right.
several
Yeah,
other
we have tassel
opportunities.
too already.
Well, there's other opportunities that I've been talking with some people, and Joe's well aware of, that there are other opportunities out there, not just the carpool. I'm not taking away from that.
No.
I'm just saying there's a lot of opportunity for this town to work with people to acquire open space right at this time.
And the last thing I'll say is more public and town, public and private joint ventures, so that you get more buy-in. Those are the three big things, but actually each one of you, all three of you actually hit some of the things. So I think that's important to say, but
They may be big goals, but we can start working on them.
Exactly.
They may not get done this year.
And I think it's important for people to hear what
They'll
we're
never
thinking.
get done if we don't start them. So.
That's exactly right, Derek.
We can't
So
kick the can down the road.
the other thing we had is the outline of schedule and future use. And I think we're going to have to put that off to another meeting. And I'll try to just put it, we'll just do it on the agenda rather than a 5 o'clock meeting, because it's going to be important to speak, I think, publicly on how we want to move forward with it. You know, I think Grace mentioned that a lot of the Jordan Small School could be utilized immediately without spending a lot of money, because we already have to absorb all the utilities and expenses. So I'd like that, and I think that's one thing to say.
I would really like it if maybe, Joe, you could work on creating sort of like what you think would be best, like how many members should be on this committee, who should we try to find? I think if you could do some research on that and come back with us with your thoughts and ideas on how we would form this committee and move forward.
Just to clarify, the JSMS building committee. Okay.
Let me add a little bit to that. I think I said something to Chris about this, and that is, I really would love to see, if possible, our standing committees, planning board, someone from this board, but all the boards we have, if you could put them involved with the Jordan Smalls, we would be able to at least know what we would have to do in order to utilize it, whether it be a sprinkler or whatever it happens to be. But if we could have board members that are already standing committees, budget committee, it would just add to, and of course, comp committee, I think it'd add a lot more flow to the process, that's all. And I actually had that for a note too, but I'm just kind of...
And then maybe come up with like a timeline, because there's going to be cost associated with this, so it'd be really nice to know when those might occur and what we might be looking at.
Well, that's why I put schedule on there, but yeah, and I think that it's still on everyone's mind. 27's going to be here before you know it. I mean, I don't know what happened to I don't know what happened to 24, 25 yet. I mean, we're flying through it. So, is there any last comments? Or there is an opportunity for clarification for the public, like I mentioned in the bylaws. If anyone has anything that wants to question or have clarification, and if not, Peter, you?
Yeah, very quickly.
Mel.
2 Levitt Road, so this will be very quick, as I just made some notes to your comments. Number one, flexibility of agenda as far as the posting is concerned. Understand that the agenda the board can add an agenda item at the beginning of any meeting. So you can vote that in. So as far as feeling you're really under the gun of getting everything on the agenda, because obviously you can't discuss anything at the meeting that's not on the agenda. But certainly if something comes up from the town manager, something comes up from the town clerk, or one of the other board members, you have that flexibility. So I would say don't kill yourself trying to get that agenda absolutely perfect. There's room for it. If you really went to Roberts, what Roberts says is that every meeting that has an agenda, it's basically not an agenda until you vote it as the agenda, as the first action of business at the beginning of the meeting. So that's kind of gives you the wiggle room to do that. you can also vote at any point in time, and I've seen the planning board do this, to extend the meeting beyond the time frame in your bylaws. You can just say, take a vote, we'll go another half hour, an hour, and you can do that. I don't know this for sure, but I believe one of the distinctions you're looking for between emergency and special town meetings is the notice. So that would be the thing. My understanding is that the special town meeting is basically bound by the same notice as a regular meeting. However, an emergency meeting, they give you more flexibility in what you have to get posted. As far as the chair can't enter into debate on any agenda item without first transferring the chairmanship to the vice chair or another board member. Then the chair can enter into the debate on an agenda item. That doesn't mean the chair can't speak to it. Matter of fact, I believe your bylaws say that the chair has the right to speak first and last. But as far as entering into the debate, which I saw in past boards happened all the time, that's not acceptable. You need to be, because the chair has a certain amount of influence. And so speaking as the chair in the debate on an item, it tends to not be fair. And I guess just lastly, I'm not sure about this. Does the Budget Finance Committee have bylaws?
Hell yeah. Well, ordinance.
They have an ordinance. And I believe last year when I was attending a Budget Finance Committee meeting, there was that discussion, and I made that recommendation that they actually have a formal set of bylaws. I don't know that the ordinance that I believe originally, Dennis, you kind of uncovered and got everybody to review, and that's great. And it spelled out certain things. I don't think it's actually, I don't think it addressed a number of issues that bylaws would. So that might be something just to see as far as if there's, if I look on the website, I can find bylaws for the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I know that because I wrote the original bylaws for the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I know that the Select Board has bylaws, but I don't find anything on the website, and I may just not be finding it, that actually says bylaws for budget finance.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, but when lacking bylaws, aren't the Robert's Rule of Order what you go by? The general directions and agenda?
Well, there's an ordinance that goes through all that for budget finance.
But it isn't, the ordinance doesn't really lay out the bylaws, as Peter said, I don't think. But I think it's been used very well.
It speaks quite a bit to your stuff, and then it does refer back on right now. It refers back to the state law and the state on quite a few, just like ours does. It's just like it's honestly not too far off from our bylaws, just a lot smaller.
What I learned on the comprehensive plan was when we were being asked about whether or not we had to abide by Robert's rules, and what I found out in researching it was basically the comprehensive plan did not have bylaws. The committee did not have bylaws of their own. And so therefore, any committee appointed by the select board that does not have their own bylaws is bound by the select board's bylaws. So, and the select board said Robert's rules, so that's what we did.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Seeing no one else, we can adjourn this.
Motion to adjourn the workshop.
Second.
All in favor? So adjourn. Good evening and welcome to the August. Get this wrong one. September meeting of the Select Board. The
September 16th.
yes, 16th. Grabbed the wrong one.
September 16th.
Yeah, September 16th, but, oh, thank you. I had the right one. Anyway, I'm going to call the meeting to order. I would like to mention the quorum is four of us that's sitting here, but Sam had his back operation. I'm wishing him well. I know you all are. So he won't be attending. He's not even driving now. He will be Zooming in, but I want to make mention of that, and we'll call the meeting to order, and we'll start right off with the approval of the minutes.
I move to approve the August 12th, 2025 meeting minutes as included in the packet.
I'll second.
All those in favor? All right, under new business, we are fortunate. I believe we had 4 people that applied to be on the Budget Committee, and Robert Wright was recommended by the Budget Committee. His resume was attached to our quite lengthy and very impressive.
Extremely impressive.
Did I hear a motion? Entertain a motion to accept him as recommended by the Budget Committee?
I'll make a motion to accept Robert Wright to the Budget Finance Committee.
I'll second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
I
Yep,
just,
I'm
sorry, real quick, I just wanted to say to Robert that your education and experience should serve you well and you will be a benefit to Raymond. So thank you for volunteering.
Well said. All those in favor? The next thing is a consideration of a business license for Kate Yadlitsinky. I'm going to mess up that name awfully, but
Rudlinski?
I'll go with it. I think
You got it.
Yeah, all right. Sorry about that. I can't pronounce
No
my
worry.
own name. Is there any question? I mean, these questionnaires are really well done now, and more information than we need. This will be at 1288 Roosevelt Trail. Anyone have any questions?
Where is that? Which?
1288.
Yeah, where is that?
The A-frame? Right behind Goodhue?
Is it the A-frame with the wings on the side?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Larkin, any
Right
questions?
side, left side.
Entertain a motion to approve a license. I don't see anything in here that's striking in any reason at all.
Mr. Chairman, a comment from the fire department.
Sorry, I didn't see anything in here for you, but go ahead, Wayne. My apologies.
Yeah, we've only, for this and the next one coming up, the inspections were yesterday and today, so that's why you don't have anything in your packet. So everything was good with the exception of the property owner needs to complete the annual fire alarm inspection, testing, and maintenance, which is already scheduled for the 22nd. Needs to have the annual testing of his fire extinguishers throughout the facility completed. And that was it for Kate's business. She's in suite number 4. There's a number of suites in that building.
I thought she was 5.
It's number
Oh,
number 5.
You're right.
5A.
Yeah, looking at the wrong sheet. Sorry, Kate.
No worry. Thanks, Wayne.
Well, I'd entertain a motion with the changes that the inspector.
So moved.
I'll second.
All those in favor? So moved. Accepted. The next one is the license for the Skin Shift Studio, located at 12, same location.
Suite 4.
Yeah, Suite 4. Same location, 1288 Roosevelt Trail.
Wayne would probably have the same conditions.
Yeah, I would say that.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, we would have the same items for suite number 4 and would recommend conditional approval.
A motion.
I'll move that. Accept the business license at 1288 Roosevelt Trail, number 4, for Skin Shift Studio, with the conditions of the fire inspector.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Moving right along, renewal license at East Shore Tavern. Kyle is here if there's any questions. Wayne, let's start with you before I get ahead of myself.
So, yes, we performed an inspection on August 19th. There were some deficiencies at the time of our inspection. Most of those I received correction items today, and there's only a couple of small items. This business, if they have a dance license, which requires a special amusement permit from us, and a dance hall license from the State Fire Marshal's office. On those small items, if we make conditional approval that they're corrected before they come back before us for the special amusement, that should be fine.
Entertain a motion to that effect?
I'm sorry, Wayne, can you set special amusement for 2 things?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you say special amusement for 2 things?
Dancing and what else?
Yeah, so it's actually 4 things, but 2 things from this one right here is there's an outlet cover that we need to make sure is corrected, and there's some wiring outside the building for an external light that should be inside of a junction box, and that needs to be corrected. The other 2 items were specifically relating to the dance license, the special amusement permit, and the fire marshal's office inspection. So, that will come up at that point in time. So I know I made that kind of long-winded. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to hear from Kyle.
Wayne, were you able to get the photos today?
Kyle, would you state your name, please?
Oh, Kyle Bancroft, sorry about
And
that.
your address.
It's, you want the business address? 1248 Roosevelt Trail,
Okay,
Raymond,
close
Maine.
enough.
I sent the photos today of the exterior light that has a loom over the exposed wire. The junction box is further back into the building that was installed long before I got there. So what we did was talked to an electrician. They said, put this wire loom over it. That covers it. There's no more exposed wire. I think that was a big concern, that there was just the exposed connection there. That's been retaped and then enclosed. I'm not sure that we're going to need another junction box outside if we have one inside of the building.
On that particular item, Kyle, we'll just swing back by, and I'll have John. He's much more in tune with the electrical side of this issue. I'll just have him look at it and make sure we're okay. I think probably with what you're telling me, I think we are on that item.
Did you receive the photo just to make sure that you did get the information? Okay.
I did, yeah.
And I believe the other one was the State Fire Marshal's office. My permit is still active until mid-October, so I'll be making a request for that coming up probably in the next week. And then once that gets inspected, that information gets sent to me and I could forward that to the town. The special amusement, I thought it was wrapped up with this application all at once. You guys have that. We use the Bell system now. This is our first year with that, with the state of Maine. So everything that requires us to get our license through them kind of was put into an online system. And I believe that the special amusement permit should have been in that system as well, because the state fire marshal, the dance license, all that was kind of in one place. So.
I think I see that right here.
Yes. Kyle, have they given you a date for that inspection?
I have not received a date yet. No, as soon as I do, I will forward that to you folks.
Well, go ahead.
So I have a question, Kyle. Sure. So what type of special amusement do you have at the East Coast Tavern?
East Shore Tavern. So there's a dance license with the state of Maine. That's what I have the state fire marshal coming in for.
Right.
He will re-inspect. He'll do a lot of the same stuff that Wayne does.
Right.
And then the special amusement permit is through you guys here at the town. So it just allows me to have my live music, my DJ. It's almost a duplicate of the state version. It's just a localized municipal version.
Is under number 8, it's asked about the dancing and entertainment. You list DAN 50726. Is that the license from the state? Is that the license
Yep.
number?
And that's current right now.
Does that make sense, Wayne?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I missed
Well,
your.
under the question is filled out by the state. He actually, as Caleb pointed out, he answered yes to the license, and then he said DAN 50726, which must be the license number.
DAN 50726, yes, it is, for the entertainment license with the state fire marshal. That's correct.
Okay, so then we're down to just a couple of infractions, not infractions, but things that need to be corrected, I guess infractions. But you're all set, Wayne, we can vote this through with the last couple things that you mentioned.
Yep, just conditional, yep. I think would be good.
Okay, so I move to approve the liquor license for East Shore Tavern pending, or conditionally based on completion of the remaining action items as listed by the fire inspector.
Second, I have one question. I'll second it. Does that then have to come back in front of us, or it's just when you get the clarification from the state fire marshal, or you just send it to us and it's all set? I believe it would be all set, but I'm asking, right? And we waiting for that? Wayne, would we, I mean, what we're going to do is authorize this conditionally, so there's an assumption on my behalf that he'll be all set. He would just send it to us. Yep. That's what I'm hoping. I just wanted to clarify it, so that you would know as well as me.
And then you had mentioned the wall plate, sorry to interrupt. That was fixed as well, Wayne. I'm not sure if you didn't see the picture. So, I mean.
I didn't see that one, Kyle.
Okay.
I looked at a bunch of the pictures. There was one picture, it really wasn't showing much. So that's probably the one that we're talking about.
Okay, so everything, I will resend that, so you have it, but everything on that list, minus what we just talked about, was taken care of, so I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page.
Okay. I've heard it, I had a second. All those in favor? Thank you for coming in, Kyle.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Next thing on the agenda is reevaluation update by our assessor, Kurt LaBelle.
Kurt LaBelle, assessor's agent. So if you look in the packet, I've given you some statistical update information for the progress of the revaluation. Still in the data collection phase, but KRT has at least made its initial visit at about 70% of the properties in town. The remaining areas are primarily the Raymond Cape, some areas along the south side of Crescent Lake, and the commercial properties. So I would expect that over the course of the next few months, data collection, at least that first pass, will be completed. And KRT will then move into the sales analysis and the model formulation phase of the project. It looks like about 46% of the properties, there wasn't any one home, so the properties were just measured. Those folks will get a callback letter later on in the process asking for an appointment for an interior inspection, and hopefully we'll get our interior numbers up a little bit higher than what they are now with that. Of the properties visited where there was a homeowner present, there was about almost 700 of those. 91% of the time we get some sort of information on the interior of the house, either through a full inspection or what's happening more and more often with the onset of remote work. They've taken information at the door. A lot of times people are in the middle of their workday, they may be in meetings, and they don't really like to be interrupted unannounced, and they'll take a few minutes to give the information at the door, but they just don't have time to allow for a full inspection at that point. That's been more and more prevalent since the pandemic. I've encountered that quite a bit myself, just in my annual work that I do. when you kind of knock on the door and someone's on their computer in a, a Zoom meeting or, doing a task for work, they're not inclined to be bothered at that point. Total refusals are about 6%. Interior refusals about 3%. I would like to say I do appreciate the cooperation that we've received so far from the residents of Raymond. It is it's the kind of project that, no one really looks forward to doing, us or them. It's been 20 years. The townspeople have invested over $350,000 of their tax dollars towards this project, so we appreciate the level of cooperation that we've received thus far. It's in the end, it's your product. It's distributing your taxes. You're paying for it. So the most help that we can get from the residents, the better the product will be. On the budget side, one other thing. Tomorrow, I have representatives from KRT's personal property appraiser department is going to be coming to the office, and they're going to start business inspections starting tomorrow. That may be hit or miss. I'm not sure what their schedule is, whether they intend to get all of them done and then do declarations in the spring, but they will be visiting businesses for equipment inventory, so printers, copiers, desks, the whole gamut of business equipment. So that'll kick off tomorrow. There'll be 2 people from KRT conducting those inspections.
Kurt, before you move on, can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Just for clarification. When we did, I think revision, or whatever they call themselves, back in '05, they were actually doing a judgment on quality of the interior. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said publicly one time that what they're really doing is just going in to measure the rooms, right? They're not going in to saying they got a wonderful kitchen or, granite countertop or any of that, are they?
Yeah, what'll happen is the data collector will take information such as what kind of heat do you have, what kind of flooring do you have, what's the wall coverings, are they drywall, are they plaster, are they wood panel. They may make some notations about the interior for the appraiser, but ultimately the grade and condition of the home are set by the appraiser later in the process, and that's done with the information that's provided by the data collector. So the data collector isn't going to write up a big note about every property about how wonderful the inside is, but they will take the interior components. If there's something that they think the appraiser needs to know about when they come by later to make the actual appraisal on the property, they may make a notation, but they're usually just one-liners. I don't see much of that. It's mostly interior components only.
Are you saying there's 2 different people that will be looking at each home?
Oh yeah, the data collectors are there only to collect physical information about the property, and there could be anywhere from 2 to 10 of those folks. Because the information, a measurement is a measurement. But the appraisal process, because you want continuity and consistency amongst the whole 4,000 parcels, that will be done by 1 and at most 2 people. So that person, when they're applying valuation grades and conditions, they're doing it consistently. So you don't have 5 people all with a different idea in their head of what good condition is for a particular house of a particular age. So yes, there's most of the time the resident probably won't have interaction with the appraiser. They're going to be coming right down, pulling into every driveway, looking at the card, looking at the house, looking at the information, knowing what they've been to up and down the street, what other similar properties are. And that takes place over the course of probably 3 to 4 week period instead of months and months.
So they won't be going in a second time?
No, I don't anticipate.
Okay.
Yeah,
But it's good to tell the public, because it was kind of confusing the first time around.
Yeah.
It's a different company, obviously.
Yeah, Vision typically runs that same formula, though. I think in '05, I wasn't here, but I had another reval going in another town, and there was the same idea, a whole team of data collectors and then 1 or 2 appraisers. Usually around January, February, somewhere in there is when the appraisers will come in to town.
Thank you.
On the budgetary side, currently we've expensed out $97,000 to KRT. That's about 31% of the contract cost. It falls in line with basically where they're at. They're at 70% on data collection, but there's still analysis and things like that that are going to reduce that. And for my coverage is running about 20%. This is mainly covering the additional time that we've spent either solving, triaging things that have come up with KRT, or it took quite a bit. It took a few extra days to get commitment lined up because there have been a lot of property valuation changes for this year as the result of these site visits. You know, we've got probably, I don't know, maybe 1,000 properties that are having some level of change purely from data correction. So it might be that the home measurements were slightly off one way or the other, or it may be that there's been some things done to a home that we didn't know about, finished basement, additional components to the house. And those, I found that most of those changes are either adding or subtracting from current value 30,000 or less. You know, I've QC'd, I've checked everything to 20,000. Most of the big changes are changes I've made as a result of permitted work. Most of KRT's changes are relatively small, not substantial. So the model, the implementation of the new valuation model will come next year. So some people will see small change this year, and then the model, the new valuations next year. So I do expect higher than normal call volume to our office this year because of that, because there will be a lot more people who had their value change who didn't necessarily obtain a building permit, and they'll likely be inquiring as to what that was and why that happened. So I expect that we'll have increased traffic that way. Could have increased traffic on appeals. You know, if there were properties that I did revisit that KRT had been to that had higher changes to ensure that the changes were correct. But some of these smaller changes to the tune of $10,000, just not time. So we'll have to validate them as people inquire. Last thing I have on the revaluation is the Board of Assessment Review. We have several vacancies on that board. I'll be working with Mel over the next month or two. I haven't gotten concrete answers. I believe that board is populated by appointment by the select board, but I'm not 100% sure about that at this point, because this board does hear appeals beyond the select board. So we just got to solidify the process for getting people on that board, and then we'll be advertising for interested parties, for qualified people who may have experience in appraisal or may have experience in the legal realm, or other types of things that might government, anything to do with regulation, those types of things, they tend to fit well with that type of a board. So
what's the time period on that? What's the schedule you'd like to see that happen?
Well, if we could have at least a quorum of that board by spring. MMA does offer annual training, usually in May, for boards of assessment review. It's very good training. It's done typically by Jensen Baird or a high-level law firm. And if we had that board populated, we could send that board to receive some good training. I don't anticipate them hearing cases from the revaluation until late winter, early spring of 2027. So appeals that come in the fall of 26 will have to work their way through me and the select board before they end up at the Board of Assessment Review, if they go that far. So they'll be hearing cases potentially in the spring of 27, but if we can get that board populated a year prior, then we can get them some good training so they know how to apply the law.
So the goal is not to go beyond this month with any of the appeals. You want everything ironed out. I'm not talking about this month, I'm talking about in 27, right? 26, it's becomes effective for the 27 tax assessing.
So when we are come here next September to issue the tax rate, that will set a 6-month window for formal appeals to the select board.
Okay.
So that will run into April, May. The deadline will run till March, but then you've got a couple months over that. So appeals to the select board could run through April or May of 27. And the Board of Assessment review, depending on how they choose to run it, sometimes they will try to handle cases as they come, but sometimes they'll let these cases build up, file extensions, and they'll do them all at once in late spring or summer. We'd kind of have to wait and see how the board feels about the caseload, what is the caseload, and whether or not taxpayers are willing to grant an extension. There's usually no harm in granting an extension. It just means it's going to take a little bit longer to get a decision.
Thank you.
That's all I had on the revaluation, but I'm happy to take questions if anybody has any questions about the status of the reval.
So the actual implementation, though, is September of 27.
September of 26.
Oh, it is 26, even though the appeals will be going on.
But you can't appeal it until you get it, so
Yeah.
they'll get it in 26. They have all that time to appeal that 26 decision, that 26 assessment.
We will have likely in the August 26 timeframe, next August, after the tentative values have been released to the public, everyone receives what the estimated value is. We'll open up a period of informal hearings for a number of weeks where taxpayers can meet with KRT. So if there's things that need to get resolved prior to tax commitment, we can get as many things resolved before tax bills go out as we can, because once we issue the tax rate and we send out tax bills, that's when you're into that more formal process. So the hearings is a good time to pick up on issues where we've got data corrections that need to be made, the interior components weren't done properly. There's sometimes people have things about their land that they want us to know about. Maybe they have a wetland, or they have some topography issues that they want to know if they've been accounted for. And we try to get as much of that done in the informal hearings as we can. But with a revaluation, you can still expect a certain level of formal appeals beyond that.
That's the part I remember, the step before the taxes.
Yep.
Anything else before you move on?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I might as well stay right here.
Yeah. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. All right, the reevaluation's complete. Now we're going to consider the tax rate and commitment. You're on.
Okay. So this year, I don't really bring welcomed news when it comes to the tax situation for the town. For several years, the town has had the ability to buy down the tax rate at commitment by using undesignated fund balance. So pretty much as long as I can remember, the fund balance situation has allowed for anywhere between $100,000 and $300,000 for use by the selectmen to reduce the tax rate. This year, we're finding that the fund balance situation is very close to what I believe is the town's policy regarding how much undesignated fund balance it wants to retain. The number that I've heard in the past is 15% of the prior year's tax commitment. And last year, our tax commitment was $18.7 million. So in order to stay in line with our own internal policy, we would want to be running a undesignated fund balance of about $2.8 million. And, you know, a lot of that is about continued operations if something happens, but we also have to remember that we have to make $1.2 million per month payments to the school district starting in July, and we don't collect taxes until the end of October. So a lot of money needs to get laid out from the town's funds to pay the school. In addition, we have the county tax, which is $1.1 million, which they want to see that in September as well. That's just a portion of the reason for the fund balance level. I know that there also, I've heard that it affects potentially our bond ratings and things like that. So the guidance that I've received from the town management and the finance department is that at the conclusion of FY24, the undesignated fund balance was $2.6 million. We don't have, to my knowledge, we don't have audit information for FY25, which just closed out June 30. But the guidance that I'm getting is that we're not expecting a significant add-on to that 2.6 from FY25. So where we would normally offer up tax rate options of $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 of fund balance, given the current situation, in consulting with the staff, we've made recommendations for no use of fund balance. And the first recommended tax rate is $18.80, which uses no fund balance and produces a tax overlay of $40,000, $40,902. Last year it was $47,000. Typically, the select board runs somewhere in the $40,000 to $50,000 range on a typical year. That overlay money is used to round the tax rate. It can be appropriated, but it has to be appropriated by the voters at town meeting if you're going to use it for something. So it typically, if we collect that money from the taxpayers, it typically goes into the fund balance and is pulled out later on for a purpose or to reduce taxes in a future year. Because the fund balance situation is being what it is, and with the increases, particularly on the school side, which was $1.5 million this year, that threshold for fund balance is just growing every year. You know, we're looking at a $20 million tax this year, so 15% is going to be $3 million next year. So the amount of money that we kind of want to carry is growing as taxes grow and our potential outlays grow, but we don't, we're not going to have a lot of growth from other revenues that we're projecting this year, excise revenue, state revenues, things like that. So because of this, instead of giving my normal scenario, which is the rates get smaller, in this particular year, I've given options where we're actually adding cents onto the tax rate if the board feels that it needs to add overlay to potentially affect the fund balance.
Kurt, on the overlay, I looked back over the last 10 years on that.
Yeah.
This is the smallest amount I've seen. There's times where it was $100,000. I mean,
yeah.
It seems to me we're going down on instead of up. Is there a reason that, I mean, is that normal? I've seen 50, 80, and one was 100.
A lot of times it'll depend on how the numbers shake out, because 10 cents on the rate is $110,000, and depending on where the values shake out, it can affect whether the overlay is at a certain amount or not, the baseline, because.
Yeah, you can't be at 38.
Yeah.
You don't want to be too low, and then,
Yeah.
don't, it's going to jump up.
Right,
over 100.
right.
I was wondering if it was conservative, is what it was.
Well, typically what happens is, as an assessor, we often will choose the lowest reasonable overlay to produce a rounded tax rate. But that being said, we typically, like in a scenario where if I were the assessor, I would consult with the board and consult with management as to what's coming up in the future, and are they comfortable with that overlay? And sometimes it's prudent to add money onto the overlay. Next year when we reval, if we decide to write a warrant article and fund tax abatements or reval defense out of the overlay, then we would need to compensate by increasing that amount. Sometimes the boards, if they think there's something coming down the road that could impact their fund balance, they may decide to run a slightly higher overlay, or if there's you can't use it now, but it's money that can be used later. So you kind of have to think about what might be happening, where you're at.
That statement means you couldn't use it to do an overrun of a budget. You couldn't just say, there's $40,000 we can use to help balance out the overrun. It'd have to go into surplus, and then there'd have to be a request for it.
That's my understanding. Yeah, it's not appropriated. The only way it can overlay should be spent is if it's appropriated by the town meeting. So sometimes towns will fund certain things out of their overlay. Tax abatement sometimes is common. You could fund anything you want out of the overlay, as long as you write an article for it.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions? I think when you hear the staff and the assessor tell you that, there isn't a whole lot left for discussion, in my opinion. Thank you.
I have a question, not necessarily for you, Kurt. Thank you very much for laying this out for us. Because of what was just said, and I guess I'll give this to you as the town manager. Should we be adding money to the overlay? So, in your opinion, and I'd like to hear what you, being the closest individual to this, would say. Is $40,900 enough in our overlay?
I would think with some of the possible situations that can come up in the future, I think when Kurt and I were discussing this and looking at the fund balance, I do think add more overlay is better for the town in the future. Obviously, right now, your impact, 1880 mill rate, that's definitely an increase from last year. So it's a balance. So yes, I think if you're looking at the financials, it's better to add more overlay. But it doesn't help. I think right now with the 1880, that's a good starting point.
Can I say this in another way?
Yeah.
Do you anticipate the need for us to need to utilize any more than $40,000?
Yes, I do. I think there could be there's a school building payment that could come up next year, or this year. So that would tap into undesignated fund balance. So we want to make sure that we have that money available for us, which we have $700,000 right now.
Joe, how soon would it be that we would know that about the school and the other payment?
Yeah.
Are we talking a few months or?
Hopefully in a few months. Yes.
I think it's due in May, isn't it?
I believe May would be the.
Kayla?
I'm sorry, I just have another question, just for clarification. So as mentioned, this is the first time in a while that there have been no funds to use. So why would that occur?
What do you mean by no funds to use?
That it's recommended that we not
so every
use
year?
any, every year for the past, as far as we can really see, for a long time, there has been the possibility, or it's been recommended, or yes, you can use undesignated funds. This is the first time it's being recommended that we don't, because as I see it, that would put us at a financial risk. So why would that occur?
I would say because of the amount of increase from last year. It's going up $1.60. So that's also part of why when Kurt's run these numbers, we're not putting anything into the fund balance as well for next year. So if we do have to make that school payment, that would bring our undesignated fund balance down from 2.6 to 2.3. So we're not filling that fund balance in a comfortable manner. You can run it. You can use 700,000, but that would put us at 1.9 million.
Changes our bond too.
No,
Yeah.
I understand that. I'm asking, why is it just a cumulative over time of using undesignated fund balances? That because what I'm asking is, if it's been okay to use it before, and now it's not okay to use it, I understand that we need to make the school payment, but is it because it's been utilized too frequently in the past? I guess what I'm trying to get at is other select board, when it comes time to do this, have been able to say, well, let's knock this down by 20, last year, well, that would have been 30 cents. So is that because it's been used frequently? Or
it could be, but I think it's more the amount of fund balance that we have currently and hitting that benchmark of 15% with the total valuation of monies. So I think if you're dipping into it to lower the mill rate, you might be handcuffing yourself for the future of other expenses coming up.
Thank you.
And for years, it was 100,000, sorry. For years, it was $100,000, and then it went to 200,000. And last year, we thought there was all kinds of money. And so, even with hesitation, I said, in fact, I said, I prefer 200,000, but there was a real push to go 400 or 500. And we did go to 300, which is the largest amount we put on the really taken out of surplus.
Right.
And I think had we known it was going to be tight, we wouldn't have done that any more than we would have voted through the budget the way we did. Because in this budget, there was $300,000 of surplus used to bring the tax down to a 4.5%. And so without having that $300,000, it changed everything. And I think it would have changed the budget committee and the select board. But that's behind us. And what I say is, when staff comes in and Kurt comes in and they say, we really shouldn't do it, no one wants to see the taxes go up. I don't want to see it any more than anyone else. But this doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of flexibility, and I think we could, ponder this forever. But the reality is we've overused surplus in all kinds of ways.
I think it's just less effective. Is kind of, Kurt, maybe correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's just less effective to use $100,000 of an undesignated fund balance on this amount of mill rate to lower it.
Yeah, and even
kind of how
I
understanding.
did the math. Even if we paid down our whole budget, took it out of surplus, plus a little off the school, when it really got said and done, I think on a $500,000 house, after I got this, it would be $200 or less. And it put us in jeopardy. So I don't want to put us in jeopardy. I really am not interested in being the first board that starts to mess with the surplus to the point where we're at risk.
It's $800.
What's that?
$800 increase for $1,880 for a $500,000 house.
When they were talking about the $700,000 offset, when you looked at the top, when it said if we use the whole $700,000 on the top, when you really do the math, it's not worth peeling that surplus down to nothing. So I'm all in favor of supporting what the staff's recommending, and they're the ones that are reading the budget all the regular, and Kurt, who's the expert.
I think we have to be careful as a board also of spending in the future. I mean, because we have this school coming up, we have a payment that we can't deny towards the new school, and then these taxes are going to increase until the point where people are going to leave the town, and then you're going to have tax problems because there'll be vacant homes and things like that. So you have to be really careful on not only just going up on this, I'm leaning towards the 1880, but that's, it's not a huge difference either way, but it really is not this problem right here today. It's a future problem where we have to really rein this in and figure it out.
Can I take that a little bit further though?
Can't just print money in.
If we did use a couple $100,000 and next year we needed it.
I'm not saying on that, I'm not talking about using.
No, I'm just saying if we were to do that, to try to lower it down, it might make it even worse next year. So I agree with you. No one wants to go ahead, Chris.
I'm in agreement to probably leave it alone and don't add any, and use the 1880. But how he started his conversation was we have to keep an eye on spending.
Yes.
In my eyes, I think we spent a lot of legal expenditures last year that
we're doing it this year too, yeah.
And we didn't have to do that before. We've got other, like you brought up, the school coming up. We may be bonding a public works garage in the future. This town is going to have to spend some money. And I think I brought this up, and this probably isn't the night to discuss it, but this is why I brought up impact fees a while back. And that is a way to raise revenue without it being a continuing tax. It's a one-time fee. So I think that needs to be revisited, and we can start saving for the future, which we should have been doing all along, so that these bond payments and other projects that that just kind of got kicked down the road, they're coming due, and we're going to have to do them. And if we had had impact fees to address this, say, 5 years ago, we'd have some money saved up. So I think leaving the numbers the way they are, I'm in agreement with you, Dennis. I think it ought to just stay the way it is. I don't want to see this turn into a problem in the future for us. We've got to watch it very carefully.
I think it's well said.
I think it is.
Kayla?
Well, I think this is proof that the bill comes due at some point.
Absolutely.
So unfortunately, we've been using funds to decrease the tax levy, but that has a result and an impact.
The citizens voted for both the school budget and the company, I guess, is part of it. So listening to the advice of the professionals and the staff that we've hired, I would happen to agree with Chris. And if we're going to have a budget that has money left over, that's going to go to surplus. So we can also rein in the spending even this year by capping things and by doing freezes like they do in other municipalities. Something we can discuss at a later date. Not something I wanted to bring up tonight. We've got our hands full.
Right.
I think I'm ready to entertain a motion to go with what's recommended by Kurt and our staff.
Which one? There's two.
Which one?
Well, no.
You don't need the first motion. That's only if you were going to use some fund balance.
So it's number two.
I don't want to increase this anymore, but I did ask Joe, our town manager, whether the 40,000 was going to be enough in his opinion, and he expressed some concern that may not be enough for overlay. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm really not interested in raising the mill rate by $1.70, much less $1.60.
Can we do that at this meeting? I mean, I'm just
No,
asking
these
for
are our
clarification.
options. Like, if you're looking at our options, what we can do.
We're setting
so
the rate.
each time we increase the overlay. And that was the first question I asked you. Was that, in his opinion, was the 40,000 going to be enough?
Yeah, because one of the things to think about is if you have a potential scenario where you have to have a special town meeting and draw, say, $300,000 out of fund balance to pay this school payment, I don't know how much the amount is, that's going to further deplete what you got. So,
Yes.
So it's like you said, you've got belt tightening within the current budget. You've got, hopefully revenues come in higher, non-tax revenues hopefully come in higher than we've estimated. There's a lot of things that could happen, but that's a big bite out of the fund balance, right? If the payment is going to be made in this fiscal year, but it's not part of the budget, then you're gonna have to have a town meeting to pull that money.
Then I would ask this for clarification. If we increase it, it is treated as though it's surplus, not to go into the budget, but would be there in case we get into a bind, so it's not going to have an impact.
Yeah, what's going to happen is this
No,
is
you're-
going to be has the potential to be a cascading problem. So
Yeah.
if I come next year and your fund balance policy wants you at 3 million and you're only at 2.2, you're getting further away all the time.
So that's to
You know,
Kayla's point
So
about.
why,
yeah.
and I'm sorry. If I-
Derek, go first.
No, go ahead. I didn't.
I thought you started to say something.
No.
Uh,
Agreeing with that.
You're mentioning a school payment that we didn't have in our budget.
Yeah.
Why, did we just find out about this?
It was mentioned by the superintendent when I got here after the warrant article, so June. So.
But they were
I brought it up during budget finance.
And then,
multiple times.
yeah, so it was, I think, discussed. I don't know if it was at a school board meeting or not, but
I'm sorry, so you're saying it was discussed at
Budget finance.
budget
board meeting.
finance board meetings?
It wasn't, I brought it up to both chairs and it didn't go much further than that, but I said, don't forget, we have this.
And that was prior to June? I'm just
Budget
trying
finance,
to get,
or the last budget finance meetings, so yeah.
okay,
It was
thank you.
it was in
Chris,
No, I'm good.
March, wasn't it?
can you imagine if we'd have put $300,000 in this budget on top? This whole budget process would have been different. But that said, I think what we're hearing from staff, and even Kayla's concerned, that we probably should increase that to protect us, I guess, give us a cushion. Kurt, I want to turn to you with this one. I mean, if you had your druthers, what would that number have been instead of squeezing it down to the minimum amount?
Oh, I mean,
Okay, maybe a bad question.
well,
I guess it goes back to your
this is
goals,
where it's
right?
tricky. This is where it gets tricky.
Go ahead and finish.
I mean, if you're the assessor, which in this case, this is how this is the action you're taking as the assessor. You always shy away from adding on to the tax in a way that the voters haven't approved. But we know things right now that we didn't know at the time. And you just have to weigh out, is it more harmful to not do it in the long term and run the risk of further depleting the fund balance? Is that more, that could be more costly and harmful to the resident than a 10-cent rate increase. So you just got to weigh it out. I mean, it's not going to get spent automatically. It's
Only if necessary.
it'd have to be pulled out of, it will go into, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Brenda, this will go into fund balance eventually. If we pull fund balance, we'll pull it out of what we got, and as money is brought in, it'll filter into fund balance, eventually.
Eric?
Two things, I mean, it's a big jump, so it's going from 17.2 to, if you guys are talking, you want to do 18.9, 19. There is a point where it goes so high that it impacts the people of the town that don't pay their taxes and don't continue to live in their houses. I mean, there's a certain point where you can go 10 cents and stuff is a little jump, but this is already a large jump. They know it's coming. I mean, it's people voted on school and things like that. So they know a little bit is there, but we just have to, if we keep raising this, then it looks like on paper we have all this money. I mean, we're collecting it. We're raising people's taxes and we're bringing it in. But that doesn't mean we can't just keep spending it. We can't just keep increasing budgets, and you know what I mean? There has to be at some point we need to rein this in to be able to keep our mill rate at a normal level.
We're not asking for $1.5 million. The school is driving this increase, and we're the tail wagging the dog. And we all supported the school, well, I voted for it anyway. We all supported the school, so when you're talking $1.5 million 1 year, that's driving this whole tax rate. We're just talking a small amount.
What do you mean $1.5 million 1 year?
So what we're saying is, okay, so I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is that okay? So we have zero control over a majority of this budget as a select board. So the school budget increased. If you look at last year's, the FY '24 to '25, we're looking at roughly $1.5 million increase. Now, we collectively, voters in Wyndham and Raymond approved that budget. But we didn't, but we still have to account for that in our mill rate.
We also have, which
then
is
we
not
have-
in that $1.5 million, 300,000
Correct.
in May.
So, and then we increased our budget by about $500,000.
Mhm.
To me, that's what we're accountable for.
Oh,
That's
100%.
our portion
That's what I'm
of
talking
the
about.
mill rate.
Right.
So, comparatively, so I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying collectively, this large
That's what I-
jump
Yeah.
can be largely attributed to the school budget.
100%. That's why I said we already have this large jump that we have no control over. We have control over the next ones up, but these people already are getting a huge jump. So I'm just reiterating the point where you can only keep jumping so high, whether they vote for it or not. I don't think that they vote for something and then calculate out exactly how much it's going to go. I can tell you 99% of the population will vote without calculating out how much it's going to increase their taxes, because they don't know down to the penny, but I bet a majority of them don't even guesstimate how much it's going to.
Derek, everyone here is in agreement. I'm saying that I wouldn't even voted for the town budget. I wouldn't have put an extra $100,000 in two different budgets, appropriation budgets. That's $200,000 I voted for. I wouldn't have if I'd have known it was going to be 12%. So we can freeze things, we can move forward another way to save money, but the reality is we're not driving this tax increase. Ours is a minor amount, and every year I hear about the town has to cut because the school, or the town has to cut because of this. And at some stage, we deserve to have staff to get benefits and open spaces. And by the way, the school's coming online, so there'll be some belt tightening pretty quickly. And I absolutely agree with you. There'll be at some stage. I was a chief with 3 years of flat budgeting.
Yeah.
We're headed that way, so, but if we're not gonna do something on that overlay, I guess I was looking for whether we add to it or not, but at the same time, if we have to come up with $300,000, we're gonna have to come back to a special town meeting to ask for that money to come out of surplus anyway in May.
That's right.
So,
potentially. I guess the best case scenario, right, Joe, would be that we can squeeze it into the FY
Correct. Yes.
seven
Yes.
budget cycle, but
That's
I don't know.
something I can maybe discuss, but.
well, let me ask you this. Let's say we do well with the tax collection, because when I did the budget, I looked at it, and we were gonna have $800,000 in revenue predicted, but 300 of it was actually used in the surplus. So that right away was an assumption we had doing the budget process, if you remember.
Yeah.
That we had revenues and it was listed.
Yeah,
And
that's
so-
why your number looks so high, $500,000 on the tax. It's not that your budget went up that much, it's that you got 300,000
already figured
taken away.
Yeah.
That was there last year, so if, it's, your gross budget didn't go up astronomically, but you have, that 300 is not available, and so otherwise it would have been 200,000.
I have a hunch that won't happen again in the budget process. Now that we know that the surplus is not there, there will be no talk about using it to do the budget before we get to the point where we can use the budget surplus. So, we've learned. This is a big learning lesson, and we are trying to move forward. Kind of hard to sit up here and not, none of us want to have tax increase. I'd love to have seen this at 3%, let alone 12, or at $18, but we have to make a decision on which way we want to go on the use. And so I would look for a motion in some degree. I'm feeling like I don't want to increase the $40,000 from maybe revenues come in that's higher than usual and we have a little bit more surplus to draw from. I don't know, but
Well,
I'm a half-full guy, three-quarters full.
I don't know, do you want to try to look in your crystal ball on, we make, every year when the finance does the warrant article for town meeting that gives an estimate of non-tax revenues, they're coming up with, what do we think we're gonna get in excise tax? That's the big one, that's like 1.2, 1.3 million. What do we think we're gonna get for fees? What do we think we're going to, so typically those are reasonably conservative. The last thing you want to do is come up short in those areas and not have enough to pay your bills. But I mean, where do you think?
Well, I think her collection rate is phenomenal. So, I mean, there is a strong chance that you may.
Can you come to the microphone, please?
Do you want me to announce who I am?
Oh, yes.
I'm Brenda, the finance director. Sue has a phenomenal collection rate, so there is a really strong possibility that you guys pull ahead, even on some of the liens and that sort of thing. I think that the rate that Kurt has presented with the extra 40 is probably good. That's my opinion. I wish I had more time here, like years and so on, to see historically what's happened, but based upon what I see going on now, the revenues have been pretty healthy. I don't see, I think it's very, for the extra, I think I'm listening to what Derek is saying, and I kind of agree a little bit with that. I know you're trying to restockpile your surplus, which makes good sense, but there may be some other ways to do it, and we can talk about that maybe at another meeting, because I do have a couple of ideas. But you need to prepare for these other expenses that may come down to with the school renovations and some of the other things going on with the public works. I'm thinking bonds, and so I think going with Kurt's first number is good right now. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Joe, town manager. Which one would you like to see? You're the one that's going to be responsible.
Can I flip a
for
coin?
everything else.
I think I agree with Kurt and Brenda. I think 1880 is going to be a good spot. Now that we know this is on our radar, we can start looking at when revenues come in, how that gets restocked at the end of the fiscal year, and then hopefully come back during the budget season with better news on that fund balance surplus. So,
any more questions for Kurt, the town manager? If not, does anyone? I kind of like going with what the town manager said.
I'm ready to make a motion,
All right.
Chair, if that's okay with you. I move the Board of Selectmen, who are also the assessors, to approve the FY 2025 to 2026 property tax commitment, certification and warrants for the collection at a rate of $18.80 per $1,000 on a taxable valuation of $1,106,468,900.
Second.
Any more discussion before we call for the vote? Discussion. Yeah. Yeah. No. That's. I was just on a roll, Peter.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I just want to say that I heard Kayla, I heard Chris, I heard Dennis. As far as I'll give you a little history, Brenda. The history is that for the last 10 years, and I've been in this town for 30, the main objective and the use of the unfunded balance, the undesignated fund balance, was basically, in my opinion, to artificially lower the tax rate because there was not good management in budgeting. That's just a little history. So that's my sense. Is it a surprise that we have a new board in a new generation here that's basically saying, the bottom line is taxes are going to have to go up. And that's a reality. Nobody wants higher taxes, let alone me. I don't want them either. But what I did hear from some board members, and I think that's important, and also I heard from the finance director, it's been talked about before at previous select board meetings. We got to look at other ways to generate revenue in this town. We have to be able to tighten our belt as far as spending is concerned, And we have to do a combination of those things. $1.1 million goes to the county. So let's develop another TIF zone where what we do is the valuation that's going to go up in another year or so doesn't hit our county tax, because we'd be basically insulated from that. It's not going to really do anything for this mill rate, but it's those type of things. As Derek was mentioning, nobody likes to increase taxes. But the bottom line is, if you look at the valuation of this town and what you pay for taxes and whether there's going to be a mass exodus out of the town because the mill rate went up, not necessarily. Not when you look at where the people are coming from to vacation here, which, as we understand, is the number one revenue source for this town. It's the lakes. It's the quality of the lakes, and it's people that come from away that pay the highest real estate taxes in the town and use minimal services for a couple of weeks a year, and that's our golden goose. And we've all enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. I'd hate to see it go away, but the bottom line and the reality is, you don't own this. This was created before you, and I'm just hopeful that what's going to happen is that we're not going to slide back into that. And by the way, as far as fund balance is concerned and bond ratings and everything, once again, we're not talking about statute. We're talking about recommended dollars. So would it be the end of the world if we just had an A rating? Just think of that. What does that mean as far as how much of an undesignated fund balance we need to have? And we have an A. And by the way, I'm not necessarily in agreement that what we got to do is bond everything. I think when we had copious amounts of dollars in our undesignated fund balance, rather than bonding a fire truck, we could have bought one. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Peter. Any other comments? Brian?
Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. There's a lot of things that are happening at the same time. We're going through a revaluation. There will likely be, because the grand list will go up, there will be a mill rate drop. So that's an interesting time. Many times when that happens, I've seen people feel like they can now feast, because mentally people go, oh, it's at 1880, and now it's only 14. I'm making the numbers up. And therefore, boards and towns and cities go, yeah, it went down that much. You know, we could actually make it about 16 and put a lot more into our budgets. I raise that point because I think it's important to remember that is going to be happening. And so therefore, I'm going to urge Raymond to continue to be conservative in its spending, which I think it always has been, and not be lured into that potential of raising a lot of money. I come from a marketing and public relations background. I would suggest that if our town manager is saying that there could be some unseen things, I would suggest maybe thinking about bringing it up a dime. And why do I say that? Two reasons. The difference between 1880 and 1890 is not going to be big. 19 is a big number change, right? It just went up. It clocked up another one. So from a PR standpoint, 1880 to 1890 is not that dramatic. More importantly, if you have to call a special town meeting to then raise funds, I think that will be a place where there will be a lot of pushback, because it would appear then that the town isn't planning appropriately for its needs. And we have some variables that are coming up. So those are my thoughts on that. Last thing is, I think it's critical, and I think it's great that the new website is getting revised and the like, to use our capabilities, the website, the paper and the like, to communicate the reasons for the increase. and to remind people, very, very importantly, it's already been said tonight, that the town controls 21% of the overall budget that people have to shell out money for. 71% of it goes to the schools. I can do the math, I have it somewhere, of what the remaining part is with the TIF and the like. But the school budget is 3 times the size of the town budget. Wyndham voted against the town budget this year. The reason it passed was because the people in Raymond voted for it.
Yeah, the school budget.
School budget. I'm talking about the school budget. So maybe it's time to also look at some of the other places where the money is being taken from the taxpayers, if you will. I'm all for taxes, by the way. I think taxes are really important. It drives me crazy when people say they shouldn't pay taxes. I say, well, how'd you get here tonight? You went on a road. That road gets provided to you by the increment, the amount of taxes. So that's just one example. If you flew somewhere, you're using the FAA. We have a Defense Department in this country that protects us. There's all kinds of reasons to pay taxes. I don't like paying more taxes than I would, but I would suggest to even think one about maybe going up one notch so that you have the money that you need to not create fervor where there's no need for it. And I think a town meeting would be that. And secondly, communicate what's going on in a way to help educate the members of this town as to what's going on. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Anyone else in public? I'd like to add one thing, we've asked for several budgetary information, including the TIF, because, you know, I learned from talking to Kurt, I've asked him more questions, I have the town manager probably at this stage, about expanding the TIF so that we can control how much of a town evaluation, which is what's drive, correct me if I'm wrong, Kurt, but drives partly the school amount that we pay. And so if we get more of the TIF expanded, and I guess it's 27 from what I heard. I've heard 2030, but anyway, it's coming right up. And so if we expand the TIF, we control that tax money to be used in that area of the town. And I think it would be very, very important to look at that. So we're looking at everything we can do to save some money moving forward, and I think we're very proactive as far as this committee goes. And I just wanted to say that before we take a vote and ask if there's any reconsideration after the second on moving up the dime before we do it. Hearing none. All those in favor of the 1880? That was a tough one to go through.
So tomorrow morning, after I meet with the KRT, I'll get the warrants done, and we'll put an email out tomorrow, probably after lunchtime, and at that point, members of the board can come into the town office and sign the warrants.
At the back door?
Yep, and then we'll get them to Sue Carr for collection. Just one comment on the TIFs. The thing about the TIF district is once it expires, it's 30-year TIF, that's the maximum. Once that district expires, you'll have to start a new one. So you can't.
And how long does that process take?
Starting a new TIF, it takes 6 months to a year. You know, you'd have whatever Bernstein Shore you'd have to develop a program. But the real thing is you're gonna, when you complete the TIF and you start a new one, you're gonna start with a new original assessed value on the new district, and your increment, which is your shelter, for the first few years is not, you know.
Are you implying that we can expand it without it expiring? Okay.
No, I
was
don't.
wondering if you thought there was a creative way to
No, I mean, it because there's so little time left. If you were going to expand the current, let's say the current TIF expires in 2028 or 2029. I can't remember what date it expires. If you expand the boundaries of that TIF further down 302, the OAV for those parcels you include in the TIF is going to be 2024, 25 values. They're not going to be 1999 values like the original district. So you might get a little capture with the reval. You'd have to do it. You'd have to get it to DCD for approval before March, I'm guessing, in order to.
You're talking about this March coming?
You want to get the OAV, if you're entertaining before March of 27,
Okay.
I think. Because any new TIF district, you're going to want an OAV that's pre-reval numbers. There's no reason to start a TIF with brand new 100% value because you won't get any capture for a long time. You want your
That's what I'm saying.
you want your
OAV
OAV to be pre-reval numbers. But then again, what you also have to ask yourself is, the thing about TIFs is you get the tax shelter benefit, but it's an expense, and it's a limited expense. You have to use it for economic development purposes. So you have to have a reason to have that. If you're not an economic development town and you don't have anything to expend the money on, then capturing that as a $300,000 expense.
My theory is we have a really good comp plan that zeroes in on some of that area and that growth.
Yeah.
And if we expanded that, we need to do it now because it takes 9 months to a year. We talked about it last year.
Yep.
Haven't really got any more traction than we had last year.
Yep.
But if we wait 2 years, it's pointless. It's not pointless, but the points are a lot less.
That's right. The things to remember are you get a lot of benefit from the tax. You get benefit from the tax shelter. Raymond's benefit is limited because Raymond already gets zero state aid for the school.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not like you get 10 million and it's going to go to 13. You get zero now. Your benefit is for tax shelter is going to be primarily county, when they allocate it, and you will get some benefit on the school allocation tax formula. But state aid, you might get a little extra revenue sharing, but you're not going to get a lot of state aid on education because our valuation is so high.
It's our golden goose, though. It's our golden goose.
Yeah. So anyway, it's certainly, I would say, very worthwhile investigating whether or not a TIF district works, a new TIF district works for Raymond. And, there's current TIF funds. And if there's money in the current TIF fund, we want to try to land this TIF at $0 because we don't want any clawback from the state of Maine on any revenue sharing that they've already done. But the town could use TIF dollars if we have it to hire a consultant to, if the town can't get it self-organized to do it on its own, you can hire a consultant, probably with TIF money that's for economic development, to do some analysis and come back to you as to what's a good idea to spend the money on, is it feasible?
It's exactly why we requested the date, so that we know, and if we need to get started, I'm just all in favor, but at a later date, maybe in the next month.
It's
You're
pretty
gonna be buried
expensive. It's
for a while.
$25,000-$30,000 in legal fees from Bernstein Shore to create a district. So it's not without cost, but
Yeah, but over a 30-year period.
Yep.
And we could take it out of TIF, couldn't we?
Mm-hmm.
So we take the TIF money if it's there, and we hire the lawyer to do the work.
I know a lot of the current TIF money was earmarked for the fiber, so we just have to do some analysis to see how much is there. Yeah. That's all I had.
Well, I'm just bringing it up because I think we started the process of trying to find a way to capture some of the tax money. Derek?
I have another small TIF question then. If you take it out of TIF that it's currently in though, and you expand TIF to a different area, you're saying you still can use those funds? Because you're changing the.
Say that one.
So you have TIF funds right now, but it's specified for an area. There's a certain area that your TIF spot is in. If you are creating a new TIF area, which is in a different spot, can you take those funds to create it even though you're doing that next project in a different area. It's not technically in that same area.
I wouldn't call myself a TIF expert, but
You're the TIF expert in this room.
There's typically 3 levels of TIF expenditures. There's direct expenses in the district itself.
Yeah.
There's indirect expenses directly related to the TIF, but outside the district.
Okay.
And then there are general economic development costs, like one of my towns, we fund the economic developers position from TIF districts.
Okay.
So there's typically 3 layers. Your town attorney, Phil Saucier, took over for Shauna in the TIF department. He can tell you very clearly what you can spend that money on.
Well, thank you. And I know we'll put it on the agenda just from tonight's conversation because we've got the dates. I heard from one person it was 2030 and one 2027. So either way, we've got to move on it.
And just correct me if I'm wrong, but the part of the fiber project was outside of the TIF area. We petitioned the state to be able to use that money, and the state agreed. So generally, if you're using monies that are going to spur an economic development or improve the community, it's tough for the state to say no, especially if it's not costing them anything. They have the money already. So I believe you can petition the state to spend the monies outside of the TIF area. That's just one of the rules.
All right, thank you.
Certain expenses.
Yeah, we'll find out more detail, but we're going to move on. The discussion for possible new water line to Viola Ave and the pipeline.
I'm not sure if I want to get up here and talk about this. We were scheduled to do some paving on Viola and Viola's Pine and Elizabeth this year.
Yeah.
And we ran into a few problems. There's a development going in at the end of Viola for the solar farm, and we were going to tie into that drainage, the storm drainage. So we're kind of in a holding pattern. And in the meantime, I got a couple of calls from 2 residents down there asking about a water line. And I'm just here to ask if you want me to dig into that, or...
What role would we have, Nate?
Well, we would have to implement it. We would have to do the engineering and pay for it, and then
For a developer?
For our development. By the 2 people, one was on Elizabeth and one was on Viola. This would be for the Raymond development.
Is this
my
Viola
stormwater drain? My stormwater drain is the problem. I was tying into the project in the Wyndham solar farm. That's still going forward, but it's kind of in a holding pattern right now. But that put me into a holding pattern because I didn't have anywhere else to put our stormwater. So we're waiting for that project to start so we can do ours. We're going to postpone the paving for a year. But in the process of that, I got 2 people down there that called and asked about expanding the water line down there for that development. I just asking if there's any interest in it. Do you want me to?
Town funded?
Oh yeah, that's all town funded. That's about. It's gonna be around $1 million, $1.5 million.
Yeah. Not today, it isn't.
Yeah, that's yeah, that's kind of what I kind of guessed. But I at least owed it to the people to come up and ask.
So, goes on your economic impact fees, but why, wouldn't it be the town, the developers?
This isn't a development. This has got.
You're saying there is a development going in, and they're the ones asking?
No.
Oh.
No. I maybe gave too much information. We were going to pave that development this year, and I put it on hold because of the development in Wyndham.
Yep.
Because my stormwater drains into that development, into that project, the solar project.
Okay.
In the meantime of putting
which is in Wyndham.
That is all in Wyndham.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct. In the meantime of putting this on hold, I got a couple of calls from people in our town that one lives on Viola and one lives.
Oh, because you're putting the pavement on hold, so they want to try to get it. Gotcha.
Hold. They said, "What about doing the water line?" And I don't obviously.
That makes way more sense.
Yeah. This is all our people.
How many residents would it serve?
Oh, there's got to be. I don't, off the top of my head, Kayla, I don't know how many houses are down.
It's Pine and Viola. It would get all of those.
Viola, yeah.
20, I would say.
Yeah, 20, 25.
Yeah.
I would say that too.
It's that big.
Yeah.
I don't think we have $1 million. We'd have to go to bond and have to come up in a budget process and I'm not so sure.
So
it's-
that's about an
To serve
investment of
25
60,000
residents.
per resident,
Yes, if I didn't do
or
the
per,
math on that.
per property.
And the numbers I've got, I went online and looked up at a couple of awarded bids on water lines in the general area, and I came up with anywhere from $300 a foot to over $600 a foot, depending on what you put in it and what's involved. There's a lot to it. It's not just.
So right now it goes down Roosevelt.
Correct.
In front of Beacon, Circle K, Salvation Army, all that.
Goes all the way
So
down.
it would loop if we were to try to do it down like Elizabeth, go Pine, Viola, and then back out.
Correct.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ted.
I have another question. This would only serve residents and not business-related activity?
It could serve businesses. I don't know what the shopping centers, if they're on the water line or not. I think they are. And that's the only business on that side is that shopping center strip. I think.
Well, no, from there, there's Circle K, Post Office, Beacon, Salvation Army, and Crickett's Corner.
The water line runs right by them.
Yeah,
right in the front of them.
Yeah, it goes right down through.
Yeah,
And
so
I'm
they
pretty
would
sure
they would tie in that front
Yeah.
side anyway. They wouldn't tie in this back side.
It's nice for you to bring it forward to accommodate the citizens, and it's not the right night to probably bring it up.
I sitting here, I kind of got that, and I had to ask because, like I said, we're going to put the project on hold until next year, and if we were going to do this, now's the time to start doing it. If we're not, then
I think this would fall into the category I mentioned earlier personally, where you have public and private funds to develop something or to move infrastructure forward. And if there's no skin in the game, you're talking 16 houses, that's a lot of money, as you said.
Yes.
So,
It would definitely be a want, not a need.
right.
Is there a potential for grant funds that could cover something like this?
did a little digging into grants. Have you ever dealt with Portland Water District? That's a huge hurdle. I didn't hear back from two of the companies or two of the venues that I called on. One called me back and said no, there's nothing that they were interested, or there was no grant money for that. If there was a problem down there, if they had bad water, then yes, there's all kinds of help for that.
Thank you.
The other thing, I mean, with public water, it would help development of that certain area and things like that, of other new stuff coming in, but this is already
developed.
It's already developed, it's already done, and most of these people already have wells, so it's kind of redundant. Some people are going to want to tap in, and some people are going to say, I don't really care. Like,
that is correct.
Well, I like my drilled well water over public water anyway. So
I just felt it was, the due process was to come and ask.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
The next thing on the agenda is the wrap-up of the closeout of the 23-24 budget that was started in August. Is this for our own information, this thing you gave us? This printout that came into it?
Those are your questions?
Yeah.
On the initial report of the 23-24 budget for the fiscal year.
And the questions, there was a couple questions I had asked you to see if you could find, and that was the public meeting, when the board voted publicly. And I went through the minutes, the written minutes, and I can't find that it was a public meeting. But, this is 2 years old, and 24-25 might be 2 years old. And in an effort to move forward, I think that what we have to look at is an understanding that from what I get from the lawyers and from what I understand from reading a lot of the state laws, is that whether it was inappropriate used and whether there were other concerns like the surplus, the information you gave us, the TRIO printout, showed that the surplus was moved into revenues. And then I heard how much we had in over revenues was $300,000 over.
It wasn't moved to revenues. It was a journal entry.
Yeah, it was a journal entry in the
right. It was moved out. Right. So it was inputted wrong the first time, and then it was moved.
First couple times.
Yeah, as a journal
actually
entry.
6 moves, but the last one still said revenues. It didn't move somewhere else. That's why I asked for the copy of it. But the point is, anyway, here's what's important. It had nothing to do with this town manager. It had nothing to do with this board. There was probably why we didn't have a lot of surpluses $250,000 was used in 23-24 to pay off the overrun. And the details of how it happened is probably insignificant, except that we learned from it that you can't just move surplus without a public town meeting. And that plus the 300 we used last year.
I don't think it did.
We didn't move.
Nothing got moved.
No, it was just accounting. It wasn't movement.
The funds don't get moved, the
No.
accounting gets moved.
The way it looked and what I heard is they used $250,000 in surplus to pay off the amount. And I asked the question twice. And so if we use $250,000 from surplus to pay for the overrun of the budget, which was in 3 different accounts majorly, and you could say you use the revenues.
No, sorry, Dennis, it's not used to pay off. It falls to fund balance, and that's allocated within that budget.
Did you use surplus money to round up the budget that ran over? And the answer was yes.
The way you're, I think, saying it is, it sounds like you're moving it. When it's voted on the warrant article, the $75,000, it is, again, I think there's a foundational issue here, which I can talk to you. I talked to Brenda as well, and she agrees. That gets put into our admin budget, that warrant article. If it's not voted on to lower just like what we did with the commitment, to lower the mill rate. So when that is put into that, the general fund, it will automatically, without anybody touching it. So it's just accounted for there. When the auditors go through and we're balancing the budget, that amount of money, technically, yes, offsets any of those extra expenses.
So how much more than the budget that the public voted for was used? Because we didn't vote.
163,000, I believe, that year. But we also brought in 200.
Right, but again, you probably saw the answers from Phil.
Yep.
And it says we can't just use revenues because they run over. It has to still go back to the public even to use those revenues.
It does.
Right, that's how we do it.
Yeah, so it didn't go back to the public though. And listen, just to make this short and sweet, it's one of the reasons the surplus is down is because the budget ran over. Is
Not
that
that
how it
fiscal
happens?
year. Yeah, not that fiscal year, though, because we've had other additional revenues in there. It's really hard to take one particular portion and apply it to the whole budget. So you're not wrong, but you're also it's not a one-in-one that money directly offsets any of those expenses.
But it wasn't moved in. That journal entry that we had in the trio said 175,000 from undesignated funds moved over to the budget June 1st, 2024.
I think Brenda can. Yeah, it's not moved. It's
utilized.
It's accounted for.
So you have a report that shows just the journal. This is a snapshot of the whole account. And this is the note that was made at that time. I just wanted to bring that so you could see it.
Yeah, that was a description.
So that's the
This
page
isn't
one?
the actual journal, though, is it? The printout, because usually there's initials from anyone who entered in.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because this shows,
9/16/25,
yes,
periods 7 through 6.
but it has the notation on here.
Yeah.
Right.
It was per the auditor that it was done back then.
And isn't with Trio, when someone makes a journal entry, isn't it normally initialed?
No, I got my whole box.
So I
This is
did
my box.
reach out to them today, actually, and I asked them if they could give me a report that shows all of the.
Oh, you can't pull it up on Trio
I
yourself?
cannot.
You literally.
I can't go in and say who did this,
I understand.
Oh, that's
but
interesting.
they can. So I did actually reach out. I put a ticket in today because there's been so much discussion on it. If they could please give me like a historical report showing that information, because I can't go in. There's nothing I can go and pick that will give me that data.
I thought you literally could print out the page of the journal that you have.
It doesn't tell me though.
Yeah, you can see that. You could see everything, so it's accounted for every journal entry, and that's why I'm trying not to say movement, because it's not. It's kind of, it's not the funds that are moving, but it's the accountant of that monies. So that 175 was probably at one point maybe not in the right account.
It's
and
like
then,
giving it a name. It's not
right,
really
and
moving numbers.
and then that 175 is what shows up on the audit in undesignated surplus that is used, because it has to show where it is being expensed out of.
Well, why I said let's move forward is it was spent. It doesn't do any good to go backwards now and say, ask the public one way or the other to vote on it, because you can't say no.
It's a done
And
deal.
so therefore it's a done deal. I think what my point of the whole discussion is the public should have known sooner, I guess, because like the 300,000 we spent on the budget, I wouldn't have voted that way. If I'd have known that the surplus was so low, I would have never voted for a budget based on $300,000 of surplus, and I'm using surplus because it's easier to say, then, there was an assumption. And so, that said, I think that I would like to, if we have to do something, whatever it is, that the public always knows. I mean, there's a definite law that says you can't spend any funds not appropriated at a town meeting or by the public, except for the $75,000 the select board, which can use for, and you can use it for the tax. I'm not saying we couldn't have used it for the tax rate.
You could have voted on that.
But after the tax rate is set, the only thing we use it for is to fix something that came up.
And I think one of the foundational issues here is a charter for the town that would kind of help just set these, so there is not as much gray area on how to account for these things and where it goes. So
I agree.
I think
we don't have a charter. I did quite a bit of studying to find out whether it was a charter or not, but good, Brenda.
Yeah, I've been actually talking to Joe about it. I think I've chanted it like several times when he's come in my office. They need a charter, you need a charter, because it's kind of like your playbook of how you want your town run. And that would work well, because then whoever happens to be on the board, it doesn't really matter. You've got a playbook, and then there's no discrepancy on that. I did want to, the reason I came back to the microphone is I just wanted to go on record with something. I really was not in agreement back when we did the fiber bond. I thought that we should have done some sort of a payment from our fund balance on that. It's not something, I was directed to do that bond, but I was not in agreement with it. And I just wanted to go on record telling you that. I think there is another way that we could have funded that program. It's going to go over several years that this thing is developed. And right now, we're sitting on this note, to me, was silly.
There's taxable interest on that.
There is, and
Yes.
then it's going to also involve us having to do another audit just for that.
Without getting into a whole
type of bond.
Excuse me, sorry. Without getting into a whole lot of detail, if we hadn't used the surplus, it would have been revenue in another place. Because if we'd have used surplus, we'd be in a worse situation right now.
Well, okay, so if you hadn't used surplus, and I wasn't here like when all that stuff went on, but if you hadn't used surplus to buy down your points, you would have had it to do this project.
Good point.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
So when I said I had like ideas on better ways to try to fund different projects, that's kind of where I was headed. I'm not a bond freak. Like, I don't think it's good to just run out and bond everything. Sometimes there's more creative ways to finance the projects, especially if they're going to go over several years.
I agree. What you just said made a lot more sense. When you're relying on your staff and your professionals that come in and say, let's do it this way, as a board, 99% of the time, we're going to just go along with it, because that's why we pay you to be the staff and to take care of those problems.
So I had gone to several places trying to find some sort of decent financing. I'm not really thrilled about what we have now. I wish there was a way out of it, actually. I've been trying to think of a way out of this, to where maybe we could pay it off and then just pay on an annual basis whatever debt we incur from that development, from that project. it's a thought I had. I wanted to present it to you because I wanted you to be aware of my thoughts on it in the beginning.
Well, no, I don't think anyone on this board's opposed to you coming in and, on an agenda item and describing a way to save money. We like that. And so, especially before the next budget process.
Right.
I think what we have been doing, and I have talked to the chair of the budget committee, is to try to get as much information now so that we're not doing this in April or March under the pressure, like a select board meeting on Friday before the Tuesday night meeting. We're trying to do the same thing in the budget. So if you've got a suggestion and you've got it worked out, put it on the agenda. We'd love to hear it.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm ready to put this to bed, like I said, and I think that I think it's unfortunate, but and again, we don't have a charter because that would have helped, but they chose not to. So I don't need to talk any more about this. It's kind of, we can close it out. And
update.
Oh yeah, the audit update. And all we're looking for is the same thing that the select board looked for last year.
Yeah.
Is, I mean, to get an audit completed in February or March while we're putting the budget together, I know it takes that much time sometimes to go through all the invoices and everything else, but we really would like to kind of know what's going on so that we can start the budget process earlier. So Brenda, you're on again. Thank you.
So with that being said, honestly, I've spent a lot of time kind of going back in time, and it's taken me away from getting them what they need from 25. So now I'm behind. I did just speak with them. I had another Zoom. I stay in touch with them on a pretty regular basis. I just had a Zoom with them, and now they bumped me out to October 7th is my date.
To start the audit?
To start.
Whoa.
Normally, an audit, even under perfect circumstances, it should be able to be done if everything is correct. January, February, that's usually the earliest I've ever seen one completed, and that's if all your ducks are in a row and everything is clean.
So if it's been bumped out, will we start seeing the monthly expense and revenue sheets that we used to see on a regular basis?
Well, I did.
So we can, are you talking about this current fiscal year or last fiscal year? This current fiscal year, yes, you'll start seeing those.
Yeah.
Those are, the budget's inputted. We can pull those exact, but.
That's important for the budget process.
Yes.
Right.
And for us to do even our quarterly review.
And I did
100%.
send a current 2025 potential end. I still have some adjusting entries to make to it.
So is that trial run you gave us?
This is actually for budget finance for tomorrow.
Budget finance.
So, yeah.
That one.
Okay.
They have one for expense and one for the revenues, but I still have adjusting entries to make on that.
And this last thing, and I'll let, again, 23, 24 is behind us, but for purposes of anything that we have to deal with on a financial matter, can we just send the same copy to the budget committee so that we're all on the same page? We're talking about better communications. I think we're reading something and then they're getting it a couple of days later.
No, that's
fine. I think the
fine.
more we can communicate with each body that's involved with the budget would be that much better, so thank you.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just to answer your question though, because it's October, okay, I'm thinking we're looking at probably maybe the end of February.
Well, let me ask you this question then. When you do a normal revenue and expense sheet, come June, you can't really be accurate because you have invoices coming in July, you're paying them out. By August, you pretty much know where everyone's budget is, so we could see who spent what going into the next budget, correct? We don't have to wait for the audit. We just need to know what the operating budget of the town was so that we can have somewhere to start the process, correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
That's what we'd like.
Pretty much.
Yep.
The problem though, for me, is I started the fiscal 25 year, I began it basically in September, for all intents and purposes. And when I came on board in September 24, there were still movements that needed to be corrected. So I'm gonna experience some of the same angina that I experienced in the last year for that first little over a quarter of the year. those were corrections I had to make.
Oh, you're saying there'll be some details that won't be perfect.
That's right.
I understood that. I think we all know that happens with a flexible, the way we run the budget anyway.
Right.
I understand. Until the audit's complete, you don't know about the things that were missed or put in the wrong spot in order to get very accurate.
That's correct.
But at least it gives us a start, which is good enough to say.
I think things are looking a lot better at this point, though. I mean, I worked with the cash side to button down not having conflict of interest when you're taking in revenues and expenses. There really should be, just for your reference, there should be no cash received on my side. If you went on my side of the hall, that should be all the spending. The other side of the hall takes in all the cash. I've had to go in and change several of the revenue accounting that was in there for the ladies to take revenue in. That had a lot to do with some of these things being posted to expense accounts, money's coming in instead of revenue accounts. I've pretty much wiped them all out, so we should have all things going in the right direction so that if I do give you a revenue report, you can actually see everything. Whereas historically, some of those revenues were being booked to expenses, so you weren't even being captured, which is another thing that changes the audit projection. Because if all those revenues weren't really in your revenue side, it hurts you, really. So that has a lot to do with the adjusting entries, too.
Thank you.
Okay.
October. All right. The junior high, I have to call it a different building here shortly.
So I know it says consideration of forming the JSMS building committee, but we also just instructed him in the workshop to come back to us with a recommendation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Table it to next.
So I say we're tabling.
And I think we gave them a few guidelines with, like, members of all the different committees, which is kind of cool, to just get it started, lay out the foundation. So
we need to make
we'll
a
table until the next
Do we
meeting.
need to make a motion to table it?
I don't know.
No, I mean, we had discussion over it.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Yeah. Only if a vote is necessary.
Okay.
But it's already going to be on the agenda 2 weeks early. All right. And the comprehensive plan is the next thing, the implementation committee. And I'm going to turn this over to you, where you were on it, to talk about, obviously, we're all excited about it, and we want to get moving on it, but how do you see this moving? How would you like to see it move?
I'm going to continue to pass the ball to Joe, because I would like to know your recommendation. I mean, I think essentially what we would be asking for is an X number of committee members, and that we would be requesting that someone from one or two or maybe more committee members who served on the comprehensive plan committee actually be on this as well. And then I think that there also should be staff.
Yep.
So I'd like to hear your
Okay.
recommendation on this, please.
Yeah, I will, I first want to see what other comprehensive plan implementation committees have as a base template. I think that'll be good, but I think pulling in a select board member, budget finance committee member, and then anyone that was transitioned from the original plan, if they want to join, and then putting out the rest for applications. So
The visionary committee?
from the comp plan.
Comp plan people. I think he's talking about the people that were on.
Yeah,
on
the
committee.
original.
So you would want, my guess is you would want, at least one person that served on the comprehensive plan committee to also continue to serve on the implementation
Correct.
committee.
Absolutely.
To allow for some continuity.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I would say for staff, maybe more of a representative, if there's any topics on the agenda, instead of having them have to be at that on that committee. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if there's something that's coming up, like the open space plan, we need the Parks and Rec director for that, then that would be assigned for them to show up for that meeting.
And the reason I was talking about the visionary school committee is they already are, that's some of the things in the comp plan were with the school. And so if you take someone from that committee, and that reason I brought it up,
Yeah.
put one of those people on. So the more people that are already interacting towards the comp plan, or a piece of it.
Caleb, weren't you on that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Weren't you on that? Were you on the vision committee for the JSMS?
You could take care of three
And
of those.
comp, so there's three people right up with
Bundle,
one person,
bundle,
and the
and-
select
So
board.
I will account for 3? Do I also get the
Three
3 votes?
You get paid 3 times as much. Just saying.
Yes, and volunteerism. Yes. Yep.
Well, that's the simplest and I think best way to move forward on it, regardless of all the joking around and everything. I think that it's the way to go, and it's once that's established, we'll put it on the agenda.
Perfect.
And
Try to come up with a template.
Are you taking applications for both of these, J and K?
I think at some point, yes. But let me formalize kind of what we're looking for and maybe.
I would strongly like to move forward this by the next meeting. if
Okay.
possible.
I will. Okay. I'll get that done.
And obviously, it's busy times, no matter what. I realize
I know.
that. That's things we've asked for to even get started on the budget committee. But the time schedule would be part of the template he's going to do, so that we actually will see. I think I'm not speaking for you, but
Correct. Yeah. Roadmap where
Right.
we're going
So-
and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
I think roadmap, sort of how long do we think that this will last? People need to know what they're getting into.
Yeah. Kind of the long
I just
term.
feel like there needs to be a little bit more information.
Especially if you're signing up for that, right? We're trying to be appropriated
As
to that.
far as
board.
the numbers go, Joe, you might want to just look at how many were on the last implementation committee.
Yep.
Just as a base. And then,
Look
like
at
you
the
said, come up with a template, what other towns do.
Okay. I'll do that.
Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I'm just going to take this opportunity, although it's a stretch on the agenda, to speak to this. Simply a request, and I wanted to get it in before public comment because I'd like an action taken on it, which would mean a vote. And basically, just following the 2004 comprehensive plan, they actually were, as we were, formed by the select board. And in 2004, once the plan was adopted, the select board formally disbanded the comprehensive plan. So suggestions that, well, Kayla's still on it. Well, she is until you formally disband.
Oh, good point.
So a vote that would just disband the comprehensive plan committee would just be a piece of housekeeping I'd appreciate.
I don't know. I think keep them around.
Well, we won't go 20 years the next time. You'll still be around.
Yeah.
I think it's a good suggestion.
I do too.
I'd entertain that motion.
I'll make a motion that we disband the comprehensive plan committee as of tonight.
Do I have to abstain?
Well,
There's
you
a
don't have
conflict of
to.
interest.
I
I'm
don't
just
know if
kidding.
that's a
I'll
conflict.
second.
I'll second.
I'll second. I was just
There's a conflict of interest.
And with a large appreciation and thank you. We know how much work this took in all the committees, like Chris said, but that one in particular, I watched probably half of them, and I felt like, man, these people, they're talking the way I think. And so there's much appreciation for it.
Not just the committee members, the public that was involved
Yes.
in that as well.
Yes, all the public meetings, the one at Public Safety was amazing. So, with that said, all those in favor of the motion? I kind of hate to disband it. Well, we're up.
There's a hat you can take off, Peter.
All right, public comment. There's been a few things discussed. We're still an hour ahead of 9, so we did well.
We're doing good.
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. This ties in with your previous discussion on budgets and budgeting. I just wanted to relay from the most recent RSU Board of Directors meeting that the board has set a goal of trying to find additional ways to communicate about the budget process for the RSU. There's a lot of information that we put out that's there on the website. People can attend meetings online, on YouTube. They can watch them later on. And it's a constant push to get information out. We can't make people take the information in. So we're just trying to find some other ways to be sure that people are understanding what the process is and being informed along the way. So it kind of ties in with what you were talking about earlier this evening. I would like to ask that the cable channel 3 show more up-to-date school board meetings. They are very dated. I'm not sure what the problem is there with showing some that are from quite a while ago. That can certainly help communicate. And I'm not sure why the RSU 14 Board of Directors meetings are not on the Raymond calendar. If they could be listed there, it might just catch somebody's eye. They might pay attention. They used to be, and I'm not sure when that stopped, but that could help. There is one tomorrow evening at Jordan Small School. It's usually the first and third Wednesdays of the month. There's a lot of really good things going on in the district, and so watching those meetings would be great to be sure people are understanding all that is happening. And the middle school project is, as you maybe read in the Wyndham Eagle, and I'm really grateful for the articles that they include there and helping to inform the public through that means. It's going along really well, on schedule, under budget at this point, and just moving along pretty quickly. And so it's just exciting to watch that happening. It's going to be a fantastic facility for our students. Reminder about Wyndham Raymond Adult Ed as well. You got sometime in the last few weeks the brochure with all that's offered through that program. And I really appreciated at your August meeting that Select Person Gonzalez reminded folks that school was beginning and to watch out for our school buses. I do still want to just remind folks of that and be sure that people are keeping our kids safe, which segues right into my usual remarks in public comment about traffic safety. So I did finally yesterday just see one of the sign that I thought I was going to see more frequently in the last few months that would show, your speed that you're going and remind you to slow down. I did just see it yesterday on North Raymond Road. Unfortunately, it was for the cars going the other direction, so it did not remind the person who was behind me and didn't like the fact that I was going the speed limit and decided to pass me over the double yellow line. It was not too far from the new stop signs at that intersection, so I did see that at least that person stopped at the stop sign because I was really worried that he wouldn't. She, I don't know who the driver was. It was a light pickup truck. But in any case, still very concerned about people that are speeding, very concerned about various roads in town, some of the intersections that are just dangerous and really need some more traffic mitigation things going on. Having just heard about the budget for the town, I'm not sure if this would fit in, but if there's anything that I can do to help encourage that we get some of those signs posted that would remind people you're exceeding the speed limit, and hopefully it helps at least some people to slow down and mind the speed limits and be more careful. I have seen so many more of them posted, permanent ones now, in the surrounding towns. I don't know if you've noticed them, but I've noticed them. And again, it's just that little bit of a reminder that can help. It's not a solution. I don't know what the solution is. I don't know why there are so many problems with people not obeying traffic laws. Yesterday, there was an accident right on 302 that I passed by. Again, there were several vehicles involved. It had just happened. They were taking photos of the scene by the time I passed by it, but we just don't need this. And so hopefully we can do more as a town to keep everybody safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Peter?
You love it, 2 Levitt Road. So just to segue into my wife's comments, just to make you aware, if you didn't have an opportunity to see the planning board meeting, the last one, there was an interesting comment from our code enforcement officer. And the discussion was really centered around short-term rentals because they are working up, and I believe shortly Selectmen will be looking at a draft short-term rental ordinance. But what the code enforcement officer said, because the discussion usually disintegrates down into nuisance issues, where I've been kind of singing the mantra that the focus for that ordinance needs to be on life safety and environmental impact. The other stuff, let it come, it'll come, but the comprehensive plan says very clearly what the people wanted, what the comprehensive plan committee wanted was to start collecting data. And the way to do that is either through licensure or a registration. And by the way, there's also a little bit of a revenue in there. I said the R word. So, but besides all that, what the code enforcement officer said that piqued my interest was this. Of all the nuisances that he's been involved with, or calls or complaints involving short-term rentals in Raymond, it's been neighbors complaining about speeding. And the fact that they're worried about their kids going up and down the roads because there's people that really aren't from the neighborhood that are there, and they're just zipping back and forth. And I just thought that was an interesting comment. And the only other question I'd ask, and is probably in the town manager's update, but I'd like to hear where we are with the resiliency grant. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comments and turn it over to the select board. Anyone would like to speak? Any comments?
I have small comments. I think I already mentioned them before, but it might have been in our meeting, pre-meeting to the other meeting, but we had a great community event down at Tasseltop. I don't know when it was, last week?
2 weekends?
2 weekends, I don't know. It was a couple of weekends or last weekend or something, but it was a beautiful day. Lots of families down at the beach, a lot of events. There was a 5K or 5, I don't know, I don't run for fun. I think that's absolutely crazy, but go. You guys that did, that was amazing. I finished first because I went in my truck, but it was a great time. We were able to talk about community and, you know, getting together with meetings and all these other things, and that was one way to get together as a community, and we had a pretty decent turnout. It would have been, I think we're going to grow on that, and it should be a fun event for the future. And also, kind of like with Kayla's comments last time about schools now in session, we also have sporting events in session for right in the middle of this road for school soccer, and there's, I think, even running for fun again is
cross
country, so they got to run through the woods, and they're running around every which way. So for one, look out for that. Don't speed up and down. There's going to be people parked on the side of the road, but also if you're bored, swing over. There's a lot of people that work really hard. Coaches and kids work really hard to go to these, so to have some community support would be great, and they're doing really well. That's all I got for you.
Thank you. Chris?
Well, I almost wanted to say this at the beginning of the meeting as a reaction to the assassination in Utah of Charlie Kirk. And I'm going to read this because this makes it easier for me to read it than to say it. We, the Raymond Select Board, recognize our individual and collective responsibilities as leaders and representatives of our community. To this end, we pledge to conduct ourselves in a manner befitting these roles and duties. We pledge and encourage others to be the influence and to recognize that decisions matter, and having civil discourse and not be yelling and screaming at meetings. This is a productive meeting. The last few meetings have been very productive, and I'm proud to be on the select board for that reason.
Thank you. Kayla?
I know we've already said this and we're hammering it in, but on the second day of school, someone already passed the bus that my child gets off of with her on the side of the road and the lights and the sign out. So just please be aware of that, because it's already happened, and it sure will not be the last time this year. And then I also did want to just encourage everybody to love their neighbor near and far, please.
It's pretty hard to follow these things up, but I will tell you that I take being chair of this committee very seriously, and I will spend as much time as necessary to find out what went wrong with policies or procedures. And I asked more questions than you'll ever find. It drove all the firefighters in Portland nuts. They never wanted to go to training with me. And what I don't want to do is drive away the public. What I'd like to see is more people sitting here asking us questions, more people who understand they're a part of what we do. It was a very difficult night for us even to vote in the tax rate. But I think what we did is took in advice the people we hired to do the job and to respect their opinion and to realize that even when we have to deal with something as unpopular and distasteful as tax increases, we are going to try to make the departments everything that they're supposed to be. We have very good departments all across the board. Recreation has been the largest expanding department we've had in, well, since it started 4 years ago when we really hired you during the COVID. And I think that everyone knows that. I'm excited to see the school coming. I really am. I'm excited to see the comp plan being implemented. This is maybe the brightest, I don't know, I wouldn't call them golden years, but I would say they're the brightest future I see right now with people on this board that really care about the community moving forward. And that's not to discount and say the other boards didn't care about the community, but we're going to have an opportunity to do something with the school, and it's going to be taxes. And there's an opportunity that we may have a park in the works on Main Street. We talked about it 3 years ago. I think it's a great possibility. We need to be all we can be. 12 years I ran calls in this town, and I fell in love with the citizens. I didn't really notice the tax rate. The people won me over. This became my forever home, to the point where I left it to my grandkids. This is a special town, not just the lakes, but the people. And so mistakes will be made by this new board, but I really believe we're all in this together, and I hope that message radiates and goes out to the community and more people get involved. With that said, I appreciate everyone being here. I'm turning it over to the town manager for his comments.
Yeah, town manager's report. I think the first big one is, I know she'll probably be embarrassed, but our own Melanie Fernald won in our state association Rookie Clerk of the Year. Yeah. Brenda,
a rookie.
She's a yeah. She was even confused. She didn't know until she was reading off the the list, and then you could start seeing her go, wait, sounds like something I do. And then she looked over and saw all of us there. But thank you for Brenda for nominating Melanie, and Melanie, it's been great to work with you. So some good positive notes there. We're still working on the website migration. So Melanie, Melissa, Kevin from IT were working with the website to now integrate. You'll see these nice new agendas that are coming, and they're able to come almost live edit. So as things come in, and we all know changes, questions, new packets, stuff like that. So as that happens, Melanie or myself will put it in there, and then that link that you guys are getting emailed out shows it live as it's being formed. So now that we have those kind of timelines set, I think it's going to be a way simpler and effective process to keep all of us in the loop and then get that posted for the public. Then once we get the website, all of that will now be on the website under its own agenda on the calendar. So some really good features there, and I think with how small we are, but how big of services and I think some action that we have here, that this is going to be a great way to kind of have everyone more informed, along with their communication modules there. An update on the resiliency grant. Unfortunately, we had it pegged down for the open space plan. As that was ready to be implemented, Kate talked to Matt Marcotte from Lunac Land Trust, and he said he already has funds set aside for that. So with not enough time to kind of pivot, we have some ideas, but I think the next round will be in March. So we're going to come back to that, and we're submitted, we're there. So we just have to pick a path forward on that. And we have some ideas working with public safety, and I think there's some good opportunities there to use that grant in the future. Public safety, just to say there's been a lot of notable incidents this summer. They've been working hard. One in my neighborhood, another, 302, there's been a lot of crashes, a lot of tragic crashes. So really just a lot going on for them, and just want to say thank you for working so hard this summer. One of the busiest I've seen. I've been here 8 years, so. Squad 38, I think that's getting closer to the ceremonial push-in. Okay, so that's coming up, so we'll let everybody know when that is happening.
The what?
So you push the truck into the bay. That's how you know it's done. So, yeah, learning about all these things, so we'll make an announcement, get that posted when that happens. Derek stole my thunder in this one, but UCAN 5K was a success. We had 73 registrants for the first revival of this great event. So thanks to Parks and Rec for that. We also had, I think we had 23 for the children's fun run. So that was awesome. I participated in that one. Still didn't win.
And several large donations as well.
And we had large donations from local businesses. So that was a great community event. And then right after that, we had the Raymond Day at Tasseltop. So I had a lot of people say that they've lived here their whole lives and never been in. So hopefully we'll get some people at Tasseltop from Raymond there. Soccer, after school, cross country, pickleball, hiking club, youth tennis are all ongoing right now. The youth tennis program's already had a wait list, so it was just a quick demo to see if there's interest, and there is. So that's exciting. We have upcoming for Parks and Rec, basketball, ski club, indoor pickleball, indoor basketball, play and grow toddler group, and the return of those special Christmas winter events coming up. So just be on the lookout for those. Raymond Village Library, they have some great special events coming up. Some other programs, a puzzle competition on September 25th. I'm not sure if that's Bring Your Own Puzzle, but they'll have that on their website. They also have firefighter story time on October 1st, so it's a great collab. I know Richard has been meeting with other departments to try and do some interdepartmental programming and stuff like that, so it's exciting. And then they're also selling Maine Mariners tickets as well. It's kind of I think a fundraiser. So since they have a front-facing office, that's available to purchase there. So those are my updates. Let's go with the regular meeting dates. So we have October 14th.
Before we move on, can I
yes,
ask you a question?
Of course.
Can we combine what Grace said with either the minutes or some of the stuff that we should be reading about the school and put it on our webpage so that we go to one spot to see what's going on with the school as well as the town? Or do we have to go to the school?
No, we can. So one of the things is one of the good features with this new website is it has a news feature itself. So it will post things that you want either in a timeline, or it can kind of I guess like a news feed, it'll auto put it at the front. So if there's something important or an update, and maybe one of the school board members could let us know, we can post it right on the front of the website or pin it to kind of have that site. So we can work on that, Grace, if you like. So October 14th will be the next regular meeting. And then the November meeting date falls on a holiday. So I think we're looking at, November 11th, I believe.
No, that is the holiday.
That is the holiday, so not then.
Veterans Day.
Veterans Day. Sorry, I had that and Election Day, both on those Tuesdays. So we don't have to make a decision now, but could make in October. That would put us at November 18th.
Election's 4th, so 18th is all we have.
Yeah, so there's two.
Yep.
Right there. So I don't know if we want to move it out to November 18th, if we want to sit on that and see if we can fit it in during the week. One of those,
Are we all okay with October? I thought there was an issue there.
I think
October 14th all set?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah,
All right.
October 14th,
Okay.
I believe that was.
I was busy trying to get my phone out. Some of us move slower these days.
I think at this point, November 18th is fine for me.
Okay.
Personally, I don't know if that's okay for everybody else.
It's already in my calendar as the 18th, so I don't know why, but let's go with that. I'm good.
Yep, does it for me.
Or we could just do it on Thanksgiving.
As long as you brought the meal.
Yeah,
serving?
Yeah. Bring some sides.
On the town calendar, the planning board meeting that would have been on the 12th has been moved, so that's, if you want to do a Wednesday
Okay.
that week, that day is available.
The 12th? Yeah, November 12th would be that date, so it's up to you guys.
I'd rather do the 18th.
Keep it on Tuesday.
Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I'm with him. I'm with you. Tuesday is something that sticks in my head now.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Me too.
Sometimes
Yeah,
we
me too.
dread. Well, again, getting older.
I know. I can remember if it's on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, we'll put that in calendar. We have upcoming closings. Indigenous Peoples Day, Monday, October 13th. That's when town office is closed, so it's not going to affect anything. Veterans Day, Tuesday, November 11th. Thanksgiving, Thursday, November 27th, and the day after, Friday, November 28th, town office will be closed. And that concludes those updates.
Well, that concludes the meeting. I want to thank everyone that's taken the time to come in here. You make a difference. I want to tell you every time. Adjourn. I'm entertaining adjournment.
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Good evening and welcome to the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting on today, Wednesday, September 17th. Calling the meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from August 20th, 2025.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from August 20, 2025.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the minutes? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Okay. And none opposed, so the motion passes unanimously. Next, I would like to welcome our newest member, Rob Wright, who has been appointed to the Budget Finance Committee to fill the vacancy created by Chris Hansen being elected to the school board. And thank you, Rob, for your interest in serving on the Budget Finance Committee and for being here this evening. We appreciate the quick turn of you being here after being appointed last night. We look forward to working with you, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I look forward to working with all of you.
Next up is the discussion on the monthly revenue expense report that was provided in the packet. The committee has expressed that we would appreciate having the finance director join our monthly meetings and be here in person with us. I'd just like to pass that on to the town manager.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe. Especially because we have this report in front of us and we'd like to have Brenda here to guide us and walk us through what we're looking at.
Did you happen to get a response? I know you just texted her.
Yeah, I think she's probably on the road by now.
Joe, can you tell us, is this, so if we're reading this correctly, this is January to August, is that correct? This revenue summary for FY25?
No, this should be July 1st to June 30th. So this should encapsulate that FY24, 24-25. Last fiscal year.
So, I believe it was explained to us, but maybe you could explain it one more time. As the property taxes, so year to date net, we're showing $18 million, but we haven't collected that yet. Can you just refresh our memory why the property taxes are, and that's, if you could refresh our memory, if you have that answer about why they're kind of accounted that way.
As far as when they're collected, or why they're collected on the, they're collected on the next fiscal year? Is that what you're talking about?
Just if this is, yeah, so it's showing that our year-to-date net is $18 million, and we haven't collected that yet. That won't come until, is October taxes?
I know,
half of
October.
Them? Half of them at least, so.
Or in April.
Even if it was half of them, like it looks like we're showing the complete revenue for $18 million, which I believe is exactly what we would collect for the entire year. You may not have that answer, but can you just educate us on why it's recorded that way, as showing that we've already collected the full amount for the taxes?
For the last fiscal year? So you're talking about this fiscal year, all those taxes are collected?
That's right.
From July to?
October of 24.
So it'd be September.
And April of 25.
Yeah, so it'd be September, it goes out, that first round, and then usually April, they'll take the second round of property taxes. So those should be collected within that fiscal year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what's confusing is on the title of the document, it says FY25, which would lead me to think 25-26, but this is actually 24-25.
24-25, yeah. So it goes.
So it's misleading.
So yeah, the way TRIO reports it is the end of that fiscal year is what the last number is. So sometimes in the budgeting process, you'll see FY24-25. And then on these reports, they just put the last year. So.
Okay.
Wouldn't it make sense to standardize? Because it is confusing.
Yes, it's very confusing.
You explain it column by column, take property taxes and tell us exactly what each column, budget net, where that number came from, and each column all the way across to make it a little clear, and what time frame it covered, Joe.
So are you talking about each of these revenues?
You know, just go across some property tax.
Okay.
By the column, so everybody knows.
Yeah, so net is what you're collecting, or what you're supposed to be collecting, so budgeted. Debits are what's coming in, and credits, I'm not sure how they're doing that with this, because some of these reports with revenues, they're basing it off of some of the control accounts. So I would have to have Brenda speak to that, but some of these, I'm not sure why it's written that way. And then what your year-to-date net is minus credits and debits. So that's kind of how it works.
That's what let's take year-to-date net. That's what you've collected since the 1st of July to date, of whatever the end of this report was. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so. Yep, so whatever's collected year-to-date there. So some of this is not reconciled, so that's why you're getting some interesting numbers here.
Well, yeah, it's just trying to follow across. It's not clear.
Yeah, there's a few things here that will be, until that is done, won't be finished.
Yeah,
so that's why when Brenda sent it, she wanted to make sure that it's reconciled.
I mean, you have fairly significant numbers here that are showing under budget net, $485,000 of state revenue sharing, but it's showing zero balances across. How is that, and why is it a timing issue?
It could be, it could be timing. It could be, again, once it's reconciled, maybe that will show up. So Brenda would be able to speak better on that.
Yeah, similar like auto excise taxes. I'm like, oh my goodness, that's a huge one.
I'm not sure how you can have a really informed discussion about the budget details without the budget professional here again. So I don't know, maybe, I don't want to push it off, but I don't know what else to do. I had some other questions also about the overall budget.
If we can table this and put, like, if you guys have questions, get them to Karen or Sean and send it to our way, and they'll give us enough time to prepare for those.
Okay, and then at the next meeting in October, I would expect an updated report and Brenda to be here too.
Yeah, and by then it might be reconciled too, so you can see actuals, what the end is.
One question I have is the overall budget. We had talked about it being a 4.5% increase, and I may be getting bad information. I've been dealing with a lot of other issues, personal issues, but I've heard that we were looking at utilizing some revenues that we're not going to now use, and some of those revenues, in my mind, were not really available at the budget time, there are revenues that could be possibly considered and metered in at the time you set the tax rate. But so my question, and more of a macro question, is what did we end up with for a budget increase and a property tax impact from this last budget deliberation process and what was approved by town meeting? If I'm understanding it correctly, there was a significant amount of money that was planned to be put in from surplus. That would be a decision the Board of Selectmen might make when they set the rate, not when you develop the budget. So it's a revenue that, discretionary revenue they might put in later. And then there's also the Selectmen's contingency, which is utilized for only emergencies, and that was also booked as a revenue. Having a budget increase is not an emergency. Having an overstandard amount of money put into the tax rate to address an overstandard increase in appropriations is not something that is sustainable. So I want to kind of know where we ended up as an overall budget increase, and I don't think it's 4.5%.
Ended up at $18.80.
That's the mill rate, but not the budget. Where did we end up in terms of the budget on a percent basis?
Someplace between 11 and 12, I think. Somewhere between 11 and
11 and a 12% increase.
Closer to 12 than 11.
And that's really unprecedented for the town of Raymond, and an order of magnitude miss in terms of, and that's what I call it, in terms of, saying it's 4.5%, it's 12.
And
somebody needs to explain that to me.
Yeah, I believe Kurt did say something about something that even though the budget didn't increase, something affected that increase in mill rates. So on just the municipal level, so I can.
Well, what affected it? This is my question. What affected it, I think, is the idea that you're going to use a large amount of surplus, and you maybe not you, Joe. I mean, the previous town manager booked a large amount of surplus and the contingency, and this is what just hearsay. I don't know. And I think a lot of people, and I was dealing with some health issues and so forth and wasn't able to get here the way I wanted to, but I think a lot of people I've spoken to took the 4.5% at face value and said, okay, that's the budget increase. But I think it was 4.5%, if I'm understanding it correctly, after you took this significant amount of surplus and maybe even the selectmen's contingency to get there as revenues. But you're not seeing those here, so hence the change from a 4.5% increase to something order of magnitude 3 times as much. And that, to me, is not acceptable. So that's why I wanted the finance director here to ask that question. But anyway, maybe next time on that one.
Yes. Any other discussion on the revenue and expense report?
I think Dawn's right. We need the finance director here so we can ask those questions and get clarity.
She's on.
Okay. Looks like Brenda just came online on the Zoom.
Oh, okay, that's good. So I guess we can ask that question, but I mean, I see a blank screen. I don't see the finance director right now, but.
Brenda, are you with us on the Zoom? We have some questions for you.
Yes, I just logged in.
Okay. Are you ready to take some questions?
Sure.
Okay. Don, would you like to?
Well, the question I had, I don't know if you were there when I just went through it in detail. I guess not, huh?
No.
Okay, I wanted to understand something that I've come to understand through, I guess, other members of the committee and or officials of the town, and that is that the tax rate was recently set, and it was set without a significant amount of surplus that may or may not have been booked during the previous town manager's tenure, i.e. a large contribution from fund balance, and then maybe even the selectmen's contingency funds metered into the tax rate in order to blunt the level of increase in the tax rate. And so we had been told that it was about a 4.5% increase. So that's the appropriation side, a 4.5% increase. And now I'm hearing it might have been more like 12.5% or 13%. And the number we were given was not a gross increase, but a net increase, factoring in those revenues that, in my opinion, are not typically, well, certainly not the emergency contingency. insofar as you have a budget increase, that's not an emergency, so that money's off limits if that was booked. And then as far as the surplus, that typically is, relatively, I think, even year-to-year amount of surplus, should it exist, gets metered in to help with the tax rate, but that happens later when the tax rate is set, as it was, I think, just recently, maybe last night?
Last night.
So last night they set it, but they discovered that, well, maybe we can't put that amount of money in, and it was significantly more than the town's ever considered doing, and so they didn't do it. So now the overall increase is not a 4.5% increase, it might be a 12% increase. Can you explain that and tell me if I'm wrong? I hope I'm wrong.
So the numbers that you're looking at for the expense and revenue for FY25, it's not completed. There still are movements that need to take place, and there's also adjustments that need to happen. But with that being said, we still looked at the general overall numbers, considering the items that still need to be booked to that year. And that is what we came up with.
What's what you came up with? 4.5% or 12%?
The 4.5.
And the 4.5 was based on using a large amount of surplus and the contingency?
Yes.
I think not using it yet, but anticipating that $300,000 payment to the school, I think was the big bone of contention. We didn't want, I think all three of us, both Joe, myself, and Kurt, that was our big concern. We don't know when that's going to be called upon. It may come June, and then it won't be an issue. It'll be something that happens, in the next fiscal budget. But if it doesn't, then it could be a significant issue.
I don't understand that answer.
That's a large payment.
I don't understand that answer relative to the appropriation and revenue budgets.
I think that's a whole other issue.
It's a separate issue. I'm asking, did you plan on using a significant amount of surplus, significantly above and beyond what is normally used, along with the Selectmen's emergency contingency, in order to blunt the appropriation budget increase, and then present it as if it were, normally what we used to do was to present it, we'd present it as, here's your appropriation budget increase, here's your revenue budget increase, here's the net effect of the two. But it looks like what happened possibly, and I don't know, is that the previous town manager, somebody said, well, we'll throw all the surplus in, the contingency, we'll net that out, and we'll say that's the appropriation budget increase. It's not, if that's what happened.
Well, I think what you're talking about is the mill rate decrease using.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the mill rate, I'm talking about the budget.
Surplus.
I'm talking about the budget. Where
So that wouldn't be calculated in the appropriation budget. That would be with setting the mill rate and lowering that with that undesignated fund balance. Right? That's what you're talking about.
I'm asking, if you take the raw appropriations of the town year over year, is it 4.5% or 12%? That's an easy question.
I mean, we don't have that sheet right in front of us.
That's an easy question.
I don't
It's
have
an easy
Kurt's.
question.
And that's something that we would need ahead of time to make sure we have that prepared. Not the expense and revenues report that.
I mean, I literally just sat down in front of the computer and turned it on. I don't have any sheets or anything in front of me, so I don't want to shoot off the cuff.
Yeah.
So again, this is what we're talking about, is the revenue and expense report that is printed off for last fiscal year.
I don't even know what to say about that. I'll let someone else.
I know. Well, I thought this was discussed at length at the select board meeting last night. So it should.
Well, you're talking about appropriations, which is the budget process, and then you're talking about setting the mill rate, which, yes, it's based on appropriations, but there's other calculations within that you need to factor in on where you're going to pay.
Right, and I'm not asking you about the mill rate.
No.
You know, I did talk with someone about the mill rate, and, you know, the only thing you could do with the mill rate is what you did. If you don't have the revenues available to do what the previous town manager or whoever did this, if you don't have them, then, you know, you're going to, you know, have to increase the mill rate, which is what they did to cover that. And if you did use those one-time revenues to reduce the mill rate, as was anticipated, I guess, by somebody, if this information is correct, and then you go to the next fiscal year and you don't have those revenues, you've just pushed that problem down the road. And so, you know, I just don't...
Well, I think that was the basis of the conversation last night.
Right.
Everything has been pushed down the road, and we've had that huge increase in school debt. Those payments, when those payments come forward, we're like right on the wire.
Yeah,
getting
I'm not asking about the school budget. I'm asking about the town budget. You know, did the town budget have a 4.5% gross increase or a 12-something% gross increase? Easy question.
If we knew that ahead of time, Don, we would have printed that sheet.
It's an easy question.
I mean, not to be difficult, but I find it hard to believe that the director of finance of the town doesn't know whether the gross increase was 12% or 4.5%. You're literally the director of finance. That's something you should know.
And the town manager should know that, Joe.
Again, put it on the agenda and ask these questions so we can be prepared for this. Not put the agenda on there and then a monthly revenue expense report and then ask about an appropriation on the budget. Like, that's the increases.
I mean, I don't get your logic either to come on air and make snide
Cliff, do you have that
questions
sheet
and
with you?
remarks.
This is not a snide question.
You know,
This is a
I've
straight-up
always
question.
So we can answer this right now. Cliff has the sheet.
I've got the sheet from when we were putting the budget together.
Yep.
It was minus the school
Yep.
and minus the county, it was 4.6%.
Right. That's just the municipal side.
That's,
Yep.
so then you add, the school went up 11%, a little over 11%. County went up, and I can't remember what the numbers were.
Right.
And that's what contributed to this whole thing, Dawn. We only have control over about 22% of what we spend. We didn't have a big increase, about $1 million increase in budget from 24 to 25.
Well, thank you, Cliff. I appreciate the answer. It was just a straight question, and I've had heard that, you know, we had a much larger appropriation budget increase on a percent basis than 4.5%. So you're telling me it's 4.5%?
Of the town, the municipal part of the budget. Yes.
Right. That was my question. Thank you.
There's your answer.
Well, thank you, Cliff.
Very smooth.
Nothing to laugh about, I don't think.
Actually, it is.
Don, let's be civil, please. Be civil on these conversations. You're asking these agendas.
I'm being...
On these agendas, we're asking what the agenda item is, and not gotcha questions. Okay?
The budget is part of the revenue and expense discussion, so we can talk about the budget. It's germane to the topic.
Well, when you're talking about this, you're talking about the actuals of our accounting and what we're looking at for the next fiscal year for budgeted.
I'm not feeling any level of comfort that you or the finance director have a good handle on this when one of the members of the Budget Finance Committee is answering the question.
My original response to you was the 4%, and that was regarding the general government side, not the entire budget.
Right.
And then he turned around and said pretty much the same thing, but yet you don't have confidence in me. That's large,
so
really.
Karen, put this to bed.
Okay. We are going to end the discussion on this, and we will have an agenda item for the October meeting to clarify what the actual figures are.
And then whatever you guys want for questions too, or answered, I add those and we'll get these reports and everything for you.
Okay, we'll be sure to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up on the agenda is update from staff regarding an update on the purchasing policy.
As of right now, we are still operating off the 2018 purchasing policy. So I'm going to talk with the select board chair because there's a lot of talk about policy revisions and go into that. I want them to kind of set the priorities of which policy they want to look at, and I think that was kind of set in the budget goals last select board meeting. So there's a lot of talk about policies and everything like that. I think we need to make those changes very thoughtfully so it does not affect how we operate as a town. So I'll talk to the chair, see what the direction is in that.
Okay, maybe it might be time for a joint workshop with the select board and the town manager to look at the purchasing policy. My concern is that we have some very large projects coming up, and we are looking at the CIP plan, and so how that all works going forward needs to be looked at in view of these large projects that we have coming up. So, I think that's something that we need to look at sooner as opposed to later so that we're prepared for those projects. Does anyone on the budget committee have any comments about the purchasing policy?
I think it needs to be updated.
Yes.
I think we had looked at other towns' policies, and we had said that the staff should take a look at those and amalgamate the best of those into a singular policy for us, and that's not what we're looking at. Is that right?
No, what I have brought in is the current purchasing policy as of 2018.
Right, but I mean, this was months ago. We talked about
a year ago.
A year ago, we talked about getting policies from other towns. That happened.
Yes.
Then the staff would sit down and go through them. That was their job, and come back with a recommended policy that would be more in keeping with what we ought to have for a policy. I mean, I gave the history, I think, at the time, a year ago, as to how we ended up with this and why we needed to change it. And so now it's a year later, and we're still talking about it?
Right. Yes, Rob.
So I'm new. Can I have an understanding of what the concerns are with this policy?
That it's not current enough with, inconsistent with the other towns and the surrounding towns around us.
I would say it is, that's correct, but it is consistent with the practice of the town, current practice of the town.
Yeah.
And so a prior finance director, twice removed finance director, said we can't, and we had a more robust policy, but we were not compliant with that. And I won't get into the details of why that was, but we weren't. And so she recommended that we do something that would be, what we're doing. And so,
is the concern it doesn't have enough oversight?
Yes, that would be the concern, and that there's not enough due diligence and enough process, if you will, and transparency, and just, it's not a great policy.
Okay.
And so we should, if you were to see it against some of the ones that we got, there was not enough. For instance, there was not competitive bidding the way there should be, for instance. There's a lot of sole sourcing with particular vendors, and so I guess oversight would be a good word, absolutely. Due diligence, another good words, and but I really don't want to be pejorative about it. I'm just saying that we should look at the models of other places, and they're different, but they're more consistent with one another than this is to any of them. So I don't know why it's taken a year, but I guess we push this one down too, I guess. Huh?
Well, Joe just became the town manager, right?
Right.
So
somebody
else was asked to.
So I've been looking at them too, Rob. I've been looking at the other purchasing policies and stuff like that. So it's definitely something on the radar. It's not. I kind of want to wait on a directive from select board and what's the priority here for? Is this a priority for now or later? There's a lot of policy revisions that are going on right now, so we want to make sure we're not doing them all at once.
But this is kind of a simple one
to do.
To tighten up, you know. I really, Don's comment, well, the other one was too hard to do. That is the worst excuse in the world for not doing it.
No, that isn't what I said.
Well, that's what I heard.
That isn't what I said.
Said it was
What
more
I said was that the policy was, and I'll use a more pejorative term, the policy was dumbed down to what we were actually doing. That's what happened.
Right,
The
that's
policy
the
was
This
This-
was dumbed
this
down
one.
the way you were doing it.
how they were doing it. And I didn't want to get into why, but I could. But I don't want to do that. But I'm
Right, but-
saying that this policy is consistent with what was happening.
Right, so Cliff is saying that was a bad excuse to be able to say, well, because we're not following it, we're going to dumb it down.
Yeah.
So we ended up with a dumbed down version of a policy rather than saying, no, follow the policy that's in place.
Well, there's more to the story.
Well, I mean, I think we can just move forward and try to create a policy that
Yeah.
meets the town's needs.
I'll talk to Chair Morris to see if that's something we want to do, or if we want to wait until we're ready.
Would it be helpful if we did it and gave it?
No, that's how it started, was it came to us for us to do it. And I said, this is a staff function, the staff should do this. And I mean, I would really love to tell you the history, but I guess I better not.
Okay.
Where do we think on the priority? So I think Joe is right. I didn't catch the whole select meeting yesterday, but they were going through policy stuff.
There's other policies
It's just
as well.
kind of,
Yeah.
maybe we should let the select board decide where on the ladder this thing could.
On the priority list where this falls in.
Is that fair, do you think, that we give that over to the select board? Instead of making a decision on where the priority is?
Well, I like Karen's idea of a joint meeting with the select board.
Oh, I like that too.
Discuss
Yep.
policies.
I mean, it's certainly fair to let them decide the priority, but I mean, this is literally about spending the town's money. I think it's a pretty high priority.
I would think so too.
Right, in light of the projects that we are looking at in the next few years.
Right.
I'm expressing my concern that the policy is not adequate for the bidding process that will have to happen on many of these projects.
Yeah, that is true. So, can we request I know you have, but can we request a joint meeting with them maybe for, I don't know if October is the right time, but
Well,
ASAP?
We could ask them for consideration to have a workshop with them around the time of their meeting, either before their meeting or on a different day around that time frame.
Okay.
Or something between now and then, Joe.
Yeah. I could talk to Chair Morris and see what.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is discussion on developing the budget for implementation of the comprehensive plan. And if you happen to have a copy of the comp plan with you, in the back on page 1-33 are the goals, policies, and action items in the comp plan. And so with the implementation of the comp plan recently, I thought it would be a good idea to have a discussion with the budget committee on the action items that call for the budget committee to have a role in the implementation of these actions. And just to have a conversation amongst the committee on what their thoughts and ideas are. Not anything that will be voted on tonight, but just to get it out there and to get people thinking about the things that are coming up, because there's a lot of information here and a lot of things to consider. And I would just like to, I've highlighted the ones in my book that I would just like to bring up. So the first one is on I-33. And I think what I'll do is I'll just read the item, and then if there's any discussion, we can have discussion. If not, we'll just move on to the next one. So the first one local policies and actions is add staff capacity to seek and manage grant funding through additional staff, a consultant, or regional partnerships. And the responsible party is the town manager and select board, but the funding would have to come from somewhere to fund that activity. So I think the budget committee could also be a responsible party for that. Yes.
Could we ask Peter maybe to step to the microphone or take the microphone? He was co-chair of the comprehensive plan committee. He probably could have some input into each of these articles in which we were recommending expenditures.
Can we share? I gave my copies away.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, former co-chair of the former comprehensive plan committee. It was adopted by the town last month, and last night at the select board meeting, it was formally disbanded. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
34.
Okay. Right, so then the next page, 1-36. This has come up a number of times. The budget committee is not listed as a responsible party, but again, a sub-tier of that, consult with Cumberland County Sheriff Department on improving road safety and increasing traffic enforcement. Eventually, that is going to be a cost in the budget. And it's something that is gaining more and more attention every day here in the town, unfortunately.
Sure, Madam Chair, what I'd tell you is that a lot of those are recommendations, number one, that are actions. They have priorities to them as far as timeframes are concerned. So that we thought would be helpful in guiding the implementation committee. There was a discussion at last night's select board meeting about forming an implementation committee. I am very hopeful that that will go forward rapidly rather than be delayed, because, as you say, there are so many implications. If I learned anything in my activities, it was the fact that that's why they call it a comprehensive plan, because it touches everything. So as far as the emphasis from I guess I should just put this postscript in as well, that understand that the committee assigned many more of those actions you've just mentioned too, to have the Budget Finance Committee involved, and that at the Select Board review late spring, a number of those were changed at the direction of the former chair. So just if what you're saying is, I really don't understand why this action or that action was not included as a budget finance responsibility, as well as the others that are mentioned. It was not through the efforts of the committee to have those assigned, but they were just removed in the final review by the select board. So as far as traffic calming is concerned, I believe last year I spoke in front of this committee, and it had to do, and I spoke at select board meeting as well. Some of the budgetary considerations would be, and I preface all of this with, none of these suggestions on traffic calming are, number one, as was just suggested, anything that is, let's say, unique to Raymond. It's every community in the state, it's every state in the union is dealing with it, as you're well aware. That doesn't mean that we don't take action on them. And so one of the traffic calming strategies that we discussed at length at the committee was the use of radar feedback signs, which you're probably seeing in the communities more and more. Do they solve the problem? They do not. Are they going to stop a speeder? They're not. If someone's going to speed, they're going to speed. What it does is, and I believe that the data shows this, when those signs are up, the individual that is trying to obey the law, but it gets away from them, like it gets away from all of us when we're behind the wheel at one time or another, is a reminder. So that would be one of the budgetary suggestions, either in the CIP or something else going down the road that you might want to consider.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. The next one is collect and analyze speed and crash data and implement proven traffic calming strategies throughout Raymond, which those two tie together.
I have a comment on that.
Yes.
I guess I find it interesting that on that one point, they chose to keep the Budget and Finance Committee as a responsible party, but yet hiring staff for the town isn't something that should have the Budget and Finance Committee as a responsible party. Look, I'm new to Raymond. I've lived here for 2 years now. I lived in Naples for 20 years, so I appreciate the small town politics. It just seems to me that somebody was trying to keep responsibility with themselves rather than giving it to the people that make the budget for their town. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. Okay, further down, this is way out there, but I understand why it's in here. Partner with Wyndham to explore the potential for a future bypass or connector roads to alleviate 302 traffic.
Yes, and that basically has been kicked around for a number of years. As far as, and I would tell you at the select board meeting last night, there was a discussion of extending the water line up to where the old dump site was, and the town owns property up there. And I think that what was suggested is that would be about $1 million effort. That would not be covered by impact fees or anything else, or by the residencies up there. But the idea that that area and also the connector now that's at Honey Hill, which is a paved road, the thoughts that might be a way to ease some of the traffic issues involving 302 in the community, if there was a way at least for the community to avoid having to get on 302, if there was a way to effectively bypass that.
Okay. Develop a capital plan to prioritize and fund sidewalk construction and connections along the busiest parts of Route 302 and Route 85 in Raymond, and to widen or pave roads along other public roads. So, part of the capital plan.
Absolutely, and that goes along with the traffic calming, and the fact that the citizens in our interviews throughout the 2.5 years of the comprehensive plan investigation, there was a lot of feedback about the fact that pedestrians and bicyclists do not feel safe on the roads. Nothing that's unique to Raymond, but because of the increased speeds, they just were saying we need more sidewalks. Also, it ties in with the philosophy that came out of the comprehensive plan about the establishment of other villages within the town, and the development of those villages along with the Main Street Village, and the fact that the connectivity would be helpful both for business growth and also for the safety of the bicyclists and pedestrians.
Even though a couple of those are long-range plans, 5 to 10 years, we're going to be looking at a 10-year a 10-year plan for CIP.
Yes.
And so we really need to keep an eye on that if it's the intention to try to do some of these things.
Sure, and I wouldn't disagree at all with the fact that really it's not the job of the Budget Finance Committee to be considering how many more employees might be added to the town payroll. I think it's more along the lines of trying to encourage the town to consider more consulting. So getting consultants in to discuss everything from what we're going to do as far as internet access and the fiber optic access to sidewalks, to the development of villages within the town, and the fact that there is state funding even now to develop what they call the village plans. And so those would be all things that would be tied into having consultants, so not necessarily an employee, but and I guess I would just say that the resiliency effort that we have for a grant through the state is still on track. However, it was delayed for whatever reason. And I just would encourage that when we have the opportunity to go after money, especially giving our budgetary constraints now, that we should be exploring all of those possibilities, increasing revenue streams and also grant monies.
Do we have a person on the town staff that goes after these grants, Joe?
No. We all kind of separate whatever the grant is, like if it's a trails grant, then obviously Parks and Rec. If it's, fire, something with fire will do that grant. Nathan got an MPI grant for paving, so stuff like that. So we've kind of delegated to the director heads. And I actually, the community resiliency one was done by North Star Planning, so they were the ones seeking that out because there was a grant that was funding them to go and search and apply for the towns for this grant.
Has there been consideration of hiring somebody who is experienced in obtaining grants? I mean, I would have to guess the directors are super busy.
Yes, that'd be great. Yeah, there's been talks internally about an economic development planner and / grant writer that could focus on these type of initiatives. So it's been discussed internally, and during the budget season we can maybe talk about that. Because I do think that's important. It's tough to put that on the department heads to institute those grants.
Right. Don?
We have had in the past staff members who are quite successful with grant acquisition. I would call out former administrative assistant Danielle Loring received the sidewalk grant and was the driving force behind that. Kathy Goslin, who was the deputy treasurer, was very successful in getting a number of grants. I think there was this major fire truck that she got at one point, and was many smaller grants over the years. So there have been staff members who have put significant effort into that and had good success with it, but I don't think that's been happening lately. And I don't think the department heads outside of the fire department have done much with direct grant administration. I don't know if Joe did in recreation. That I do not know, but I don't believe that Public Works actively has sought grants.
I mean, I would have to guess that the amount of money available out there through grants is probably tens and tens of millions of dollars. And if there was an employee that was their focus, grants, revenue generation, how do they get money into the town, then there's no question that we would get more than saying to an administrative assistant or a department head, hey, apply for this grant because we happen to notice that if it's somebody's job, they're going to focus on it. And that's what they spend every day doing.
And they're experts.
That's a good use of somebody's time.
Yep.
Yeah, because grants are very involved. There's a lot of follow-ups.
All of that is 100% correct, but it's not been a position that the town, and a lot of small towns don't have that position, but would it be a position to consider and to support? I agree. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that was my point, is I think it's something that should be considered.
And there could be, with economic development, TIF monies that could go towards that.
Doesn't MMA, Maine Municipal Association, have grant writers or assistants?
No.
If I remember right.
Not to my knowledge.
I think
I was pretty
PCOG
sure they
has more of the grant writers.
I know the county does. The county's done it through their SEMA. Has done regional type grants.
I know MMA will push the kind of the webinars about the grants and things like that, but I don't think they have the grant writer capacity.
Right. I think he's right about that. I think they would train you staff to obtain grants and give you, resources possibly, but to actually write a grant or help you with a grant, no.
And Kerr and I have talked about using TIF funds to hire that position. That would just strictly be economic development and grant writing. The only concern is if once that TIF's up, those funds are gone as well. So
I think at that point it would be easy to justify the position by being able to say, okay, over X period of time we brought in this much money, where in the prior 10 years we brought in this much. then it's as simple as saying, well, we brought in $1 million and now we brought in $5 million. Great, it paid for itself and then some, so fund the position.
Or if it didn't.
Or if it didn't, then we get an easy out. The TIF's over. Sorry.
So it'd be a contract dependent on TIF.
The grant environment has changed a lot.
I was going to say that, not to put it down and everything,
Yeah.
but I think we're going to see less grants being given out over the next couple of years.
In fact, with the recent change at the federal level, successful grants that had already been awarded have been withdrawn. In a number of communities across Maine, across the country, they've been withdrawn.
Yes, it's true.
I just remind everyone that it's the comprehensive plan is 10 to 20 years. And that if you had a town planner, my sense what they would be telling you is that's exactly the time frame you should be looking out. And that's how you don't get surprised, as some people were last evening.
I completely understand that. I guess what I was seeing was that the time frame for adding staff or a consultant or a regional partnership was a priority action, which means that your committee obviously felt that it was a very high priority.
Absolutely, and that's a great observation. I think that the reason that the committee came out with that as a priority is because there had been so little activity over the last decade.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Have priorities been assigned to these items? Is there a list with is there a priority
I believe
list?
if you see besides the actions in the last column, there'll be a time frame priority. So
Oh,
it'll
I
say
see.
priority.
Okay.
I think that's, do it as soon as possible. Then 1 to 2 years. I think it's the 2 to 5 years, and then it's 10 years plus.
Okay, what I'm asking is these timeframes, is there a list by the time frame?
There is not. And that really is something that, once again, the committee the Comprehensive Plan Committee was very sensitive to the fact that we didn't want to overreach as far as the implementation committee was concerned. What our goal was to lay out as much information to make it as easy as possible for this next, and what I've been told, much more difficult process than writing the plan. Even though we put a lot of effort and time into it, the real work is going to be in the implementation. I would tell you that in the paper just yesterday, there was the talk about a neighboring town where they're, I guess I can say it's in gray. They had a comprehensive plan that was done a couple of years ago, and they are running into great difficulty in implementing a great portion of that plan. And that's not unusual. That's how it goes. That's why the sooner we get started, the better. The more that the comprehensive plan is linked to all of the committees and boards in the town, so that we're all on the same page, is going to be crucial, because it's going to be the more difficult phase.
If the plan doesn't drive what happens in the town, we're just gonna wallow in it, basically.
It'll be a big waste of time, energy, and money, I'm sure, that was put into
A lot
developing
of
this plan.
time and treasure put into this. There really was. It was probably the best committee I ever served on in this town. They did one hell of a job.
Oh, I agree. I was reading through this last night thinking, wow, it's really well done.
And it needs to be what drives the town. That's the town plan.
Well, yeah, and as I emphasized before, Frank, and you were on the committee, so you were very aware to it. There's also legal implications. So when I say there has to be coordination, if the select board is approving ordinances sent to them by the planning board that are contrary to your comprehensive plan, well, good luck in Superior Court. So there are those implications. And also having a state-approved comp plan also puts the town in a better position with the state as far as obtaining funding and grants. So there's those issues as well. The overarching issue or value, as you all know, for a comprehensive plan is it's the people get to participate in where they see the town going over the next 10 to 20 years.
make sure I got everything. All right. On 1-38, one of the items is develop a master plan supported by public input to repurpose the Jordan Small Middle School and determine the future use of other town-owned buildings, including the library and the town office, and that's an ongoing project.
Absolutely, Karen. And what I'll tell you is that it's a matter of that because this was a relatively arduous process in getting it to the point to the people to either adopt it or reject it. The problem is that the implementation has been such that the town has already taken action on a number of these issues, which in a way is going to make it easier for the implementation committee to go forward. But absolutely, there's ongoing, you're going to discuss tonight, the Jordan Small.
Yes. Okay. Okay, under the economy page on 144, 2A, if public investments are foreseen to support economic development, identify the mechanisms to be considered to finance them, such as local tax dollars, creating a tax increment financing district, a community development block grant or other grants, bonding, impact fees, etc.
So we talked about a little bit about that last night at the select board meeting. Once again, just like with the radar feedback signs, speed signs, no one of those things is going to solve any of our financial difficulties or support our finances. So it's more or less taking a shotgun approach and using or utilizing every tool in the toolbox, and maybe even discovering some that we don't have. So I know that a member of your committee that is now on the select board, Chris Hansen, has been a supporter of impact fees for a while. And so that would be something where when they were talking about a water line going up to the old dump, the thing is if we had impact fees already in place, those houses up there would have been the contractor would have put the water line in. He would have paid an impact fee to the town for putting that water line in, but the cost wouldn't have fallen on the town to do it, which I believe there isn't much of a chance, in my opinion, that the town's going to spend $1 million at this juncture to bring the water line up there. However, definite economic advantages to extending public water. But there was no impact fee then. So there's no way to apply it unless the town's going to pay for it. So that's just one example. The impact fees that we discussed was more to look at the growth areas, to see what development we can do in the villages, or the village concept where more villages would be developed with public water available. But ultimately, it was a matter of getting as many of the resources as we could together in order to position the town for growth over the next 10 to 20 years. And that it's not inexpensive to do it. I think that the Public Works Director spoke very well last night as far as what the cost would be. And, timing is everything. At that meeting, throwing out the $1 million cost was something that just wasn't going to be well received at that point.
Right.
But once again, as far as development is concerned, that water line is in the ground. If we had impact fees, then it would have been a different story with a number of things. Environmentally, what we were looking at mostly on the committee was how impact fees could protect the water. So basically the lakes.
Okay. Right. Public facilities on page 149. Identify any capital improvements needed to maintain or upgrade public services to accommodate the community's anticipated growth and change, what we're just talking about. And locate new public facilities comprising at least 75% of new municipal growth-related capital investments in designated growth areas.
And I will tell you that that's a state requirement. So there's certain things that are in the comprehensive plan that are, the committee didn't have any option if we were going to get the state to approve the plan. So I think that's aspirational. I don't know many communities that have actually been able to implement that. By the same token, I haven't heard of anyone in municipal government in Maine going to jail because they didn't.
Okay. Fiscal capacity on 1-50. Policy to finance existing and future facilities and services in a cost-effective manner. Well, that makes sense. To explore grants available to assist in the funding of capital investments within the community. Just follows on from what we've heard before. The action item, explore opportunities to work with neighboring communities to plan for and finance shared or adjacent capital investments to increase cost savings and efficiencies. And we've done that a couple of times in the last few years. I seem to recall with the lighting, and also the public safety has talked about doing buys with other communities to bring the price down on some of their equipment. To reduce Maine's tax burden by staying within LD1 spending limitations while providing essential public services. So those are some of the things coming up. Is that a state requirement also, to reduce Maine's tax burden?
It is.
It is?
Yeah, that was required of the state to be in the plan.
Okay, on future land use, 1-51, direct a minimum of 75% of new municipal growth-related capital investments into designated growth areas identified in the future land use plan.
State required. Yeah, I guess I could just put it and add into that it's if not only do you need that in order to have the state approve your plan, but if you don't designate if you don't have a comprehensive plan, the state identifies in a municipality what the growth areas are.
So, does Raymond have designated growth areas currently?
They do, yes, and it's in the plan. Basically, it's if you think about it, a lot of it is located in the TIF region, which makes sense because that's what the TIF is supposed to be all about.
Okay. And then lastly is future land use, 3A, include in the capital investment plan anticipated municipal capital investments needed to support proposed land uses. Another state requirement?
I don't believe that is a state requirement.
Oh, okay. All right, well, those are the items that I picked out that.
We've got that one alone to do.
I think that last one you read actually supports the one that was a state requirement. Direct a minimum of 75% of new municipal growth-related capital investments into designated growth. And then it says to, so it kind of supports it.
Yes.
Yep.
So it kind of is state mandated.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's in our ordinance as well. I was explaining that to somebody about, we're in charge of the CIP for developing that, so.
All right, well, there's a lot there to take into consideration and to work towards goals for the town.
Yes, and I guess what I just encourage is that the implementation committee be put together with, as was discussed last night, with department heads' input and maybe a membership with certainly members of the community with varied opinions, and basically so that we can get a sense overall of what's working and what's not. And what's in that plan as well is a recommendation on reporting of the implementation committee back to the town every other year going forward, so that can be scrutinized as well to see if, there's town leadership needs to give us a little bit more support, the implementation committee a little bit more support in getting some of these things accomplished.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Would any members of the Budget Finance Committee have any thoughts or concerns they'd like to share at this point in time? No. Okay, all right.
Did we skip over update for staff regarding CIP projects request?
Did I skip that? Oh, I must have skipped that. I did skip that, thank you. I skipped over one of the items, and that was update from staff regarding the CIP project request for FY '26 and '27. And you, Joe, you did a first draft of the...
Yeah, so this is what everything was up to this point previously in departments' CIP plans. So what I did was just kind of standardize that and put it in to one format, and so we can look at it and see what we're at right now. And this is still, fluid. We still want to make sure when we go back to department heads that what is in here is correct based off previous years, but this is where we're at. And then we also have like the current fiscal year balance as well. So that's provided in this. So then you can kind of compare, okay, playgrounds, that count, we have 70,000, and we're looking at the next fiscal years where we could be hidden. So
thank you for doing that.
First, yeah. So I think it's easier to read, easier to standardize this, and then on top of that, we can then now, when we get requests, add to this. If changes happen within already kind of allocated here, get updated sheets as well.
Okay. Have you had any submittals from the department heads?
No, because I was waiting on this, see if this was the right format, if this makes sense, and then I can ask everybody if there's anything new.
Okay.
That shows something new we added and changed, just so you have it.
Do you know what number this is supposed?
Yes.
Don't you?
No, I didn't format.
Yeah, the cell was too tight.
Yes.
I do like your format, Joe. I like that.
Thanks. This is, and everybody's departments were really thought out. It just, I think, standardized, and it just helps, soak it all in.
I got an item. 210.
This is the current balance. This is what's going to be expense. And then this?
Oh.
To that year.
Yeah, right. Top spot.
Yes, yeah. And so Lee just updated that line, so this is all, that could all change. So
Yeah.
because of that.
Right.
So that's how it's kind of always fluid, trying to work that out, but good job.
I don't have any. Let's look at that. I didn't take one of those. Okay. Any thoughts about the format of the report? Any comments?
Got no issues.
User-friendly, I think.
Right.
Perfect. So, Chair Lockwood, the next step would be if there's anything new, we get the requests in. And then we can kind of put that into this format, and I'll probably do like a highlighted cell that it's a new adoption of that with obviously budget finance looking at it. So, and then any changes, I can always resend that too with some highlighted cells.
Okay,
so
are
things.
are we going to actually see the submittal from the department heads?
Yep.
The document with all of the backup data?
Yeah, with all that sheet that we talked about. Yeah.
Right.
So we made it fillable, and department heads can fill that out and send it
Okay.
our way.
So we extended the deadline to October at your request. So are we going to see some?
I'll put it out there, yeah. I'll put it out to department heads.
Okay, because we're looking at starting the budget process earlier.
I think most of these are already in, which is good. So anything added will definitely, hopefully be in the future. But everything FY26 is obviously current.
Okay. All right, well, that sounds good. All right, well, thank you.
Joe, I thought we went 10 years. Or did you guys go shorter?
I'll talk to Brenda on that one. I think we did extend that, right?
I thought we did.
Yeah.
Keep the payments lower, because that wasn't gonna be a CIP, item, it was gonna be in the bond for debt services. I may be wrong.
Yeah, I'll talk to Brenda. I'll talk to Brenda on that one, but I'm pretty sure we extended that one. And then if it moves to bond, it will go right into debt service and off of CIP, so. And that might be something good to add, Chairlock, was maybe the debt service of what's being paid every fiscal year as well. So
Yes.
I can add that if you guys would like. Yep.
Right.
It's all of our capital projects in one place.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. You want to adjust that? Because I don't have that on mine.
Can I make a request from Public Works? The descriptions is, you got your repair and replace. Can you give us you don't have to give it to me right now, but can you give us a timeline in the next one about when these vehicles get replaced? Because it looks like quite a few of them need to get replaced. We don't quite know what year you would be looking for that.
So as Joe said, this is a pretty fluid document. This is not what we're looking going forward yet. The stuff that he's got listed in 27, I had in 26 to replace. But due to the budget, the way it went at the end of the year, we had to push all that forward. The only thing we're purchasing this year is the dump truck that we ordered last year. The 07 should probably be up on the top of the list, and we've got to figure the excavator in there too somewhere. And
Yeah, it's okay if just for our visual to know when you would like those replaced, if you could add those in. And like you said, it's kind of fluid. I'm not looking for anything right now, but if you could just get us some dates on there, that would allow us to know priority order.
That's
I
what I
think.
was just going to say, a priority.
yeah, that's going to come with the request that you guys just put in. They get moved up to October.
Yeah.
Don?
As far as fluid on replacement, the idea behind a capital improvement plan is to assign a date certain and a useful life of the equipment. And so I like this format, and you have that in public safety. So I don't think it's fluid. I think you want a date.
Right, we need to have a date.
I would argue that point a little bit, because sometimes if you put a date on something, you may get to a point where you realize that vehicle can go a couple more, 3 or 4 years, and the one that you thought was going to not go that far needs to be replaced, or we'd want to swap those vehicles in that.
Well, how do we plan for it in the budget if we don't have a date of when we're going
I've
to
always
spend the
gone
money?
with the number. We've always just carried a number forward, so this is going to be new to me.
So basically, if you do that, you do not have a capital improvement plan.
Right.
Exactly.
And so I like the
This is
public
how we're
safety approach.
operating right now.
That's
So,
how we're operating
Again, if we
now.
want to go,
This
if we
is
want to change
gonna-
things, we have to do it through the purchasing policy and things like that. But we're operating how we've been doing since Don's town manager, so.
Well, the
We bought-
purpose of
we bought-
adopting, the budget committee adopting the CIP project form was to get a more firm idea on what the expectations are of how long the equipment's going to last
Well, this-
and when it needs to be replaced and be able to fund it. But this is to firm up
We
the
ha-
CIP
So like
plan.
this fiscal year, Neil, sorry, cut it, like this fiscal year, we had way more in here to be replaced. And because of what was allocated CIP funds, we had to shift that.
Right, and that probably happened because the plan was fluid, and we didn't, over a decade or 2 decades or whatever, plan out that X number of years we're gonna replace each piece of equipment. We said, well, this one can last 2 or 3 more years, and then the money got spent on something else. And then we got to fiscal year '26 and said, whoa, we need $600,000. We don't have that. Okay, we're not ordering the equipment.
Well, no, that's because FY '27 is because we've had to push out FY '26.
That's what I'm saying, right, right. So because we didn't have the money, right, allocated to be able to buy the equipment. So I think the point about the capital plan and putting it in place is to make sure that the funds are there when you believe the equipment's gonna be needed. And you know what, when it comes up, you buy that equipment, even if the old one will last a year or two, because you don't know. I mean, you think it might last a year or two, but if it lasts 6 months, well, now you're without a piece of equipment and you don't have the money to buy a new one.
So the previous CIP plan, we bought a lot of used equipment.
Mm-hmm.
We just started in the last 6 years replacing that with new stuff. Maybe fluid is probably not the word I should have used. I would have gone with probably a little bit more of
Adjusted, I guess.
adjusted a little bit differently, and stuff needs to be moved around in that.
My comment was not a criticism, by the way. It was just, and I'm agreeing with Nathan, with the idea of buying used equipment and trying to get the equipment that he needed, you know? And that's what we did. We went to surplus, we got equipment on the cheap. Now a lot of that equipment's coming to, and that equipment has come to its end, and he did buy new equipment. And now he's got new, good equipment mostly, I think, heavy equipment. So now in this new capital improvement plan, you should now be able to assign a date to it. But when we were acquiring equipment, we didn't even have the equipment, you see what I mean? And so trying to get what you needed to do the, full public works effort, we did that through surplus and other means, used equipment. And some of that stuff we stretched out beyond where you would do responsibly and reasonably, keep that in service. But now I'm looking at the fleet, and it's really come a quantum leap forward. So I think you can assign dates, and I'm agreeing, with you about the idea of, even if it's got additional useful life. I mean, that's all well and fine, but you may not, and so we should just go with the plan, and then you have a plan, and then you know what you're spending year to year, right?
Yep, absolutely. Makes it easy to budget.
So I think you can do that now, Nathan, because you got great equipment now.
Well, I think the plan we had before worked very well. We had a set amount of money every year. We were budgeted $225 last year. We went to $325, and we carried that fund over. Sometimes you carried a little bit more money over to the next fiscal year to pay for the truck. The new one we got coming is one of those trucks that we saved up for. We carried the money forward from last year to this year to buy that truck. So we didn't have to finance it. But
Right,
that
so
truck
that's
was
what we
planned
do
out.
as part of the capital improvement plan, right? That's, because you know it's coming, then you would allocate X amount of money each year to make sure when you got to that point, you have the funds to purchase that
And
equipment.
that's what we do the same thing with our paving.
With your point, if in fact you get rid of that truck, knowing it probably has a couple more years in it, you should be able to make up that difference in what you sell it for. If that truck has that much more life in it, you should be able to get that
Well,
much more
that-
money for it when you get rid of it.
That depends on how you tune your capital improvement plan, but yes.
Yeah.
And I served in a municipality that turned their equipment, quickly, as in 5 years, like 1-ton trucks, fairly light equipment in 5 years. and the bigger equipment in, 8 or so years. And so, yes, that works, but if you keep it a long time,
Oh, I understand
then no,
that.
that doesn't work.
No, I understand that. I've got a question on the paving. Is that 410 a placeholder?
Yes.
Okay, because I was going to say in year 10, you're going to be doing a lot fewer roads of the same money you did 10 years earlier.
Yeah, paving's kind of stabilized a little bit in the last 3 years. It's up quite a bit from what it was 5 years for pre-COVID. We're at $89 a ton this year, but I budget $120 a ton. It gives me a little bit of room.
Well, the idea behind the capital improvement plan is to have a plan and then to execute the plan.
Yes. And then you know year to year what you're going to spend and what you're going to get.
Exactly. It's good management practices.
Yeah. But if you had nothing to start with, which is where you started, then it's hard to do. So
Come a long way,
we're there now.
haven't you?
We're there now. We got the good equipment
Right.
now.
Yeah, come a long way. So that's good. Okay. Any other thoughts or concerns about the CIP plan at this time? Okay. And
Good job on the format.
yeah,
Appreciate it.
I'm looking forward to reading the project requests that come across in October. Next on the agenda is discussion on developing the budget for repurposing the Jordan Smalls Middle School. The Select Board had an item on their Select Board agenda last night to discuss putting together a committee to take the Visioning Committee's report and then putting together an implementation committee. They did not put the committee together last night. That has been tabled.
Yeah, they want me to kind of roadmap this, so how many committee members, who would be on that, time frame, stuff like that. So when that and the comp plan implementation committee, I'll have like a little roadmap for them, so when we go forward, they know exactly kind of the expectations for everybody who wants to potentially be part of that.
Can we do so between the comprehensive plan implementation and then this one, can we really advertise this thing and get some new faces? Because
Yeah.
I can't do I won't be doing either one of those.
You don't want to be on another one? Come on. Yes, Melanie, I think with the last one, that's we got 3 applicants for that. This for Rob's position here, so I think it's been working. And then hopefully our new website will be up by then, so we can start putting that up as a news item and direct communications to people and maybe who want information but didn't know that this is a possibility. So cool.
Right. And the Select Board did mention that they're looking for members of some of the boards and committees to also serve on the Jordan Small Committee and Select Board, Budget Committee, Planning, Codes, those kinds of things. I would just like to have an open discussion about philosophy on funding the budget for the Jordan Small School. There's kinds of different schools of thought on how to go about that. And one school, go ahead, Don.
Do it once, do it right. Plan it, do the renovations all at once. Gorham, good example on how to do it
Gorham
right.
Community Center.
Gorham Town Office.
Oh, the
They
Gorham Town.
repurposed the school into a municipal center. It's beautiful. They did it, bonded, did it. So get a good committee together, plan it, come up with an architectural engineering plan and let the bonds and do the project and have, the architects help you to design what you need and your foreseeable, needs in the future. And don't do it the way that, pejoratively, the town has done some things in the past, more distant past these days, but, you know, the bargain bin away approach to it, you know, whatever we can do cheapest over time. Don't do that. Do it once, do it right.
I would agree with you there. I don't want to piecemeal this thing and then 3 to 5 years get into the project and find out that, oh, more construction work needs to be done, and then now we have to find money to fund that. I think it's a point of view for myself. Go with the wish list of the departments that want to go in there, get the quotes on what that work would involve, and then see what the total number is and what we can work with, and then pare down things if we need to pare things down. But I think to start with the wish list is the way to go, and then look at paring things down afterwards and not try to piecemeal it after the fact. Which
If you move in to a building that's not, well, it's not going to be a purpose-built building because you're renovating a building built as a school. But so you move into a building that's built for another purpose altogether, it's going to meet your needs in many ways, and then you're going to get in there, get established, and it's, you know, one thing being another. You're going to work on it, if you do it piecemeal, over a long period of time, and it's going to be an amalgamation that doesn't have a cohesive, I guess, plan, and that's not the way to do it. The way to do it's the way, you know, Gorham did it, and to have the professionals come in, work with the staff, as you say, a wish list or needs, and talk about what the functionality is that you're looking for and what the long-term expectations from the space are, and hopefully that envelope is sufficient for that. If not, you may have to, you know, add an addition. I doubt it because it's a huge building, but
right.
You more likely will take a wing off because it's too much. You know, it's too big a building. But all that stuff goes through the process, and then you come back and you renovate it. You're done. It's like a new building, sort of.
I agree.
I completely agree to some level. I just think there's a fine line, and I think that the good thing about history is that we learn from it. I moved into this town and I watched, I don't remember how many million, was it a $9 million maintenance building or something like that, was on, you know, up for us to vote on, and it got voted down, and I'm sure because people in the community felt that that was an astronomical amount of money to put dump trucks in. And I know there's more to it, right? I appreciate all that. But the average everyday citizen who's trying to, you know, heat their home or feed their families or whatever, they don't want to hear about the wishes and the dreams. They want to hear about the needs. And so I just think it's important. I mean, it could, because this is going to be an expensive project. There's no question. And I just think it's important that the town is very careful as they're planning this and making sure that we're not trying to build the Taj Mahal because we want to do it right the first time. I mean, Naples went through the same thing. I mean, they brought like a $12 million community center to the town, and the townspeople voted it down. And now they're building like a $3 million community center. So, yeah, just want to, you have the town waste all this time coming up with this plan, and then it goes before the residents and gets voted down because, you know, we came up with wishes.
In some ways, that's the process, though.
Well, but I think, you know, being transparent with the townspeople, getting feedback, getting input, which the town has done. I mean, I gave feedback when I went and voted. There was a thing that you filled out. Okay, I think we should do this and do this. And, you know, so I just think that there's a way to get that feedback and that input, and we should make sure we do that.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sounds like their first field trip ought to be to Gorham, though.
The vision committee did go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was good.
I don't disagree with any of that, but so maybe $3 million is sufficient instead of $12 million, but do it in one time.
Absolutely. Agree.
So I don't know the number, but I do know that the town's not going to support a building that is extravagant in any way. It's got to be purpose built and meet the needs, and I know they don't want probably any ostentation. I mean, Gorham had a nicer building to start with, and they did it in a first-class way. Start from that premise and see what it costs, and then you can always degrade it to whatever level you need to.
Right, exactly. I agree with that. Any other thoughts or ideas? Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, citizen and taxpayer. Just to be clear on what position I'm talking from. So what I'd have to do is I'd respectfully disagree with the idea that about all at once, because the sense I'm having, and maybe my sense is wrong, but based on what was suggested as far as the vote on the Public Works building last year and the price tag, based on the discussions last night, based on mill rates, revaluation, and the like, and the appetite for voters to take big-ticket items, my sense is that if it's going to be done all at once rather than in phases, I mean, piecemeal is another way to say it, but I'd say in phases, what you do is the community is asking for this now. And I know that from the comprehensive plan, what I realized early on is we'd ask a question, what are the top priorities in the community? And the number one was keep taxes low. And right behind that was increase services. And I'm not quite sure exactly how you can do that all the time, or if at all. So my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that the RSU has left that building in pretty good shape. That there are things that could go in that building right now with minimal renovations that would allow the community to have some sort of sense that we're moving forward. If, in fact, we spend 3 to 5 years accumulating the dollars or getting a plan together to put everything in at once, I don't believe that's going to satisfy a number of the people in the community that came to the comprehensive plan and said, we need a sense of community. We need to rebuild the sense of community in the town, and we need to do it now. So that's just my sense. As far as ways to finance it, I guess I would just tell you as well, my sense is that this is my own personal sense, that the town has been too reliant on bonding. Rather than doing such things as a CIP with the Public Works saying we're going to put the money together until we can afford to buy this truck. I've heard a lot of talk over the years about the AAA bond rating that we have. I did a little research on that. You know that Casco, Gray, Cumberland, they don't have AAA bond ratings. Okay? They're not in default. But once again, there's an advantage to it from what I understand if, in fact, as far as interest rates are concerned, if you have a AAA rating. But would it be and what that drives is our undesignated fund balance, which they spent a lot of time talking about last night. And the fact that what we need to do, and they were even talking about adding another 10 cents onto the mill rate in order to build up our undesignated fund balance. And I just think there's too much preoccupation with bonding. I'm not saying that bonding, we never have to do it. I know that when we got the roads paved back a few years ago, the big road paving job, we bonded that. Part of the reason for that, and to do it all at once, is, and correct me if I'm wrong for any of you that are around, but the roads were like hell here, so we hadn't kept up with them, and we needed to get them all done. But I guess all I'm suggesting is that it may be, and once again, we leave it to the professionals, but you get engineers in there, you get architects in there. Once the committee has come together and said, this is what we'd like to put in there. And what I'm hearing from the committee is basically, and town manager can correct me if I'm wrong, but they're looking at town offices, they're looking at the library, and the third?
Parks and Rec.
And Parks and Rec. Okay? It was a school. It's got plumbing. It's got a bathroom in it. Yes, if we're going to have a cooling center in there and a warming center in there, well, that's a resiliency grant. So I really don't understand what the delay was in picking, open space is nice, but how about what the summer that we had this year? Do we have the elderly that have a place to go where they can stay cool? And that's right in line with what the state has for monies, for resiliency. and a place to go in the winter if we have a power outage and people are cold. Anyway, I'm just suggesting everything doesn't have to be bonded. That's my understanding of what CIP was all about. So, thanks.
Thank you.
We do disagree slightly, but I would tell you that the reason that you have the AAA bond rating, having made the presentation in Boston, my premise for the bankers was, here's a town that has the financial capacity to do anything, and we do things in the way that you just outlined, and that was attractive to them. Raymond has one of the lowest bonded and debt ratios of any town around, so we don't have a lot of bonds. We have very few bonds. And so I'm saying for something as significant as a town office that's going to be hopefully something that's a signature building for the town, something the townspeople could get the most utility out of, dare I say even something the town could be proud of, I would like to see us do it in a workmanlike right way and not do it the way everything else has been done here, or many things have been done here for many years, and they never get done. It never gets done. And I don't know. I mean, it was a school. Maybe it can be done very cheaply and still be great. But I just, as I said, take a look at Gorham and then take a look at, I don't know of an example where people just moved in, but there must be one somewhere, and we could go look at that. That's my opinion.
Okay.
So I guess we do differ on it, yeah.
Well, that was the point of having the discussion, is to bring out differing opinions. And
I think the voters will decide. I mean, if it's $12 million, they'll probably say no. Right. And then it might be,
what are they going to get out of it?
What are they going to get out of it? And then it might be $3 million, and they might say yes, or they might just say, move in, and we'll talk about it someday later. I mean, look at the town office. Look at our town office compared to any town office in Maine. It tells the story.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Okay, anyone else? Okay.
Odd song.
All right, what else do we have on here? And following on with the repurposing of the Jordan Small School is what happens to the buildings that become vacant, such as the town office moving into the school or the library.
Kid would list them all out. Just like top of my head, I would say potentially library. District 1. I'm sorry, not District 1. Town office. Sorry, Nathan. I saw you perk up there. It's library, town office. What other buildings would become vacant?
Well,
potentially.
The Parks and Recs is temporarily in the Raymond Church.
It wouldn't be affected by that. That's why I said District 1, because
I was there at one point.
So just the library and the town office at this point, right? Am I missing anything? Okay.
I don't know.
I wonder if that could be part of the responsibility of the Jordan Small Committee. I mean, they're the ones that are going to be moving these things in different places. It might be part of their charge to come up with alternatives for the other two places, Town Hall and the library.
I do recall that the visioning committee took into consideration that the library could be a food pantry because it's right next to the community garden. I don't remember what the thoughts were about the town hall.
Well, there were also a lot of land use recommendations in the comprehensive plan, so I'm certain that we could find, or the town, whoever, could find some things in there that the land could be used for.
Absolutely.
Potential ability to get revenue and rent them out. I mean, that town hall is probably...
There's talks, I think during the vision committee, there's talks about, the food pantry being moved there. Maybe some other type of small offices for maybe some nonprofits or stuff like that. So it was discussed, and I think there was another one about like shared, like a medical closet or something like that, shared items. So yeah, it was part of the vision committee's job to kind of see what could possibly fit in there. I can't remember all of them right away, but that'll be carried forward and that chair, Peter Lockwood's report to this committee, so.
Any other discussion on that? Okay. Public comment. Is there any public comment on Zoom or here in the room? Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I discussed in front of this committee and with the select board for over a year and a half now about creating a new TIF zone as another way to kind of either, not to necessarily generate revenue, but some way to reduce our overall expenses. I believe what I heard is last year the county tax was $1.1 million. At that time, when I spoke to the select board, basically Kurt supported that idea. Not saying that it solves all your problems, because it doesn't, but based on the village concept that's in the comprehensive plan in this area, where we have the town, we're going to have probably the town office, we're going to have the library, we're going to have rec. This area of East Raymond was identified as one of the growth areas. So when you're talking about 75% of your CIP should go into the development of your growth areas, which is a state requirement, all of that seems to make sense, along with the idea that you're going to develop sidewalks that, let's say, go from Route 85 all the way down to the village, that sort of thing, so that there's connectability, and then also developing this area. So there's advantages to it. I believe that the discussion last night was very helpful. I do acknowledge the fact that it doesn't do much for us as far as reducing our overall state commitment, because the state doesn't give us anything to begin with because our valuation is too high. But it does basically shelter dollars from the county. And so it's an opportunity to reduce the amount that we're paying in county taxes. And 1.1 million isn't chump change, and it wouldn't reduce it entirely. But once again, it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So I would just hope, the one issue that Kurt was correct a year and a half ago when I brought up the topic at the select board meeting, is that if you're going to do this, you got to do this before we do our reval is done, which is going to be done in another 18 months. And that's because the area here is going to be, the valuation's going to go up and everything. So we lose a fair amount of our ability to kind of shelter those dollars versus getting it done a year and a half ago. So that we would be in a position now to be able to say the valuation is going to be the valuation from the last valuation for this area. So I won't say it's fallen on deaf ears. I would just tell you that the people in the town that are involved with finance have endorsed it. The consultants from the comprehensive plan endorsed it. The comprehensive plan committee endorsed it as far as another strategy in order to decrease some of the tax burden on the town that isn't going to have to be offset by mill rates and the like. So once again, my understanding and what Kurt was saying when he was asked by the chair of the select board last night, what's the time frame to do this? He said somewhere around 6 months to a year. And that it's not without expense. He estimated somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 in legal fees in order to establish the TIF zone. As far as making the requirements for the state's going to want to see some sort of justification for establishing it. But what I'm seeing is that what more perfect justification for establishing it in East Raymond than the fact that it's an approved growth area by the state. The state acknowledges it. They've approved our plan. They want to see the development directed towards the growth areas. That's everything we'd be doing. And this would be a financial incentive for us to do that here. It could be used to support the Jordan Small renovations. So I just throw that out there once again. If we were going to move on this to get the optimum out of it, we'd have to move yesterday. So I just mentioned that once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Who has the authority to make that happen? Am I missing something? Certainly probably isn't us.
Is it the select board? Is it the town?
About TIF districting?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like
Get the ball moving.
Yeah, would probably direct me to then get the lawyers to draft up that TIF district.
It would help if there was a recommendation from the Budget Finance Committee.
Okay. Is there a motion from the Budget Finance?
I make a motion to recommend that we get the ball moving.
Can we do that on the
To do a
public
TIF.
comment part, or do we?
I think we need to wait for.
Yeah.
It has to be a stated agenda item, I think.
It has to be a stated agenda item, so, all right, we'll put that on the October agenda.
Well,
Delays another month.
maybe what we can do is have.
Hey guys, I don't know how to use the raise the hand button, but I have a comment if you want.
Okay.
The select board was in favor of it last night as well. I think we even pushed it forward to have Joe maybe and Kurt start kind of the process on it. We talked about it, liked it, and thought it was beneficial for the town. So I think it's already kind of in the works anyway, but I mean, if you guys want to add to it and vote on it and all that, that'd be great. But we're already aware of it as a select board, and I think most of us are in favor of it. So, the other thing is we did find out, I talked to a school board member, and that roughly 300,000 payment in May that we thought was going to come due has already been basically put into monthly payments and snowballed into their budget already. So we do not have that big chunk payment coming due. It's already into the budget for the school board. So that's actually a very big deal for our finances. So that should be a good thing.
Okay.
Thank you, Derek.
I think we could state that we're behind them in their effort to develop a new
Yes.
TIF.
Yeah, Kurt and I have discussed this as well. Yeah, we'll have to look more into it and we'll present it to the select board. That's something they want to consider there.
Okay. Budget Finance Committee comments.
I've got a couple.
Okay, Frank?
The first one is in relation to something Peter brought up and something I continually hear, is there are a lot of ideas out there of what we should be doing, but the problem seems to be there is nobody who has the time to do it. So I don't know if the select board should start some kind of a looking at whether or not we have enough people in place in town government to carry out the things we wish to do. It seems that there's a lot of ideas of things we need to do and should be doing. It never gets done because there's nobody responsible for doing them because everybody's busy doing something else. So I think we need to do a study of what are the real needs at town hall to get done what we feel needs to be done within the town. I mean, there's always been an idea in this town that we have too many people working there. And that's not true. I think what we need to do is do a study so that we can show people if they want to have things in the town that they wish to have, there has to be people who are responsible making it happen. And then when we come up with a plan, then the voters have the right to turn it up and down. But at least we can tell them what it would cost in order to do the things people feel should be done within the purview of the town. And the second thing I want to bring up is we're still thinking of a community center. That was never mentioned tonight as part of the new school.
As far as Parks and Rec moving in there?
No, a community center, a place where people can gather in a community center to do all kinds of different things.
Yeah, that would
Part of it would be
that would be the section that's already kind of built like that, the cafeteria, gym,
Yeah,
classrooms.
right,
Yes.
right.
Yeah, that would be. That's what I was going to say. Some of these phases I think that Peter mentioned it, like Parks and Rec is pretty turnkey with there. We're already using that facility, just we're reserving it through the school. So there's some operations that could be immediate, almost, and there's some that would have to be worked in, so.
I just want to make sure it wasn't dropped.
Oh, no, I would hope not. That'd be a big one.
I know at library on Tuesdays, you can't get in there. There are so many people playing cards. Well, that could happen almost every day of the week, once we got a community center. It's a place to go and have a coffee with people in town and have a dialogue with people in town. Of course, we'll have to buy donuts from the donut shop, though.
Have to, yep.
They wouldn't mind not selling the coffee as long as we keep buying the donuts.
Okay. Are we all set with the comments? Any other comments? Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. We are adjourned.
Welcome to the September 30th, 2025 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to hold roll call. I'm Greg Dean.
Tom Hennessy. Fred Miller.
And I think we
Pete
have
Lockwood.
Pete Lockwood on Zoom.
Yep, Pete Lockwood.
David March is absent. I'm acting in his absence as the chair. This is a public proceeding. Unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all exhibits presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will consider tonight's items in the following order. Call to order. I think we nailed that one. Election of chair and vice chair for the fiscal year 2026. Approval of the minutes from March 13th, 2025. There is no old business. For new business, we have a administrative appeal of permit issued July 22nd, 2025 to Sheena Joe Randall and Jonathan Stickney for a 4x4 temporary platform with stairs to access Thomas Ponds. The applicants are Teresa Ellis, Dennis Martin, and Lisa Martin. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions and applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address the chairman. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance in this evening's opposition. In this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. Okay, that's my formal speech. We have Attorney Hamer with us, I believe, helping the board out. I'm hoping that he can keep us in line on procedural matters and anything else that may come up.
Good evening.
Thank you for joining us.
Happy to be here.
Okay, so I think we can just get started on the agenda. The second item to cover is the election of chair and vice chair for fiscal year 2026. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on this. I would be happy to nominate David Murch again for chair.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
No.
Okay. So he's not showing up, so I have a feeling this is going to be a landslide. But we'll do it. We'll do it formally. So all those in favor, and then Pete, what's your vote?
I vote yes.
Okay, so that's unanimous. David, congratulations when you listen to this. For chair, and then we have vice chair.
I nominate Greg Dean.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? No? Okay. All those in favor? Sure, I'll vote for myself.
Favor.
Anybody opposed? No? Okay, so that takes care of that. 4-0. Okay, so minutes from March 13th, 2025. Did the board get a chance to review the minutes?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Do you have any revisions or corrections?
I don't see anything.
Nope.
No. Pete? No? Do I have a motion to approve these minutes?
I give a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Second? Okay. Any discussion? No? Okay, all those in favor of approving? Pete, that's an approved, okay?
It's an approved.
I think because you're on Zoom, we need an audio vote.
I approve.
All right, thank you. Okay, minutes, old business, none. That seems an easy one. Okay, so new business, we have the appeal submitted by Teresa Ellis, Dennis Martin, and Lisa Martin. I think we should first enter the notes made by Tom Hennessy on the site walk. If you could, just as a matter of formality, read those into record.
Okay. We conducted a site walk on the premises at September 20th. The attendees were Greg Dean, Fred Miller, Pete Lockwood, Tom Hennessy, Lori Wallace, Teresa Ellis, Dennis Martin, Jonathan Stickney, Sheena Randall, and my wife, Marcia Hennessy, as a guest. The site walk began at 9 a.m. and ended at 9:09. We walked down the right-of-way and out onto the large boulder at the lake. We observed an approximate 4-foot by 5-foot aluminum platform in front of the boulder in the lake. The platform had handrails and stairs into the lake. And that was the site walk.
Do we have a motion to enter this into the record?
A motion, we enter this.
Second.
Second, okay. Any discussion on this? Okay.
No.
All those in favor? Pete?
I'm in favor.
All right. Okay, so we got that taken care of. And now we can get into the proceedings here. Attorney Hamer, my intention is to give the appellant, give the appellant a chance to speak, the town a chance to speak. I think Sheena Joe is here, would like to speak. No? Okay, and then we'll, if she doesn't want to speak, we'll open it up to the public, and then questions. Does that seem like the right procedures?
It does. It's typical to have the appellant go first, present their case, allow questions to go back and forth, allow public comment, and allow defense to make their case. So pretty much back and forth, just like you say.
Okay, great. So we can just get started with whoever's here whoever would like to speak. I just would ask that you speak from the podium, state your name, address. I think that's all that's required.
Okay, good evening. I'm Teresa Ellis, and this is my husband, Dennis Martin. We live at 31 Shore Road. Can you hear me okay? Okay, 31 Shore Road. We are the abutting property to the right-of-way, which is lot 62A, and we have the deeded rights for the right-of-way in the abutting property. on the lakeside as well as the back lot across the street. We previously submitted our detailed argument supporting our position, that we feel that Jason's approval of this permit is in error. I'm assuming that I don't need to go through the lengthy submission that we sent in with the application. I can just summarize.
Yeah, I
Is
think.
that fine with you?
Yeah, I mean, unless Attorney Hamer wants to correct me, I think we've got the material you submitted on record.
Okay.
I can't tell you what to say, but I would encourage you to highlight any
Okay.
meaningful points that you'd like us to focus on.
Sure. Okay. Yep. The summary of our position as stated in the appeal is as follows. We have the same deeded rights as the two applicants, along with two other parties who have also opposed an installation of the dock and/or stairs. And there's no basis to claim their deeded rights supersede ours or that they have exclusivity related to the right-of-way. We all have the same rights. By their own admission on multiple occasions, as well as noted by previous and current CEO, they need permissions from all deeded title holders to modify the right-of-way. We provided copies of those written statements to you in the appeals package. Secondly, the deeds specifically state it is, quote, a right-of-way to and from the shore to Shore Road over Lot 62A. That is all that exists. There are no provisions for, quote, access into the lake, let alone that it be safe, easy, convenient, or ADA compliant, which doesn't apply here. It also does not provide or give them permission to install a structure or modify the right-of-way in any manner. The structure in the water is blocking the end of the right-of-way and over the rock. It's posted with the no property sign and no trespassing sign. We believe this shows the intent of the applicants to take over control and use of the right-of-way land for their own exclusive and personal use, which violates our deeded rights. Historically, we and the previous owners have recreated on the right-of-way in its original form with the boulder as it sits to sit on, to fish, to swim, and access the water. The structure that's installed at the end of the right-of-way is a hazard and unlawfully interferes with our enjoyment and use of the right-of-way. We have provided case law to support the position also. And lastly, we feel that in closing, the decision by the CEO has created a right to the applicants that doesn't exist anywhere, and it's inconsistent with previous decisions regarding the issue, and puts us in a position where now we're defending our deeded rights.
Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Is Lisa Martin?
Lisa Martin is online, I believe,
Okay.
and Ryan Martin.
Okay. Is Ryan's not listed as the appellant, so is he in a butter?
Yeah.
He's Lisa's husband.
Oh, he's Lisa's husband. Okay. So he'd be a representative of Lisa Martin. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Sorry, I'm driving home from work. So, I think, the basic, we just went through this last year. I guess my concern would be the board made a ruling last year and now we're back again. To me, I agree with what Teresa and Dennis are saying, but we've already kind of went through this and the board made a decision and then now we're doing it again. That to me doesn't make sense why would we do this. But, as a kid, I was on that rock fishing growing up. My kids are, now not able to do those things. I just find that to be a strange thing. So definitely oppose it. But, obviously waiting to hear what you guys have to say. Thank you.
Great. I think it's a good opportunity to ask direct questions to the appellant if you guys have any. I don't. I think I understand the application and what you've said. So, okay. I think next we'll go to the town.
All right. Yeah. Do I have to state my name?
I don't know.
Okay. So, Jason Williamson, Code Enforcement Officer. So we have a situation here. We have a 10-foot right-of-way created in 1956 to provide, as was mentioned, access from
Shore Road to the shore. This was created for the back lots to have access to the shore. In deciding on this permit, I had to look at, a number of things. Clearly, there's some civil issues between parties who have rights to the right-of-way. Best served resolved before a permit comes in front of me, but a permit application was put in front of me and a decision had to be made. The permit applicant did apply for a dock permit, which was denied, and then came back with a permit application for a set of stairs to the water. I looked at it as, these back lots, why was this created? To me, it's to provide access to shore. What are we going to define as shore, and what does access to the shore mean? Does that mean just getting there, standing to the rock? It's a tough spot. Back in 1956, when it was created, I don't believe that there were probably fences along the side there, so it's become a situation where it's pinched down. The people who are on the back lots, made it clear it's difficult to get to the water and seeing it. I agreed. I felt that a 4-foot set of stairs, a temporary set of stairs there for seasonal use to access the water was the prudent thing to do to help someone get access to the water and to the shore, which is how I interpreted that right-of-way to be used. In looking through all the files, back to, I don't believe there was anything built on any of those back lots before 1995. So that right-of-way was, I'm not sure how it was used in the past, but now there are 2 dwellings that are on the back lot, and they believe they're exercising their right to try and use that right away as as their deeds illustrate. And I thought that that was within the scope without, in my judgment, it did not impede the other owners. As far as the private property, it faces the lake. I didn't see that when it went in. I'm not sure what the intent of that is, to be honest, if it's to keep other people from the right-of-way off of it, or people from the water from using that to then walk up to the shore to do whatever. So I had to make a decision, and to me, looking at everything, I thought this was the right interpretation and the right thing to do.
Okay. You guys have any questions?
Yeah, did it influence you at all that ADA requirements were in their application?
No, just the way that that right of way was situated, and if I always feel it's our responsibility to help people exercise their rights, and to me that right of way is designed not for just to walk down to the shore and back. It's to access the water, and it's a difficult spot to get in, and the 4-foot stairs I thought was necessary to exercise that right.
And you've been back to the site to see what was placed there now, or what versus the sketch that went in with the application?
I've only seen the picture. I haven't seen the final doc. I missed the sidewalk. I was at my child's function. But I've seen the picture, and other than that, the private property sign, everything looked like I thought it would.
A couple questions.
Yeah.
Can you just clarify for the record which use the dock was, or the platform was permitted under? Just the Article 5 use for the shoreland zoning, just so I know. Is it 17A? Is that from the?
I have to look.
Well, I have 17A as temporary piers, docks, wharfs, bridges, boat launches, and other structures, uses extending over or below the normal high water line or within a wetland. And that's basically, I'll let you answer, sorry, but that's, since you don't have it in front of you, that just says temporary is CEO across the board for all zones, and permanent would be planning boards.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I was assuming that was the case, but.
Yep.
So you're saying that no house was really built there since '95, so in '56, when that right-of-way was given, they've stated they were able to use that. I guess I question, how did you get down to the water? Because that rock pretty much has got that whole
it covers
10-foot right-of-way or whatever that is. Right. So, I mean, you got there's no really way, I think, of walking around that. The other question I got is, I know when they had the dock there, it had to be so far away from the land for it to be able to be used, correct? It couldn't be abutted up to the property.
It's kind of overlapping jurisdiction there. The state technically owns the waters, but we are tasked with permitting the docks that attach from the water, from the land over the water. We don't have like mooring rules in Raymond, so someone can put a mooring out somewhere, and that's not a violation. It's supposed to not interfere with others' navigation, so that doesn't mean somebody could put a mooring ball 4 feet from shore and then put their boat there basically right offshore. Mm-hmm. I think that would be kind of not following the intent there. And, swim floats, but when it's attached to the shore, when you're going from the shore to the water, we are tasked with overseeing that.
But wasn't one of the things that was brought up in the last one, and maybe I'm wrong, that dock could have stayed if it stayed out so far away from a certain distance from the land to...
I don't think it could be anchored
dock.
To the water. It would have to be a float.
Right, well, some kind of a floating dock.
A float,
right,
so
right.
Somebody couldn't just put a structure up in the water
Right.
anywhere without... that would probably have to go through some type of state agency, but I don't even know if they would permit something like that. So somebody can't just put a dock up, and if it's not touching shore, it doesn't count at that point. It still needs to, that's still our, it's going over the normal high water line. So we're tasked with overseeing that.
So, more? So is whatever was permitted this time around, do you see it different than a dock?
Part of the condition was no boats or watercrafts. This was purely to get to the water. It's 10-foot right away. A boat there is going to encroach into somebody's. It's just.
Yeah. And.
But it's the same. Just to go back to my 17A question, it's the same land. It's the same classification for land use, whether it's a ADA set of stairs or a dock for a boat, whether or not you put the restriction on the permitted use. It's the base use you're referencing to permit the structure is 17A, right?
I believe so. They do have provisions for, if somebody has for hardscapes to access the water. People allow a 6-foot meandering path,
right? Or
they can have a 4-foot in certain situations where it's difficult. People are allowed a set of stairs or something more permanent, actually. But in this situation where it's over the water,
right?
I felt a temporary structure there to access the water.
Okay.
My recollection from last year when we looked at this, the boulder was about 8 feet wide, and there was a 2-foot path or something on the, looking at the lake, 2-foot path to get around the boulder and get access to the water. That's my recollection.
More or less.
Yeah.
So. Can you comment on when you reviewed the application? I'm looking here at the application from Sheena Joe. There seems to be a threshold issue of the permit that would be all of the owners are listed on the application. At least that's what's being presented, and I believe that's the standard that the town typically uses. So when you evaluated that, what was can you talk me through your
I have two
rationale on, go ahead.
I see two owners on here?
Yep.
Two. So my rationale, because since there were two, like how to issue the permit. Well, Sheena Joe is the one who applied, and my understanding was Jonathan was a co-applicant under this. So this was all done with Sheena Joe.
Okay. But the other parties who have the same rights to that right of way are not on this application?
No.
Okay.
Correct.
What would you do if they applied? With a duplicate copy with their names on it? Because one of my concerns is there's a sort of a logical inconsistency that would be hard to deal with.
No, I understand that. And this is where the private dock, it's meant to be anyone in the right of way. It's for their use, to make it easy for everyone to get to the water. Right of ways aren't easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's.
But your thinking there was that it was for the permitted structure was for the use of anybody that has the same rights that the applicant to the structure.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, the two parties listed are the only two backlots that don't have shoreland.
Yeah.
So.
Pete, anything from you?
Yeah, Greg, I guess I just find a little perplexing because we were here a year ago, and I understand the complexity of it that what Jason and Greg are both trying to talk about, I think, in that, people who have a right-of-way, they should be able to use that right-of-way. But at the same time, there's multiple people that are included on this right-of-way, which complicates the matter significantly. And it does seem to me that all the people who have rights to that right-of-way should have some say in how it gets used.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. Do you have questions for Jason?
No, not right now.
Okay. So we're good on questions to the town, guys? Or do you have more? Tom, Fred? I'm not trying to rush you.
I'm just trying to see
time,
this picture here, where they could actually access down. There doesn't look like there's much room there. That's the best picture I get, Tom, what you were trying to say right there. Let me look back here. Here's docks, wharfs, bridges, other structures.
I don't believe it. You pass me that picture that he's referencing?
Last year's, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay.
That's the ones that were submitted last year's.
Yeah, I do think we want to maybe Attorney Hamer get some clarification, but I do think the nature of this appeal should be viewed just based off from the evidence that's presented for this appeal. So I would just encourage us to focus on the evidence at hand, unless Attorney Hamer has better guidance than I.
That would be my guidance, is that your administrative record is what it is, and you shouldn't be considering information that's outside of the record. So I think you're right on target.
Great, thank you.
So at this point, the only two photos we were provided were
Right.
From the
Doesn't show
that.
Right, which doesn't show the sides.
and then this, which I'm not sure what it's supposed to be depicting, but
Right.
But you can't see the backside of that rock to see.
Is this from the town?
No, I think that's from one of the appellants.
Okay. Did you guys submit this photo? I apologize. The printing I have is okay. Is that actually in the? It was in the original. Would you mind just describing what's in this photo? Yeah, if you would, please. I could just take a copy just so we have a record of what we're talking about.
Okay, so what is shown in the photo is standing on lot 62A on the right-of-way, looking out over the lake. The fence on the right-hand side is our property line. One of Sheena's chairs and her wheelbarrow are parked on the right-of-way there. To get down, so the dock, I'll call it a dock because that's what it is, that's on the right-of-way. You can see part of it on the rock. You can get down on the right-hand side of the rock between that birch tree and the rock. There is a means to get down to the water there. And on the left side too, you can't see it, but there is a bit of a path to get down that way too. But there is a space on the right-hand side of the dock, of that rock. Right, any other comment? No.
Thank you.
Okay, so-
Yep. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions before we turn to public? I'll take that as a no, Fred. You're good?
Yeah, right now, yeah.
Okay, so we'll move on.
Could we make an additional comment, or is that not possible based on some things that were stated?
Yeah, I was going to ask if you, well, is it better, Attorney Hamer, is it better to do that at the end? I was going to allow some redirect if they wanted, but like.
I couldn't hear what the question was.
The applicant wanted to make some follow-up comments. Is it better to do that now or after the public?
I would wait to the end, and then the applicant can address all concerns at that time.
Yeah, we'll give you a shot. Yeah. Okay, so that said, I think we're good with the town. Let's move on. If there's anybody, we'll start with the in support or for the appeal. If anybody from the public would like to speak, just go to the podium. If you're on Zoom, you could, there's a couple different ways you could indicate that, but unmute and say something, and we'll slot you in, but we can start here. Sounds like we have a taker. So again, just your name and that you're for the appeal, it seems like, and address.
My name is Laurie Wallace. I'm at 36 Pulpit Rock Road on Thomas Pond. My only comment is that when the land was purchased, the deed was clear what the right-of-way looked like, and presumably when they looked at the land, they looked at the right-of-way. So I'm not sure that any special compensation should be made because it's inconvenient. That was the truth when they looked at and bought the land.
Great, thank you. Is anybody else present here that would like to speak for the applicant, the appeal?
Hi, I'm Doug Morrill, 204 Thomas Pond Terrace. We've been on the lake for 60 years or so. The landowners that you're referring to, the Sullivans, the Martins, and others have been there since 56 and 60 and the early 60s. So it's been the same families, and people have used that right-of-way for 60 or 70 years. We've fished, we've jumped off it, we've caught frogs around it, we access it either over it or around it. It's never been an issue. My concern, and I own 100 acres out in back of Mr. Stickney and Sheila's place. My family does, and we own land at the end of Thomas Pond Terrace Road. But there are several right-of-ways around the whole lake. I think if you're going to allow a couple of folks that have rights to that right-of-way to trample over the rights of another 4 or 5 folks that have a right-of-way, when they've stated they don't want structures in there, you can use it. You can use it as it's been used for 70 years. But when people speak up and they say, no, I'm opposed to that, and you have rights and you say, no, I don't want a structure in there, a 4 or 5 foot rectangular structure or a square structure, whatever it is, in a 10-foot wide right-of-way impedes the use of others. And they've said, no, I don't want to have that. I think it's unfortunate, and I think it sets the wrong example, I think, for the stewardship of these lakes. Not just Thomas Pond, not just the end of Shore Road, but others. And houses, if they were built there in 1995, that's great. This issue didn't come up until 2024, 2025, so it's been another 20 years. And now it's come to a head, and we've put a structure in the water, and it's got to come out, it's got to go in, it's got to come out, it's got to go in. You can't tie boats to it, and you can walk to it to get access, I guess. But the other folks that have rights there are saying no. So that's all I have to say, but thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here that would like to speak in support or for the appeal? Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to speak for or in support of the appeal? I don't see anybody else that possibly could. I think we've covered it. At least we will have closed that. Okay, so is there anybody from the public that would like to speak in opposition to the appeal, either here or on Zoom?
And if I may, is the permit holder actually present tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yep.
Hey, Greg, this is Jonathan. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
So I've got a couple of questions. Jason, for you, one quick clarification.
Hold on a second. So I don't think this is a Q&A. If you'd like to speak, you can speak, but I don't think this isn't I don't believe that this forum is a Q&A to the town. Just to clarify.
As a defendant, is this not the right time to speak, or should I wait?
You can speak, but you'd be addressing the board, not the town. So you started off saying you have questions for Jason. I'm trying to just clarify what the time is for. So go ahead.
Sure. I guess my point is, I don't understand how a 4-foot right-of-way at the end of the rock prohibits them from using the right-of-way, except enhancing the right-of-way. I've seen multiple times that in their appeal that people were jumping off the rock to go swimming, and I would personally like to witness that firsthand, as that is not even 2 feet of water to jump off of that rock to go swimming. So I would like to call that out. So it is not a matter of blocking access to the water. It is a matter of allowing access to the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in opposition to the appeal? No? Okay. And then we will, in terms of comments from the public, we will end with anybody who would like to speak neutral to the appeal. Is there anybody here or on Zoom that would like to speak neutral to the appeal? I don't think we have any takers there. So at this point, we'll close the public comment period, and I think we'll begin deliberation.
She wanted to re-speak, right?
Somebody wanted to speak? Oh, I'm sorry.
I think she wanted to get up and do.
Oh, you're right. I'm terribly sorry. Yeah, I said I'd give you a chance. Yeah, sorry. You're right. Thank you, Fred.
Hi, Teresa Ellis again. Just a couple of comments that were made that I just wanted to, I guess, clarify from our perspective. The comment has been made multiple times that the intent was to give them better access to the water. And there's nothing that we have found anywhere in the deeds or otherwise that addresses the word access. The deeds say you have the right to across to the shore, but nothing about the way you access the actual water. So I just wanted to clarify that. And it's more than just a set of stairs into the water. It's a platform with stairs into the water. And in looking at the zoning and the ordinances, there isn't really a carve out that says if it's only 4 feet or if it's just a set of stairs or something that it's different than a dock. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
It was the same structure that was put in there previously with the dock attached.
Right.
And we're under no illusion that that dock won't reappear. And you've seen the anchors there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry about that. But now I think we will begin deliberation. So, you guys have any thoughts from the crowd here?
This is John on Zoom.
Yep.
I do have some thoughts if you want to hear them.
Yes, please. Please.
Okay, I just wanted to point out a couple of different things. The first is that the board, it's not up to the board to decide whether the use of the right-of-way is being infringed upon. That's a private matter between competing property owners. That's a civil matter which the board really doesn't have any jurisdiction over. The real question that you need to address is whether the person who applied for the permit has the standing to apply for the permit without the other owners being part of the application. I think that's one of the members was talking about that, and that's really what the issue is from the town's point of view. If you have a right-of-way or an easement and someone's blocking it, you can sue civilly to have that obstruction removed and so forth, but the town doesn't get involved with that. So if the person has the right to apply for the permit and the permit is proper, then they get to have the structure. If they don't have standing because there are people who have rights who are not part of the application, then that's a different story, and then they shouldn't have been granted the permit. So I hope I've made the distinction clear where I'm thinking of, but that's where I think this should be considered.
Excellent. Thank you. So with that said, I'll turn it back to the board. Does anybody want to take a stab at this?
I'll take a stab.
All right.
I think from what we heard, and both everybody, including Jason, it certainly sounds like that we're recycling a portion of the dock we disposed of last year, and it's in the water. It's a dock. It's not, a handicap accessible, as the applicant said it was in the application. And I think the same point Attorney Hamer is saying, not all the right-of-way ownerships signed off on modifying the right-of-way by placing anything on it, in it, over it, whatever. So I think that something changed Jason's mind because he denied it twice, and then on the third try, approved this. So that's just my point of view at the moment.
Fred, Pete?
Well, I'm having the same kind of thoughts as Tom is, because, I mean, it wasn't legal when we denied it last time. And we've basically done the same thing over, just taking the dock off in it. And I know there was a big thing of it, if I remember, serves me right, but I'd have to go back. And again, I know we can't judge on that, but there had to be a distance between the rock and whatever structure was put into there for it to be able to stay there. And she didn't want to make a distance between the dock and a float or whatever we're going to call it. So that's why it was removed. Now we've just put the steps back there, and I don't I don't see how that all of a sudden became, and Jason, you know more about it than I do, why that became legal now, and it wasn't when we looked at it last time. Does that make any sense? And maybe our attorneys can answer that question for me, or I declare it in my head. I just don't, I need to get there, I guess.
Are you asking?
Yes, if that's okay, Dave. Or,
yeah, I think you had a question for Attorney Hamer to begin with. And
sure. This is John. My suggestion is that the board first consider whether the permit holder had standing to apply for the permit in light of the fact that there were other right-of-way owners that were not part of the application. If the answer to that is no, then the permit should not have been issued. If the answer to that is yes, they still had standing, the next question you should address is, did the permit application comply with any other ordinance provision regarding location of a dock? So that's really kind of the second prong, and there hasn't been a lot of discussion about the location and whether other than the fact that it's associated with the right-of-way. But there hasn't been a lot of discussion about the ordinance provisions that apply to docks with respect to this particular structure. But I do think it makes sense to do one first and then the other, if that helps.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a threshold issue.
Can I ask another question to him under that? So what do we have for basis to go under that is the fact that it's written in the deeds that all property owners have to agree to that. That's what we have to base on our decision on, correct? That's how it's written, or does the town have a different set of guidance that they can go by?
So in order to have the ability to apply for a permit, you have to have right, title, or standing. So in this particular case, you've got a partial owner who's sharing the property in common with others. So in that situation, the board can decide, does that give enough ownership interest? Does that person have enough ownership interest to apply for a permit that's going to affect other owners who are not consenting?
All right. Just a follow-up, Mr. Hamer. So is that a state law and then passed down to town, or what's the guiding principle? State law?
Well, it's really a premise of any zoning ordinance is that you have the right to do things with your own property. And if you look at the submission requirements in any ordinance, it's going to say you have to show some right, title, and interest in order to pull a permit affecting that property. I guess that there's constitutional implications as well, but it's just property ownership. That's the way it works. You can't pull out a permit to do something on your neighbor's property. You have to show that it's your property first. And I don't have your land use ordinance right in front of me, but I have no doubt that it's in your submission requirements, that it's on your application. The first question is owner of the property. And you've got to say who owns the property. And if there are multiple owners, how much, is a majority going to be enough? Does it have to be unanimous? Or is the minority owner going to have the authority to pull a permit? And that's what you will decide.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's also, I think, some ordinances referenced, and there's some case law referenced, and then there's some precedents, and then there's sort of where there's sort of a logical inconsistency as well. I think if you allowed certain applications through, you'd have a hard time reconciling all the different applications that could have interest over something. So I think that my understanding of the facts as they've been presented is that there is inadequate standing for this permit. Based off from those things, the case law that's cited, the ordinances, the precedents that's been recited to us, and then at the end of the day, even if you didn't have that, you have a serious logical problem with fractional permits that you just couldn't reconcile. I mean, we would be right back here next spring with who could race to get their use ahead of the other person's use. That just doesn't seem to serve anybody's interest other than one individual in this particular moment in time. That's sort of where I'm landing on this, guys. I'm certainly open to hearing, I guess from Pete, but open to hearing in general if you have a different view.
Let's hear from Pete.
Yeah, so having heard everything, I mean, to me, it goes back to the fact that there are multiple people who have rights to the right of way, and that all of those people, or majority of those people, should have been included on the permit in order for it to have been approved.
So it sounds like we may have some consensus forming. Does anybody want to take a shot at a motion on this? Or is there more discussion before we get there?
I think Attorney Hain or Sid, let's take care of the first one first before there's any more discussion.
Yeah, well, I think if we don't meet the threshold issue of the standing of the applicant, there's no real necessity to sort of deliberate on the appropriateness of the structure.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Take care of ownership, and then if we move that they have standing, then we can discuss more things.
I guess one thing. Go ahead.
Sorry, who's speaking?
Sorry, this is Jonathan Stickney.
Yeah.
I have one comment for the board here, and that is, what town ordinance are you using to justify saying that all owners have to agree upon this?
Yeah, so the comment, so there's two things to say in response to this. One, this is not a Q&A session. Our findings will be written up, and you'll have a chance to review the findings and see the exact reasons why our decisions are made in writing. I think, but also we're past the comment period, so I would just kind of let us deliberate. We'll come to a conclusion, and then you can follow up with the town if you'd like to see details of the conclusion. At least that's my understanding of how the process works. I would
like to actually defer to Mr. Hamer on this one, because you made a comment.
Well, unfortunately, that's not your decision. So.
Well, I'm just saying you made a comment that's incorrect that I want clarification upon.
Okay, I think you could appeal if you'd like, but you don't get to ask questions at this point. Like, I'm sorry, like we have to run the process in its due course, and part of the process is not you after the fact questioning our attorney directly. And you've asked me, and I've said that you can look at our decisions after they've been made.
Mr. Chair, do I get a chance to speak again, or are you guys deliberating?
We're deliberating.
Okay.
Right now. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. So where were we?
I think we're trying to find out if they have standing, and then put a motion together and vote on it, I think.
Right. So are we at a point where we would make a motion, or do we want to discuss it further?
I mean, the one thing in my mind is that if all of the homeowners have to be on the permit, and that's a state law, then I don't think there's any question that we got any farther to go. But I mean, if there's a town that can override that somehow or another, which I don't know, and I don't know that answer, but I mean, if we base on everything that we've heard that way, is I think we need to not allow the dock to stay there or the stairs to stay there anymore, because not all of the residents were on the permit to allow the permit to go through, correct?
I mean, that's certainly my understanding.
I just wish I knew if there was something else there that we don't know. And that's, in other words, does the town have something that supersedes so that only two can do it? I mean, if we look at it legally, and we usually that's what we have to base our stuff on, is what is the law. If the law states that it needs to have, go ahead.
If I may chime in here. So the question is standing to bring a town permit, to get a town permit. So I'm not going to be able to point you to any state statute that says you have to do it this way. This is an interpretation of an ordinance requirement saying that in order to apply for a permit, you have to own the property on which the permit is being sought. And so the question for your interpretation is, under the town ordinances, is a minority, in terms of number, owner of a piece of property, is that sufficient to get a permit? And that's something that you can, that goes back to your ordinance. That's an interpretation of your ordinance, that if there are multiple owners and you feel that there should be at least a majority, then you can make that ruling. If you feel that it needs to be unanimous, you can make that ruling. So that's part of the ordinance interpretation of your own ordinances.
I'm going to ask Attorney Hamer.
Yeah, go for it.
Attorney Hamer, in the paperwork that the applicants, appellants, put on in here, they quote a few words out of the MRSA S459. What they're saying is the statute states the owner of an easement or a right-of-way leading to or touching upon a water body does not have the right by implication to construct a dock on the easement or right-of-way or use the easement or right-of-way to facilitate the construction of a dock on the body of water. Does that have some application here?
Yeah, he's muted. I can't take it right now. Sorry.
So I'm looking for that citation in the paperwork, and then I can look it up for you.
Okay.
Unless you have it right there.
It's in the paperwork that says grounds of appeal that was submitted by the appellants. And it's on page 3, about 2/3 of the way down.
Which one are you referencing? This document.
Okay, if I see it, I'll look it up for him.
All right. You don't have that page.
I'm sure I do. Oh, here we go. I found a whole stack of them. I was going by this.
No, this is the appellant's paperwork.
Mm.
It went on for pages.
Don't mind, Greg?
Which one is this?
This is the MS, MRSA.
Oh, you have it? Okay. Is this from your actual
This from the packet.
packet?
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we're not adding new things.
No.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah.
guys should have it too.
Okay. So which one's being cited?
Number 2. But
This is John.
I think this is, sorry, go ahead, John.
The statute says that the owner of an easement or right-of-way leading to or touching upon a body of water does not have the right, by implication, to construct a dock in the easement if, and one of the conditions is, if the easement or right-of-way was originally established in a written instrument executed on or after July 1, 2018. So it would not apply in this particular case because of the age of the right-of-way.
Thanks for that clarification. We're still back to ownership in total.
Yeah. Sorry, now I've lost the paper I was looking at. Seems like you can have that back.
Okay, thanks.
This is the one I was looking at, guys. This when I reference the ordinances, it was 350-7.3. This is in the letter to Jason and Chris from the appellant. I was just trying to cross-reference that in my.
Can I see that stuff from Greg? Can I see what that looks like?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the town ordinance. Yeah.
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 Right.
Versus a state
Right.
thing.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's the
That's
standard.
That's
right?
what, yeah. That's
Yeah,
what
I
that's
think
what-
like
So we're talking about.
that's the one,
Mhm.
and then you take that ordinance, and then with that, the sort of my understanding of the historical precedents, and then again, like I'm of the opinion that the standing, just looking at the text on the application, the owner of the property sort of logically necessitates that it has some threshold that has to be met to avoid this, what would degrade to a race to apply to front run one structure after the other. Like if you want to take the position that a minority interest qualifies as the owner, then Jason would be, this would just be a game of whack-a-mole on trying to work through these applications. So I think that the end of it all, in addition to the ordinances and what I believe my understanding of the standard that's been used in the past, is there's logical problem. And so like I think that just comes from the text on the application. The word owner logically requires that there's a certain threshold of interest.
Yeah.
That's where I'm coming from.
I think we had a case a few years ago where one owner of a co-owner wanted to build a house, and we had nothing from the co-owner stating they were allowed to build a house. So it was two people that owned a lot, like promises. So once we clarified all that, we got past the issue. But
so
I guess so nobody actually owns that, they just have right-of-ways to it.
yeah, it's.
I mean,
to my mind, it's like co-owning.
who does actually own the?
Yeah. What?
The heirs of the Swans.
Probably. It doesn't, it's
It's
not
not.
taxed.
It's one of those
Doesn't-
random pieces of.
Doesn't even have a map and lot assigned to it.
Okay, so it's one of those lost.
1956 deals.
I mean,
Okay.
we have right-of-ways on our side that nobody owns it.
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah. Look, I think that you know, if you guys are,
I'm done talking.
yeah. I think we've deliberated on it. I feel like there's a consensus. I think we have a basis of a motion forming. Would anybody like to take a stab at that motion?
I'll make a motion that the previous permit be denied, and I guess in whatever wording we can, no future permits should be allowed without full owner application. Yeah.
I think that might require
permits.
I think that might require more than us to amend that future permit. But
well, in this particular piece of paperwork, I'm saying,
yeah,
no one should come back next year with another application for some slightly different thing without all of the right-of-way owners signing off.
Yeah, I don't believe that's in our purview. I understand why you'd like to do that, but I think that it's quite simply we're just trying to establish if whether or not there was an error.
There's no standing. I'll make a motion. There's no standing, and the permit should be denied.
Okay, so the motion on the table is that there's inadequate standing on the original application and that an error was made. Attorney Hamer, are we approximately good on that language, or would you like to help us wordsmith it?
I think that it would make sense to have the language say that the motion is to approve the administrative appeal and striking the permit because the applicant on the permit
I think his words are
had
breaking up.
insufficient ownership in the underlying. How's that?
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're
unbelievably poor.
we got every other word. No, we just need to fill in the blanks.
All right. Let's try it again. That the administrative appeal is granted and the permit is stopped because the permit application lacked sufficient ownership interest to just lack sufficient ownership interest.
I'm gonna take some notes and then I'm gonna say it because I think it's probably one of the more important things of this whole proceeding here. So I'll take a draft at this. Is the administrative appeal is granted and the permit was issued in error and should be struck because of inadequate standing as an owner for the applicant of the permit. Do we have a motion for that?
Can we say full ownership or something? Something, all owners, how's that?
I think in this particular case, that the board is saying there was insufficient ownership interest and it decides the issue of whether it has to be unanimous or majority. So just leave it what it was.
Yeah, I think that Tom, I totally understand your desire to put a point in that, but I just think that we've got a scope to this application. Was there an error and why? So I'll just maybe retry it with the appeal is granted. The permit was made in error and should be struck because of inadequate standing as an owner by the applicant of the permit in question. We have a motion for that? You could say.
Fred's still over
Okay.
scratching.
I don't. I feel that that's, from what we have for knowledge in front of us, I feel that that's, the only part that I'm trying to get in my head is, does Jason have any way of overriding that, not having to have full ownership? You know, because I mean, before when we were here, and again, I can't go on any of that basis, but I remember that it was, a lot of the case was it because it wasn't all owners out on that if, and anything to happen to that area, all owners have to agree to what happens in that area. And that's not all people not agreeing what's happening in that area, whether it's putting a tree or digging a trench or
Cutting down a
putting
tree.
something at the end or whatever. I mean, it needs all people that have
All owners.
in their deed, even though nobody owns it, in their deed, they have to all agree on whatever that situation is. Again, whether it's a ditch dug, it's a tree put in, a tree taken down. That's what I feel that we have to base on. Again, we don't know what Jason has in front of him that says, okay, no, I can overdo that for that. But it's what I see in front of us right now is I think we have to go on, at least what I feel is that if all participants who have rights to that lot has to agree on whatever it happens to be, whether you mow the lawn, I don't know, if whatever happens on that piece of property, everybody has to agree with it, unless there's something that I don't have in front of me that tells me differently.
I just like the simple words of all owners of the right-of-way.
I can honestly say that while I'm not willing to die on that, I don't believe that we need to make that
I don't think we need, I think,
part of the,
right.
because
It's just written that all
they-
owners have, the owners have to agree.
what we're looking at is a permit with a minority of owners, is my
Right, right.
understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's below both a simple majority and all. So it doesn't, we don't even need to get into what, I'm just simply saying that a minority of owners does not meet the standard. So
Again, I think that the people that have the rights to that have to agree on what's gonna happen to it. One
Well, would you
person or
agree-
2 people or 3 people, really don't have, we have right-of-ways that everybody is allowed to use, but, you can't change that right-of-way for any reason unless everybody agrees to it, because if something gets changed on that right-of-way, then the people could become liable or become part of that change, correct? I would think, because, if you change it, like I said, cutting a tree down or whatever you do to it,
yeah, I hear you.
changes what's that right-of-way is.
Well,
I think we're unanimous that we haven't, that full ownership, however we word it, is.
Well, as far as I can tell, the language I've seen, it just says owner. Right. And so I'm just saying, based on from that, the standard of being an owner has not been met. That's all I'm saying. Now, full owner, I think if there was a new application that came in and had 6 out of 7 or 6 out of 9 or however many, if you did the research, then that would be a different question. So I'm just saying the application we're reviewing is.
I think Attorney Hamer wants to say something.
This is John. Given the discussion, I would offer this possible language. The appeal is granted in the struck as all owners of the right of way did not consent to the application.
Wow.
That was great. We got about a third of that.
Hold it up.
Could you send it in the chat?
I can do that.
That would be, and then one of us will read it.
Wow.
It's almost like it's cursed. We can hear you crystal clear up until you try to say what we actually want to hear what you're.
I think he's gonna hold up his laptop and.
Okay, I'm gonna read it. If you guys want to make a motion, just say so moved.
And there's somebody. There's somebody.
Seems to be Peter's mic.
Getting some feedback in the mic. Attorney Hamer, still. I think. I don't know what that was.
I think he's typing it out, and then he's gonna show it to us.
We normally don't have this. I swear that this is.
Maybe you could do some in sign language.
Sandy, it's in chat.
Yes, I saw that.
Can you pull chat up on the screen?
Hold on.
One typo.
Don't have a means to, but I can read it to you if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll let you read it, and then if I could just get a visual acknowledgement, Attorney Hamer, that this is what you've written.
I mean, Sandy could actually read it.
Okay, here we go. Motion to grant the appeal and vacate the permit because all owners of the right-of-way did not consent to the application.
That is correct.
I'll second that one.
Just.
I'll bring a motion.
Motion,
We take-
so moved.
So,
Do we have a
I'll
second?
second.
Okay. Discussion. Any further discussion on that motion? No? Okay, let's have a vote. All those in favor of the motion?
We should probably
Fred
do this
Miller.
verbally to just enhance it. Just for
All right, all those in favor? Greg Dean in favor, approved.
Tom Hennessy.
Fred Miller approved.
Pete Lockwood approved.
Okay. So, we have our decision on that matter. Again, just to reiterate, because I know there was some question about errors that we may have made, the written, and again, Attorney Hamer, jump in if I'm getting the sequencing wrong, but we will write up a formal opinion. That'll be that'll basically describe exactly why we made the decisions that we made. We're going to sign that, and Jonathan or whoever would like to see that can get that from the town.
Yes, that's, so I can assist with drafting a decision. You're gonna have to convene and adopt the decision as a group. And then at that point, it would be the final decision.
Okay. So we sign this. Sandy, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to draft this up. We'll all come in and sign it, and then there's 45 days from today for the appeal. Is that how that works? It's in my opening. But I'm just trying to address Jonathan's
Correct me if
concern.
I'm wrong, but the 45 days won't start until they meet and adopt the decision, correct?
I believe that's the way the statute's worded.
Okay.
Okay.
And are you going to draft it, or do you want Greg to do it?
That is up to the board. I'm happy to provide a draft. Ultimately, the board will have to. I'm sorry?
Yes, a correction. Attorney Hamer is going to draft the decision, and we will review it and sign it.
So that'll be at next month's meeting, gentlemen.
The signing of it, or do you want us to come in and sign it?
What, you have to adopt it and sign it at the same time.
Okay.
So yes, it would be at the next meeting, you'll adopt it, and it'll be there for you to sign.
Okay.
And Sandy, are we having a next meeting next month?
You will be now.
Okay. I didn't know if there was anything else.
You're welcome.
There is not.
Anyway, so if you're concerned about errors or appeal, that'll be the source of our decision to go by. That's all I was trying to address Jonathan's concern about our decision. So moving on from that issue, next on the agenda we have code enforcement communications. Jason, anything from you you'd like to bring up?
No, I don't think we really have nothing on the agenda. Nothing's come up. So.
Okay. Easy. In that case, we have adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I motion that we adjourn.
I second.
All those in favor? Pete, you good?
Pete's in favor.
All right.
Okay.
That's it. We're done. Thank
Good evening, and welcome to the emergency meeting of the Select Board on this date, on October 6, 2025. We're going to start with the executive session in order to move through some questions and to come out and be able to answer questions, I would say. And so I'd entertain a motion to do that, and we'll go to the back room so you don't have to go outside of your cars.
Okay, I move to go into executive session pursuant to MRSA 4056 to discuss our rights and responsibilities as a select board.
Second.
All in favor? So we're going to go in the back room.